After the college entrance examination, Zheng Qing did not head to the long-desired Imperial Capital University. Instead, with his luggage in tow and a fox in his arms, he followed a notice and ventured into an unfamiliar institution of higher learning. Here, there were no advanced mathematics, English, or political philosophy courses. Instead, the curriculum revolved around divination, astronomy, and the philosophy of magic. Extracurricular activities included hunting demons, and the interests of the students were as diverse as they were peculiar. He navigated through the sea of knowledge and climbed the mountain of books. This bewildered young man began his journey as a wizard. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Examination. On a summer morning in the north, a fine mist often cloaked the surroundings. Zheng Qing pressed the button on his phone, opting for a more relaxed tune. Though the sun had yet to rise, the running path along the riverbank was populated with figures jogging in athletic attire. The track, located within Fen Park, a recent urban beautification project by the municipal government, was crafted with great care. One side featured the tranquil waters of the Fun River, while the other was adorned with lush willow trees, infusing the air with the essence of nature. Such elements, rare in urban settings, presented a significant allure for early morning joggers. A shadowy figure darted past Zheng Qing, halting on a nearby stone platform. It was a black cat. Zheng Qing sniffed the air, tightened his grip on his bag, and cast a glance at it. This black cat, with its striking fur, was a rather ordinary farm cat by breed, yet it lacked the usual timidity of domestic cats, instead exhibiting an audacious demeanor. It had been meandering just ahead of Zheng Qing since he stepped onto the track, maintaining a playful distance of about 100 meters. Curiosity piqued, Zheng Qing quickened his pace, observing that despite the multitude of morning joggers who had come and gone, none appeared to be the cat's owner. Perhaps, he mused, the cat simply found amusement in his company. As he rounded a bend, the black cat suddenly vanished from sight. Slowing his pace, Zheng Qing scanned the surroundings and easily spotted the cat's silhouette among the dense trees. It had left the main path, darting down a secluded trail. Zheng Qing hesitated for a moment at the fork in the road, then decided to follow the black cat. Running alongside a cat was not much different from running with a person after all. It was still just him running. Moreover, this tranquil path seemed much more inviting than the bustling track outside. The black cat trotted ahead, the terrain shifting from stone to asphalt, then to compacted earth, until finally, the path was reduced to a wild trail strewn with dry twigs and leaves. Zheng Qing was thoroughly content, even forgetting the black cat ahead. Inhaling deeply, he savored the aroma of decaying leaves and pine mingled with morning mist, cleansing his lungs of the urban smog and alleviating his underlying unease. As daylight began to break and the sun remained hidden, the mist in the woods thickened. Turning around a sturdy ancient tree, Zheng Qing's eyes widened at the sight of an expansive bamboo grove, vibrant and resplendent, impervious to the morning fog that attempted to shroud it. The rustling of bamboo leaves and the gentle clashing of branches created an intoxicating ambience. Zheng Qing, having completely lost his sense of direction, followed the leisurely pace of the black cat. Gradually, the bamboo thicket began to thin, allowing the outside light to seep in. Reluctant to leave, he resolved to return for another morning jog the following day. Upon emerging from the bamboo grove, the sudden openness and brightness caused Zheng Qing to squint. As he opened his eyes and swallowed, he found himself gazing at a vast lawn, where an ochre-colored 6-story building stood firmly amidst the greenery. Surrounding the edifice were flower beds, rockeries, and fountains, with towering bamboo forests encircling the lawn. Could such architecture exist by the Fun River? Zheng Qing couldn't help but touch his bag. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, the black cat let out a sharp cry. "That's not how cats sound," he muttered, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The black cat, undeterred by his thoughts, flicked its tail and bounded towards the ochre building. Zheng Qing glanced back, realizing the once refreshing bamboo grove now bore a deeper aura, an ethereal quality that made him pause. Without the guiding cat, he surely would have become lost within. With a sigh, Zheng Qing retrieved a small gray pouch from his bag, discreetly clenching it in his palm. As the black cat led the way, it encountered various creatures: squirrels, rabbits, foxes, and even a milky white piglet. Each time, the cat would pause to greet them, and curiously, these small animals showed no fear of Zheng Qing. Instead, they circled around him, as if assessing him. At the entrance of the building, Faint silhouettes became discernible. The black cat halted by a flower bed at the doorway, flicking its tail, urging Zheng Qing to enter. "Are you not coming in?" Zheng Qing asked, casting a sidelong glance at it. The cat huffed, leaping gracefully into the lush flower bed, disappearing from view. From the outside, the building appeared compact, however. Upon entering, Zheng Qing discovered a spacious layout. Directly opposite the entrance was a grand hall, spanning nearly 100 meters, flanked by two dark, silent corridors. Tall pillars stood at each corner, with closed black doors nestled between them. Figures clad in black robes traversed the hall, their expressions serious and their movements hurried, seemingly oblivious to the newcomer at the entrance. Zheng Qing surveyed the scene. Spotting a girl with a delicate face and a ponytail, he hurried to intercept her, a sheepish expression on his face as he inquired, "Excuse me, am not sure where I am." "Are you new?" She cut in, appearing somewhat rushed, speaking rapidly. Zheng Qing nodded vigorously. "Are you here for the exam, the aptitude test, the faith assessment, or the simulated combat?" Zheng Qing, bewildered, replied, "Exam?" That was the only word he clearly grasped. "The exam is this way." The girl grasped Zheng Qing's arm and led him toward a black door nestled between two pillars in the northeast corner, pulling it open and pushing him inside. Inside was a large lecture hall with nearly 100 rows of seats, illuminated by light streaming through 8 tall glass windows. I could see that moment. The room was filled with hundreds of students, heads bowed over their papers, the sound of pens scratching creating an atmosphere of profound silence. As he gently tugged the door, it did not budge. "You're late," boomed a stern voice from afar, emanating from the podium, this distance. Zheng Qing could only discern the tall figure clad in the same standard black robes as the others. Noise during an exam was strictly forbidden. "The exam paper is in front of you. You are approximately 15 minutes late. Don't just stand there, get to work." Zheng Qing noticed an empty seat nearby. Complete with an exam paper and writing materials, he was acutely aware that he had not registered for this exam. Perhaps someone genuinely was late? He thought he might just wait for them to arrive before vacating the seat. He sat down quietly, picking up the paper, filled with curiosity about the nature of this examination. In bold, clear characters, the title on the front of the paper read, "Global Unified Entrance Examination for Advanced Wizarding Schools, 9 Existential Papers." Zheng Qing shook his head, blinking in disbelief. Convinced he was hallucinating, he attempted to open the gray pouch in his hand, only to find that the usually easily opened drawstring was tightly knotted, refusing to come undone. Thud, thud, thud. A slender hand curled its index finger and gently tapped upon the table in front of Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing lifted his gaze, only to meet a pair of deep crimson eyes. It was an invigilator. "You are permitted to use only the paper and pen provided in the examination hall. Should you have any special requirements, feel free to express them," the invigilator stated. Zheng Qing chuckled awkwardly, stuffing the soft gray cloth bag into his pocket before turning to the first page of the exam paper. "Adhere to the regulations set forth by the invigilator. Cheating is strictly prohibited." As he flipped to the second page, Zheng Qing scratched his head. The content of the paper was surprisingly mundane. He found that much of it mirrored the exercises he had practiced daily. Perhaps upon completing the exam, he would be free to leave. He glanced around at the figures hunched over their papers, sighed, and picked up the signature pen beside the exam sheet. Time passed unmeasured as Zheng Qing dozed at the table, awaiting the invigilator to collect the papers. He dreamily thought about finding that black cat afterward, using its tail to tie a bow. "Submit your papers," he mumbled, extending his hand forward only to grasp at emptiness that a burst of laughter erupted around him, reverberating in his ears. He opened his eyes, turning to survey his surroundings. The once spacious and tranquil classroom had vanished, replaced by a cramped and boisterous KTV room. "The college entrance examination is over. You are free. There are no more tests," a portly man with a dark complexion shouted, his voice booming in Zheng Qing's ears, leaving them ringing. Zheng Qing gazed around in bewilderment, his mind still in a fog. He vaguely perceived a dozen figures embracing one another, belting out songs. "We've walked together through life. Those days will never return." It seemed to be a crescendo before the finale. The atmosphere in the room reached a euphoric peak as a large mug of beer was thrust into Zheng Qing's hands. Once the beer filled his stomach, the bizarre examination faded from his mind, and Zheng Qing's memories reconnected with the normality of life. He was celebrating with classmates. After the college entrance examination, AS for the running and the exam, merely a dream. Chapter 2. The Great Eagle on the Utility Pole. Though Zheng Qing had graduated from high school and was nearing adulthood, enjoying a modicum of freedom, he still relied on his parents' financial support, rendering their words obligatory. The night was shrouded in a somber hue, with an unyielding blanket of gray clouds obscuring the sky. Not a single star dared to shine, and the moon rarely made an appearance. In this coal-rich province, buildings had ascended higher over the years, streets had widened, and the colors of the avenues had become increasingly vibrant. Yet, the one constant remained the dreary expanse of sky above, perpetually cloaked in a haze of gray and mist. The bicycle meandered leisurely into a narrow alley. Suddenly, the fluttering sound of wings echoed from a nearby utility pole, followed by a few languid, melodious calls. Clearly, Zheng Qing's rickety bike had disturbed the slumber of these little creatures. Apologetically, he cast a glance back at the utility pole, feeling a twinge of guilt for disrupting others' dreams. Screech. The old vehicle emitted a sharp braking sound. Zheng Qing propped one leg on the ground and turned his head sharply to look back. He could have sworn he saw a colossal black figure perched on the utility pole, resembling a hunched, squatting person. Yet, those emerald green eyes stood out strikingly against the inky darkness, reminiscent of his grandmother's formidable wolf dog. Blinking, he shook his alcohol-fogged head, as if sensing Zheng Qing's gaze. The green eyes slightly averted, locking onto him, and then gracefully unfurled a pair of immense wings, flapping them lightly. Taking several deep breaths, he exhaled heavily, rubbing his cheeks, which were slightly swollen from the alcohol, and finally felt a semblance of clarity. When he looked up again, the pair of emerald eyes had vanished. All that remained was the overcast sky and the distant streetlight emitting a ghostly white glow. The dark mouth of the alley seemed to mock Zheng Qing. As if laughing at his predicament, reaching into his chest pocket, he grasped a gray, palm-sized pouch, its golden patterns faintly illuminated by the roadside light, atop his head. A tuft of hair trembled restlessly. A magnificent eagle, though he puzzled over why such a creature from the mountains would appear in the city. He recalled the old owl he had seen in school during his childhood, and it all made sense. If an owl could leisurely perch on the branches all day, surely an eagle could rest on a utility pole for a while. After all, one could never predict when these forest-dwelling beings might take a moment to wander into the city. With the groans of the old vehicle dissipated, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The distant clamor of the street felt as though it belonged to another realm, ethereal and far off. A sudden, soft, eerie call reverberated through the alley, causing Zheng Qing's hair to stand on end, and a wave of cold sweat to break forth. His previously foggy mind snapped to attention. Simultaneously, a heavy pressure filled the alley, compelling Zheng Qing to hold his breath involuntarily. After a moment of stillness, the oppressive sensation intensified. Zheng Qing gradually inhaled, and amid a sudden clatter of bells and rattles, he pedaled vigorously, urging the old vehicle to flee this stifling atmosphere. Though reluctant, he secretly acknowledged his cowardice. After all, the night remained humanity's eternal nightmare, even in an era of electric illumination. No matter how advanced the lights became, they could never replicate the sense of security bestowed by the sun. As he neared the mouth of the alley, Zheng Qing could clearly see the speeding cars passing by. A piercing scream shattered the silence, and before he could react, a massive shadow loomed into view, accompanied by a dull thud and an explosion of dust. Another small figure crashed into Zheng Qing, tumbling into a pile of sand by the roadside. Thud. Zheng Qing fell heavily with his bicycle, but without a moment to complain. He rolled over and sprang to his feet, clutching a stack of yellow paper, the vivid red cinnabar markings glowing faintly under the dim streetlight. He cast a glance at the sand pile beside him. A fluffy tail weakly twitched. The nearby shrill cries clearly expressed anger. From a height of 10 meters, illuminated by the makeshift streetlight on the utility pole, Zheng Qing could see the eagle with its feathers ruffled, its form seeming to have swelled several times larger than before. Its wings slightly spread and its head held high, exuding an unmistakable malevolence. How fierce! Feeling the eagle's emerald gaze upon him, Zheng Qing muttered a curse under his breath and quietly stepped back, attempting to slip away unnoticed, only to find his foot sinking into a deep sand pile behind him. Damn! Anyone beset by a string of misfortunes would feel an urge to vent their frustration, especially with the alcohol still simmering in his system. Peering down the sand pile, he noticed a small dog with a slightly yellowish coat, baring its teeth and glaring up at the sky. This pup, about a foot tall, had fluffy fur and elongated eyes that sparkled with defiance. Its ears were somewhat large, reminiscent of a Pekingese, yet strangely erect like a wolf dog. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dog was heavily pregnant, with its matted fur stained with blood in several places. The menacing eagle had targeted this pregnant dog, intent on making a meal of it, but the little creature had managed to escape. Seeing the situation, Zheng Qing let out a long breath. The stack of yellow paper had mysteriously vanished from his grasp. Fueled by a surge of pent-up frustration, exacerbated by the alcohol, he picked up a piece of broken brick from the ground and hurled it at the sinister eagle, though his aim with a baseball had never been particularly precise. The close proximity and the large target rendered it a credible threat. The brick silently soared past the utility pole, striking the window of a nearby home with a resounding crash. The sound of shattering glass released all the pent-up frustration within Zheng Qing, startling the eagle into flight. Chapter 3: The irresponsible puppy. A light flickered through the shattered glass window, accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts echoing in the quiet alley. Zheng Qing held his breath, ready to flee, but stumbled as a mournful whimper caught his attention. Peering over, he saw a small dog tugging at the hem of his pants, its elongated eyes wide with a pleading gaze, wagging its tail in a hopeful manner. "You bear witness. I am not here," he thought irresponsibly, nodding without a care for the dog's furious expression. He pushed his bicycle, intending to escape, only to find the pant leg firmly caught. Reluctantly looking down, Zheng Qing noticed the dog's hind leg awkwardly splayed out, likely injured during the earlier scuffle. Watching the dog persistently gnawing at his pants and hearing its low whimpers, an unexpected wave of compassion surged within him. In a flurry of confusion, without a moment to ponder, he reached down, grasped the little creature by the scruff, and tossed it into his bicycle basket. He then hurriedly fled amidst a cacophony of curses emanating from the window. A boundless expanse of red engulfed him, a vivid crimson that dominated the atmosphere, as if the world had been drenched in blood, suffused with a chilling sense of despair. Zheng Qing stood alone in this endless sea of red, staring blankly into the monotonous world surrounding him. Yet, despite his solitude in this realm, he felt nothing. Merely extending his arms and closing his eyes, standing still in silence. The red continued to accumulate, forming increasingly heavy crimson clouds above him, until he was ultimately submerged. With a thud, accompanied by a piercing scream, Zheng Qing jolted awake, having tumbled from beneath his bed once more. How many times had this happened? He felt a sense of resignation. After all, he couldn't very well bind himself to the bed for sleep. Compared to the childhood experiences of banging his head against walls and sleepwalking onto cabinets, falling out of bed seemed a trivial matter. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he completely forgot the blood-red visions of his dreams, recalling only that he had been chased by a colossal creature, awakening abruptly in fright, his mind lingering on the image of a majestic eagle with emerald eyes. Speaking of the eagle, he raised his head, scanning the surroundings nervously. Soon, his gaze settled on a small dog nestled among his pile of clothes at the bedside, soundly asleep. Feeling a bit dazed yesterday, he had only given the dog a cursory wash before succumbing to sleep, unaware that the little creature had found a cozy spot for itself. Reaching out to scratch the dog's upright ears, Zheng Qing felt an endearing fondness for it. Glancing at the alarm clock by his pillow, he noted it was still before 6. Barefoot, he quietly stepped onto the balcony and gazed up at the sky. The morning star still shone brightly. It evoked a sense of tranquility, yet it was entirely different. Zheng Qing had practiced this guiding technique for nearly 7 years, adhering faithfully to his mentor's instructions. Diligent in his daily routine, a crumpled piece of paper rustled in the corner. Moments later, a plump, tawny creature climbed up the smooth wall to the windowsill. As Zheng Qing completed a few rounds of punches, focusing his energy, he observed the little creature stuffing its cheeks with food. "Take your time, there is no competition," he encouraged, watching the small mouse with delight. The little creature paid him no mind, engrossed in stuffing its cheeks with golden morsels until its cheeks bulged, pausing only to wipe its whiskers before resuming its feast. This mouse was of an uncertain breed. It resembled a guinea pig, short and stout with round ears and dark eyes, tiny legs, and no tail, about the size of a fist. It also bore a slight resemblance to a hamster, with a diminutive frame, cheek pouches, and sharp incisors. Remarkably, its size had remained unchanged since Zheng Qing discovered it in his childhood, though its breed was unknown. This small creature had never lacked for names. During the peak of the Shook Beta craze in his youth, Zheng Qing referred to it as Shuda, often stuffing it into model aircraft to battle monsters. Later, inspired by the movie Alvin and the Chipmunks, it was renamed Dabao. reflecting the saying that Dabao sees you every day. Feeling invigorated after a workout, Zheng Qing pondered giving the creature a new name. Since I am now entirely free, I shall call you Freedom. However, the name felt somewhat kitsch. In English, it translates to free, a term that implies good fortune. Yet, considering the creature's plumpness, perhaps fortune should be interpreted as fat. Thus, from today forth, you shall be known as Fairway. Zheng Qing concluded with a furrowed brow. Having arrived at this rather convoluted deduction, the little creature stuffed the last golden morsel into its mouth, casting a bemused glance at Zheng Qing, before leisurely grooming its face and trotting to the windowsill, sliding down the heating pipe to its little nook. Freedom, Zheng Qing had always thought this was the life he desired. Yet, after indulging in leisure, a profound sense of emptiness began to stir within him. He recalled a philosophy book he had read in his youth, belonging to a school of thought he could no longer name, which contemplated the meaning of life, or rather, the essence of existence. To them, life was devoid of meaning. Born to die, living in a monotonous routine for decades, what was it all for? The soothing tones of cannons suddenly filled the air as Zheng Qing instinctively reached for his phone, muttering, "Moshi moshi?" Another invitation to a gathering awaited him. A bittersweet smile crept across his face. This was the daily grind. Eat, sleep, wake, eat again, and occasionally play on the computer. Such a comfortable existence had once felt so delightful, so splendid, but now Zheng Qing found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of his college entrance examination results. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, there was a sense of hope. If he performed poorly, he could consider entering the workforce. If he succeeded, he could finally enjoy the long-awaited university life. The slumbering puppy rolled over, its fluffy tail wagging lazily. Zheng Qing blinked, but soon turned away, dismissing the thought that had briefly crossed his mind. Surely he had imagined it. He could have sworn he saw three tails. Although the puppy's tail was oddly shaped, resembling that of a squirrel, it could not possibly sprout three tails. A mere illusion, undoubtedly. His family did not oppose keeping small pets, provided they were odorless and tidy. After Zheng Qing diligently addressed these concerns, the plump puppy settled comfortably in his home. Once healed, the puppy gave birth to a small, squirrel-like pup, which vanished into thin air once it grew to the size of a fist and no longer required nursing. With a flick of its tail, it departed without a trace of worry, leaving behind a scattering of fur and a forlorn little white dog. Chapter 4. The Admission Notice Recently. Zheng Qing had little time to concern himself with that ungrateful little dog. The results of the college entrance examination had been released, and his scores were sufficient for first-tier universities. However, the admission notice had yet to arrive. Consequently, his family had been anxious about the elderly lady in charge of the mail at the entrance of their community. After all correspondence for the neighborhood was handled by her. While matters seldom unfold according to human expectations, sometimes even employing unconventional reasoning does not elucidate why events transpire in a certain manner. That morning, after waking, Zheng Qing instinctively reached for Poseidon, the small white dog that nestled beside his pillow. Though a diminutive creature, it boasted an array of pale blue stripes against its white fur, reminiscent of ocean waves. Zheng Qing had pondered throughout the night, bestowing upon it a resounding name, Poseidon. Yet today, instead of feeling the usual soft warmth, his hand encountered something hard and unyielding. As he blinked his bleary eyes open, a moment of confusion washed over him, quickly followed by astonishment as he sat upright. Before him lay a letter. To be precise, it was a missive of unknown origin, devoid of postage, stamps, or postal codes. The envelope, crafted from thick craft paper, felt substantial and pleasant to the touch. Sealed at the back with red wax, an emblem, a triangular prism encircled, was imprinted in the seal. The front of the envelope featured bold, red characters that read, Zheng Qing, Room 201, Unit 3, Building 7, Yinhua Community, Jiefeng Road, Pingyang City. Zheng Qing instinctively glanced at the sword hanging on his bookshelf, steady and unchanged. He rolled out of bed and rushed to the living room. The incense burner beneath the ancestral tablet emitted a familiar wisp of smoke, undisturbed as ever. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that neither the thin talisman affixed above the door nor the heavy inscription at the window had shifted in the slightest. Nothing had occurred. Zheng Qing felt as if he had momentarily lost his senses. It couldn't be anything sinister. Perhaps his parents had placed it there before leaving in the morning? He quickly dismissed this notion. An envelope bearing such an odd address would certainly not have landed in his possession if his parents had received it. Cautiously, he tore open the envelope, revealing an oversized admission notice. The cover displayed the same triangular prism emblem encircled, with 4 striking characters inscribed in ancient script, First University. In the bottom right corner of the ancient text, a smaller inscription read, "Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous." Upon opening the notice, the left side revealed intricately pinned small characters proclaiming, "There is a path in the mountains. The sea of knowledge is boundless." The opposite side bore a clear statement. This institution is a key higher education establishment authorized by the Ministry of Education to enroll students for higher academic qualifications. Beneath this was printed in standard Song typeface, "Dear student Zheng Qing, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to the Department of Astronomy at the Imperial Academy of First University for a 4-year program. Candidate number 0804-320-3119, notice number 2008-001-0007, First University, July 28, 2008. In the blank space, there was also a red emblem, a circular ring containing a flowing character for literature. Finally, there was an A4 size sheet of pale green cardstock. With both parents at work, Zheng Qing stood alone in the house, holding this perplexing notice. Doubt creased his brow. He was acutely aware of his own application choices. He distinctly recalled applying to 3 universities. His first choice was Kyoto University, followed by Western University, and thirdly, the local normal university. All his chosen majors were in finance. When had he ever applied to this university? However, the name and candidate number were indeed correct, unmistakably his own. The astronomy department at Geo Academy? Was this related to astronomy? Yet, the application guide had not mentioned such a field, and its rather obscure name did not ring a bell. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. While the name First University sounded prestigious, he had never heard of it domestically. It seemed reminiscent of something foreign, possibly French or German. Touching the soft gray fabric of his pocket, Zheng Qing's eyebrows furrowed in intrigue. His intuition suggested that this notice was somehow connected to his studies with his mentor. Entering the bathroom, he splashed cool water on his face, feeling invigorated as every cell in his body awakened to the refreshing sensation. Leaning against the sink, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror for a while. Yes, his complexion was flushed, suggesting that something good might be on the horizon, though it could also simply be a reaction to the cold water. In the mirror, he beheld a gentle visage. His eyes, not large, sparkled with brightness. His nose was, typical of Eastern features, somewhat flat and rounded. Fine tufts of hair peeked from the corners of his lips. His neatly trimmed short hair lay flat, yet atop his head, a stubborn tuft stood defiantly, refusing to conform to the surrounding strands. Curse it, he thought. Grabbing another handful of cool water, he vigorously dampened the obstinate tuft, attempting to subdue it. Of course, he knew this was merely a psychological comfort. Once the water dried, the tuft would spring back defiantly. Chuckling foolishly, Zheng Qing's body jolted as a silver pocket watch tumbled from the neckline of his shirt, dangling in the air, swaying restlessly. This watch had been a gift from his mentor on his 12th birthday. With a snap, the silver cover opened, and the hands of the watch began their quiet, persistent dance, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, unimpeded by the world around it. Zheng Qing's smile froze in the mirror as water droplets from his face coalesced and trickled down his chin, splashing onto his chest. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse a small figure practicing calligraphy, pen in hand. Chapter 5. The 3U Bookstore. Pingyang Prefecture is an ancient town that has stood for a millennium by the banks of the Fan River, serving as a significant hub in southern Shaanxi. Its extensive history has bestowed upon this land a wealth of resources, as well as a deep cultural heritage. Over the past decade, with the exploration of subterranean resources, the ancient culture that lay dormant in history has gradually begun to flourish anew. The private academy, an antiquity from the dusty pages of the past, has once again captured the affection of the people. The 3U Private Academy is a prime example of such a revitalized relic. This academy is nestled within a street-level bookstore in the Yinhua community, aptly named the 3U Bookstore. The academy's instructor, who also owns the bookstore, is Mr. Wu, a short and stout man sporting round black-framed glasses. He greets others with a fist and palm salute, earning him an inexplicable respect within the entire community, where he is affectionately referred to as Mr. Wu. The private academy is modest in size, comprising merely 1 teacher and 1 student. Mr. Wu serves as the teacher, while the student is a boy named Zheng Qing, a resident of the Yinhua community. This community was established by the Pingyang government in the 1990s as a model housing project. Although it may seem small by contemporary standards, Consisting of only 9 residential buildings, its geographical location is exceptionally advantageous. To the east lies a bustling commercial street. Directly opposite the community's eastern gate stands the largest supermarket in the city. To the west, there is Ping'an College, the only institution of higher learning in Ping'an. And to the south, the provincial Key High School, Ping'an Experimental Middle School, is located adjacent to the foremost private institution in the province, Jinan Middle School. Furthermore, a city-owned Key Elementary School is just across the street. Thus, the unfortunate students of this community need not venture beyond 2 blocks from birth to university graduation. Zheng Qing feels as though he stands just a step away from the legendary life that he has always aspired to. Many of his elders are educators. His grandfather is a professor at Ping'an College, his father teaches at the nearby Jinan Middle School, and his mother instructs at Ping'an No. 1 elementary school across the street. Other relatives also actively engage in the educational sphere within these buildings. Since he could remember, the piercing sound of school bells has been a constant presence in his life. As he grew older, he found himself running around the playgrounds of several schools. Yet, regardless of how far he ran, it seemed as though his life was confined within the bounds of these playgrounds and classrooms. Zheng Qing grasped a heavy calligraphy brush and inscribed the character for circle on a pristine sheet of rice paper. Focus. Do not forget why you are here. Mr. Wu's wooden ruler gently tapped the table, emitting a resonant thump. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Qing exhaled slowly, attempting to clear his mind while diligently tracing the characters before him. Initially, Zheng Qing practiced calligraphy under the guidance of his grandfather. As a traditional intellectual, Professor Zheng not only possessed exquisite handwriting himself, but also held rigorous expectations for the younger generation. Before turning 6, he was required to memorize ancient poetry and texts, progressing from the 300 Tang poems to selections of Ci, Chu, and classical prose chosen by his grandfather. As he learned to speak, he began recognizing characters and memorizing classics. Under Professor Zheng's strict tutelage, Zheng Qing, along with his cousins, embarked on a challenging and seemingly endless journey of memorization. Day after day, there were no weekends or seasonal breaks. By the age of 6, he was not only memorizing, but also learning to write. From the proper grip of the brush to mastering strokes, his childhood was filled with the monotony of practice, while the inkstone bore witness to his struggles and tears. Rising promptly at 6 in the morning, he began his morning exercises, aiming to complete 50 large characters before breakfast. After breakfast, he engaged in recitation, striving to memorize assigned passages by noon, followed by further writing practice. After a brief half-hour of rest post-lunch, he would resume memorization and writing, continuing until dinner. At precisely 9 o'clock, he was ushered to bed, and this was the happiest moment of his day, as he could indulge in his thoughts without the burden of characters or ancient texts. However, wandering thoughts could be quite taxing. Each night, as he drifted into slumber after indulging in daydreams, he would often find himself ensnared in chaotic dreams, like a splattered ink painting, elusive and abstract, making it impossible to grasp, yet compelling him to pursue it relentlessly. Upon awakening from such dreams, he would often scream, drenched in sweat, leaving him listless for days. His family assumed he was merely experiencing nightmares and took care to lighten his academic load for a time. For Zheng Qing, these reprieves felt like a joyous holiday, though such dream-filled days were fleeting. In his earlier years, he found it challenging to enter this dream state, experiencing it perhaps once every 6 months. However, as his profound desires grew with age, the frequency of his night terrors increased, and the situation deteriorated. Accompanying these intensified nightmares, Zheng Qing began to suffer from headaches. Initially, his family suspected he was merely trying to evade his studies, paying little heed to his condition. Nevertheless, they took him to a specialist in the city for a precautionary examination, only for the doctor to find no apparent issues, attributing his symptoms to the stress of childhood and advising a balance of work and rest. One day, however, when Zheng Qing began to bang his head against the wall in an attempt to alleviate the pain, his family became alarmed. Professor Zheng sought assistance from his old classmates and took Zheng Qing to renowned hospitals in the provincial capital and Beijing, yet no diagnosis could be found, and the boy's headaches worsened with each passing day. Unfortunately, this complete relaxation did not improve matters. Rather, it increased the frequency of his pain. At that time, Zheng Qing was merely 8 years old. It was in that very spring that Mr. Wu, adorned with his black-framed glasses, arrived at the Yinhua community and opened the charming 3U bookstore in a street-level shop. Professor Zheng, a traditional scholar, found in Mr. Wu a kindred spirit, a cultured individual with whom he could share a profound bond. As their friendship blossomed, the two elderly gentlemen became confidants in their shared passion for literature and art. One weekend afternoon, Zheng Qing accompanied his grandfather to the 3U bookstore once again. Professor Zheng and Mr. Wu brewed a pot of tea and engaged in a discussion about Zhang Zhengqing's treatise on febrile diseases, while Zheng Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, delved into a copy of Harry Potter. However, when he read about Harry's lightning-shaped scar causing him excruciating headaches, Zheng Qing felt an uncanny kinship with the character. And he too began to experience a throbbing pain in his head, which dampened his spirits. With a sigh, he closed the book, shaking his head, only to discover that the seemingly illusory headache was, in fact, very real. The intense pain surged abruptly, and Zheng Qing barely had time to mutter about his headache before his vision blurred, and he collapsed before the two elderly men, beginning to convulse. Chapter 6. Mr. Wu. Professor Zheng hastily sprang to his feet and rushed to the nearby health station to summon a doctor. Sir, are you aware of the ailment afflicting my grandson? Professor Zheng discerned something amiss, his expression brimming with excitement. Mr. Wu remained silent for a considerable time before gradually elucidating. According to his account, Zheng Qing was inherently deficient in vital energy, yet possessed a robust spirit, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang, with excess yin energy causing his headaches. Initially, the daily recitation and practice of calligraphy effectively consumed Zheng Qing's mental energy, but such activities increasingly depleted his vital essence. Consequently, Zheng Qing's condition worsened. Is there a remedy? Professor Zheng inquired. The innate deficiency of vital energy cannot be compensated for by external remedies, Mr. Wu replied. In other words, there are alternative methods? Mr. Wu fell silent. I implore you, sir, to save him. Professor Zheng rose, grasping Zheng Qing's shoulders, kneeling down while bowing deeply himself. Mr. Wu sighed heavily. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. The first stipulation was that it must not be spoken of. The second, that the method must not be divulged. The third, to prioritize the inner self over outward appearances. The first stipulation indicated that Professor Zheng must not disclose the matter of his treatment. Mr. Wu solemnly stated that some matters lose their efficacy if spoken of. The second stipulation emphasized that the healing process involves secrecy, and the Zheng family should not probe carelessly. Furthermore, in Mr. Wu's cryptic remarks, he conveyed that he belonged to a lineage of Taoism, and should Zheng Qing wish to rectify his innate deficiencies, he would need to become his disciple and adhere to his teachings. The third stipulation indicated that Mr. Wu's motivation for treating Zheng Qing stemmed from serendipity. Thus, he sought peace of mind rather than recognition, wishing to avoid disturbances from other patients. Should his treatment yield any success, visits from other patients would compel him to depart prematurely. After articulating these three conditions, Mr. Wu fell silent. Professor Zheng was still deep in thought, while Zheng Qing, heedless of the circumstances, began to kowtow repeatedly, calling out teacher incessantly. Professor Zheng, both amused and exasperated, pulled him up, and upon inquiry, discovered that Mr. Wu's recent massage had proven remarkably effective. Zheng Qing seemed to have not experienced such relief in quite some time. Thus, the elder could only smile wryly and acquiesce. Thus, during the midsummer of his 8th year, Zheng Qing became Mr. Wu's disciple. Mr. Wu's knowledge was extraordinarily vast, encompassing astronomy, geography, and encyclopedic history. Whenever patrons entered the bookstore and initiated a conversation, he could effortlessly engage them for an extended duration. If the patron happened to be a charming young woman, Mr. Wu would not hesitate to adorn his face with a smile and employ his eloquence to amuse the young ladies. Mr. Wu's interests were equally diverse. He excelled in singing, playing instruments, and engaging in various sports, as well as the myriad tasks that filled the bookstore. It seemed that every facet of life could ignite his profound enthusiasm. Professor Zheng could not help but exclaim, Mr. Wu is indeed a remarkable individual. Since becoming his disciple, Zheng Qing's headaches had not recurred even once. However, the focus of Zheng Qing's practice was not on the commonly encountered 3,000 Chinese characters, but rather on a tattered book of talismans. This book contained a total of 324 pages, each featuring 4 characters, culminating in a total of 1,296 symbols. Each character was intricately structured, with subtle variations and strokes that rendered Zheng Qing's practice increasingly challenging. Seemingly unsatisfied, Mr. Wu procured a delicate, soft brush for Zheng Qing and insisted that he master one character each day. Those who practice calligraphy know that hard-tipped brushes are easier to wield, while soft brushes are more demanding. Although the soft brush alleviated Zheng Qing's physical fatigue, it significantly heightened his mental exertion. Mastering these characters was not a mere formality. Under Mr. Wu's guidance, Zheng Qing was required to memorize one character daily, with minor assessments every 5 days and major evaluations every 10 days. Failure to demonstrate proficiency would result in a reprimand, and inability to pass the major assessment meant he need not return. Haunted by the torment of his headaches, Zheng Qing naturally approached his practice with utmost seriousness. Thus, time passed, and over 3 years later, by the time Zheng Qing turned 12, he had mastered all the characters in the Talisman book. His headaches had also been absent for 3 years. During this span, as Zheng Qing spent more time with Mr. Wu, he began to notice peculiarities. For instance, Mr. Wu appeared to have never consumed food. Although he prepared delectable meals, rich in flavor and aroma, they were often shared with the bookstore's yellow cat, and Zheng Qing had never witnessed Mr. Wu partake in any of them. Most strikingly, on one occasion, Zheng Qing observed Mr. Wu summon a teapot from a distance of 10 meters with a mere gesture. The more he learned, the deeper his reverence grew, and Zheng Qing's attitude toward Mr. Wu became increasingly respectful. The heart of a youth is often filled with various fantasies. Thus, these anomalies gradually settled in his mind, becoming familiar and unremarkable, until the day of his 12th birthday, when Mr. Wu expressed his intention to present Zheng Qing with a gift. It was a fog-laden morning. Mr. Wu took Zheng Qing's hand, urging him to hold on tightly. Nervously, Zheng Qing grasped Mr. Wu's large hand. Upon exiting the bookstore and taking a few steps, they entered the community garden. Flanking the path were neatly trimmed holly trees, standing over a meter tall. As they meandered through the winding path and passed beneath a circular archway, the surrounding mist seemed to dissipate instantaneously. Zheng Qing pondered how he had never encountered this archway in the garden before, but unexpectedly, Mr. Wu released his hand and greeted an approaching gaunt elder with a respectful salute. Zheng Qing surveyed his surroundings, finding himself before a serene, antiquated street. Chapter 7. The Huazi Market. The Huazi Market is a modest bazaar, consisting of merely a single street. On either side, antiquated shops line the way, their entrances uneven, with one apothecary even leaving its door ajar, the windows sealed tight. As I stroll along the street, I catch glimpses of vendors displaying their wares in the slightly more open spaces, imparting an impression of neglect in this marketplace. Our San bookstore has a branch here. When I am not present, I encourage you to come by and keep an eye on things, Mr. Wu casually advises Zheng Qing, who nods absent-mindedly while his gaze is captivated by the eclectic merchandise of the street vendors. There are long, horned creatures, 3-headed dogs, rabbits with scorpion tails, and mermaids reclining in bathtubs, as if they have inadvertently stepped into a fairy tale. Zheng Qing's mouth agape. He clutches the hem of Mr. Wu's garment, staring at these bizarre sights with a curious mind, devoid of any significant astonishment. Mr. Wu is quite pleased with his reaction. Even the sight of several enchanting young women on the street fails to widen the old gentleman's eyes any further. He slows his pace, walking leisurely while gently introducing the various shops lining the street. This establishment, Authentic Herbal Remedies, specializes in genuine medicinal herbs. Here, one can find the finest ginseng from Shandong, the bitter orange from Shangzhou, and the precious herbs from the southern region, alongside various ingredients like Sichuan ginger, Sichuan pepper, and licorice, typically used for preparing broths and concoctions. The Tomb Classics and Scroll Shop, however, sells nothing but neglected stacks of old papers, filled with tadpole script and oracle bone inscriptions, lacking any real significance. You might occasionally visit Green Weaving, which sells garments, though the styles are rather antiquated and unlikely to pique your interest. As he speaks, Mr. Wu occasionally greets a few elderly gentlemen with a respectful nod, while Zheng Qing stands obediently by, casting a glance at a toddler nearby. The child's guardian seemed to be nowhere in sight, leaving the little one, clad in a red belly band and sporting a topknot, to frolic with a 2-foot-long toy wooden sword, flapping about and making raucous noises. Why does he not ride a broomstick? Following behind Mr. Wu, Zheng Qing touches his nose, feeling a pang of envy for the playful child, knowing that soon his mother would come to scold him. If he were to ride a broomstick, she would surely use it to swat him. Mr. Wu, with a comforting tone, remarks he cannot even walk properly, yet yearns to soar about. He is bound to face consequences. Zheng Qing senses a deeper meaning in Mr. Wu's words. Today, on your 12th birthday, I must present you with a gift. Pausing in front of a shop, Mr. Wu gently ruffles Zheng Qing's hair and smiles. Do not refuse. A gift from an elder must be accepted. Zheng Qing beams, unable to contain his excitement, showing no inclination to decline. His mind races with thoughts of what Mr. Wu might bestow upon him. The charming creatures he had seen earlier were delightful. The three-headed dog and scorpion-tailed rabbit might pose a danger and be unwelcome at home. But the little mermaid could be kept in a bathtub in his room, requiring only the daily task of changing her water. The candy shop he had passed earlier also caught his fancy, with its colorful garden houses adorned with flowers, trees, and whimsical figures made of candy, appearing irresistibly delectable. However, such a gift would be ephemeral, likely vanishing shortly after his birthday. The wooden sword beneath the child's feet, though too small for him to ride, could perhaps be hung for his pet hamster to enjoy. Before Zheng Qing could finish his thoughts, Mr. Wu emerged from the shop, hands outstretched, presenting a silver pocket watch intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. With a gentle smile, he said, "This is your birthday gift." Zheng Qing accepted the watch with astonishment, yet felt a tinge of disappointment within. Mr. Wu, pointing at the watch, spoke earnestly, "Remember, your most precious asset is your time." Zheng Qing looked up, somewhat bewildered. "Do you see my hand?" Mr. Wu turned his palm, revealing the wrinkled skin of his aged hand, the color a sickly yellow, speckled with age spots, devoid of beauty. Can you imagine how smooth and elastic this skin once was? Now it is withered. The divide between life and death is not merely a great terror, rather, it is a grand adventure filled with thrills. The true horror lies in silently witnessing the passage of time, the decay of the body, while feeling utterly powerless. When I was young, I would easily overlook the elderly, feeling their distance from my own existence. Yet, as time ticks away, I am startled to realize how close aging is to me. I do not fear death, nor do I dread growing old. My only occasional concern is my own helplessness, the inability to leave my mark, to validate the significance of my existence. From that day forth, amidst teaching Zheng Qing the practice of sigils, Mr. Wu imparted to him a method of guidance. According to the venerable sage, one must first stabilize one's foundation before seeking to enhance one's essence. The sigils serve to solidify the foundation, guiding towards the nurturing of one's essence. Thus, each morning, Zheng Qing would begin his day with the practice of this guiding technique, followed by the replication of dozens of sigils before breakfast, prior to his afternoon rest, and again before sleep. Days flowed by like water, and the once familiar sensation of headache gradually faded, becoming so ethereal that Zheng Qing found himself questioning whether he had truly endured those arduous days. Now, Zheng Qing had reached the age of 18. His studies under Mr. Wu did not consume excessive time. As the old sage would say, in all matters, haste leads to stagnation, the path to knowledge, particularly so. Practicing the guiding technique thrice daily and replicating sigils 300 times was sufficient. Exceeding these limits would drain one's energy and provoke old ailments. While his family, rooted in educational traditions, no longer demanded rigorous study from Zheng Qing, he still needed to fulfill the ordinary educational pursuits. Under the combined expectations of his family and Mr. Wu, Zheng Qing diligently completed his primary, secondary, and even high school education. He sorrowfully realized he had become the very person he once mocked, lingering about the neighborhood from primary to high school. He yearned for a university far from home. Yet, no distance could be so great as to render him oblivious to it. Through brief conversations between his parents and a visiting foreigner, Zheng Qing learned that this peculiar individual was the interviewer sent by the esteemed First University. Chapter 8. You are a wizard. Thomas, the name of Zheng Qing's interviewer, is a young German man with golden hair and azure eyes. He stands tall, with fair skin and slightly drooping eyelids that accentuate the hollowness of his eye sockets. His prominent nose adds to the angularity of his face, and he is clad in a well-tailored suit, complemented by a deep red tie and polished shoes, presenting the image of a successful businessman. After reviewing the admission notice, Thomas refrained from overly engaging Zheng Qing's family and instead suggested a tour of the city with Zheng Qing. The Zheng parents appeared completely at ease, trusting their son to this stranger. Standing vacantly on the street, Zheng Qing observed the man before him, who was diligently perusing a map, and discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. "Mr. Thomas, may I inquire where you intend to go?" he asked. However, as Zheng Qing glanced back at the massive supermarket behind them, he felt increasingly bewildered. Aren't there stationery stores everywhere on this street? There's the largest warehouse supermarket in Pingong right behind us. Surprised, Thomas raised his eyebrows high. "Did you purchase your school supplies from this supermarket?" he queried, turning to scrutinize the bustling supermarket across the street. "I usually bought from the stationery store at the school gate," Zheng Qing replied, his hair standing on end as he weakly clarified, What I meant was, this supermarket has a plethora of items. Surely it must have some of the stationery I need. Which middle school did you attend? Thomas squinted, still scrutinizing the supermarket. Pingyang No. 1 High School, a provincial key school. Zheng Qing felt a surge of confidence as he spoke. No. I mean, where did you actually attend middle school? Right on Yizhong Road. We just passed by the entrance of our high school a moment ago. Impossible. Zheng Qing firmly denied. Unless you consider key schools as special institutions. Could it be a system error? Thomas pondered aloud, folding the map and producing a device resembling a mobile phone, scanning it over Zheng Qing, which emitted a persistent beeping sound. Zheng Qing felt awkward, glancing around, uncertain of what to do. Everything seems fine. After a moment of activity, Thomas inspected the device closely, nodding in satisfaction before shaking his head. If the individual is correct, then it presents another troubling matter. Troubling matter? Zheng Qing appeared anxious, cautiously inquiring, Mr. Thomas, should I inform my parents? I can also speak to my grandfather. Oh, no need. Thomas shook his head repeatedly, glancing at Zheng Qing and then at the large envelope in his hand, sighing. We simply need to find a place to talk. Indeed. Being an interviewer is not an easy task. How about that tea house over there? I don't fancy coffee. What about you? Anything is fine. Zheng Qing followed him skeptically, feeling that this impeccably dressed man resembled a fraud. I suspect you have never attended a wizarding school. Thomas remarked sternly as they approached the tea house. A wizarding school? Zheng Qing seemed taken aback, his voice rising an octave. A blush crept to his cheeks as a petite girl mumbled a few words and hopped away. Zheng Qing closed the cover of his pocket watch, noting that 12 minutes and 34 seconds had elapsed. They had been seated for that duration while Thomas perused a thick newspaper. Zheng Qing cradled his teacup, sipping the pale green tea and cautiously peeking at the newspaper across the table. A sensational headline caught his eye on the back of the paper. The Wizarding Council expresses discontent towards the Dark Blue Castle. The article reported that during a recent operation against illegal laboratories, the Dark Blue Castle was detected with abnormal dimensional fluctuations. By the time the reporter filed the story, Justice Samuel Marshall of the Wizarding Court had signed a comprehensive search warrant against the Dark Blue Castle. The Wizarding Alliance reiterated its concern regarding dimensional fluctuation experiments, stating that it would continue to scrutinize laboratories conducting experiments on dimensional convergence without prior notice. Zheng Qing felt utterly bewildered by the content of the newspaper. He gazed dejectedly at Thomas as he set the paper down and began scribbling notes. The two sat in silence, allowing time to flow quietly, the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward. What are you calculating? Zheng Qing finally ventured. Odds, Thomas replied without looking up, continuing to compute. The World Cup is halfway through, although the Venus team is currently leading. The Flamingo team is gaining momentum, having defeated the Wild Demon King in 3 consecutive matches. Every few years, an underdog team emerges. If I can place the right bet this time, I could cast aside these bothersome trivialities for the next 2 years and focus on preparing for multidimensional magical wave interference experiments under the conditions of the secret garden space. Are you talking about gambling? Zheng Qing asked, perplexed. Thomas glanced at him but resumed his calculations. After a while, seeing that Thomas had finally set the newspaper aside, Zheng Qing quickly interjected, about that wizarding school you mentioned earlier, I'm a bit confused. Thomas lowered his gaze, examining the few tea leaves in his cup. Frowning, he raised his eyes to scrutinize Zheng Qing intently. The vivid green of his eyes struck Zheng Qing as oddly familiar. You are a wizard, he stated bluntly to Zheng Qing. Chapter 9. A curious inquiry about wizards. Zheng Qing recalled the little girl from earlier. A pang of toothache hitting him. I can somewhat accept the notion of Taoists. This includes Chinese Taoists, monks, Confucians, clerics from the Vatican, Shinto priests, ninjas from Japan, Brahmin monks from India, priests from ancient Egypt, American psychics, and even beings like vampires, werewolves, malevolent spirits, and phantoms. All of them can be classified as wizards. This is merely a result of historical circumstances leading to different terminologies. Zheng Qing blinked, finding it rather amusing. You mentioned earlier that the first university is a wizarding institution. Does that imply there are wizarding middle and elementary schools as well? Indeed. Thomas nodded, his emerald eyes calm and discerning, devoid of any jest. Are you familiar with Hogwarts? Zheng Qing asked with a smile. Of course. Outstanding graduates from Hogwarts can enter the Alpha Academy of the first university without examination. Thomas expressed some surprise in his gaze. You know of this academy? Do you have friends there? If I heard correctly, a little girl mentioned the name of the school just now. Hogwarts is an ancient school located in England. I attended a school for super geniuses in America. In truth, aside from enrolling new students in some international collaborations, the first university has limited interaction with such schools. What date is it today? Zheng Qing interrupted Thomas's lengthy explanation, casting a skeptical look at the impeccably polished individual before him. It can't possibly be April Fool's Day, can it? Do you doubt it? Thomas raised an eyebrow. I'm merely a bit curious. It's not that I disbelieve in these supernatural matters. Not at all supernatural, I assure you. Isn't it quite natural? Thomas interjected seriously. For wizards, anything can be deemed natural. What I mean is, I've never attended any wizarding elementary or middle school. The mere fact that this is a university, not an elementary school, speaks volumes. How can one expect a person who doesn't even know basic arithmetic to conjure 11? I'm not Harry Potter, Zheng Qing exclaimed, agitatedly waving his hand and explaining in a hurried tone. Are you an alien? Zheng Qing's eyes widened. The waitress arrived with a teapot, refilling their cups and replacing the plate of snacks. Zheng Qing picked up a peanut, cracked it open, and tossed the nut into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he shifted his posture. He found the earlier conversation exceedingly strange and felt the need to adjust his mindset. How did you find me? Zheng Qing changed the subject after watching the waitress leave. Thomas raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Zheng Qing's head, as if he found the question as amusing as the tuft of hair atop his head. Zheng Qing glanced around. The waiter stood behind the counter with a blank smile, and the few scattered patrons were engrossed in their own affairs, rendering the tea house unusually tranquil. He lifted his teacup and sipped, rephrasing his inquiry. I wish to ask, how did you ascertain that I am a wizard? Thomas continued to wear a puzzled expression, seemingly still not grasping what Zheng Qing was saying. What I mean is, I don't recall registering at the first university. Zheng Qing carefully rephrased his question. Moreover, I've emphasized that I've never attended a wizarding kindergarten, elementary school, or middle school. I have countless classmates who can attest to my presence within a 2-block radius throughout my years in primary and secondary education. Oh, Thomas replied, suddenly enlightened, then regarded Zheng Qing with an odd look, saying, but you possess the ability to cast spells, right? It's akin to having completed primary and secondary education in an unofficial school. If your abilities suffice, you are naturally included in the school's roster. Additionally, you participated in the independent admissions examination organized by the first university. Thomas produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zheng Qing. Smiling with satisfaction, I have your score from the Global Wizarding Entrance Examination. The maximum score is 500, and you achieved 480. Ranking second among this year's newcomers, a truly remarkable accomplishment. As he spoke, he raised his teacup and took a sip, nodding at the stunned Zheng Qing with an encouraging smile. Before being awakened in the KTV, Zheng Qing dreamed of running with a black cat, only to be led into a dense forest and thrust into an examination hall by a charming young girl, participating in an inexplicable test. I always thought that was just a dream, Zheng Qing mused, feeling foolish. That was indeed an examination within a dream. There is no swifter way to gather all candidates than in a dream, Thomas remarked, shaking his head. From Alaska to the Himalayas, candidates are scattered across the globe. The school cannot provide so many pumpkin carriages for you. You travel by pumpkin carriage? Zheng Qing grinned. That's a figure of speech. Thomas inhaled deeply. You may interpret it as a dry joke. Could you perhaps enlighten me about this? First University? As its name suggests, the First University is the foremost institution in the wizarding world. Thomas did not hesitate. Pondering briefly before launching into an enthusiastic discourse, students at this school receive the finest education, validated by many grand wizards. They learn to navigate the celestial language, master spells from various disciplines, concoct wondrous potions, and gain a profound understanding of the world's essence and our history. It can be said that this institution amalgamates the most exceptional knowledge of the world and imparts it to the next generation. The school's history is incredibly ancient, though there are some discrepancies regarding its exact founding date. The first university evolved from the 9U Academy, which originally comprised only a few specialized colleges, such as the College of Magical Literature, the College of Potions, and the College of Alchemy. However, with the passage of time, 300 years ago, after years of deliberation, a joint meeting of professors ultimately united several distinguished colleges within the wizarding community to establish the entirely new First University. While the school's influence has significantly expanded, internal disputes have increased as well. For instance, there is contention regarding the founding date. Some insist on calculating from the establishment of the 9U Academy, claiming the school has existed for thousands of years. Others argue that the true establishment occurred 300 years ago, asserting that the former 9U Academy bears no comparison to the current First University. Thomas shook his head, took a sip of tea, and made a dismissive expression. Chapter 10. The interviewer's tea gathering. The First University encompasses 4 distinguished colleges and several research institutes, alongside numerous related institutions. The 4 colleges are the Jiuyou College, Alpha College, Atlas College, and Stargazing College. In recent years, there have been whispers of plans to establish yet another college to accommodate the ever-growing influx of new students, though, to my knowledge, no significant progress has been made as of yet. The Jiuyou College you are attending is renowned for being the oldest college in the world. Long ago, it was rivaled by a couple of others, but they have since faded into obscurity. Perhaps you might discern faint traces of them within the cultural legacies of Alpha or Atlas. Each year, the 4 colleges independently formulate their own admission criteria to attract exceptional students who align with their philosophies. However, their emphases differ greatly, which is the fundamental distinction among them. In summary, Jiuyou College selects students through examinations. Alpha values innate talent. Atlas only admits those with unwavering convictions. And as for Stargazing College, Thomas smiled wistfully. As long as you possess strength, you can remain comfortably at Stargazing College. What does strength entail? Zheng Qing recalled the 4 doors of the hall, unable to suppress his curiosity. It is quite literal. Thomas's smile faded. Stargazing College is the only institution that assesses students' qualifications based on their combat prowess. Concise yet profound. Zheng Qing swallowed hard, envisioning a fervent academy of wizards. Names such as Yuan Ji and Qinzi flitted through his mind as he imagined which persona would align with the earnest Thomas. The founding purpose of the First University was to dissolve conflicts and contradictions among the major powers of the world. Presently, while there appears to be a superficial unity, a certain degree of healthy competition persists among the colleges. Once you enter the school, you must acclimate to this reality. Healthy competition? Zheng Qing crushed another peanut, chewing on the term with concern. Let me put it this way. Thomas scratched his smooth chin and elaborated. In the eyes of a Stargazing College student, Jiuyou students are merely bookworms, Alpha students are hypocrites, and Atlas students are religious zealots. Naturally, from the perspective of other colleges, Stargazing students are deemed battle maniacs. The distinctions are stark, akin to a well-mixed cocktail, seamless yet distinctly colored. I still find it somewhat perplexing. Zheng Qing pried open a fig with his fingernail, tossing it into his mouth with a hint of anxiety. What is unclear? Thomas appeared patient. I am merely following a gentleman. Zheng Qing hesitated, quickly amending. I have only practiced a few minor tricks with a Taoist, unable to subdue even a malevolent spirit, merely capable of sketching simple talismans. Moreover, I have never encountered any of this before. Do you expect the Daily News to casually introduce the latest laws passed in the wizarding world? Don't be absurd. Just as the Blood Clan has its seclusion treaty, the wizarding community has its own hidden rules. Thomas mocked without reservation. Rules. Indeed. The wizarding world possesses its own regulations. The phrase minor tricks you mentioned earlier has already violated the wizard's code. Thomas warned gravely. Never utter those words in the presence of a formal wizard. It is the utmost insult to them. Countless duels have erupted each year due to such words, and even the Wizarding Alliance is powerless to intervene. I noticed your newspaper mentioned the Wizarding Alliance, Zheng Qing interjected. The Wizarding Alliance is the governing body for all wizards worldwide. You may consider it as the government of wizards. The Alliance oversees 3 major institutions, the Wizarding Council, the Moonlight Council, and the First University. So, the First University is a governmental institution? You could say that. More precisely, the First University is not only an academic institution, but also the core power of the wizarding community. As previously mentioned, Jiuyou College's selection process is examination-based, where academic performance nearly defines everything. If you have achieved high scores in the Global Unified Wizarding Entrance Examination, it is indisputable that you are a qualified new student of this college. What if I struggle to keep up with the curriculum? Thomas set down his cup, gazing curiously at Zheng Qing with his sparkling emerald eyes. Every year, the school's roster expands by several hundred new names, along with their information, representing the incoming students. I can assure you that some among them, like yourself, have had no prior exposure to formal education. Yet this does not hinder them from becoming exemplary students at the First University. Time is of the essence. Before Zheng Qing could pose further inquiries, Thomas rose, indicating for Zheng Qing to follow. It is time to prepare your belongings. I must undertake a long journey this evening to report back and complete my documentation. The role of an interviewer is quite burdensome. Is there still an interview? Zheng Qing, Now realizing Thomas's identity, nervously asked, "Is there anything I need to prepare? Any interview materials?" From the moment we met, the interview has already commenced. For new students of Jiuyou College, this interview is merely a procedural formality. Your examination results have already secured your place at the first university. However, Zheng Qing felt a surge of questions bubbling within him. Still hesitant to inquire, "Do my parents know about all this? How should I explain it to them? My mentor forbids me from speaking carelessly." "No, they are unaware." Thomas's tone softened as he opened the glass door, ushering Zheng Qing out of the tea house, continuing, "In fact, they do not even comprehend the nature of the school you will be attending. They only know that the First University is a reputable institution backed by the Education Bureau, and that you have fortuitously received a full scholarship. To them, your major is quite a standard field of study, astronomy. Of course, we assure you that you will pursue a seamless progression from undergraduate to doctoral studies, albeit at an overseas institution." Zheng Qing nodded in satisfaction, his unruly hair bobbing along. "Let me see what you require." Upon exiting the tea house, Thomas picked up Zheng Qing's admission letter. Squinting at it, it is important to note that while the school has a supermarket, it is not the most advantageous place for shopping. Many items can be procured more economically in the local markets. Your scholarship is quite limited. This paper. As Thomas lightly brushed his fingers over the aged A4 sheet before handing it to Zheng Qing, stated, "If you have received any intermediate education, well, even basic education suffices. You will know what to do. Do not worry. These matters are quite simple." Sensing Zheng Qing's unease, Thomas reassured him, although they involve some fundamentals. The subjects taught at the university will not significantly relate to your prior knowledge, except for certain specialized fields. You seem to possess some foundational understanding, so you should easily adapt to this world. Zheng Qing let out a heavy sigh as he accepted the aged paper, which was now filled with densely packed characters in regular script. He became increasingly convinced that he would undoubtedly become the class's underachiever. Chapter 11. There are no unsafe spells. Class 08-1. First year freshman. 9U Academy of Astronomy. Uniform. 2 sets of plain red robes. Long and short styles. Standard design. Crossover front, right lapel, made of cold silk. 1 set of 7 pairs of work gloves, crafted from either alchemical creations or tan beast hides, dragon skin, deer skin. Shark skin are all acceptable. 1 black cloak. Standard design. Can be paired with a silk belt. Note: student ID cards are uniformly produced and distributed by the school. Required textbooks. Standard spells for freshmen by Yao Xiaomi. Sky scripts for freshmen by Emma Knightley. Standard potions for freshmen by Li Chi Huang. Basic easy learning for freshmen by Yi Jiazi. A comprehensive history. Modern world history published by the Wizarding Education Press. Compiled by the Wizarding Alliance's Modern History Committee. The Philosophy of Magic by Karl Strauss. Published by the First University Press. Note: other elective textbooks can be borrowed from the 9U Academy's Book Mountain Library. Equipment. Wizard's Book. First level standard design. Must accommodate at least 5 spells. Alchemical cauldron. Suitable for up to 3 flames. A set of jade utensils. Standard design. Size 3. Note 1. Talismans, brushes, and other materials can be self-supplied or requested from the corresponding subject professors for learning resources. Note 2. The possession of highly aggressive and dangerous creatures is prohibited. One must not carry any creature certified as dangerous by international authoritative organizations. The carrying of puppets crafted through dark sorcery is also forbidden. Note 3. Please bring a standard timer. What is this standard timer? But why must we bring a timer? Because the wizard's mission is to accurately perceive this world, and time is the most standard measure of all. For greater precision, the school requires you to carry a standard timer. All standards? Zheng Qing found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. All standards. From the grand to the minute. From distance to weight. From the degree of nearsightedness to the professional rank of a wizard. Time is the ultimate measure of all things. 300 years ago, during the 5th Wizarding Standards Conference, the time scale replaced other arbitrary scales, becoming the foundation of all standards. While I can understand your meaning, why? That is precisely why you are to study at the university. Is there a place in Pingyang that sells these items? Zheng Qing stared at the clearly listed paper, slowly reading, then asked, rather oddly, "There isn't here, but you can go elsewhere, though it's quite far. In fact, there are no true gathering places for wizards here. At most, there are small markets where standard equipment cannot be procured. True gathering places for wizards are exceedingly rare, with only 3 or 4 locations throughout China." As a diligent interviewer, Thomas tirelessly enlightened Zheng Qing. Where? Is it somewhere ordinary people cannot see? Zheng Qing blinked. Mha. Zheng Qing emitted a strange sound. So what if ordinary people find out? Well, Thomas paused, then responded helplessly, but they should not be able to see it. Moreover, there are specialized organizations overseeing these matters, so generally, there shouldn't be any mishaps. Of course, if something were to occur, it wouldn't matter, as we are capable of magic. Oh, by the way, have you reached adulthood? At what age does one become an adult? Zheng Qing asked cautiously. I thought your methods of calculation were different. Zheng Qing's tuft of hair quickly burrowed among the rest, and he murmured softly, My birthday is in April, according to the lunar calendar. It will be a few days yet before I celebrate. Thomas furrowed his brow, then lowered his head and said very seriously, Therefore, I wish to use a more expedient method to reach our destination, but it is required that you must be an adult, so. Understood. Zheng Qing suddenly became excited. Is it apparition or summoning? Or something akin to teleportation? Ahem. Thomas coughed awkwardly, then said, While I don't know what you're talking about, I think I grasp your meaning. Did your teacher teach you these things? However, our common term for it is evasion. Prepare yourself. Saying this, without waiting for Zheng Qing's response, he reached out and grasped him. Immediately, amidst a gentle murmur, Zheng Qing felt all 48,000 pores of his body simultaneously emit a pleasurable shudder, and a blinding light pierced his eyes, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness. When Zheng Qing regained awareness, the comfortable sensation had yet to fade, and his body felt somewhat weak. However, before him lay an abyss of darkness, but the surrounding cacophony of sounds indicated he had indeed arrived in an unfamiliar place. Has it always been this dark here? Unable to see Thomas, Zheng Qing grew somewhat anxious and shouted. Silence descended immediately. If I were you, my first reaction upon arriving in an unfamiliar place would certainly not be to shout. Thomas's relaxed voice sounded beside him, accompanied by the murmuring of spells. Yet no matter what Zheng Qing did, he could not see his figure. As the spells were chanted, a sharp, tingling pain enveloped Zheng Qing's eyes, causing tears to well up. In a mix of pain and comfort, Zheng Qing let out a soft groan, covering his eyes with his hands and blinking vigorously. Gentle sunlight streamed through his fingers, illuminating Zheng Qing's eyes. He quickly lowered his hands, just in time to glimpse Thomas closing a brown notebook. While many people dressed in various eccentric outfits regarded him with curious eyes. Very good. Thomas's face appeared somewhat pale, showing signs of tension. But upon seeing Zheng Qing open his eyes, he couldn't help but smile. I have always believed that there are only incompetent wizards, not unsafe spells. It seems this understanding holds true. But you didn't remind me to close my eyes. Zheng Qing lowered his head, rubbing his eyes, dissatisfied. This must be the marketplace you mentioned. Zheng Qing cautiously touched his nose, adjusted his clothing, and turned his gaze around, his tuft of hair once again springing to life. Chapter 12. The seasonal arcade. This expansive hall is adorned with hundreds of towering pillars scattered throughout the area, supporting a magnificent arched dome. Shops, their entrances aglow, stand in a circle around the columns, shimmering with an array of colors, while the vibrant signs wreathed in billowing smoke evoke an air of enticing mystery. A diverse throng of patrons, clad in robes, cassocks, and Confucian attire, flows ceaselessly through the space, occasionally punctuated by a few foreign figures draped in oversized cloaks or resplendent monk garments, creating an atmosphere of lively bustle. This is the gathering place for wizards to conduct their trades, known as the seasonal arcade, signifying a marketplace that operates year-round. Within the wizarding realm, there exist 9 such arcades, 3 of which are located in the Chinese region: the Ming Arcade, the Forbidden Arcade, and the Jinling Arcade. Thomas, tugging at the lingering Zheng Qing, explained as they walked, This is the Ming Arcade, the closest to your home. Everything listed on your list can be found here. As they spoke, they passed a grass-green mailbox. Thomas retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracted a card, and slid it into the slot on the side of the mailbox. With a series of beeping sounds, a newspaper, imbued with the scent of fresh ink, emerged from the opening above. Is this magic? Zheng Qing inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is merely an automated vending machine, Thomas replied, shaking his head as he unfolded the newspaper. Embarrassed, Zheng Qing turned his gaze away. Catching sight of a bold headline on the side of the paper, the Grand Conference of Wizards in the Pan-Chinese region commences in Ani, a significant address by GZ, beneath which a photograph dominated half the page, depicting a sea of heads quietly assembled, accentuating the figure of a man gesticulating dramatically. Luazu attire, your noble choice, a tempting voice wafted from a nearby shop, accompanied by soothing music. Unable to resist, Zheng Qing turned to look. Behind the transparent glass window, several stunning models danced gracefully to the gentle melody, their alabaster skin subtly revealed, causing Zheng Qing to swallow hard. If you lack the means, do not venture here. Thomas remarked dismissively, flipping through the newspaper without lifting his gaze. Otherwise, you will truly comprehend the nature of commerce. Beautiful, Zheng Qing murmured, his eyes glazing over as he foolishly chuckled. I want to buy some clothes. You will, but not here, Thomas replied with a hint of exasperation, pulling out a brown notebook and lightly tapping Zheng Qing's head. These merchants have become increasingly cunning. Yet, those puppets have indeed required considerable effort to create. A chill ran down Zheng Qing's spine, and he dared not look around any longer, obediently following Thomas's lead. This is the place, Thomas declared as he ushered Zheng Qing into a bustling little shop. Once inside, present your list to Yunmu, and wait here for me after you receive your garments. I will fetch you some alchemical equipment like the Danding jade wares. Before Zheng Qing could respond, Thomas transformed into a flurry of starlight, vanishing from sight. Sighing, Zheng Qing lifted his gaze to the shop's sign, Yunxiang Yi. The name was lovely, but the shop appeared rather modest. With a slight grimace, he pushed the door open. Contrary to the shop's exterior, the interior was spacious, with over 100 square meters filled with an array of robes and gloves. Yet, it was eerily silent. No staff, no sounds, just the drifting clouds and robes, creating an unsettling quietude. Is this a ghost-run clothing store? Zheng Qing wondered, his imagination running wild upon his first encounter with the wizarding world. Welcome to Yunxiangyi. A white cloud floated down from the ceiling, swirling and forming words in a vaporous script. Zheng Qing stared at the cloud in a daze, uncertain if he should take out his brush to write. Remembering the list in his hand, he foolishly handed it over. The cloud tumbled for a moment before shaping into the face of an elderly woman, complete with a monocle. Zheng Qing began to understand what Thomas meant by Yunmu. Ah, a public-funded student. The wrinkled visage blossomed into a radiant smile, expelling a stream of ornate characters. The fabric in my shop is the most authentic, and we just received a batch of aged cold silkworm silk. As for gloves, how about yellow deer leather? The price is reasonable and the quality excellent. Zheng Qing nodded vigorously. Let us take your measurements. After uttering these words, the elderly woman's visage dissipated into delicate clouds. The clouds danced around Zheng Qing, skillfully swirling and gathering, soon weaving a robe that fit him perfectly. Zheng Qing now understood the eerie silence of the shop. Stand up straight, the cloud exclaimed, issuing a giant exclamation mark. Zheng Qing promptly straightened, daring not to move. All done. Please wait a few moments. The robe crafted from cloud material morphed several times before detaching from Zheng Qing's form, reverting to the elderly woman's face. A freshman, I see. Zheng Qing smiled and nodded. Seeing young ones like you brightens my day, the cloud muse expressed. Producing a flurry of elegant characters, public-funded students receive a complimentary drink. Would you prefer green bee or amberlight? Zheng Qing instinctively pointed at the green bee. He obediently nodded, cradling the drink as he stood aside, gazing around, reluctant to leave. Patrons came and went in Yunxiangyi, moving quietly and swiftly. Many opted for ready-made robes and cloaks, with few choosing custom orders. Why can't I go in? A gruff voice challenged from the entrance. No food or drink allowed inside the clothing store. The dark cloud emitted a series of square, bold characters. So, these clouds can hear sounds, Zheng Qing mused silently. Why can he? The stout figure squinted at Zheng Qing, noticing the cup in his hand, and bellowed. The rotund man paused, shoving a roasted chicken into the bag slung across his shoulder. Greasy hands wiped carelessly on the bag before he turned back to the dark cloud. The cloud silently drifted aside. The stout man, shaking his triple chins, squeezed into the clothing store. Zheng Qing gazed at the unfamiliar scene before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Just yesterday, he had been reminiscing with high school classmates over drinks, recalling youthful days and the girl who sat beside him, dreaming of the vibrant years to come. Yet here he was, abruptly thrust into this enchanting realm, witnessing clouds forming words, colorful clouds weaving garments, and dark clouds blocking his path. Life can be wondrously strange. Today as self is often unaware of what tomorrow may bring. Chapter 13. Yunxiangyi, why is there nothing suitable? This is discrimination. Discrimination, stark and blatant. The uproar interrupted Zheng Qing's train of thought. However, the largest cloud mother in the store was unable to provide an accurate measurement. The elderly woman exhaled a string of neatly written characters. her face filled with helplessness. "I truly apologize, dear customer." Zheng Qing gazed at the portly figure before him, with 3 chins and a shiny, bald head resembling an ostrich egg, his body resembling a small mountain, and couldn't help but chuckle. 2 piercing glares darted towards him. "What are you laughing at?" Zheng Qing's face flushed crimson, caught off guard. "Were they saying you're a public-funded student?" The chubby man, with his ample belly, lumbered over to Zheng Qing, gazing down from his towering height of at least 2 meters, as Zheng Qing estimated in his mind. Clouds in the shop drifted in clusters. "A public-funded student from the first university?" The chubby man pressed on. Zheng Qing nodded, taking a small sip of the Qing Feng air drink. This beverage perfectly matched its name, with a jade-like green hue, icy coolness upon entry, a stinging sensation reminiscent of bee stings, and a warm comfort as it settled in his stomach, quite pleasant indeed. It tasted akin to a very mild liquor. Public-funded students think they're superior. They can mock others? The chubby man's voice boomed in protest. Zheng Qing cautiously took a step back, fearing his eardrums might rupture from the sheer volume. "Do public-funded students have the privilege to dine here?" The chubby man strained his small eyes into slits as he glared at Zheng Qing. With a mouthful of Qing Feng air, Zheng Qing was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. The sting in his mouth intensified, reddening his eyes. "Draw forth your spell book and let the incantation cleanse my humiliation." The chubby man postured dramatically, almost singing, as he retrieved a thick, yellowed softcover book from his greasy pouch, waving it about. A strange, low chant and a flickering light emanated from the pages, exuding an air of danger. "What is a spellbook?" Zheng Qing hastily swallowed the drink, exclaiming, "What is it for?" The chubby man's 3 chins quivered for a long moment, his small eyes nearly squinting shut, struggling to articulate a response. Zheng Qing held his Qing Feng air, looking utterly bewildered. He sighed in relief as he finished the remaining half-cup of Qing Feng air in one gulp. The intense sensation made him blink vigorously. "I shall return later. I hope there will be suitable cloud garments by then. Otherwise, I will definitely file a complaint with the school in the Four Seasons Pavilion." The chubby man turned away, indignantly expressing his dissatisfaction to the nearby cloud mother. A few dark clouds politely ushered him out. These little creatures are becoming increasingly rude. A pristine white cloud floated before Zheng Qing, mimicking the cloud mother's frown, releasing a puff of air, and uttering, "Unbelievable. More and more unreasonable." Her upbringing, and even worse physique. "Young man, this is your school robe." A large tote bag was presented to Zheng Qing, who opened it to discover 2 academic robes, a cloak, and 7 pairs of deerskin gloves. "We look forward to your next visit." The cloud mother cheerfully bid him farewell as he exited the shop. Outside, Thomas was waving 2 cups of the jade-colored drink at him. "I just had this at the shop." Zheng Qing clinked his cup with Thomas's and took another sip of the light green liquid, savoring the invigorating taste of Qing Feng air. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Why do I feel that Yunxiani offers extra privileges for public-funded students?" "It's not merely a feeling, it is a fact." Thomas flipped through the contents of Zheng Qing's bag, taking a sip of Qing Feng air himself, smacking his lips, and continued, "Being a public-funded student signifies your immense potential. So much so that the school is willing to train you for free. The merchants in the Four Seasons Pavilion also enjoy embellishing their offerings, providing you with some complimentary perks. This is your toolbox." As he spoke, Thomas handed Zheng Qing a yellow wooden box, measuring 2 feet long and 1 foot high. "Thank you," Zheng Qing nodded, accepting the box, and pressed on with his questions. "I have been wanting to ask why those academic robes are made from such peculiar materials." "The robes woven from silkworm silk help maintain a clear mind during experiments, which is of utmost importance. As for the gloves, they primarily serve to shield against toxic and harmful substances encountered in experiments. Your deerskin gloves are sufficient for university use. Of course, dragon leather would be better. It also provides heat insulation, suitable for high-level experiments, though it is rather expensive. If you encounter such experiments, you may apply for the school's communal gloves." "What is a dragon?" Zheng Qing opened the box and began rummaging through its contents, casually asking. "Western dragons, belonging to the Zhuo Jin clan, resembling lizards but with wings. Quite different from the Eastern dragon you should be familiar with. Why are there electronic scales and similar items? I mean, will we also learn how to repair machinery?" Zheng Qing crouched down, lifted a screwdriver-shaped tool, looking at Thomas in confusion. "Then I won't have to worry about finding a job in the future." Zheng Qing felt a bit more at ease, putting away the box, and, feeling invigorated, remarked, "I always thought it would be challenging for a wizard to find suitable employment." "What is a wizard?" Thomas countered. "That is indeed a substantial question. If a scientist is one who identifies problems and employs logic and knowledge to solve them, then a wizard is one who identifies problems and utilizes extraordinary abilities to resolve them. It may sound a tad narrow-minded, but the analogy holds some merit. Thomas nodded in approval. Just as you said, since a wizard can solve problems, would you still worry about finding suitable employment? Zheng Qing was rendered speechless. The shops in the Four Seasons Pavilion were all arranged around massive stone pillars, with each shop below a pillar engaging in similar trades. Next to Yinshangi were two clothing stores, one named Green Weaving and the other Ground Drapery. Not far from this pillar, another stone pillar housed a stationery store, its sign reading Ink and Brush Chill. Flanking the stationery store were two bookstores, one on the left named Three Flavors Bookstore and the other on the right called Three Exist Bookstore. Chapter 14. The scholarship student cannot afford a pet. Zheng Qing stood before the 3U bookstore, his expression one of bewilderment. Since the age of 8, he had followed his mentor to practice calligraphy, spending his childhood, adolescence, and early adulthood within the confines of this very bookstore. A decade can cause one to forget many things, yet it can also etch numerous memories into one's mind, such as the name of the bookstore, its layout, and its distinct aroma. This 3U bookstore before him mirrored the one owned by his mentor in both name and structure, though the scent was slightly different, tinged with an air of neglect due to its closure. The entrance was tightly shut, and a thick layer of dust lay upon the eaves and window frames, suggesting that no one had visited in quite some time. Zheng Qing leaned closer, peering through the dim glass into the darkened interior, where only a couple of green glimmers faintly emerged. He questioned whether it was merely an illusion. The textbooks need to be purchased at the three-way bookstore, Thomas called out from a short distance away. Zheng Qing brushed the dust off his hands and reluctantly stepped away from the window. Inside, a yellow-spotted cat blinked and sneezed, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The contrast between the two bookstores was stark. Three-way bookstore bustled with patrons, predominantly young people. According to Thomas, this establishment, like Yunxiang, was affiliated with the First University, adhering to many of the school's procurement standards. First University, first-year students' compulsory textbooks. Scholarship students. The clerk behind the counter succinctly stated. Please hold on, the clerk added with a professionally polished smile, hastily jotting down a few words before crumpling the paper and tossing it aside. The paper flew into the air, transforming into a paper crane that gracefully drifted down the aisle towards the back of the store. Why did the bookstore next door close? Zheng Qing asked absent-mindedly, his gaze lingering on the delicate paper crane. These two bookstores have such similar names. Are they perhaps owned by the same person? His intuition led him to believe that the closed 3U bookstore was indeed the one run by his mentor. Yet, the reasons behind his mentor's departure to a modest neighborhood were a topic worthy of contemplation. He could only tread carefully, probing gently, for fear of burdening his mentor with unnecessary troubles. The clerk at three-way bookstore maintained a rigid smile, his gaze fixed ahead, offering no response to Zheng Qing's inquiry. Zheng Qing sensed a profound meaning behind the clerk's gaze, swiftly suppressing the urge to press further. Thomas glanced over and pulled Zheng Qing towards a box. Let's check the list. Zheng Qing extracted the list filled with book titles and began to count them one by one. This is the enrollment guide provided by the school. Each year, new students get lost on campus or accidentally disturb the Kappa in Lingzhong Lake. Therefore, the senior members of the student council compiled this book to help you navigate the school with fewer obstacles, Thomas sighed. Although the binding of this book is subpar, its contents are worth a look. Nodding, Zheng Qing tucked the book titled Entering First University into the box. Hand the book list to the clerk, Thomas instructed. Zheng Qing passed the weathered list to the stoic-faced clerk, who raised it to his eyes, his gaze bulging as he scanned the list multiple times. Do you not possess any spatial equipment? Thomas inquired, observing Zheng Qing's determination to carry the box. Oh, that. I do have it, Zheng Qing replied, glancing around with a slight flush on his cheeks. My mentor previously advised me against using it casually in public. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced a palm-sized gray pouch adorned with golden runes. He shook the opening towards the stacked boxes, which promptly transformed into a streak of light and vanished inside the pouch. What a beautiful pouch! The clerk exclaimed suddenly, startling Zheng Qing. He had always assumed that the clerks would only execute their tasks mechanically. The deserted entrance appeared remarkably unique amid the bustling atmosphere of the Four Seasons Plaza. Thomas frowned, walking slowly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. A peculiar silence enveloped the two until the sounds of chattering animals from a nearby pet store shattered the stillness. A slender falcon perched on the eaves, surveying the world with a haughty demeanor. Below, in a mud nest, a few swallows peeked out curiously, nearby. Several drowsy bats hung from a beam. On the wall, 2 lizards ambled leisurely, occasionally flicking their bright red tongues at the buzzing flies. In the open space before the store, 3 kittens were mercilessly pummeling a plump mouse, while a nearby rabbit watched with keen interest, holding its carrot. These little creatures are quite amusing. Zheng Qing chuckled, baring his teeth at the unfortunate mouse. Can I buy one? At this, Zheng Qing's spirit lifted, and he looked up with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Absolutely not, Thomas replied decisively, shaking his head. You are a scholarship student, and your stipend is merely sufficient for academic supplies. You must find a way to manage your living expenses, let alone consider a pet. Chapter 15. The Grimoire. Zheng Qing, feeling disheartened, lowered his head but soon lifted it again, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Can I exchange money from outside for the currency here? He pointed at a dark object hanging from the top of the display case. That bat possesses no extraordinary abilities. It is not a high-end pet. Yet its price in outside currency would amount to around 100,000, with an additional 10% handling fee. Instantly, Zheng Qing turned his head away, abandoning his previous thought. Don't you have a pet? Thomas inquired, gazing at him with intrigue. One pet suffices, they are all quite perceptive. If you raise several different pets, conflicts are likely to arise among them. A pet? I have one? Zheng Qing was taken aback. Indeed, there were 2 small creatures at home, a hamster and a puppy. The hamster had mysteriously appeared in his house, constructing a small nest on the balcony from sawdust and cotton. This little creature displayed remarkable intelligence, tidying its waste, and, whenever the balcony window was open, discarding the refuse outside. Professor Zheng was quite surprised when he discovered this. Elders often have peculiar habits and concerns. Under his strict orders, the hamster was allowed to reside openly on the balcony, occasionally enjoying offerings from the Zheng family's rituals. Although there were 2 small creatures at home, Zheng Qing did not recall them when Thomas mentioned pets. It was akin to how some individuals are drawn to entrepreneurship. They do not truly relish the chaos and overwhelming pressure, but rather the financial freedom that accompanies successful ventures. His mentor had once remarked, act for sustenance, not for appearances. In Zheng Qing's mind, a pet was a sorcerer's familiar. In this unfamiliar world, he had only recently begun to explore as an adult. A subtle sense of alienation lingered between Zheng Qing, Thomas, and the Four Seasons workshop. Even as he wandered among robes and cloaks, he remained that freshly graduated high school student. What he craved was not merely a pet, but the authenticity it would provide, a tangible connection to the wizarding realm. Your little fox at home, Thomas remarked casually, surveying the surrounding shops while occasionally glancing at the smartphone in his hand. Though not a formidable spirit beast, as a member of the Fox clan, it still makes for a commendable pet. Right here, at the Shangyuan bookstore, the officially designated distributor of the Wizarding Alliance. Are you referring to Poseidon? Isn't that a little dog? Zheng Qing responded. Poseidon? A powerful name indeed. I am quite certain it is a fox spirit. Though I am unsure how you acquired it. It has evidently become your pet. Thomas pointed to an ancient, dignified shop before them. Now, you should go and purchase your own grimoire. As the most essential tool for a sorcerer, it is imperative that you choose one for yourself. My only advice is to trust your intuition. Is a grimoire a necessity? Zheng Qing looked up at the sign above the entrance, which depicted an open hardcover book with intricate carvings, feeling somewhat anxious. Indeed, Thomas replied, a hint of impatience flashing across his face, which added a weighty pressure to his previously stern demeanor. I should have anticipated your inquiry. Yes, always have faith in the power of your incantations. Much like those Japanese ninjas who rely solely on the speed of their hand seals. Can you not envision a method of spellcasting that is both potent and swift? Why must there always be doubt regarding authority? I'm merely curious. Zheng Qing thought Thomas's excitement was somewhat perplexing. Go inside. I shall wait for you outside. Thomas's voice dropped to a somber tone. A grimoire is akin to a sorcerer's essential compendium. In simple terms, a sorcerer without a grimoire is like a tiger without teeth. The entrance of Shangyuan bookstore exudes an aura of antiquity and solemnity. The dark green steps and floor are etched with intricate runes, while the heavy, dark red wooden door is notably simplistic, adorned only with a plaque inscribed with the word Shangyuan. Behind the reception desk stands a wide cabinet filled with various certificates, special licenses for the production and sale of grimoires by the Wizarding Alliance, designated distributor of Bologna grimoires by the Moonlight Council, and cooperative partner with the First University Grimoire Research Institute. Among rows of honors and certifications, all served to bolster the shop's credibility. "Good afternoon." A slender, tall attendant, clad in a dark blue robe and sporting small round glasses, greeted Zheng Qing with a bright smile. "I am Xiao Yuan, the business manager of Shangyuan Bookstore. Are you a new student for the autumn semester? What type of grimoire do you require?" The bookstore was adorned with numerous wooden cabinets, each covered with thick, transparent glass. Through the glass display, Zheng Qing could see grimoires neatly arranged on the shelves. "I would like to take a look first, to familiarize myself," Zheng Qing muttered. Thomas had repeatedly emphasized the significance of a grimoire to his sorcerer and mentioned that selecting one required the sorcerer's intuition. What is intuition? Zheng Qing found himself baffled. He wandered around several cabinets, staring intently at the elegantly designed books for an extended period, yet felt no surge of inspiration or connection. This section features Western-style hardcover editions. The business manager, Xiao Yuan, observed Zheng Qing as he lingered at the cabinet. "If you wish to examine them closely, we can retrieve them for you." After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qing nodded. Xiao Yuan donned a pair of pristine white leather gloves and carefully extracted a hefty grimoire from the cabinet, gently flipping through its pages. This is a 17th century Venetian binding. The style reflects Venice's characteristic opulence. It is bound in Baden W timbered calfskin, adorned with silver runes. The gilded edges feature an illustration of the Calm Mind incantation, of course, if you prefer. We also have a Venetian binding with the illustration of the Kiss of the Bridge of Sighs, which is quite popular among the youth. Look. The corners of this grimoire are wrapped in silver, and the frontispiece showcases a master's depiction of the 5 elements exorcism spell, even if you do not record the incantations. This book alone can disperse several malevolent spirits. "How much does it cost?" Zheng Qing inquired. "It is priced at 18 jade coins," the attendant replied with an inviting smile, handing Zheng Qing a pair of gloves. "It feels a bit heavy." After donning the gloves and weighing the book in his hands, Zheng Qing shook his head. Chapter 16. The portly figure again. Behold this exquisite 17th century Bologna binding, remarkably lighter than its Venetian counterpart. The craftsmanship is splendid, featuring Camilla's top-grade leather, adorned with the scales of an Aegean mermaid, and a gilt edge that narrates the tale of Poseidon and 4 cherubs. The spine is embellished with 5 golden lines, leaving ample space for you to engrave your symbol. The front page presents a prayer to Athena, crafted from the delightful linen paper of Hatafa, which evokes a sense of tranquility upon touch. "How much?" "A mere 23 jade coins." Manager Xiao Yuan's face lit up with joy. "And this one, an 18th century Ashmolean binding, exudes an ancient and robust charm, fashioned from North Sea Brent shark skin, with a delicate texture and gilt edges that echo the soft blue hues of the shark skin itself, simple and pristine. The bookmark is made of icy silk, while the inner pages are crafted from semi-transparent fish skin, perfect for frequent spell recording. "How much?" "Just 15 jade coins." After perusing several sample books, the prices left him somewhat astonished. The scholarship funds were limited, and he could not expend them all on a single tome of law. He resolved to continue his search. Following the shop assistant around a bookcase, Zheng Qing spotted a familiar figure, the portly character from Yunxiang. At that moment, the rotund man was devoid of any roasted chicken, and the satchel slung over his shoulder appeared significantly cleaner. He wore a frown, seemingly bored, as he followed the attendant in selecting law books. Zheng Qing harbored a dislike for this fellow with the ostrich egg head. He halted, intending to circle around to another display case. However, the ostrich egg stirred and caught sight of Zheng Qing. "Ah, the public-funded student has arrived." The man's booming voice shattered the serene ambience of the bookshop. "I forgot to ask, are you a freshman public-funded student this year?" The leisurely patrons who had been perusing the books raised their heads, their gazes settling upon Zheng Qing. He could almost hear the whispers that accompanied their scrutiny. His ears flushed with warmth, and embarrassment washed over him. Having endured a childhood fraught with medical visits, his character had become somewhat sensitive. He abhorred standing out, despised being different, and loathed the peculiar glances cast his way. After his studies began, he had come to cherish the phrase harmonizing with the light and dust, which advocates for nurturing all things without contention, blending with the light and mingling with the dust, a state that none could contest. Yet, the portly man's loud greeting thrust Zheng Qing into the spotlight of public scrutiny, a most uncomfortable sensation. "No wonder you lack a law book. My brother is also a public-funded student at the First University, and each year, he receives a stack of simplified law books as rewards. The one I just used is among them." He patted his satchel. Zheng Qing recalled that plump yellow softcover book of his brother's, Stacking 3 such soft covers would perfectly mimic the contours of the man's chin. The thought lightened his mood somewhat. But I seek a new law book. Out in the world, a simplified edition, simply 1T suffice. I told my brother that one must possess a finely bound classic edition of the law book to preserve his dignity. You know, he is also a public-funded student. Unfazed, the portly man continued to bellow. He entered last year, and only 5 in his cohort received full scholarships, unlike this year. Do you know how many public-funded students received full scholarships this year? Zheng Qing shook his head, remaining silent. The curious gazes around him continued to linger, amplifying his discomfort. I don't know either, the portly fellow grinned. I was just pulling your leg. It seems public-funded students aren't any more knowledgeable than us regular students. A few light laughs echoed around, amused by the portly man's quip. Zheng Qing endeavored to ignore the distractions. He had come in search of a book of law, relying on his intuition to select a suitable one. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at Manager Xiao Yuan beside him. Manager Xiao Yuan, sensing the moment, approached with enthusiasm, pointing to a lavishly styled law book in the cabinet. How about this one? I'm aware that every year, public-funded students purchase this particular law book. Zheng Qing tightened his grip on the soft leather gloves, accepting the sample book handed over by Xiao Yuan. What if I were to purchase this one? The portly man squeezed in beside them, snatching the law book from Zheng Qing's grasp, exclaiming, I recall my brother has classmates who bought this one too. How much is it? 13 jade coins. Xiao Yuan beamed, praising the portly man's discerning taste. The portly man's original sales manager cast a sullen glance at the departing customer, but remained silent. Zheng Qing pursed his lips, withholding his words. He doubted this hefty fellow could navigate through the narrow gate as described in the scriptures. Moreover, he felt that regardless of how splendid a law book he held, the image of him clutching that plump yellow softcover persisted in Zheng Qing's mind. He wished for the man to vanish from his sight swiftly. I would wager so. The bookish academy. The portly man nodded, wearing an expression of knowing. Judging by your attire, you surely aren't from Alpha or Atlas. Had you been from Starry Sky Academy, even without a law book, you would have charged in here with a fist raised. Zheng Qing silently regarded another hefty sample book nearby, contemplating whether to hurl it at that triple-chin figure. My brother is from Atlas, but I was assigned to Alpha Academy this year. The portly man continued his chatter. Relatively speaking, it's tolerable. After all, Alpha Academy consists of quite cultured students. If I were placed in 9U Academy, I would rather withdraw from school. My brother once remarked that an exam-smart wizard is not necessarily a truly powerful one. Then your exam scores must be rather dismal. Zheng Qing nodded affirmatively. Greetings, esteemed guest. Your law book has been packaged. The attendant beckoned the pondering, portly figure to the front desk. Zheng Qing placed the Western-style hardbound law book back on the display and turned to Manager Xiao Yuan. Are there any law books in the style of Huaxiao? These Western designs feel somewhat frivolous. Chapter 17. Customization. The grimoire serves as a vessel for the sorcerer to transcribe incantations, much like what can harbor a fierce flame and pottery can contain clear water. Different spells possess varied effects, each demanding specific characteristics from their vessels. For instance, if a fire spell were inscribed within a tome crafted from fish skin, the excessive would compromise the potency of the incantation. Consequently, Ashmore's binding is often utilized for transcribing water-based spells, while the Parisian binding is favored by Catholic monks for their sacred recitations, and the Venetian binding frequently appears in the possession of dark entities. Yet, his instincts urged him to dismiss the ornate covers and exquisite bindings he had previously encountered. Following his request, Manager Xiao Yuan guided him to a display cabinet featuring tomes in the style of Huaxia. The pre-chin bamboo slips, measuring 2 feet and 4 inches in length, were crafted from millennia old, showcasing a verdant patina and adorned with a 7-colored deer hide binding. The exterior was intricately carved with the complete set of the uncle in the thicket fire spell, while the interior featured a design that allowed for multiple replacements. We provided a selection of inner linings made from various materials, including mulberry paper, Shushan silk, double-layered fox fur, and gold-silver pages, enabling guests to reorder their preferred materials after use. There was also the Hantang silk book, measuring 5 feet and 3 inches in length and 1 foot and 8 inches in width, woven from a millennium-old amber silk, exuding a delicate sheen and softness. The scroll was fashioned from Ryukyu red sandalwood, possessing a warm and smooth texture, imbued with a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the mind. The base of the scroll bore an incantation inscribed in shadow. In the east, there is brightness. The light of the moon rises, ensuring that even in the darkest of nights, the tome's efficacy remained unaffected. Additionally, There was a Song Dynasty version, characterized by its ancient and elegant style, crafted with meticulous care from high-quality materials. Every detail, from the threading to the binding, reflected the rich historical essence of the East. Which type appeals to you, dear guest? Manager Xiao Yuan displayed the Huaxia tomes one by one, elaborating with great care. Since the moment the rotund figure with a three-tiered chin revealed Zheng Qing's identity as a public-funded student, Manager Xiao Yuan's demeanor had grown increasingly amiable. What are the prices? Though Zheng Qing's finances were rather constrained, he was eager to broaden his horizons and expand his knowledge. He replaced his soft leather gloves with a pair of delicate white linen ones. The bookshop thoughtfully provided a monocle, allowing him to scrutinize the patina on the bamboo slips, the texture of the silk, and the binding of the Song Dynasty tome. The starting price for the pre-Qing bamboo slips was 15 jade coins, with fluctuations depending on the chosen inner lining. The Hantang silk books started at 10 jade coins, with the option to change the scroll, also subject to variation, while the Song Dynasty book was uniformly priced at 5 jade coins. What type of grimoire sells the most? The standard university version, featuring a first-layer deerhide cover, a silk bookmark, brass inlays, decorated corners, and blank end papers made of mulberry paper. Manager Xiao Yuan spoke rapidly. Due to its standard design, its durability is limited, and students typically replace them once per semester, costing 1 jade coin. Ah, I see, Zheng Qing pondered. Given your status as a public-funded student, if these options do not meet your requirements, the shop can also craft a bespoke grimoire tailored to your specifications, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Sensing Zheng Qing's indecision, Manager Xiao Yuan enthusiastically recommended. The Shan Yuan bookstore boasts certified masters in grimoire crafting, so you can rest assured. It must be quite expensive, Zheng Qing mused. Prices begin at 1 gold bean, with no upper limit. Depending on your material choices and specifications, the grimoire's price varies. As a public-funded student, you can enjoy a 30% discount on labor costs. I shall take a look, Zheng Qing thought with a hint of amusement, estimating whether he could procure a grimoire for 3 to 5 gold beans. Jade coins, gold beans, silver horns, and copper coins are various currencies within the sorceress realm. 1 jade coin is equivalent to 10 gold beans. If he could resolve his grimoire issue with 3 to 5 gold beans, he would save a minimum of 6 or 7 gold beans. According to Thomas, a single copper coin suffices for Zheng Qing's daily meals at the university. 6 or 7 gold beans would likely cover his living expenses for an entire month. His full scholarship amounted to 10 jade coins, which needed to cover all essential items on the school supply list, alongside additional expenditures following the commencement of classes. Zheng Qing felt a twinge of financial strain. Since learning about the currency exchange rates, he had relinquished any thoughts of requesting money from home. With no additional income streams available, he resolved to be frugal. This way, please. Manager Xiao Yuan beckoned Zheng Qing toward a small door deep within the bookstore. The azure double doors contrasted sharply with the shop's dim overall aesthetic. The doorframe was intricately engraved with protective runes, while the door panels bore the traditional New Year paintings of Shinto and Yulei. The paintings appeared somewhat aged, their colors faded. The two deities leaned against the bottom of the painting, languidly seated and engrossed in a game of cards, merely waving their hands to acknowledge Zheng Qing's presence as he approached. Zheng Qing swallowed nervously. According to regulations, I cannot enter. Manager Xiao Yuan pushed the door open, gesturing for him to enter while offering an apologetic smile. The interior was dim, the threshold standing a full foot high. Zheng Qing surveyed the scene, cautiously stepping over the threshold. The wooden door closed gently behind him. The atmosphere was dim and tranquil, imbued with the fragrance of aged wood, gradually calming Zheng Qing's previously anxious heart. The room was spacious and rather empty, with torches flickering on the walls. In the center stood a colossal counter, the most prominent feature within the space. Upon the counter lay a mass of silvery white hair, swaying in the firelight. Is anyone there? Zheng Qing's throat felt dry, his voice quivering slightly. After swallowing again, he approached the counter, prepared to greet the presence behind it. Before he could utter a word, the heap of white hair suddenly rose with a flourish. A visage of a withered, creased face resembling a parched walnut emerged within his line of sight. Zheng Qing was startled, instinctively reaching for the gray cloth bag tucked within his garment. The old man's vacant eyes rolled, gliding over the bag before he lowered his head, the sunken walnut visage disappearing behind the expansive table. Greetings, Zheng Qing inched back, distancing himself from the counter. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed slightly. Raising his head, he found the old man had leaned in closer, his wrinkled face nearly pressed against Zheng Qing's, with lifeless eyes fixed upon him. "Hello." Zheng Qing stammered, jolted back. But the elder had already grasped his collar with a vice-like grip, yanking him forward. Despite appearing as a frail old man, his hand felt like an iron claw, constricting painfully around Zheng Qing's neck. Yes, I understand." Before Zheng Qing could articulate his thoughts, the old man's murmuring voice resonated within the stillness of the room. Ethereal in its quality, a formidable soul, indeed. Though chaotic and convoluted, it harbors an essence of purity I have never encountered before. Rest assured, I have prepared everything. You shall possess a powerful grimoire. Chapter 18. The Elder, the Sprite, and the Hide. What a peculiar sensation it was. The Elder's weathered visage contorted, his already small eyes seemingly vanishing amid the labyrinth of wrinkles. Zheng Qing was horrified to discover himself ensnared by an inexplicable force, utterly immobilized. His fingertips were unresponsive, his eyelids could not flutter, and even his breath appeared to have frozen in place. Aside from the rhythmic ticking of the pocket watch at his chest, it seemed that only his thoughts continued to flow, albeit at a sluggish pace. A weighty, tumultuous, frenzied, explosive, and formidable energy. The elder suddenly opened his pitch-black eyes, devoid of any white, and whispered in a murmuring tone, like millions of souls shouting in unison, like countless hearts beating in synchronized tremors. "I scarcely know what material could possibly contain it." He lifted a small mallet beside him and struck a copper bell hanging on the table. Clang! A multitude of palm-sized sprites, radiating a green luminescence, emerged from the depths of the room in response to the bell's chime. They formed an orderly procession, depositing rolls of thick, tanned hides upon the table. A mischievous sprite, after placing down a hide, fluttered over to Zheng Qing, curiously examining this unfamiliar figure. She wore a gown spun from fine silk, her delicate arms adorned with shimmering silver discs, her large black eyes twinkling, and the fine antennae atop her head quivering in excitement. The sprite emitted a melodious and cheerful sound, playfully tugging at the sweat on Zheng Qing's face. Her tiny hand was icy, and the pinch stung sharply. Zheng Qing felt as though he could finally move his head. He attempted a blink. Startled, the sprite darted away, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the shadows of the shop. Zheng Qing realized he remained unable to utter a word. He squinted and grimaced, straining to express his discontent to the elder seated behind the table. The elder, with his eyes closed, gently caressed the hides before him, silently attuning himself to the materials at hand. Thud, 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 thud. It was as if a woodpecker was pecking, his bony index finger wrapped steadily on the hides, one after another, unwavering and tireless. The outer layer of dragon hide was too rigid, while the second layer was excessively soft. The seven-colored deer hide was too thin to bear such a heavy soul. Pigskin was a decent option, but its inherent inertia would hinder spell casting if combined with this soul. Mulberry paper was too brittle, unsatisfactory, indeed. Bamboo slips and fish skin possessed overly pronounced properties, rendering them wasteful for this soul. The elder muttered to himself in a daze, suddenly pushing all the hides onto the floor. His body floated as if devoid of gravity, ascending into the air. Zheng Qing, in a state of terror, discovered that he too was involuntarily levitating. The overwhelming force of the earth, the surging power of the heavens, the frenzied winds, and the explosive fury of wildfires. What an extraordinary existence this was. The elder's nose hovered close to Zheng Qing's body, sniffing intently, his murmured words never ceasing. All things possess a spirit. Within every tome of sorcery lies a unique spirit beast. Casting spells is the means through which this spirit's soul resonates with the cosmos, exponentially amplifying the wizard's power. Even the souls of great demons do not exhibit such ferocity. Could it be a malevolent or ethereal spirit? That is impossible. Ah, I see. The tanned hides have already taken form. Why not try raw hides? Why do I persist in these matters? The elder drifted backward and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the darkness, leaving Zheng Qing suspended in panic before the table in the empty room. The sprites gathered the scattered hides from beneath the table and retreated. Only a few chirping sprites flitted joyfully, flapping their wings and approaching Zheng Qing. One by one, they held up glistening grains of rice-sized objects, tossing them into the pocket of Zheng Qing's coat, then alighting on his head and plucking a hair. Zheng Qing blinked in anger, yet this time, not a single sprite fled in fright. He found himself nostalgically recalling the terrifying old man. Beside him floated a tattered, grayish-white hide. While the hides the sprites had delivered appeared to be tanned and cleaned, exuding an air of neatness. This grayish-white hide seemed as though it had just been flayed from some beast, still adorned with fresh blood and remnants of flesh. A chill ran down Zheng Qing's spine. The elder snapped his fingers, and Zheng Qing, filled with dread, felt a piercing pain in his right hand, which then moved forward uncontrollably. Drops of crimson seeped from the tips of his fingers. "Press it upon this," the elder commanded coldly, his tone devoid of inflection. Zheng Qing suddenly realized he could move his upper body. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his bleeding right hand against the hide. The grayish-white hide still bore a faint warmth. And an agonizing image of a wailing figure inexplicably surfaced in Zheng Qing's mind. The blood from his fingertips mingled with the remnants of blood and flesh on the hide. Merging seamlessly, the grayish-white hide appeared to come alive, eagerly absorbing the blood from Zheng Qing's fingertips while also devouring the remaining blood and flesh clinging to its surface. He curled his index finger and tapped the cover of the spellbook. The pages fluttered to the middle section, releasing a sprinkle of grayish light and smooth gray runes. The star-like spots and runes coalesced in midair, forming a menacing gray claw that slowly extended toward Zheng Qing's chest, then gradually retracted. A droplet of black, akin to ink, floated from Zheng Qing's chest. In horror, he watched as it followed the movements of the gray claw and descended onto the now pale hide. The black ink dripped onto the hide, and Zheng Qing felt an uncontrollable, excruciating pain in his fingertips, as if the changing hide was greedily siphoning his blood. Gradually, he became dizzy, witnessing the hide igniting in a blaze. The elder frowned, seeing the flames upon the hide dimming. He could no longer restrain himself and prodded Zheng Qing's chest with his bony finger. Thud, 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 thud. It was as though someone were drumming loudly beside his ear, jolting Zheng Qing back to consciousness. He felt his heart racing wildly within his chest. Fresh blood surged uncontrollably to his right arm, flowing through his 5 fingertips into the burning hide. The flames upon it reignited with vibrant intensity. Only when Zheng Qing's complexion turned pale once more, his heart's rhythm becoming increasingly erratic and faint, did the hide gradually cease its bloodthirst. The flames that danced upon its surface began to extinguish. Chapter 19. Crafting the Spellbook. Restoring vitality almost there. Give it a try, the old man said, watching the flames flicker and gradually extinguish, reminding Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing gazed at him in confusion, pondering how one could test a piece of leather. Aren't spellbooks typically bound as tomes? Could it be that my spellbook is unique, fashioned from animal hide? The soft leather hovered in midair, twisting and curling itself into the shape of a scroll. It rolled twice before unfurling once more, reverting to its original form. It appeared that the leather was reluctant to transform into a scroll. Zheng Qing was taken aback by his own thoughts, suspecting he must have lost too much blood, leaving him dizzy. What kind of spellbook do you prefer? The old man prompted from the side, shaking his foggy head. Zheng Qing tentatively envisioned what his spellbook might look like. In the air, the creamy leather shifted in response to his thoughts, resembling latex. A soft, pristine cover. A blank title page, semi-transparent pages, and leather clasps, exactly as he had imagined. Zheng Qing reached out and grasped it. The spellbook quivered, producing a rustling sound, as if it were chuckling in satisfaction. A surge of connection coursed from his palm throughout his body. Zheng Qing, filled with joy, took a deep breath, relaxed entirely, and gently descended to the ground. He beckoned the spellbook over to him. Are there any taboos? The old man inquired, opening a drawer filled with an array of tools, scissors, hammers, awls, and nails. He raised his gaze and asked, for instance, can it not come into contact with silver? Or are you allergic to peachwood? I don't know. Zheng Qing replied, shaking his head. I have no idea. The old man's brow furrowed, then relaxed. Then let's use brass. Brass is gentle in nature and of good quality. To my knowledge, no one has any aversions to brass. He tapped the toolbox beside him, revealing neatly arranged copper sheets, nails, and buckles, all of which leapt onto the white spellbook, obediently being flattened and shaped under the rhythmic strikes of the old man's hammer, transforming into book nails, embedded feet, and decorative clasps. After fastening the final copper line on the spine, the old man set down his tools, patted the book, and blew on it. Very good. A promising little fellow. I almost hesitate to part with it. The old man's layered wrinkles twisted as he forced a somewhat unsuccessful smile and handed the book to Zheng Qing. What was that dark substance you extracted from me? Zheng Qing asked, still feeling somewhat disoriented. He recalled the black ink droplets the old man had drawn from his chest, his face paling slightly. Wasn't it the spirit you brought with you? The old man's forced smile faded, replaced by a frown. First, Hand me the receipt from the front desk. Zheng Qing paused for a moment before promptly presenting the blue receipt to the old man. A freshman? The old man exclaimed, his eyes widening as he examined the blue paper, the darkness of his pupils appearing even more menacing. Are you a freshman at the first university? Or one who received a scholarship? Yes, Zheng Qing blinked, a peculiar thought flitting through his mind, and he weakly nodded. Then you shall have a golden bean. The old man fell silent, nodding approvingly, and closed his eyes again. A public-funded student stepping into my dim workshop must be aiming for that golden bean as a baseline. Zheng Qing smiled awkwardly. Your little sprite just pulled out several strands of my hair. He retrieved the small, shiny objects from his jacket pocket and handed them to the old man. Puzzled, she returned these to me. They usually only tug a couple of threads from guests or unfasten a button. It's rare for them to be so rough, the old man remarked, extending his pinky and using his long fingernail to lift a small crystal for closer inspection. Not truly rough. Zheng Qing thought of the delicate little sprites, rephrasing. Perhaps a tad spoiled. He worried the old man might reprimand those sprites. Not bad. They genuinely seem to like you. They didn't bring you mere glass shards. The old man's tone was filled with mirth. Previously, they would ask guests for souvenirs, often settling for a bit of glass. What you have now consists of fine jade fragments, excellent stabilizers from the laboratory. Worth much more than a golden bean. Zheng Qing licked his dry lips, tightening his grip on the creamy spellbook. He desperately wished to invite those little sprites to tug at his hair once more. Perhaps if they did it a couple more times, his living expenses for the academic year would be secured. Yet, such a shameful thought could only be imagined. Stepping out with unsteady feet, he found Thomas waiting not far from the bookshop. Upon seeing Zheng Qing's pale face and unsteady gait, and hearing a rough outline of his experience, Thomas shook his head disapprovingly. Old Payne has gone too far. How could he use blood alchemy to forge your spellbook? Isn't that very dangerous? Hearing several sensitive words, Zheng Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Not at all, Thomas replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Qing. On the contrary, spellbooks forged in this manner offer considerable enhancements to spells and possess significant growth potential. However, as a public-funded student, you shouldn't have received such treatment. It is quite possible he became overly enthusiastic. Old Payne was notorious for his whims. Thomas pulled a jade vial from his pocket, poured out a bright red pill, and placed it in Zheng Qing's mouth. This will restore your vitality. Consume it. Otherwise, I suspect you'll faint after just a few steps. The interviewer is not my responsibility. It's practically a babysitting job. He tapped his spellbook, leaving a sphere of clear water by Zheng Qing's lips. As the red pill melted in his mouth, Zheng Qing struggled to chew, taking a few sips from the water sphere before swallowing. Wiping his mouth, a fiery sensation surged from his stomach to every part of his body. His face flushed intensely, and even a swelling sensation emerged below. Is this what blood replenishment feels like? How peculiar. Zheng Qing awkwardly crossed his legs, fanning himself with his pristine spellbook, desperately convincing himself that his blush was merely due to the rush of blood. You'll learn how to concoct it in your sophomore year, Thomas grinned maliciously, saying. For many second and third-year students, such harmless little pills can be quite useful. Of course, the prerequisite is that you pass your freshman exams. Zheng Qing could not ignore Thomas's teasing any longer. His face grew even redder. It's not me saying such embarrassing things. Why am I blushing? He raged inwardly. Chapter 20. Magic defies logic. The healing potion took effect swiftly, yet its efficacy waned just as quickly. After a brief respite of a few minutes, Zheng Qing found his overwhelming heat dissipating considerably. He retrieved his pocket watch. It was now 4:10 in the afternoon. The Four Seasons Square bustled with wizards coming and going, and the marketplace remained vibrant with activity. Zheng Qing gazed longingly at the wondrous sights around him. Then, he recalled the upgrade examination that Thomas had mentioned earlier. In the 9U Academy, examinations are a fundamental rule of your institution. So do not harbor illusions about advancing from the first to the second year without undergoing an assessment. Thomas ruthlessly extinguished Zheng Qing's flicker of hope. Of course, there are alternative options. Zheng Qing's eyes brightened with hope as he looked eagerly at his examiner. You may opt to transfer midterm, provided you have accrued sufficient credits for the transfer. However, as far as I know, the credit requirements for transferring are even more rigorous than those for upgrading. Thomas shrugged. In the 9U Academy, most credit acquisition methods still revolve around examinations. Disheartened, Zheng Qing lowered his head, stuffing his pristine spellbook into a gray bag. He had heard many stories from his grandfather about transferring between colleges. For instance, some universities boast various tiers of colleges, including first, second, and even third-tier institutions. Students with ample resources but less than stellar examination results often find themselves positioned in a second-tier college through familial arrangements, only to leverage connections to eventually transfer to a first-tier college. As a mere fledgling wizard, Zheng Qing felt he lacked the capital for such sophisticated maneuverings. Should he fail the upgrade examination, immediate expulsion would not ensue. The school typically grants students 1 or 2 chances. However, for those repeating students, the credit requirements for the subsequent year's upgrade examination would be slightly more demanding. He had heard of a student named Nicholas at the 9U Academy who had spent 3 years in his first year. Zheng Qing clicked his tongue in dismay. Failing an examination was already humiliating enough. To endure the scrutiny and whispers of others while reacquainting himself with younger classmates would require tremendous courage. What kind of pressure must that student, lingering in his first year for 3 years, be under? I detest being the center of attention, he muttered. As if I were a monkey in a circus. I previously inquired about the essence of being a wizard, Zheng Qing continued. Thomas halted, his emerald gaze fixed intently upon Zheng Qing, his demeanor turning grave. You stated that a wizard is one who resolves problems using extraordinary powers. This interpretation is not inaccurate, but it is insufficient. Historically, a great wizard once proclaimed, I think, therefore I am. If magic symbolizes mystery, the unknown, and power, then a wizard embodies mystery, the unknown, and power. To conceive is to achieve, that is the essence of a wizard. Observing Zheng Qing's contemplative expression, he added, You must learn to discard the logical constructs that cloud your mind. Magic is devoid of logic. A shiver ran down Zheng Qing's spine. Thomas's assertion that magic defies logic was profoundly overwhelming. He felt his breath quivering, not from cold or fear, but from excitement. While some might toil their entire lives conjuring mere fireballs, others can summon astonishing celestial phenomena from a tender age. This disparity illustrates the differences in potential. The foremost universities evaluate candidates based on their potential. In Beta Town, numerous illusionists gather, some capable of conjuring tricks that leave even genuine wizards bewildered. However, these remain mere illusions. You must learn to control your power and understand the purpose behind it, rather than merely accumulating strength. The accumulation of power is a lifelong endeavor. Significant improvement will not occur within the few years spent in school. For you, it may take time to perform advanced spells like others upon your arrival at the academy. Yet, if you can grasp the professor's teachings, that will suffice. Zheng Qing locked his gaze onto Thomas's verdant eyes, nodding in agreement, but ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity. I feel as though I've seen you before. Do you recall anything from before today? Wizards possess a robust sense of curiosity, yet Thomas diverted his gaze to the street. The atmosphere outside seems off. Zheng Qing steadied himself against Thomas's shoulder, rising on his toes to peer down the street. Indeed, the distant thoroughfare appeared somewhat chaotic. Neon lights flickered in the distance. Zheng Qing squinted, perplexed. Is it not too early for neon lights to be aglow? The wizarding world is truly peculiar. Without uttering a word, Thomas withdrew his brown wizarding book, flipping through its pages with a flourish before slapping it down. A translucent, pale blue barrier materialized around them. Zheng Qing steadied himself, suddenly enlightened. In the blink of an eye, vibrant colors unfurled along the entire street. Akin to the onset of twilight when lights illuminate and neon signs bloom, all the wizards on the street enveloped themselves in the shimmering curtain of light. A harsh roar accompanied the kaleidoscopic flickering, echoing loudly. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. Zheng Qing anxiously gazed into the distance. A pair of crimson eyes glowed ominously amidst the dazzling street. Pigs are creatures of comfort. They are accustomed to huddling together after a hearty meal, lazily basking in the gentle sunlight. At such moments, even if one prods them with a stick, they merely respond with a chorus of grumbles. Conversely, wild boars are perilous beings. Seasoned hunters often categorize threats as follows: 1 for pigs, 2 for bears, and 3 for tigers. Boars possess tough skin and immense strength. Yet they are reckless and irritable. While hunters may devise strategies to deal with cautious tigers, they find fewer options when confronting the headstrong and stubborn wild boar. Should one inadvertently provoke them, these irritable creatures can chase you over several mountain ridges. He listened intently as hunters recounted the terror of wild boars, leaving a deep impression on him, although he had never witnessed a frenzied wild boar. Years of watching documentaries led him to believe that what was rampaging through the streets of the Four Seasons Square was indeed a mad boar. Frenzy is a state of volatility. Zheng Qing had previously calmed a raging bull. The most effective approach was to help it regain its composure. He pulled a stack of yellow talismans from his gray bag. The calming talisman, specifically designed to soothe agitation, anger, and frustration. This was Zheng Qing's forte. Whenever he felt overwhelmed while practicing, he would apply one to his forehead, and it proved remarkably effective. In the past, it had taken him merely 3 talismans to subdue a rampaging yellow bull in the mountains. Chapter 21. The Wild Boar Demon. It was not merely a wild boar, but a demon in wild boar form. It was not the wild boar that was startled. Rather, it was the demon that had descended into madness. The calming charm could soothe a frightened wild boar, yet it could not quell the frenzy of a demon in such a state. Thomas firmly grasped the eager Zheng Qing and cautioned him with gravity. Wizards never act recklessly. Do you comprehend the monster you are confronting? A demon boar. Zheng Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. In countless literary works, demons often assume the role of ferocious, bloodthirsty antagonists. As a child, Zheng Qing believed that demons resided in caves, keeping packs of wolves and tigers, occasionally abducting beautiful maidens for their nefarious pleasures, or feasting on traveling merchants when hunger struck. Occasionally, he imagined demons quarreling over the best methods to prepare human flesh, whether steaming made it tender or stir-frying gave it more texture. As he matured, he came to realize that those tales were ultimately just fables. Do demons consume humans? Zheng Qing persistently inquired of his teacher. Indeed, they do, came the reply. What should one do when encountering a demon? At that moment, Zheng Qing felt the world around him dim. His teacher looked at him in surprise and replied, "Of course. You run away. You are but a frail scholar with no means to defend yourself. Would you rather become a Buddha feeding eagles with your flesh? Sometimes." His teacher described demons as having green faces and sharp fangs, towering hundreds of feet tall, with smoke billowing from their eyes and lava dribbling from their mouths. At other times, he depicted them as swarms of tiny, incessant pests, bothersome and unrelenting. He had also mentioned that some demons could resemble humans so closely that one might not even recognize them as demons unless they were to consume flesh. On the streets of the Four Seasons Square, Zheng Qing scrutinized the frenzied wild boar demon not far away, muttering to himself, "Demons do resemble pigs quite a bit. My teacher is deceiving me." The wild boar demon roared, brandishing its ghastly white tusks as it charged into a magical supply shop. The wooden sign at the entrance was hurled aside, and a massive cauldron, which had been resting behind the sign, was upturned and sent rolling into the middle of the street. Coming to a halt, the wild boar shook off the splinters that clung to its head, its eyes ablaze with rage as it charged toward the next shop. Does it lack any sense? Zheng Qing observed the wild boar demon darting chaotically through the streets, feeling that its demeanor starkly contrasted with the fierce and violent image he had conjured in his mind. This was a newly transformed wild demon, acting entirely on instinct. One could even interpret it as lacking intelligence. Standing behind a barrier, Thomas appeared at ease, leisurely explaining to Zheng Qing, "What is a wild demon? The most primitive type of demon. Except for the king among the wild demons, they generally possess no wisdom. They are merely a horde of gluttonous hyenas, pursuing the joys of flesh and blood. Wizards are their favored prey. Yet with so many wizards on the street, why was this wild boar only rampaging about?" Zheng Qing pondered that even a mad dog would chase pedestrians, so surely a frenzied demon would exhibit a more bloodthirsty behavior. "You know we are wizards." Thomas pointed to the pale blue barrier above them, chuckling. "Do you suppose this barrier serves no purpose?" Zheng Qing suddenly understood. The wild boar demon had dashed close to the two of them. He could clearly see the viscous fluid oozing from its mouth and nostrils, as well as its fierce, blood-red eyes. Then he noticed a greasy pouch hanging from the demon's neck. This pouch seemed oddly familiar. Zheng Qing squinted, examining the wild boar demon's mottled fur. The bear pig's head had no trace of hair, appearing as if scalded by boiling water, gleaming red. The chubby cheeks were swollen, creating layers of folds upon the narrow pig face, making those blood-red eyes seem even deeper. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The excess flesh between the pig's face and neck formed 3 distinct folds. This pig bore a striking resemblance to the rotund man he had encountered earlier. He chuckled to Thomas. "That plump fellow we met at Yangxianji and the Shangyuan bookstore had a head like an ostrich egg, with 3 chins. And he too carried a greasy pouch on his shoulder." Thomas remained silent, his expression growing serious. The wild boar demon outside the barrier snorted irritably, occasionally letting out sharp roars. Zheng Qing ceased his laughter, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry. He glanced at the pig demon once more, a terrifying thought bursting forth in his mind. That plump fellow couldn't have really transformed into a pig, could he? He murmured. Transforming a wizard into a pig was indeed no simple feat. It required advanced transmutation spells. Thomas's voice took on a somber tone. However, it is quite simple for a wizard to be forced into becoming a wild boar demon. A single bite from a demon is all it takes. A bite. Zheng Qing felt a chill run through him. Outside the barrier, the wild boar demon lifted its head, flaring its nostrils, slowly retreating. Zheng Qing clenched the stack of calming charms in his hand, cautiously inching closer to Thomas. Very perceptive, Thomas remarked with a hint of amusement in his tone, though his gaze remained fixed on the retreating, wild boar demon. Perhaps I should recommend you for the unrestricted free fighting tournament at the Starry Sky Academy. Zheng Qing swallowed hard, his complexion paling, not due to Thomas's suggestion of participating in that accursed tournament, but because of the wild boar demon lurking outside. The wild boar demon, with its blood-red eyes, fixated on the two individuals within the barrier, snorting heavily, its sharp hooves clattering against the cobblestone streets of the Four Seasons Square, producing a resonant thud. Why do I feel as though it can see us? Zheng Qing whispered tremulously. Thomas quietly perused his spell book, remaining silent. A woo. The wild boar demon let out a piercing roar, charging toward the two beneath the barrier with its stout legs. Before Zheng Qing could even scream, Thomas's spellbook soared into the air, its pages fluttering rapidly as three sigils slowly floated forth. Zheng Qing recognized these three characters. In Chi Lei. A gentle breeze suddenly swept through the quiet street, stirring a few leaves that struck the wild boar demon. Zheng Qing held his breath, his face ashen, staring blankly at the oncoming demon. Its sharp tusks appeared even wider than his pallid complexion. He heard the startled screams of other wizards nearby. It seemed no one realized that the wild boar demon could pierce through the barrier. This barrier was one of the standard spells issued by the Wizard Alliance, renowned among widely circulated safety incantations. It effectively concealed a wizard's aura and appearance, rendering them impervious to hunting demons. Countless wizards had validated the efficacy of this spell through their experiences. Yet now, before the gaze of many wizards, the two figures safeguarded by this spell were about to confront a rampaging wild demon. Taking a deep breath, Thomas regarded the wild boar's ghastly tusks with an impassive expression. His left hand pressed against the spell book, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, pointing at the pig demon as he intoned with authority. In Chi Lei. Before these tusks. Chapter 22. Thunder and talismans. The streets of Four Seasons Square were laid with long, azure stones, smooth and pristine. In days gone by, the thoroughfare bustled with visitors, while mischievous tree spirits would often swing from the slender branches of willow trees, leaping from one patron's head to another, occasionally dropping small trinkets crafted from willow and locust leaves. However, now, all the tree spirits cowered in their hollows, trembling in fear as they observed the trunks quaking amidst the thunderous roars of the storm. Beneath the trees, a pig demon galloped on its stout, short legs along the bluestone path, its hurried steps resonating like the patter of rain upon banana leaves. Before Thomas, three talismanic symbols emerged from his spellbook, transforming into wisps of ethereal mist that blended into the vast atmosphere. The tree spirits burrowed deeper into their hiding places, sensing an ominous presence swirling around them. Zheng Qing widened his eyes, feeling the air brimming with fury. Each breath surged with electric energy, rendering those who inhaled it tingling all over. Thomas stood before Zheng Qing, exhaling a gentle sigh. The deep thunder rumbled ominously, a sound both muffled and prolonged, as if it originated from the heavens. He turned his head, flashing a mischievous grin at Zheng Qing. "Cover your ears," he shouted. Zheng Qing opened his mouth, attempting to respond, yet his voice was swallowed by the cacophony. The thunderclaps exploded like firecrackers in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The furious air seemed to have found its outlet, roaring and howling unabashedly. The entire world was engulfed in an unending tremor. Despite blocking his ears, Zheng Qing felt as though he were vibrating with the very essence of the storm. He struggled to keep his eyes open, witnessing the tumultuous lightning strike the pig demon. With a thunderous crack, the pig demon, its tusks piercing the veil of light, let out a ghastly shriek as it writhed in agony. Flesh and blood cascaded from its form, leaving a trail of carnage on the bluestone path. The air was saturated with the freshness of ozone and the scent of roasted meat, yet all Zheng Qing could muster was a profound urge to vomit. After a prolonged period, the thunder subsided. The tree spirits, still too afraid to emerge, relaxed their tensed bodies within their hollows. Zheng Qing rubbed his face, opened his mouth, and gazed at the mangled pig demon nearby, shouting to Thomas, "Is it dead?" His ears still buzzed, and he could barely discern his own words. Thomas called back, "It should just be unconscious. Such a level of impact won't kill it." "Such a level?" Zheng Qing exclaimed in exasperation. "That spell nearly detonated right above us. What kind of lunatics are at Starry Sky Academy? This is a personal attack. We get points deducted for this at school." Thomas burst into laughter, his grin wide. Before even entering the academy, Zheng Qing had already experienced its reckless and audacious style. He felt immense relief for not having stepped into the examination hall of Starry Sky Academy in his dreams. A few hours earlier, the serious and reliable facade Thomas had tried to build had completely crumbled in the wake of the raging thunder. "Do you want to go take a look?" Thomas inquired. "I need to wait for my calming talismans to descend," Zheng Qing replied, staring vacantly at the sky. In the midst of the storm's fury, he had panicked and dropped several calming talismans he had clutched in his hand. A few had disintegrated into ash amidst the furious thunder, while 2 others danced in the air, having narrowly escaped destruction. These 2 talismans were now swirling, ready to land. Zheng Qing decided to wait for them. Since discovering his impoverished status as a wizard, he had begun to meticulously manage his resources. In Yunxiangyi, he had overheard some students discussing a flea market at the academy, where talismans, potions, and arrays could be exchanged for experimental supplies. This idea thrilled him. He had stashed away a box of completed talismans beneath his bed. Perhaps he could trade them for numerous items. He leapt up, grasping one of the lower floating talisman papers and stuffing it into his gray bag. Another talisman was caught in the gust created by his movement, drifting further away. Zheng Qing took a deep breath, raised his head, and followed the drifting talisman. Beside him, Thomas held his spellbook in one hand and a feather quill in the other, diligently inscribing spells. Zheng Qing followed the talisman toward the center of the street. The pedestrians were sparse, and the little sprites that flitted around the ancient locusts and willows remained hidden in their tree hollows. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed sharply against the bluestone path. Zheng Qing halted, observing the yellow talisman hovering above the mangled body of the pig demon. Gaping wounds, the size of bowls, riddled its form, charred and intermittently sparking with tiny arcs of electricity. The thick folds on its neck had vanished, exposing its ghastly jaw and upper teeth. The once pale tusks were now marked with dark stains, their sharp tips shattered by the rolling thunder, revealing blood-stained stubs. Zheng Qing cautiously nudged its curled hoof. The pig demon remained motionless. He kicked its belly, causing a ripple of flesh. The demon lay rigid, eyes shut. Relieved, he lifted his gaze to locate his talisman. The atmosphere had calmed, and the exhausted talisman floated aimlessly in the air, gradually losing its strength. Zheng Qing watched with delight as it drew nearer to his hand. Suddenly, he heard a heavy breath. A dreadful thought surged within him. He held his breath, cautiously glancing down. A pair of crimson eyes stared back at him, filled with hunger, savagery, and chaos. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. At the street corner, Thomas had just completed a spell. He closed his spellbook and looked up to find Zheng Qing. The street was devoid of life, eerily quiet. He easily spotted Zheng Qing, but also saw the pig demon slowly raising its menacing head. Time was running out. Despair washed over Thomas as he beheld the 2 figures. His spellbook never recorded feeble spells, and any powerful incantation cast upon Zheng Qing would spell his doom. He envisioned the headmaster's wrathful visage and the faces of despairing, weeping students. Then he caught sight of a faint yellow hue. Zheng Qing held his breath, watching as the yellow talisman gracefully swayed in the air, landing gently on the panting pig demon's snout. The demon, its crimson eyes fixated on the talisman, slowly began to calm its breath. Then it closed its eyes, snoring thunderously. Zheng Qing exhaled in relief, plopping down onto the ground. Chapter 23. The Commissioner of the Witch Alliance Investigation Bureau. The police always arrive last at the scene. With a few faint sounds of gas escaping, 3 figures swathed in black robes abruptly materialized in the center of the area. Several spellbooks radiating various hues floated before them, their pages gently fanning open, turning slowly in a soft glow, while intricate runes cascaded between the leaves. Zheng Qing could distinctly feel the weighty pressure emanating from those pages, reminiscent of the incantation Thomas had previously unleashed. Who dared to cast Yin Qi lay in the street. A flustered voice emerged from the hood of a short, stout figure in black. Are you unaware that there are 2 alchemy shops 300 meters away? Do you intend to blow up the Mingfang district? Beside him, A tall wizard in a black robe silently pressed his spellbook, causing several thick vines to burst forth from the ground, tightly binding the snoring pig demon. The remaining two robed wizards turned their gazes toward Zheng Qing. The sparse passers-by on the street gathered at a distance, with only Zheng Qing sitting near the pig demon. From the Witch Alliance Investigation Bureau, the Rapid Response Team for Emergencies, Registered Wizard, Commissioner Andrew. The stout wizard nodded at Zheng Qing. You are on site. Do you know who cast the lightning spell? The short, stout wizard, an oriental man with a doll-like face devoid of facial hair, had visible fine fuzz at the corners of his mouth. The emblem of a trident was emblazoned on his robe. Zheng Qing obediently pointed to the street corner. Thomas. The stout wizard turned his head, astonished, and exclaimed, Weren't you supposed to be a teaching assistant at the school? How do you have time to wander around the Four Seasons Square now? He tucked away his brown spellbook, brushed off his robe, and hastily approached the others. It appears you have been absent from the school these past few days, the stout wizard remarked with significant implication. Thomas furrowed his brow. Is it truly necessary to unleash a lightning spell for a mere wild demon? An inquiry arose from the tall wizard beside him. Furthermore, why does this wild demon have a talisman affixed to its forehead? Zheng Qing glanced at the talisman stuck between the pig demon's snout and forehead, pondering the realization that pigs, too, possess a forehead space. Only then did Zheng Qing comprehend the precise terminology for the luminous barrier that had flickered to life in the street earlier. Ouster's Guardian? It sounded like a protective incantation invented by someone named Ouster. You imply that this wild demon can see through Ouster's Guardian? The tall wizard shook his head, emphatically denying the possibility. This spell has been discussed multiple times at the Grand Wizard Council of the Witch Alliance, and can even obstruct the vision of significant demons. It is impossible for a mere wild demon to possess such capability. Thus, I am equally intrigued, Thomas remarked, producing an array of vials, a pair of earth-toned leather gloves, and an assortment of tools including tweezers, a bone saw, a hammer, a knife, and scissors from somewhere. The commissioners of the Investigation Bureau exchanged glances and silently nodded. Those gloves were from your second year, weren't they? Andrew removed his hood, revealing his doll-like face, and exclaimed, What a devoted soul. I heard earlier that she is already married. Did you not know? I simply cannot afford a new pair of gloves, Thomas replied in a flat tone. He crouched down, donned the gloves, and skillfully began to dissect the pig demon with the nearby tools. Saliva, blood, brain matter, flesh, hair, teeth, cartilage, bone, and other unidentifiable connective tissues were deftly separated and sorted into different containers. Zheng Qing observed his focused and effortless demeanor, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He could very well be the one responsible for this. Zheng Qing muttered softly, Shouldn't we notify his family? Isn't he still alive? The three wizards from the Witch Alliance Investigation Bureau gazed at him in astonishment. Any wizard tainted by demons will inevitably fall into true demonic corruption, without exception. Thomas stated clearly and brutally, the witching world has only one method of dealing with all demons. Zheng Qing refrained from naively inquiring what that method was. He stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the deceased pig. Then, in a state of agitation, he checked his exposed skin for any contamination. A newcomer? The tall wizard asked Thomas. A first-year student this year, Thomas replied. Fresh to the point of being utterly green, he secured the various vials and stood up with a smile. Just now, I merely set off a small firecracker and scared him half to death. Zheng Qing struggled to suppress the urge to snort in disbelief. Do not downplay it like that. You just released a lightning spell. The people on this street nearly flew away because of you. Andrew lamented in a tone of utter exhaustion. What kind of lunatics are at the Starry Sky Academy? Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Zheng Qing could not help but chuckle. Andrew turned and glanced at him. Zheng Qing returned a friendly smile. Thomas, there is an assistance task in the Bureau. Would you care to lend a hand? Andrew turned back to Thomas. If you agree to this task, the Bureau could negotiate with the Mingfang district not to pursue your reckless casting of spells. Andrew lowered his voice, enticingly. No time. Thomas retorted with a stern face. I have official duties. I need to write an 8,000-word interview report tonight. If you require my spellcasting report, I can complete that simultaneously. Official duties? Andrew glanced at Zheng Qing, stepping forward to drape an arm around his shoulder. This is this year's freshman. He looks quite tender. You could take him along to broaden his horizons. Young man, do you wish to see what a powerful demon looks like? Zheng Qing cast a glance at the slumbering wild boar on the ground, shaking his head vigorously. The mere wild demon nearly devoured him, judging by their words. The powerful demons must be even more terrifying. He was merely a scholar. When encountering demons, one ought to flee. What sense did it make to approach demons? Which academy do you belong to? Andrew let go of his arm, looking at Thomas with a discontented expression. You lack even a hint of youthful vigor. 9U Academy. A public-funded student ranked second in this year's freshman total scores. Thomas replied with a mocking smile. I recall you were also from 9U Academy. What was your ranking upon entry? Second to last or third? A scholar. Andrew exclaimed loudly, once again placing his arm around Zheng Qing's shoulder. Quick, help us take a picture. This could fetch a handsome price in the future. Zheng Qing strained to stand upright, his face flushed with embarrassment. The young man is too bashful, Andrew remarked, turning to look at him with a smile. Speak your mind. Do not be shy. Can you reimburse us? Zheng Qing resolved to ask loudly. Earlier, to subdue that pig demon, I used a calming talisman. Can your investigation bureau reimburse me for it? Andrew stared at him, dumbfounded. Chapter 24. The Trident. The Council of Wizards, as one of the three principal components of the Wizard Alliance, extends numerous privileges to its subordinate, the Trident. Unlike the ordinary local security bureaus and defense offices, the agents of the Trident possess global law enforcement authority and hold the right to use many high-risk spells without consequence. For instance, each year, the Bureau has the prerogative to select exceptional talents from the graduates of the first university, thereby enriching their ranks. Furthermore, they can disregard the considerable damages incurred by the Great Ming Square and openly engage in post-incident discussions with Thomas. Perhaps the management committee of the Great Ming Square is well aware of this. To avoid awkwardness, no committee staff appeared before the departure of these dark-robed agents. Very well. Andrew, we should take our leave, the tall wizard remarked, tucking away his spell book and bidding farewell in a low voice. It was a pleasure to see you, Thomas. Thomas bowed slightly in response. The final slender, tall wizard flipped through his spell book, dazzling runes bursting forth with the twist of his wrist, darting into the ground. Andrew did not depart immediately. He conferred with his two colleagues for a moment before returning to Thomas with a piece of brown paper sealed with wax. A series of popping sounds reminiscent of deflating balloons drew Zheng Qing's attention. He turned to see several thick vines enveloping a pig demon, slowly pulling it beneath the earth. The tall wizard and the slender one waved their hands, transforming into specks of starlight as they vanished from the street. Zheng Qing licked his lips, feeling dryness tinged with bitterness, akin to freshly shelled almonds. Whether it was Thomas guiding him to this four-seasoned square, the thunderous spelling chi lay previously cast by Thomas, or the vines summoned by the Trident, the figures that transformed into starlight left a profound impression of magic on him that day. Why haven't you left? Thomas scrutinized the brown paper seal, refraining from taking it, and said seriously, I must remind you that I am engaged in official duties for the first university, and time is of the essence. I merely wish to inquire which team you are betting on this season, Andrew replied, his cheeks comically quivering, his round, doll-like face radiating sincerity. To be on the safe side, I placed my bet on the Golden Star team, though the odds are somewhat low. Zheng Qing, meanwhile, was stroking his spellbook. He recalled that during their earlier conversation in the tea house, Thomas had mentioned such terms. Even now, he struggled to comprehend. But he vaguely surmised they were discussing the wizard sporting events. Life was better at school, where at least someone could talk about the World Cup. Andrew held the brown paper seal in his hand, shaking his head. Unlike the Bureau, everyone has been busy lately, making it nearly impossible to find anyone to discuss the hunting matches. Busy? Have they all gone to the Azure Castle? Thomas remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. Ever since he became the director of the Wizard Alliance Bureau, there have been increasing covert maneuvers against the Moonlit Council. Zheng Qing had heard of the Moonlit Council. Thomas had informed him that the Wizard Alliance functioned as the government of the wizarding world, and the Moonlit Council, along with the First University and the Wizard Council, constituted the three main institutions under the Wizard Alliance. Yet, why was the Alliance Bureau targeting the Moonlit Council? Zheng Qing listened with some confusion. Did you see that news report? Andrew said with a wry smile. He is a direct disciple of Principal Sure, naturally inheriting his style of jealousy and animosity. If he were not so steadfast in his stance, he would not be seated in that position as a registered wizard. The matter concerning the Azure Castle is likely just the beginning. Zheng Qing had a vague recollection of the Azure Castle. He remembered Thomas mentioning it in the tea house, seemingly due to a court search related to illegal experiments. As for the other terms they mentioned, he was utterly lost. He turned his head, looking listlessly at the ancient locust tree nearby. From the branches of the tree, a fluffy little head peeked out. It was a treant. He had expected these timid woodland sprites to remain hidden in their tree hollows for a long time after the previous thunderstorm. Yet, as soon as the pig demon was taken away by the agents of the trident, these little creatures made their appearance. Zheng Qing rummaged through his gray pouch, retrieving some hamster food, and offered it in his palm, making a tisk-tisk sound to entice the little sprites. Andrew cast a glance at him, leaning closer to Thomas and whispering, "But you are mistaken. The Bureau has not invested much effort into the Azure Castle. This is likely just a warning search. The real headache for the higher-ups lies elsewhere." Elsewhere? Andrew glanced around conspiratorially. There was a disturbance in the silent forest yesterday. A newly transformed little demon seized the opportunity to escape. The Bureau is currently conducting a widespread manhunt, so manpower is somewhat strained. A disturbance? Thomas's expression grew serious. That old fellow in the depths of the forest is causing trouble again. Andrew glanced at Zheng Qing, offering a vague explanation. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "I was just curious. Is it necessary to deploy the rapid response team of the Wizard Alliance Bureau for just one wild demon?" As he spoke, he handed the brown paper seal back to Thomas. "Those fellows have indeed been rather active lately." Thomas nodded, accepting the seal. "I can't shake the feeling that they know something." "Do you know something?" Andrew raised an eyebrow, smiling at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing, caught in the act of amusing the treant, stiffened, internally seething. "What does it matter to me if you know or not? Why do you keep staring at me?" Chapter 25. The journey of the Grand Clock and the voyage to the North Sea. The sound resembled a flatulence, and Zheng Qing felt a pang of sorrow for his talisman, harboring malicious thoughts. The trident sword ultimately expressed its inability to compensate Zheng Qing for the lost tranquility talisman. According to Andrew's explanation, Zheng Qing's use of the talisman constituted an act of self-defense and was not an appropriation by the trident sword. Thus, theoretically, the Investigation Bureau would not be responsible for such losses. However, before departing, Andrew requested Zheng Qing's identification materials from Thomas, intending to apply for an honorary certificate on Zheng Qing's behalf. Zheng Qing was utterly oblivious to the significance of these honorary titles. He was only distressed about the talisman dangling from the pig's nose. Fortuitously, he had emerged unscathed, having experienced such an exhilarating scene. Observing Zheng Qing bidding farewell to the tree spirit, Thomas remarked, "To receive an honorary certificate even before enrollment is quite remarkable. You didn't encounter any trouble while casting that spell, did you?" Zheng Qing recalled the words of several agents from the Trident Sword. Feeling a twinge of unease, "I hardly did anything. You are the true hero who thwarted that monster. If the school penalizes you for this, it would be profoundly unjust." "Who says I will be penalized?" Thomas raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. "Merely using high-risk magic necessitates filing a report. As such, magic typically impacts the stability of the space-time around its usage, requiring further observation and restoration by the relevant departments." Zheng Qing stuffed the remaining handful of mouse feed into the claws of the tree spirit. He stood up, letting out a deep sigh, feeling somewhat dispirited. The magical world was not as liberating as he had envisioned. Perhaps it was due to the requirement for Thomas to fill out an accident report after casting a spell. Perhaps it was the presence of the Wizards Alliance, various councils, the Trident Sword, law enforcement agencies, and other bewildering institutions. Zheng Qing felt he had merely jumped from one circle to another. The circle might have become more ornate, yet it remained a circle nonetheless. In his fantasies, wizards should don long robes, perpetually guarding their laboratories, allowing their house elves to tidy up and manage household chores. In moments of leisure, they might raise a three-headed dog for amusement, whimsically slay a fire dragon for a feast, or draw their wands to cast spells at injustices, occasionally drawing a circle to curse a minor foe. What kind of magic is it if one cannot act freely and have their wishes fulfilled? The fantastical reality bore no distinction from the mundane world outside. Zheng Qing lamented, "I had once believed that magic could be wielded at will. That upon encountering an unpleasant individual, I could simply consult a spell book and transform them into a pig." He sighed again. Thomas did not lead Zheng Qing far. After making 2 turns, they stopped before a massive wooden grandfather clock. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, its lines were simple, devoid of superfluous embellishments, and its reddish-brown lacquer imparted a sense of stability and weight. The clock face was white, with black Roman numerals reinforced by copper fittings. Unlike other mechanical clocks, there were no hanging weights. Instead, a slender thread supported a polished copper pendulum. As they paused, the brilliantly shiny pendulum began to swing, accompanied by the melodious chimes of Westminster. Zheng Qing was quite familiar with this chime. His grandfather's study housed an antique walnut grandfather clock that chimed this very melody every hour. His grandfather had told him that this chime echoed that of the Big Ben in England, which, due to its elegance and solemnity, was adopted by many other clocks. "Isn't that the music from our side?" Zheng Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "It is the prayer music of the mendicant monks. Its popularity in your region is due to their desire to bless more people," Thomas explained as he took out a device resembling a mobile phone, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding. "Time is up." Zheng Qing glanced at the clock's face, noting the hour was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After a moment's reflection, he produced his pocket watch to confirm the time, finding it perfectly accurate. "A commendable habit," Thomas remarked. "For wizards, nothing is more crucial than time." Zheng Qing silently tucked away his pocket watch, recalling that the same sentiment had been expressed to him by another gentleman. Thomas opened the glass door of the grandfather clock and nudged Zheng Qing gently, saying, "Step inside." "What is this?" Zheng Qing inquired, parting the thread that suspended the pendulum and peering inside. The interior of the clock was quiet, the pendulum motionless. Wizards typically referred to it simply as the grand clock. Thomas squeezed in behind Zheng Qing, closing the glass door with a muffled voice. "You can think of it as a rapid transit device or an alchemical form of escape." Thomas remained silent, squinting at the silvery clock face. "This is the 17 o'clock station," he murmured, retrieving a brass key from behind the clock face and inserting it into the lowest keyhole, turning it twice. Zheng Qing heard the clock creak, followed by the rhythmic ticking of the clock. "Touch the wall behind you. There should be a doorknob." Thomas's voice trembled amid the clock's ticking. Zheng Qing fumbled in the darkness and grasped a round doorknob. "Found it." His voice echoed loudly in the cramped clock chamber. "Twist it and push the door open." Thomas called out urgently from behind. "We have only 1 minute. If we don't hurry, the Westminster music will deafen us." He pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black corridor, with a faint light glimmering in the distance. The air in the corridor felt somewhat damp and murky, yet Zheng Qing found the scent strangely familiar. He heard Thomas closing the door behind him and faintly caught the sound of Westminster's chimes once more. "What does 17 o'clock station mean?" Zheng Qing, disliking the dark environment, strained to focus on the light ahead, striving to sound less anxious. "The grand clock serves as a fixed station established by the Wizards Alliance worldwide. The clock face displays 12 hours, totaling 720 minutes, with a station for each minute, making for a total of 720 grand clocks. We just passed through the 17 o'clock station. Sounds rather complicated," Zheng Qing muttered. "Were we in the basement earlier?" He exclaimed in surprise. "I had no idea such a place existed in my home's basement." Zheng Qing blinked and recalled that he had previously occupied himself by affixing numerous talismans around the house. Perhaps these talismans had interfered with the grand clock's positioning. "Next, I will head north for a while. I may not have time to contact you soon," Thomas reiterated. "Remember to catch that flight from Chang'an Airport on August 31st. It's the only one available. If you miss it, there's no need to go. Don't expect the school to violate Article 37 of the Fundamental Management Regulations for Wizards for a new student, nor anticipate the school to activate the protective array twice within a year. You still haven't purchased that standard timer for me," Zheng Qing recalled as Thomas's figure began to fade. Suddenly, he remembered the reading list and couldn't help but call out. "The pocket watch hanging around your neck is quite suitable." Thomas's voice grew fainter along with his silhouette until it vanished entirely. Zheng Qing sighed, pulling out the pocket watch around his neck. The afternoon time read 5 o'clock, 1 minute, and 38 seconds. Chapter 26, Nikita at noon. The sun hung in the center of the northern sky, unaccompanied by a single cloud. Against the backdrop of a brilliant azure, a solitary black bird soared gracefully, its expansive wings outstretched, navigating the expanse between sea and sky. The relentless sunlight cascaded down upon the shimmering surface of the ocean, reflecting a mesmerizing spectrum of colors. An endless stretch of water unfolded before the eye, devoid of any jarring or unusual sight, save for the deep, vibrant blue. A gentle sea breeze caressed the water's surface, coaxing forth a school of flying fish that leaped joyfully towards the sun, their broad fins slapping the water with a rhythmic pop. The creatures were startled not by a fearsome marine predator, but rather by a majestic three-masted sailboat, measuring 100 meters in length, resting quietly upon the waves. This black-hulled vessel, polished to a high sheen, appeared almost glazed under the sunlight, radiating an alluring brilliance. The first 2 masts were adorned with 5 dull horizontal sails, while the final mast bore a large triangular sail. All sails were unfurled, Yet the black ship remained eerily still, anchored in place, unmoving. For miles around, the sea was placid, without a ripple. On the stern deck, a single lantern flickered weakly, its flame casting a greenish glow. Even in this clear blue sky, under the blazing sun, the lantern emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire vessel in its luminous embrace. Thick ropes were tightly bound to the mast that slanted forward toward the horizon, securing the ship in place. Beneath the slanted mast at the bow, a figure of a mermaid with clasped hands graced the prow. Her scarlet eyes glimmered faintly, her expression almost lifelike, contrasting sharply with the ship's dark exterior. Clad in a sheer veil, she was ensnared by a thick crimson iron chain that encircled her neck and arms, wrapping around her form. Above her head coiled a multitude of serpents, each as thick as a child's arm. In the scorching sun, these cold-blooded creatures hung languidly, their bodies drooping as they flicked their tongues, suspended from the mast like spears. The warm day instilled a sense of lethargy, fostering an atmosphere of drowsiness. The deck lay barren, devoid of any industrious crew members scrubbing the surfaces. Even the ropes hanging from the mast were too lethargic to sway. Upon the cabin's ceiling rested a coarse fabric lounger. On it reclined a young man with dark hair, clad in a pink polo shirt and white-green floral beach shorts, who had a copy of Dodo Lady spread across his face. From beneath the magazine wafted faint snores. Behind him, on the main mast, a burly bald man in coarse shorts hung his head, utterly motionless, devoid of any vitality, his arms outstretched like a crucified figure, his robust body marred by scars. Toward the front of the left side of the ship, a tall blond youth leaned against the rail, a thick cigarette clenched between his teeth, squinting as he stared intently at his fishing rod. Perhaps he was the only one awake on the deck. The black sailboat drifted alone in this tranquil sea, where only the rolling waves were visible. Besides fishing, the alert youth found little other amusement. Yet even this small pleasure seemed to dissolve under the harsh sunlight. Damn it, the blond youth muttered in irritation. His fishing line had not seen any action since morning. The still surface of the sea resembled a sheet of blue glass, utterly devoid of movement. The bait hung on the hook had failed to attract even a green-headed fly. Could it be that the recent deadly experiments conducted by those sorcerers had driven even the flies away from their flesh? The blond youth speculated bitterly, raising his gaze. Then he spotted the dark speck circling overhead. "Damn that bird," he exclaimed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. All of this was the fault of that large bird. He lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at the black in the sky with his crimson eyes, exhaling a thick smoke ring. In the center of the smoke ring, the large bird nonchalantly spread its wings. Ever since the captain had spotted a pair of sorceress eyes above, he had ordered everyone to unfurl the sails and anchor. Thus, the black ship found itself marooned in this spot, where only a solitary bird could relieve itself. At this time, everyone should have been lounging on the white sands of the Mediterranean, listening to the siren's sweet melodies, slaying the minotaur raised by the moonlit council, and singing praises to the beautiful moon. Instead, their plans had been dashed by that bird. Harry, the blond youth, threw the remaining half of his cigarette into the sea, glaring at the lounging figure on the cabin's ceiling, angrily calling out, "Haven't you been out gathering bird eggs lately? That damn creature has been circling above us for 3 days." The snores beneath the Dodo Lady faltered. The young man in the pink polo shirt covered his ears with his hands, muttering a few words before turning away, presenting his back to the blond youth. Resuming his sun-soaked leisure, the blond youth squinted again. A flicker of crimson flashed in his pupils, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The pent-up anger of 3 days could be ignited by a mere triviality. Perhaps after a scuffle, both would find themselves at the captain's mercy, beaten and hung from the mast to dry in the wind. Yet if he did not act, he feared being consumed by the fire of frustration smoldering within him. The blond youth rubbed his palms together, producing a series of sharp, crackling sounds. The young man clad in the pink polo shirt, with his back to him, tensed up, and the snores beneath the magazine vanished without a trace. The serpents coiling beneath the prow seemed to sense something, lifting their heads to hiss at the blond youth and his companion. The burly man hanging from the mast gave a slight shake of his smooth head. Suddenly, an unusual silence enveloped the deck. Then, with a soft pop, as if a bubble had burst, a slender figure flashed into view at the tip of the prow. "Nikita, it's been years, and your temper has grown considerably," the blond youth remarked with a scornful tone, watching as the severed piece of snake flesh fell into the sea. "When did the Lich King's minions start wreaking havoc upon the open ocean?" The tranquil surface of the sea began to churn. A school of small white fish, resembling bubbles, swarmed around the piece of snake meat, which dissolved almost instantaneously in the frothy water, failing to release a single drop of blood. Chapter 27. She comes from the abyss. I detest her cold, slippery companions. The siren cast him a sidelong glance, a faintly enchanting smile gracing her lips. Yet her tone remained frigid, and all things grotesque. This unexpected apparition on the deck was a siren with raven-black hair and blood-red eyes. Her tall figure enveloped in a voluminous black robe, from which only her crimson lips and a portion of her alabaster neck emerged. It appeared she bore some burden. The fabric of her robe billowing outward, prominently displaying a golden emblem. The emblem featured a golden eye-beam, with two exquisite skulls nestled in its indented sides. Any self-respecting demon would recognize this insignia. It belonged to the Lich King. Only the direct heirs of the Lich King could wield such a mark. In the eyes of wizards, all demons were homogeneous creatures, blood-red eyes and darkened hearts. Just as in the perception of demons, all wizards were alike. Their flesh exuding a fragrant aroma, their souls rich with essence. Yet, divisions were ever present. In the Wizard Alliance, there existed the estranged Wizard Council and the Moonlit Assembly. Within the realm of demons, the territories of several demon kings were distinctly demarcated. The Black Ship was a subordinate of the Sea Demon King, while the newly arrived siren belonged to the Lich King. Harry, lounging in the sun on a deck chair, had long since tumbled from the cabin. His beloved Lady Dodo vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a vibrant bouquet of dripping roses. "How may I serve you, enchanting lady?" He knelt on one leg before Nikita, a courteous smile illuminating his face, his scarlet eyes sparkling like rubies. If only he could wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, he would be perfect. "Don your robe before addressing me." The siren raised her chin haughtily. Her voice permeated with contempt. For a lich, a robe represented the most basic form of respect. Whether clad in a pink polo shirt or white and green striped beach shorts, it was difficult for Nikita to perceive Harry's sincerity. What a delightful expression. Harry gripped the roses tightly, slowly tightening his grasp until dark green and purplish juice oozed from between his fingers. His crimson gaze shimmered with longing, akin to a mad artist beholding a rare treasure. "I could just devour you." Nikita paid no heed to Harry's frenzied ramblings as she glided past the infatuated man kneeling before her and boldly entered the cabin. "Oh, little fairy." The golden-haired youth had somehow positioned himself at the cabin door, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips as he lazily regarded her. A gentle breeze swept across the ocean, causing the siren's robe to flutter and accentuating her graceful form. The object she bore on her back became more distinct, a child. The golden-haired youth squinted. It was a rarity for a lich to carry a child while seeking an audience with the captain, especially in the demon realm, where a youngling's sole merit was its tender flesh and smooth texture. He licked his lips. The edge of the siren's robe stirred, revealing a dark crimson tome with a golden-threaded cover. "I am pressed for time." She lifted her head, revealing her captivating large eyes, their dark red depths glinting with a perilous gleam in the radiant sunlight. The golden-haired youth chewed the remnants of his cigarette, savoring the golden strands of tobacco. The hefty man suspended from the main mast stirred slightly, as if roused from his stupor. "We have all the time in the world, my dear." Harry's oily voice piped up once more from behind her. "Besides, the little one you carry is more fragrant than you." The voice was close, almost whispering in her ear. She heard a long inhalation behind her, a breath that seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it sought to engulf her entirely. The elder liches had long proclaimed that the Sea Demon King's minions were little more than a pack of freshly unbridled brutes, bloodthirsty and devoid of reason. Now, Nikita found that summary lacking. She felt compelled to add, these brutes were also boorish, showing no tolerance or patience towards ladies. She understood that without offering something of value, her entrance into the nearby cabin would be perilously challenging. The child on her back shrank back. No longer hesitating, she spoke softly, "I come from the abyss." Cough, cough, cough. The golden-haired youth seemed to choke on the tobacco he had been chewing, clutching his chest and bending over as he coughed violently, utterly oblivious to his exposed midriff in the siren's captivating view. Thud. The muscular man tied to the mast broke free from his restraints, crashing heavily onto the deck. The black ship rocked violently, sending ripples across the tranquil sea surface. The chilling presence behind her dissipated, and Nikita could distinctly sense Harry holding his breath, his face flushed, cautiously distancing himself from her. A satisfied smile graced her lips. A siren always knew when to astonish everyone. "Come in," a gentle, albeit nasally voice emanated from within the cabin. Nikita ducked beneath the bending golden-haired youth, who continued to cough and slipped into the dark confines of the ship's interior. In the sky, a large bird that had been circling for quite some time let out a cry before suddenly taking flight. Is it her? The burly man rubbed his bald head, rasping his inquiry. The golden-haired youth continued to cough. Harry squinted, watching the bird ascend until it dwindled into a mere dot against the azure expanse. He understood that the burly man's question pertained to Nikita, and that the bird, which had surveilled the black ship for 3 days, was indeed searching for her. This avian creature served as the wizard's eye. It would only divert its gaze upon encountering something of its desire. Descending the sloping staircase into the cabin, Nikita felt a twinge of confusion. The interior of the ship mirrored its exterior, cloaked in darkness, and the space appeared cramped and confined, hardly accommodating much. This starkly contrasted with her expectations of a spacious, lavish hall. In her years as a wizard, and now as a fallen demon, she had seldom encountered such a narrow space. Wizards and demons of even moderate prowess had various means to expand their environments, crafting comfortable, living quarters for themselves. She blinked, quickly acclimatizing to the dim light within the cabin. Directly opposite the staircase stood a stout wooden pillar, likely the main mast of the black ship. Scattered around its base were wooden crates, while a barrel, bound with iron hoops, lay in the corner, its lid ajar and empty inside. The siren furrowed her delicate brows. Feeling the child on her back tremble, she extended her hand to soothe him. The ship is a bit old. Bear with it. A gentle voice emanated from the lower left. It was then that Nikita noticed a small patch of light illuminating the otherwise pitch-black hold. Above this light hung an iron grate, through which brilliant sunlight streamed, casting a vibrant hue and deepening the shadows against the wall. The gentle voice originated from that very darkness. Chapter 28. The captain of the mist ship. The life of demons is invariably monotonous. They evade the hunter squads of wizards, capture wizards, and continue to elude those same hunters. Occasionally, in their leisure, the elder demons engage in discussions regarding the culinary delights of wizard flesh, while the younger ones tend to their wild kin, and the female demons gather to gossip about the great demons traversing the seas. The black ship is named the Mist, a war vessel meticulously crafted by the sea demon king himself. Its captain, a legendary figure among demons, often becomes the subject of conversation among the female demons. It is said that this captain is quite young, an original species of demon, born as a true demon, who, even in under a century old, has already reached the pinnacle of demonhood. Legends speak of his exploits, claiming that he once sailed the black ship across the seas in a single day, annihilating 13 wizard hunting squads, with none of the 3 leading arch-wizards surviving. It is rumored that he ventured to the ocean's depths on a full moon night, challenging the ancient sea demon king and emerging unscathed. Some even claim he had faced the headmaster of the first academy. Now, this very legend stands before Nikita. With her eyes slightly squinted, she quietly observes the tall figure before her, who pauses beside a pillar. Do not be shy. Come closer, so you may see clearly. What I allow you to see is permitted, a gentle voice continues, exuding a sense of tolerance. Nikita hesitates for a moment, then obediently steps forward. The foremost rule of the demon race dictates that one must maintain respect and reverence in the presence of the powerful, yielding to their will. Leaning against the cabin wall is a wide table supported by several slanted wooden beams, lending it a sturdy appearance. On one side of the table, against the wall, a few blackened jars are haphazardly arranged, wisps of colored smoke swirling above them. On the other side, an ancient leather scroll lies unfurled, adorned with intricate patterns in dark gold and silver. Casually placed atop the scroll is a wooden plate, its design archaic, enveloped in a deep purple lacquer, with silver lines tracing complex floral patterns near the edge. Nikita vaguely senses that these patterns might possess a style reminiscent of demonic runes. Her gaze flits over the jars, the scroll, and the intricate designs, ultimately resting upon the plate. Upon it lies a complete, sanguine brain, 2 dark, sharp tendrils deftly teasing the delicate folds of the organ, occasionally tapping gently. In response to the brain's tremors, a silvery, misty substance is coaxed forth, drawn into a pair of obsidian lips hovering in midair. Nikita's vision quivers momentarily. As her gaze trails along the glimmering substance to those lips, it falters, then swiftly descends. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches a glimpse of the edge of a white robe. The runes on that robe must hold significant meaning, she muses internally. Memory is a far more captivating entity than mere power, the gentle voice reveals, tinged with profound satisfaction. Nikita understands he refers to the silvery mist. This is a highly coveted beverage among high-ranking demons, akin to the libations favored by wizards. However, this drink is not brewed from the nectar and dew of small sprites. It is imbued with the noble yet sanguinary essence of demons, crafted from the warm human brain, its flowing memories stimulated by demonic energy. This beverage is known as memory. Memory is the vintage of time. For wizards, nothing holds greater importance than time itself. Their power accumulates within its passage. Their souls transcend within its embrace. And memories distill the most precious essence through its relentless flow. These essences are the most intoxicating indulgence for high-ranking demons. This brain is from a young wizard we captured just yesterday. It is remarkably fresh and exceedingly rare. Especially those memories filled with power and struggle are exceptionally exquisite. The gentle voice praises, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Nowadays, wizards' brains are increasingly scarce, particularly those from registered little ones. Such a pity. Nikita swiftly produces a dark red ceramic jar, presenting it with reverence. This is a memory brewed from the brains of the Dorians. Although it lacks the rich flavor of a wizardess essence, it is full of exotic charm. I hope you will graciously accept it. The Dorians are an alien race that acknowledges the legitimacy of the Wizard Alliance, holding demons in disdain. Thus, their flesh and souls are often regarded as rare trophies. Offered to high-ranking demons. Fear not. Lift your head, the captain of the mist ship says as he accepts the ceramic jar, caressing its protruding patterns. His voice brimming with joy. Nikita raises her gaze, meeting the obsidian lips, the pronounced bridge of the nose, and those deep, dark red eyes. In an instant, she becomes entranced by the purity within those eyes, her own demonic energy stalling involuntarily. A torrent of memories, guarded by her demonic energy, floods her mind like crashing waves. All memories echo the same narrative, survival. Born in the northern district of Beta Town, as the child of a trickster, Nikita learned from a young age the harshness of existence. While the wizard children soared on brooms and flew on swords, she could only watch with envy. Then accompany her parents into the pitch-black, silent forest to gather herbs, trading for mere moments of time. At 6, she lost both her parents. One was dragged to the riverbed by a water ghost while crossing the silent river. The other was ensnared by gray vines in the silent forest. To her, the silent forest was a manifestation of death itself. In her youth, she associated being alive with the meager piece of black bread the old trickster would break for her, a small, hard, dark morsel. The old trickster's bony fingers would pinch her face as he observed her tearfully consuming the black bread. Living was arduous. At 15, she received her acceptance letter from the first academy. She moved into the academy dormitory, free from the confines of the cramped attic where she had heard the mice fighting. She savored delicious meals, no longer needing to risk entering the silent forest for a morsel of bread, and she even had a lover, his emerald eyes forever clear and dependable. She began to dream of the future, of life. During her time at the academy, she lived joyfully. In her senior year, tasked with an internship, she once again ventured into the silent forest. She was attacked by wild demons. When her mentor rescued her, her eyes were already clouded with crimson. She told her mentor, "I want to live." Her mentor replied, "Then run. Run far away, out of the silent forest, to a place devoid of wizards." Thus, she began her flight. The wizard hunting squads were terrifying. They could always locate solitary demons, reducing them to ashes or binding them to unknown, dark realms. But even more terrifying was her loss of control as she began to view wizards as sustenance. Yet, she was still alive. Not long ago, her mentor brought a 6 or 7-year-old girl to her, saying, "This child also wishes to survive." The elder wizards in the territory stirred restlessly. Eager to place the child on the experimental table, the younger wizards drooled, longing to taste the small wizard. Even her companions cast covetous glances at them. Thus, she fled once more, this time with the little girl, escaping the domain of the wizards. For the sake of survival. Now, she has boarded the ship. The captain blinked. Nikita, as if awakening from a dream, touched her face in terror, finding it damp. There was sweat, as well as tears. The captain gazed at her gently. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. Every fallen wizard has endured the desperate struggle. Those bloodthirsty essences are slowly pumped from weeping hearts. Chapter 29. Falling into darkness. If the wizards are the eternal foes of demons, then the abyss is the ancient nightmare of these fiends. The abyss, originally named the first prison of the Wizard Alliance, is a prison established by wizards for demons, hidden deep within the silent forest. Each year, hundreds of demons are incarcerated. Yet none have ever emerged alive. This prison resembles a black hole, devouring all information, and thus is feared by demons as the abyss. Upon learning of this, the wizards renamed it to instill dread in the demons that roam the outside world. Now, a small creature, recently escaped from the abyss, stands in the cabin. The captain of the misty ship rests his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his face as he observes her. She is a charming little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, with delicate features and sparkling large eyes that gleam with innocence as she gazes up at the tall captain, blissfully unaware of the terror that lurks before her. She came from the abyss? The captain glances at the demoness beside her. Indeed, Nikita hangs her head. It is said that it is a chasm. How did she manage to crawl out? The captain, intrigued, pinches the little girl's cheek and inquires. Her mother is a guard at the abyss. Why protect her? It is utterly absurd. The captain of the misty ship shakes his head. Nikita understands his meaning. For a demon, honoring a commitment to food is indeed a laughable notion. Perhaps, deep within her heart, there remains a flicker of unrealistic hope. Why are you here? My teacher told me that I would only have a chance at life if I boarded this ship. Did your teacher not enlighten you about the rules of boarding? The captain's dark lips curl into a smirk. Rules? The demoness stares blankly at the captain. Isn't what you say the rule? While she appreciates the captain's flattery, she must inform him that the rules of boarding were established by His Majesty the Sea Demon King. The captain gestures with his finger, pointing at the two captives before him, a predatory smile creeping across his lips. Every person boarding must bring their own offering. Nikita's heart clenches, her complexion draining of color as she gazes at the captain. Offering. Her voice quivers with fear. An offering is an item used in sacrifices. Wizards typically employ sandalwood, talismans, fine wine, and delicacies. More elaborate rituals may even include 3 sacrificial animals. For them, sacrifices are mostly a ceremony to honor their ancestors, occasionally serving as a bridge between realms. Yet the sacrifices of demons are entirely different. Demons possess a long-standing historical lineage. Their ancestors believed that the world originated from a great true spirit, and every life is a descendant of that spirit. The true spirit governs the fortune of each offspring. Wizards are seen as thieves of the true spirit's fire, regarded as wayward children. The flesh and blood of wizards is considered the finest gift to the true spirit. Before every feast, demons perform simple sacrifices, and after each sacrifice, grand banquets are held, for fresh blood and flesh are the true spirit's delight and the demon's delicacy. Thus, I must select a suitable offering from among you. The captain of the misty ship gazes gently at the two, his dark red eyes betraying no emotion. First, your names. With a snap of his fingers, a dark oil lamp on the table bursts forth with green flames. An elderly elf, with pointed ears and a beard streaked with white, emerges from the shadows, trembling as he unfurls a grayish-white hide map. In the center lies a black scale, seemingly drawn with charcoal from embers. Its edges rough and structure simplistic. Surrounding the hide are dark red runes, glowing faintly in the dimness of the cabin. Nikita's lips move, her mind a blank slate. An offering signifies death. Since she became a street urchin at the age of 6, this moment marks her closest encounter with death. Jojo. The little girl beside her timidly whispers her name. The old elf roughly seizes her small hand, piercing her arm with his dark nails, and dips his fingers in the flowing blood to inscribe Jojo on the left side of the scale. The character Jo, from ancient times, represented an exceptional human sacrifice. The captain, with his back turned, gazes out of the narrow window at the splendid view beyond. Behind him, the little girl clutches her arm, quietly sobbing. The old elf prods the dazed demoness with his long finger. Nikita, the demoness murmurs. Her name is inscribed on the right side of the scale. The green flames of the oil lamp surge, illuminating the elderly elf's weathered visage, casting a somber shadow. The prayers of offering is a chant that must be recited before the demon feast. It is said to be a record of the true spirit's teachings from the ancient demon kings. Demons who fail to adhere to these rites risk losing the true spirit's favor. Nikita is well acquainted with these invocations. As the old elf sings a line in his peculiar tone, Nikita and Jojo echo back in unison. Pour from the great vessel. To invoke the yellow offerings. The yellow altar beckons, to inspire hope. Long life and prosperity, may they be granted. Alas, let us feast. The entire chant is less than 300 words, completed in under 5 minutes. The dark red runes on the grayish-white hide gleam with brilliant red light as the echoes of the chant linger, casting distorted and grotesque reflections of the figures in the cabin upon the walls. In the midst of the crimson glow, Jojo's small hand tightly clutches Nikita's robe. Nikita, arms wrapped around her knees, buries her head deep in her lap. Entering the silent forest to survive. Escaping the silent forest to survive. Entering the Lich King's domain to survive. Escaping the Lich King's domain to survive. After all this struggle, is it finally ending? On the grayish-white hide, the scale sways uncertainly. The old elf, flustered, seeks guidance from the captain, who yanks its ear and tosses it into the sea. Choose one for yourselves. The captain wipes his hands with a pristine white cloth, discarding it out the window. The green oil lamp flickers a few times before extinguishing. Wisps of pale blue smoke rise, swirling endlessly in the cramped cabin. If we cannot survive together, then let us perish together. Jojo whispers in her ear, I have not changed. I cannot consume humans. The demoness lifts her head, glancing at the little witch, who grins with shining eyes. Sister, this uncle is so ugly. In the Lich King's domain, the little witch whispers to Nikita about her lich teacher. When I grow up, I'll catch a bunch of little wizards for you. Eat one, toss one. She waves her small hand dramatically before the bonfire. Sister, if you're hungry, just nibble on your fingers, and you won't feel hungry anymore. On the road of escape, the little witch comforts her as she faces the ordeal of starvation. The demoness breaks down in tears. What an enchanting aroma. The captain of the misty ship turns his attention to the cabin. He inhales deeply, his expression one of rapture. The tone of his voice growing ever more mellifluous. It emanates fear and despair, still striving to struggle, gripping tightly to even the faintest glimmer of light. Perhaps your teacher knew you could still see a sliver of light, which is why she sent you here. A chilling sensation envelopes Nikita. Now you may let go. Tears streaming down her face. Nikita understands that she is about to plunge into the deepest darkness. The captain gazes gently at her, observing as she sobs, her anguish palpable. Watching the thin stream of blood trickle from the corner of her mouth. Watching them merge into one in despair. The blood at the corners of her lips is sweet and warm. Yet, Nikita's stomach begins to grow cold. This chill will swiftly spread throughout her body. And it will remain cold indefinitely. Chapter 30. The Weeping Rebirth. Every fallen sorcerer has endured the agonizing struggle of despair. Nikita faintly recalls the moment she first tore open a sorcerer's throat. At that time, she was wandering at the end of the Nile. The scorching sun mercilessly beating down upon the earth, the sand beneath her feet resembling a quagmire, relentlessly pulling her deeper into darkness. A young sorcerer had been trailing her for over a month. Hunters possess boundless patience towards their prey. He merely observed her staggering through the desert from a distance. She had not eaten for an entire week. The demonic blood had thoroughly transformed her, both physically and mentally. Sorcerers, or rather, human food, once consumed, would be expelled with a greater ferocity. Only the sustenance of blood could be tolerated by her demonic form, while animal flesh could serve to stave off hunger. The more she consumed, the more intense her cravings grew. Every upright creature seemed like a moving confection, exuding an alluring sweetness. She resisted this desire and fled deeper into the wasteland. Here, apart from the grotesque insects, there was not a soul in sight, save for the sorcerer trailing her from afar. Lying amidst the scorching dunes, Nikita gazed at the boundless blue sky, her eyes unfocused. The insects of the desert were remarkably resilient, their tough exoskeletons enveloping acidic fluids that seared her. Yet, what truly left her body in tatters was the young sorcerer's loud curses. He was not far off. Nikita turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened as she regarded him. He was indeed a handsome young man. A fleeting sensation washed over her. Had they still been at the academy? Such a young man under her gaze would surely have blushed and fumbled in embarrassment. But now, this young man merely regarded her with suspicion, flipping through his grimoire, poised to unleash a thunderous spell upon her. She turned her gaze back to the sky and closed her eyes. In her ears, she heard the young man's brief, anguished cry, followed by the heavy thud of his body collapsing to the ground. Struggling, Nikita sat up. Beside the dune, an elderly figure cloaked in a long black robe regarded her with blood-red eyes. Dead, the old man's voice rasped, dry as the cold wind sweeping through a desolate forest. He raised a long, slender staff from beneath his robe, pointing it at the prostrate body of the young sorcerer. For a moment, Nikita hesitated, then rolled over to the young sorcerer's side, feeling for his neck. His pulse had indeed ceased. The old man affectionately patted her head, as one might a small dog. He lifted his iron-tipped staff and pierced the dead sorcerer's neck. Blood flowed languidly from the gaping wound, releasing an intoxicating aroma, reminiscent of the black bread she had once received from the hands of that old magician in her youth. Nikita lowered her head and began to drink. From that moment forth, she acquired a new mentor. He was a lieutenant to the Lich King, and the old man insisted she address him as Sir Ulysses. Days turned into weeks, and Nikita seemed to adapt to the life of a lich. Yet, in the eyes of other demons, she became a source of shame for Sir Ulysses, as she feasted solely on the corpses of sorcerers. Take your time, do not rush, we all begin this way, the old lord continually reassured her, until one fateful week they arrived at the Lich King's domain. Confronted by the malevolent gazes of her demonic peers, Nikita realized she could not face the death of a sorcerer. Thus, she fled once more with the young witch. Now, aboard the mist, with nowhere left to escape. A sense of relief washed over Nikita. Perhaps this was Sir Ulysses' true intention. A demon already plunged into darkness must descend deeper still to survive. Memories flicker briefly, yet they are etched into her soul as if they were eternal. Nikita lay prostrate at the captain's feet, her expression devoid of emotion, her crimson eyes glistening in the dark. Please, allow me to remain aboard. The captain of the mist sat silently behind his desk. Before him lay a wooden platter that once held memories. Upon it rested the young witch's brain, resembling a luscious peach, its white flesh smeared with pink juice. The captain's thorn-like instrument deftly maneuvered across the folds of the brain, wisps of violet mist slithering into his nostrils like serpents. After a lengthy silence, the vibrant peach gradually dulled, revealing a grayish hue. While you have offered a tribute and boarded my ship, it does not guarantee your stay. The captain's gentle voice resonated slowly. Thus, you must provide me with a compelling reason. Nikita remained silent for a few moments. I wish to live well. She gritted her teeth as she declared. Ah. The captain's lips curled into a smirk, his dark red eyes glinting with intrigue as he scrutinized the young witch before him. That reason is appealing, yet still insufficient. I can secure passage on the first university's voyage, Nikita stated with an unusual calmness. This was a secret shared between her and the boy with emerald green eyes. Once she divulged this secret, she severed all ties with her former self. Indeed, there were no connections left. The past Nikita had perished. The being standing here now was Nikita Zhou. The captain toyed with his thorn-like instrument, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. The sunset bathed the sea in a layer of enticing jam. The deep blue sky resembling a vast tablecloth draped over an enormous cake. In the distant, silent depths of the forest, a new shoot sprouted from an ancient tree within a prison that resembled a black hole. This was a most significant occurrence. Yet, the first university had merely dispatched an additional dean to oversee the black prison. In the captain's memory, when that old tree bloomed, the first university would at least send a high-ranking wizard to guard it. This signified that some intriguing developments were afoot at the first university. The captain lifted his gaze, looking kindly at Nikita, and said, "Since you can embark on that voyage, then by all means, make the journey." Nikita slowly nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall assist above. Inform them that we must head north." Nikita did not leave immediately. The captain watched her in silence. "I want her." Nikita fixated on the desiccated peach resting on the wooden platter. This was the last remnant of the young witch show in this world. What a peculiar request, the captain remarked, shaking his head in agreement. Nikita cradled the withered brain, humbly bowed her head, and swiftly departed from this dark realm. Chapter 31. 6 crew members. The brilliant sunlight outside the cabin slightly dispelled the gloom within Nikita's heart. On the deck, Harry, clad in beach shorts, was folding the sails, while a golden-haired youth assisted him in pulling the ropes. The robust figure of a man had once again ascended the mast. The captain had mentioned a journey to the north. The siren shouted at the two busy individuals. "I see." Harry pointed towards the green lantern at the stern of the ship. Nikita recalled that upon her boarding, the lantern had shone brightly, but now its light had extinguished. "The captain asked me to relay his message. Does this mean you were permitted to board?" The golden-haired youth, gripping the thick rope, swung towards the siren, narrowing his blood-red eyes with a hint of malice. Nikita regarded him cautiously, remaining silent. "I am Ryan, the ship's first mate," the golden-haired youth declared, pointing to himself in a threatening manner. "Since you are aboard, you must heed my commands." "You are the first mate? Then I am the vice-captain," Harry shouted angrily from atop the mast. Who has ever seen a first mate who can't even catch a fish? Moreover, beautiful women need not obey anyone's orders. Turning away, Harry beamed at the siren and eagerly brought her a reclining chair. "A beauty like you only needs to lie here and enjoy the scenery." Ryan scoffed derisively, pulling out a bottle labeled Miss Dodo from Harry's pocket, wearing a mocking expression. Nikita refrained from sitting down, observing the antics of the two. Her faith in the legendary black ship began to wane. How many crew members are aboard? She interrupted the squabbling pair. Startled, she quickly turned around to find a one-legged, limping old man standing behind her, holding a dim lantern. The ability to appear silently behind her indicated that he was at least a formidable being. Nikita bowed her head respectfully. Harry, have you finished with the sails? And you, Ryan, if I hear any more complaints about you swinging the ropes, I'll hang you upside down beneath Arno's backside. The one-legged old man shouted fiercely at the golden-haired youth, pointing at the robust man hanging from the mast. Nikita noticed several grayish-white ropes coiled around the old man's neck, swaying feebly. Harry and Ryan fell silent and quickly vanished before the old man. And you, pretty little thing? What do you think you can do? The old man turned his face, revealing two dark eye sockets, in which dim red glimmers flickered as he scrutinized the siren. I can cook, Nikita replied swiftly. Then off you go. We are indeed in need of a cook aboard. The old man grunted and stomped his foot, vanishing from the deck. Nikita opened her satchel, counting her supplies with a sigh. She lifted her gaze to see Harry standing atop the highest cross mast, gazing into the distance. His pink shirt appeared to melt in the dying rays of the sunset, giving him a somewhat blurred and distorted appearance. Golden-haired Ryan was by the ship's rail, neatly coiling the ropes as several thin, pale sprites scrubbed the deck with wooden brushes and basins. Where's the kitchen? The siren called out to Ryan. In the cabin, just follow the scent of blood, he replied. Why is he still hanging up there? Nikita pointed at the robust man suspended from the mast. Does he need a meal? What are we going north for? Doubts swirled within her. If you respectfully refer to me as senior, I might consider graciously informing you. Ryan finally turned around, glaring at the siren with indignation. Previous crew members started by scrubbing the deck. While you can simply head to the kitchen. I had thought the relationship among demons was simpler and more equal. The siren tilted her head, observing this inexplicably irate young man, blinked, and ultimately retreated into the cabin to search for the kitchen. For wild demons, blood food was an unparalleled delicacy. Meals devoid of blood were as bland as mortal dishes lacking salt. For higher demons, the standards were naturally elevated. Nikita's claim of culinary prowess was not mere boasting. During her muddled childhood, she had learned to prepare simple dishes from the food sourced from the silent forest, since the day her mentor had taken her in. Sir Ulrich had recognized her remarkable talent, and she had been responsible for nourishing him and a multitude of siblings, ranging from wild demons to high-ranking ones. Thus, she could effortlessly extract her mentor's treasured vintage from her satchel, alongside a plethora of suitable seasonings. As it was merely afternoon tea, the offerings were not extravagant. The siren prepared a small feast in no time. Each person received a petite delicacy and a drink. The delicacy consisted of a piece of hind leg meat drenched in a yellow sauce, slightly charred and unrecognizable in texture, resting atop a thin layer of red jelly on a wooden plate. The drink appeared quite appetizing, green and reminiscent of the concoction consumed by wizards. Demon cuisine was predominantly blood-based. As a witch demon possessing a refined aesthetic sensibility, Nikita could not tolerate the crude tastes of her kind. Unfortunately, in the kitchen of the mists, she despairingly discovered that the only utensils available were a knife, a cutting board, and a pot. We need to stock up on more ingredients and suitable cooking tools, she suggested while delivering afternoon tea to the captain's quarters. The captain merely grimaced, offering no objections. On deck, the weary crew members had prepared for departure. The heavy anchor that had sunk into the deep sea had been raised, and the sails had been neatly rolled and secured. Well done, though the portions are incorrect. The one-legged old sailor glared with his dark eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Nikita furrowed her brow, recounting her delicacies once more. 113 servings, all accounted for. She raised her head, bewildered, gazing at the old sailor. There were indeed 113 registered senior crew members aboard, but that did not imply they were all present on the ship. Harry, with his mouth full of delicacies, explained in a muffled voice. Most of them went to the New World. Right now, there are only 6 of us on board. The captain, the old sailor, the beach shorts-clad Harry, the golden-haired Ryan, the robust Arno, and herself. Nikita steadied her slightly dizzy head, realizing that the legendary black ship, which traversed the seas, had completely sunk within her heart. Chapter 32. The demonic ship of the 4 seas for high-ranking demons. Sustenance is largely driven by the primal instinct of their bloodlines. They are unable to suppress their inner craving for flesh and blood, although such a sanguinary existence significantly impairs their artistic creative abilities. Nearly all demons are fervent aficionados of the arts. Many illustrious demons are discerning connoisseurs, yet only a scant few attain the status of exceptional artists. The culinary prowess of Nikita has garnered the admiration of Sir Ulrich, as her dishes have begun to exude an artistic essence. This has also been one of the reasons she has managed to survive within the realm of the Lich King. Are we not setting sail? Why retract the sails? The siren inquired, gazing contentedly at the diners before her. This time, no one challenged her. Nikita deemed this course of action rather foolish. So she wisely shifted the topic. The captain mentioned heading north. Do you know where that is? For the sorcerers, the term North Sea encompasses a broad concept, as the entirety of the Arctic Ocean falls within its purview. However, among the demons, there is but one place worthy of the title North Sea, the domain of the iceberg demon. Why venture there? The sireness' elegantly arched brows knitted together. If the sea maidens aboard the Mist were merely a tad rustic in their demeanor, the demons upon the iceberg were utterly barbaric. The liches privately whispered that the legendary iceberg demon had succumbed to madness during his ascension, becoming mentally impaired, and consequently, his subordinates had followed suit into folly. That question should be directed at you, Ryan remarked, casting a glance at the siren. Nikita noticed a few splatters of sauce on Harry's pink polo shirt. Originally, our next destination was the Black Triangle, but after your arrival, the captain changed his mind. Ryan set down his cutlery. A furrowed brow of discontent directed at Nikita. My tickets for the siren concert, which I reserved a month in advance, are now void. And I shall miss the chance to savor Chef Havana's saucy Minotaur's trotters. What did you say to the captain? He produced a green leather item from his pocket, shaking it vigorously before the siren. Nikita observed the image of several sirens languidly lounging on the rocks, twisting their bodies, their heads adorned with a jade coin that resembled a full moon, surrounded by 3 or 4 golden beads. 1 jade coin and 4 golden beads, Ryan declared, slapping the concert ticket onto the table. The north is quite distant. How long will it take to reach there? Nikita chose to disregard the complaints of the golden-haired youth, sipping her verdant drink and posing a new question. Harry, his mouth still stuffed with food, glanced at Ryan. What is the name of our vessel? Ryan retorted disinterestedly, pocketing his ticket. The Mist. Look around you. Nikita surveyed her surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. Although the sky still felt the warmth of the sun, a thick mist had silently crept in from all directions. The fog grew denser by the moment, reducing visibility to a mere 3 to 5 meters within a matter of minutes. Silence. The old sailor's voice thundered angrily in every ear. Time flowed inexorably, and the dense fog showed no sign of dissipating. Nikita could only hear the gurgling sound of water and the unsettling roars emanating from within the mist. Gradually, a chill began to envelop her from all sides. The siren lifted her gaze, quietly observing the foggy sky and the obscured sea, uncertain of the source of this coldness. As the chill intensified, the mist slowly faded, allowing the remnants of the setting sun to pierce through the heavy curtain and illuminate the deck. Nikita blinked, shaking her head, as a look of astonishment suddenly ignited in her crimson eyes. She looked upward, fixated on the sky. Above her, a resplendent galaxy sprawled out. The siren leaped up and ran to the ship's edge. Not far from the mist, a pristine iceberg glided gently past her view. Upon the iceberg, a languid polar bear lay on its back, leisurely surveying the sudden appearance of the imposing black vessel before it. The mist had traversed thousands of miles across the ocean, arriving at the North Sea. To sail across the sea for thousands of miles is like flying, a phrase unexpectedly surfaced in the siren's mind. You were just asking how long it would take to reach the north, correct? Harry sidled up to her. A smirk plastered on his face as he raised his pocket watch, feigning solemnity. After my meticulous measurement, it took approximately 5 minutes and 37 seconds. With an error margin of about 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Error margin? Although Nikita was tempted to kick him, her curiosity about the nature of the error prevailed. It refers to the time we spent entering and exiting the fog. The siren remained silent, her trembling breath betraying her inner excitement. Ryan watched the new crew member's antics with satisfaction and reassured her, do not be overly thrilled. This is merely a minor spectacle. It is only through extended time aboard that one truly comprehends what constitutes a genuine miracle. I am not excited. It's just extremely cold. The sireness' teeth chattered as she spoke. Harry dashed into the cabin, emerging with a brand new white velvet cloak, draping it over the siren. She shot him a sideways glance, remaining silent. That is my new coat, Ryan bellowed, leaping into a scuffle with Harry. Nikita paid no heed to their tussle. Her attention was drawn to the sea surface not far away. Compared to the warm waters previously encountered, the waters of the North Sea were a deeper hue. The deep blue surface shimmered with glistening waves, dotted with ice chunks of various sizes. In contrast to the iceberg, These fragments appeared fragile and desolate, with only a few weary seals resting upon them. Just off the mist, the placid sea began to ripple. The resting seals raised their heads warily, fixated on the disturbances in the water, their tails nervously slapping the ice beneath them. Within a minute, a colossal whirlpool emerged before Nikita's eyes. The center of the abyss seemed akin to the fabled eye of the sea, unfathomably deep. The seals shrieked as they leapt from the ice, flailing desperately toward the distant sea, away from the vortex. Yet it was too late. A massive, barnacle-encrusted gray ship, adorned with seaweed and shells, surged forth from the profound sea eye, spewing seawater. The seals caught in the whirlpool collided against the algae and shells, leaving only dark crimson scars in their wake. Nikita turned to the two young sea demons, who had ceased their brawling. "The vortex, another grand vessel that can rival us," Harry explained, brimming with pride. "It seems the captain intends to meet that old chap aboard the vortex." "Not just him," a perplexed voice from behind them interrupted. Turning around, guided by Ryan's somewhat stiff posture, Nikita beheld a hazy apparition. The mirage was astonishingly clear, appearing almost tangible. She could not help but exclaim in wonder. "Because it is. In fact, real." Harry's tone was devoid of its usual flippancy, now tinged with gravity. Nikita stared at him in astonishment, only to find Harry gazing intently at the mirage. "This is the sea god, a massive floating palace that reigns over the East Sea," Ryan quietly elucidated. Nikita's realization dawned upon her, followed by shock. The mist, the vortex, the sea god, and the steadfast iceberg. Harry pondered, counting on his fingers. This indeed spells trouble. The iceberg? Nikita spun around, her gaze landing on the nearby iceberg. It was undeniably an iceberg, a genuine one. The polar bear atop it seemed disgruntled by the incessant intrusions, letting out an irate roar. I too once believed that to be a mere iceberg. Yet, as I gazed upon the legendary siren ships that sprang forth one after another, I could not help but recall the tales from the north. What precisely did you convey to the boss? Harry looked at Nikita with a serious expression. The young siren appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 33. The legendary encounter in the minds of the sorcerers. The sea demon king is perceived as a languid creature, lurking in the deepest recesses of the ocean, often dozing for centuries at a time. It has become a legend, an epic, far removed from the tangible reality of the sorcerers. Their most profound impression of the sea demon is embodied in its four formidable subordinates: mist, whirlpool, iceberg, and sea god. The sea demon king extracted one of its ribs to serve as the keel, crafting magnificent vessels for its loyal lieutenants: mist, whirlpool, iceberg, and sea god, each ruling over their respective dominions of the sea. Even the Sorcerer Alliance finds itself powerless against them. "Nikita, come with me to meet a few old friends," intoned the captain of the mist, emerging from his cabin onto the deck. The young female demon trembled with exhilaration. In the realm of demons, living legends are few and far between, and these captains undoubtedly represent the most illustrious among them. Each has engaged in battle with at least one grand sorcerer, and countless sorcerer hunting parties have been obliterated in their wake. Previously, she had only heard these tales from Sir Ulrich, but now she would face these legends firsthand. Clutching her fine velvet cloak, she felt the weight of history upon her. Under the sun, the four grand ships stood resolutely, silently confronting the vast ocean. To the north loomed an iceberg, the east shimmered with mirages, the south was shrouded in mist, while the west was occupied by the tattered whirlpool, draped in seaweed and shells, quietly basking in the sunlight. The captain of the mist wore a white cloak adorned with a broad hood, concealing much of his face. The emblem of the mist flickered with a brilliant green light in the sunlight, embroidered on the back of his cloak. Nikita followed closely behind, cautiously stepping upon the surface of the sea, wary that even a slight ripple might provoke the discontent of the figure ahead. It is difficult to erase the impact of an event, yet it is possible to diminish a significant matter to a trivial one. The captain's deep voice resonated gently across the expanse of waters. "Just as your footprints ripple the surface with each step, so too do you leave your mark upon the ocean." Although it is easy to use certain abilities to eliminate these ripples, any unauthorized use of such powers in this vast expanse is prohibited, as it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Nikita glanced around, feeling both anxious and bewildered. She sensed the captain's implication, yet all she could see were the four silent vessels. Each ship bore a solitary figure advancing towards the center of this oceanic realm. The white bear on the iceberg ambled forward, while a burly man with a wide-brimmed hat and a thick black beard emerged from the mirage. The captain of the whirlpool appeared somewhat disheveled, his tattered leather armor festooned with algae and shells. Regardless of their appearance, Each captain exuded a formidable presence. Nikita began to grasp the captain's meaning. In the world of demons, there are no moral constraints such as the sorcerer's code, only balance and power govern their actions. Presently, these 4 ships and their captains formed a fragile equilibrium upon the waters. To eliminate the ripples beneath her feet without drawing attention required creating more ripples to obscure the original ones. The truth lay hidden within. The captain of the mist sighed, suddenly lifting his hood to reveal a pale visage. He burst into laughter, charging across the sea towards the other 3 captains. In unison, the other captains surged forward, and a fierce clash erupted ahead, as if wild stallions had broken free, tugging at Nikita's cloak with a resounding rustle. The surge of demonic energy soared into the sky, shattering the clouds above as if even the heavens had been breached. The waters beneath them recoiled from the disturbance, creating a fathomless whirlpool at the center of the 4 great ships. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, Nikita followed suit, though her speed was lacking. By the time she reached the captains, the sea had regained its tranquility, save for the ceaseless whirlpool that bore witness to their immense power. The captain of the mist had torn half of his white cloak, the other half singed and charred. The white bear from the iceberg sported dark rings around its eyes, with similar scorched marks upon its fur. The captain emerging from the mirage had icicles dangling from his thick black beard, and 2 corners of his triangular leather hat were shredded. Only the captain of the whirlpool, already disheveled, bore no visible signs of damage. As the formidable demonic energy flowed between the captains, Nikita felt as though she were suffocating. Her mind raced with countless thoughts. At one moment, she feared she might be treated as mere fodder, while at another, she worried that witnessing the captain's disheveled appearances might seal her fate. "Is this the little demon you spoke of?" asked the captain of the sea god, a rugged figure clad in fiery red leather, his unruly black beard bristling as he addressed Nikita in a gruff voice. "You may judge for yourselves," replied the captain of the mist, his tone weary. To her horror, Nikita found herself floating above the inky whirlpool. Would she be swallowed by the abyss? Her mind went blank. The white bear was the first to approach her, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Nikita, gazing into those crimson orbs, admonished herself not to struggle, not to move, and not to meet its gaze. The bear ambled beside her, sniffed the air, circled her twice, nodded, let out a low growl, and then stepped back. Next came the captain of the sea god, followed by the captain of the whirlpool. They approached her in turn, as if to validate something. The expressions of the captains were grave. "What do you estimate? How long has he been gone?" The captain of the whirlpool's voice was sharp, akin to shells scraping against one another, as he regarded the captain of the mist. "At least a decade. Yet in recent years, they have made significant moves, capturing many of our crew," mused the captain of the sea god, stroking his beard. "Only bluster," replied the captain of the mist with a silent grin. "Do you know where he has gone? Perhaps he is exploring new realms, or lost on a star path. Or perhaps he whimsically ventured into a cave for a prolonged retreat," he continued. "Or maybe he has simply passed away. Everyone knows he is quite old." Nikita's thoughts spiraled into chaos as she vaguely deduced whom the captains were discussing. Her complexion drained of color as she covered her mouth in terror. "If your conjecture holds true, then it warrants our utmost daring." The captain of the sea god cast a glance at the female demon before returning his gaze to the captain of the mist, his voice heavy with foreboding. "But before that, we must conduct a test. For our own peace of mind, each of us must partake." The captain of the mist drew his hood back up, his dark blue lips twisting into a smile of delight. "And I shall be the first to probe." On the return journey, the captain of the mist spoke not another word. It was only upon reaching the hull of the mist that he spoke once more. Standing upon the surface of the sea and gazing up at the towering vessel, "Do you not wish to say something?" He cast a glance at the siren. "If you feel it necessary." Nikita's demeanor appeared even more humble and submissive than when she first encountered the captain. The captain of the mist nodded in satisfaction. "You should have guessed something by now. Since you have, let it remain within your breast. The wizards possess an abundance of peculiar incantations, and I prefer they remain unaware." The siren trembled as she lay prostrate upon the water. "Do not be afraid. You still have your worth." The captain hoisted her up, scrutinizing her pallid visage. "You previously mentioned your ability to join the inaugural voyage of the first university, quite commendable. I shall grant you a month. If you succeed, you may officially become a member of the Mist's crew. If you fail," the captain smiled, "the wizards will surely relish a lich that walks willingly into their snare." Nikita blinked, the pallor of her face gradually receding as she once again donned a beguiling smile. "As you wish, my lord." Chapter 34, History and Reality. A furry creature brushed against Zheng Qing's nose, and with a mighty sneeze, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and pulled the fluffy little being into his embrace, playfully tormenting it for a moment, accompanied by a series of seemingly mischievous squeaks. Zheng Qing let out a heavy sigh. Grabbing his phone, he noted that it was August 29th, over a month since that dreamlike experience, and in just 2 days, he would officially embark on his journey to the first university. It all felt surreal. Unable to resist, Zheng Qing retrieved his acceptance letter once more. Reading it with meticulous attention, a damp tongue persistently licked his cheek. Turning his face, he found a pair of bright, sparkling eyes fixed intently upon him. The little fox, Poseidon, wrinkled its pink nose, its large ears quivering, and its fluffy white tail wagging adorably. "Go play with Fairway, stop licking me all the time," he muttered, rising and carrying the little creature toward the balcony. The plump hamster had been lounging in his home for so long. It was only fitting to let it help care for the little one. Zheng Qing mischievously tossed the small fox beside Fairway's nest. In less than 2 months, Poseidon had grown from the size of a fist to that of 2, with its light blue stripes becoming increasingly pronounced, much like its playful mother. The little one was quite lively, and waking up to its sneezes had become a new routine for Zheng Qing. Indeed, it was all about reading. If Mr. Wu had ushered him into a mysterious world, the reading list from the first university unveiled yet another layer of this enigmatic realm, introducing Zheng Qing to a broader tapestry of history and reality. Yet, within just a month, his world had expanded immensely. Opening the bookmark in a great history, modern, and contemporary world, Zheng Qing eagerly resumed his reading from where he had left off. In the early 20th century, there was a debate within the wizarding community about whether wizards should make their presence known on a large scale. A few days prior, Thomas had visited again, bringing Zheng Qing a copy of the Encyclopedia of the Wizarding World, borrowed from the library. Precisely the version he had previously mentioned, published by the Wizard Alliance's Educational Committee. Since Zheng Qing had not yet officially enrolled, Thomas was the one borrowing the book. After repeatedly advising Zheng Qing to take good care of it, the busy interviewer hurried away. In the wizarding world, Muggle specifically refers to non-wizards. In other words, the Muggle world is that of ordinary humans. Stubborn wizards, the non-contact faction, believe that wizards are inherently noble and that mortals are untouchables, strongly resisting any form of contact. Conservative wizards, the limited contact faction, hold that wizards should maintain an air of mystery and discretion, minimizing interactions with mortals to avoid uncontrollable incidents. Radical wizards, the proactive contact faction, assert that wizards are friends of humanity, bearing the responsibility and obligation to assist human society in its development and progress. They argue that isolationist policies are discriminatory. The series of violent incidents has intensified this debate. On the lands of Europa, several rulers have been controlled by dark creatures, resulting in massive casualties among Muggles. The evil soul wizard in Vienna incited the most frenzied internal conflict among Muggles by spreading hate. Meanwhile, in Greater China, the samurai clans of Fusang rampaged, while the diverse factions of Middle-earth turned a blind eye due to their obstinate stance. Recognizing that the Muggle world is the foundation of the wizarding realm, after numerous discussions and referencing regulations like the Vampire Isolation Treaty, on July 21, 1945, the Grand Wizard Conference of the Wizard Alliance unanimously passed the Wizard Behavior Management Regulations during its 536th session, imposing strict limitations on wizards' secular lives. At the same time, capable wizards were dispatched into the Muggle world, bringing nuclear power to prevent the recurrence of such tragedies from another perspective. Zheng Qing pulled out a notebook and flipped to the last noted page, starting a new line, marking it with a star, July 21, 1945. Grand Wizard Conference of the Wizard Alliance, 536th session, Wizard Behavior Management Regulations. The most renowned achievement of the Chinese education system is its examination-oriented education. Having been immersed in such an environment for nearly 20 years, Zheng Qing was well-versed in swiftly mastering knowledge points. He recognized his own weak foundation and poor grasp of key concepts. Thus, he seized every moment to enrich his understanding of the wizarding world. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. After lunch, his father pulled Zheng Qing into the room, handing him a bus ticket to Chang'an. "You won't be spending much of the family's money for university. Even your plane ticket is covered by the school. So, make your departure from home comfortable. And remember to study hard once you arrive. Don't waste such a wonderful opportunity." Glancing at the white strands in his father's hair, Zheng Qing blinked and nodded vigorously. "Your school is quite peculiar. It only has one special flight, and does not allow parents to drop you off, his mother chimed in. Having entered the room at some point, playfully complaining, "Are you sure you don't need any money? Bring some from home." "No need, the school is closed off. There won't be any place to spend it." Zheng Qing thought about the shocking exchange rate between wizarding currency and the renminbi, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. In recent days, he had organized the scrolls from the box under his bed, finding that he had fewer than 30 intact. According to the prices he had gathered at the Four Seasons workshop, he doubted he could even exchange a single jade coin. Perhaps he could consider working part-time during his free hours to earn some living expenses. With this thought, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Still, it might be wise to bring some, he decided. Ultimately, his father handed him a bank card, saying, "There are a few thousand yuan on this. Consider it your pocket money. The password is your birthday." "All right." Zheng Qing ceased to refuse, nodding in acknowledgement. "Time to leave. Make sure to say goodbye to your classmates," his father urged. "Don't forget Mr. Wu." Professor Zheng emerged from the study, reminding him. On the day he received the acceptance letter from the first university, Zheng Qing had ventured to the Sanyu bookstore to find Mr. Wu. However, the store was closed, with a notice on the windows stating that the owner was out on business and the shop would be temporarily closed. According to Mr. Wu, he had gone to save the world. Whenever Zheng Qing heard this, he remained silent, neither scoffing nor dismissing, simply observing in quiet contemplation. Chapter 35. Deng Xiaoxian. Outside the street-level shop in the Yuhua community, Zheng Qing's disappointment was palpable as he gazed at the black sign still hanging from the windowsill. Humanity often experiences a sense of trepidation when confronted with the unfamiliar. The thought of stepping into an entirely alien environment filled Zheng Qing with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Had he been too hasty in agreeing to attend the first university? He sometimes couldn't help but wonder if anyone at home truly understood the significance of this institution. Apart from himself, was this reckless decision truly wise? In that moment, he particularly longed for his mentor's guidance. He peeled away a crumpled yellow talisman from behind the black sign, glancing around to ensure no strangers were near. Clutching the talisman in his palm, he silently recited an incantation. The shop was eerily quiet, devoid of patrons, filled instead with the scent of countless books. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the satisfying aroma of literature that enveloped him. "When I grow old, I too wish to own a grand bookstore," basking in the sun, reclined in a chair. With a book covering my face, savoring this fragrant air to my heart's content, he mused enviously as he wandered among the shelves. The bookstore was modest, merely 30 to 50 square meters in size. Its doors and windows faced north and south, with the shelves arranged accordingly. In the southeast corner, a wooden ladder led to a narrow loft filled with miscellaneous items, including some dried fish from a yellow-spotted cat. Beneath the ladder stood a tightly shut black-painted single wooden door. The door was less than 2 meters tall, slightly more than a meter wide, with a threshold at least 2 inches high, flanked by 2 smooth, cylindrical wooden stumps, which were only a mere inch taller than the threshold. Their surfaces polished to a sheen, devoid of any carvings. No guardian deities adorned the door. Instead, a fine hemp string hung a rabbit hairbrush and a small pot of fragrant oil. On the left side of the door's center was a brass door knocker shaped like a tortoise with a snake coiled upon its back. The tortoise was depicted with its head raised, while the knocker rested tightly on its shell, lacking a place to grasp. The tortoise seemed to retreat into its shell, revealing 6 dark little holes. Zheng Qing seized the brush hanging on the door and gently scratched the snake's chin. The snake hissed, lifting itself to reveal a door knocker. Zheng Qing dipped the brush into the fragrant oil and applied it to the snake's tail. The snake flicked its tail vigorously. Beneath the tortoise's shell, a small head slowly emerged. With a click, the door released its lock. Amused, Zheng Qing watched as the little tortoise licked the oil off the snake's tail before tugging at the knocker with a firm pull. The wooden door swung open, revealing a dark passageway before him. Previously, Zheng Qing had approached this mysterious corridor with a sense of reverence, his mind swirling with countless fantasies. However, after his journey through the clock of the 4 seasons, he understood that this passage was merely constructed with some advanced magical skills. People offer the incomprehensible, yet only envy the achievements that can be understood. As he walked through the corridor, his yearning for the first university was rekindled. He longed for the day when he too could create such a wondrous passage. Both sides of the corridor were as quiet and desolate as the bookstore, and he wondered where the spotted cat had scurried off to. Casting a glance at the cat's food box, he discarded the hardened fish into the trash and swept away some dust, watering the pots of clivia on the windowsill. This time, only 3 customers visited, purchasing specialized books on talismanic structures. After inscribing the titles on brown paper wrappings, Zheng Qing stretched luxuriously, surveying the little bookstore. He pondered the purpose behind his mentor's numerous bookstores, a question that had lingered in his mind. With a sigh, he cradled the 3 parcels and exited the shop. The street outside remained sparsely populated, as if it had never experienced a bustling crowd, perhaps a testament to its history as a gathering place for obstinate sorcerers. He surveyed the narrow street and the antiquated scenery, filled with anticipation for the future. As he approached the counter, a languid voice called out to him. He turned in surprise. "Pan Luer, are you reading the plum in the golden vase again?" Zheng Qing chuckled as he approached. Deng Xiaoxian, unfazed, often boasted about how Zheng Qing's nickname suited him perfectly. How shameless, Zheng Qing thought, as Pan Luer glanced at him. Sipping tea from the kettle and proclaiming in a sing-song voice, "I've heard you're off to the first university?" Zheng Qing's eyes brightened as he recalled that his mentor had mentioned Deng Xiaoxian had recently graduated from university. Perhaps he could offer some valuable advice. Chapter 36 Farewell to the word collection. Deng Xiaoxian, at the age of 27, possesses an elongated visage, delicate brows, and thin lips, his complexion a pallid hue. A lock of hair cascades over his left eye, and he is often clad in a gray long coat with an unadorned collar, draped with a white robe over it. Zheng Qing recalls the first encounter with Deng Xiaoxian 5 years prior, during the early autumn. An incomplete vessel sways. "Who do you think you are? What can you accomplish? Are you aware of the 15 applications of the golden star within the constellation? You dare to concoct prescriptions without mastering the properties of medicinal herbs? And you brazenly venture into the new world. If you find yourself in dire straits, it shall be my misfortune. The old Deng family deserves to be extinguished. What about the others in the hunting team? Who will they turn to for justice? Just because you've passed the registration as a wizard, do you think you can overturn the heavens? It's utterly ridiculous. Do you believe those formidable demons outside are mere paper cutouts?" Zheng Qing crouched by the entrance. Witnessing the once benevolent old doctor now flushed with anger, his tears flowing freely. The merchants of the word collection adhere strictly to the nation's regulations, opening their doors at 9 in the morning and closing promptly at 5 in the afternoon. Only Pan Luer displays disdain, lazily opening his shop around 4 in the afternoon, with the doors half closed by 2 or 3 o'clock. His singular focus is on memorization. Old Master Deng once declared that if Pan Luer were to leave, he must proficiently prepare the family's 300 prescriptions, 50 formulas for gathering and dispersing, and be able to recite from the 3 tomes, Golden Coffer for the Benefit of the World, Embrace the Bottle, and Taoist Han Mei's sayings, which contain thousands of formulas. Zheng Qing derived a playful name, Golden Bottle Plum, from the titles of the 3 books, teasing Pan Luer whenever he saw him studying. Pan Luer often huffed air through his nostrils, sending his lock of hair fluttering, feigning annoyance. "What advice would you like to hear?" Deng Xiaoxian set down his book and sat upright. Zheng Qing hesitated, at a loss for words. "I know of the over 200 concealed passages between the 4 academies. I am aware of the secret camps left by predecessors in the Silent Forest. I also know which courses are easier to earn credits in the latter half of the semester. But I cannot disclose this information. Every student signs a silence pact with the school before leaving, which mandates confidentiality regarding all matters of the institution. This pact was devised by a council of professors from the first university and sanctioned by the Wizarding Council, proving remarkably effective." Noticing Zheng Qing's disappointment, young Master Deng rolled up the golden bottle plum, admonishing, "The first university is a sanctuary. It allows for rapid growth and maturation. The joy of life lies hidden behind the journey of growth. Much like playing a game, if you rely on cheats to breeze through levels, what joy remains? I have but one piece of advice for you. Cultivate friendships and engage in social activities," Deng Xiaoxian concluded, raising 2 fingers. "That makes 2, Zheng Qing corrected." A customer arrived at the pharmacy, and Pan Luer cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Qing before fluffing his hair and leading the customer inside. Zheng Qing exhaled, feeling inexplicably lighter in spirit. The word collection is a quaint marketplace, so small that it still employs the primitive barter system for transactions. Approximately 20 shops occupy the market, with antiquated streets and unadorned stores. Many shop signs simply bear the name of the establishment, devoid of any extravagant magical embellishments. This stark simplicity struck Zheng Qing, who had grown accustomed to the opulence of the Four Seasons Square, with a sense of cultural dissonance. He felt compelled to help transform the backward visage of his hometown. "Xiao Qingzi, have you exhausted the talisman papers from last time? How is your preparation for university coming along?" Granny Kai from the 100 Herbs Hall cheerfully called out to Zheng Qing. It was indeed disheartening. However, the shopkeepers in the market, being of considerable age, had accumulated wisdom over the years. With just a few words, they offered Zheng Qing numerous valuable suggestions. For instance, Granny Kai advised him to leave a letter detailing his situation, which she would gladly pass on to Mr. Wu. Similarly, Boss Huang from Great Rites of Dadae suggested that Zheng Qing bring along some jade tokens or pendants as delightful gifts for classmates, while Dr. Li from the herbal residence urged him to carry a few packets of medicinal soup. Preparation is key. One must proceed with caution regarding the various potions and remedies available outside, lest one suffers an injury. The school's nurse cannot be at your side at all times. Having a few commonly used remedies tucked away in your bag will provide peace of mind. Thus, Zheng Qing ventured to the market today with the intent to make some preparations. Xiao Qingzi, is there something you forgot? Have you remembered to bring along Boss Huang's granddaughter? You're late. That little girl has been sent up the mountain by Boss Huang. In contemplating university, ambitions abound. Are you measuring to acquire our old friend shops? The small market soon turned into a spectacle as Zheng Qing's measuring antics drew the attention and laughter of other shopkeepers. Embarrassed, he bowed and pleaded for mercy, measuring the storefronts before making a hasty retreat. Zheng Qing inwardly vowed with fierce determination. Chapter 37. Is this girl a classmate of mine? On August 31st, the first day of the 8th lunar month, the weather was clear with a gentle breeze. It was an auspicious day for marriage, adoption, business openings, and travel, but it was ill-advised for any groundbreaking activities. At Chang'an Airport, Zheng Qing calculated the day's fortune using his fingers and was quite pleased with the school's chosen date. Holding his boarding pass, he sought out a ground staff member at a randomly selected, unoccupied counter to exchange for his registration card. Then simply followed the instructions on the card to board the aircraft. Pan Luer explained this with ease, but Zheng Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. Any counter will do? Why choose one without a queue? He pressed. Isn't a queue just going to slow you down? Pan Luer replied, looking at him as if he were foolish. Why would you choose to wait when there's an empty counter? Zheng Qing lowered his head in silence, jotting down the general process in his notebook. When traveling, it is wise to ask if uncertain. There's no need to feel shy. Many first-time flyers populate the airport, and information desks are abundant. Just find a helpful attendant. Pan Luer waved him off impatiently. Can an ordinary airport information desk suffice? Zheng Qing emphasized the word ordinary. Do you expect the first university to hang a sign for a wizarding alliance at Chang'an Airport? Pan Luer rolled her eyes, her long hair fluttering as she did. Zheng Qing felt a pang of disappointment. He always imagined the boarding process should possess a hint of wizardly flair. Perhaps by crashing through a wall with his suitcase? Or reciting spells in a deserted restroom before a peculiar mirror. Yet, reality was starkly simple. With his ticket in hand, he found an empty counter and exchanged his boarding pass in less than a minute. There were no baggage check-ins, lengthy waits, or complicated security checks. Zheng Qing merely declared a pet travel, cradling Poseidon as he entered the departure hall. The ground staff ushered him to a VIP entrance before taking their leave with courtesy. Following the directional signs, he walked over a plush red carpet, a stiff corridor, and soft, cushioned areas, quickly boarding the first university flight. Inside the cabin, it was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with seating arranged in pairs on the left and single seats on the right, each pair facing one another. The flight attendants donned navy blue, crisp robes, their hair elegantly styled in buns, and wore polite smiles. One hand holding a spell book while the other guided Zheng Qing to his seat. Zheng Qing noted that the spell book in the attendant's hand was a Bologna binding he had seen at the Shangyuan bookstore, adorned with exquisite patterns and a pristine, lavish decorative edge. The attendants appeared quite affluent, prompting Zheng Qing to silently marvel. He recalled that the spell book sold for over 20 jade coins, while his full scholarship amounted to merely 10 jade coins. Under the attendant's guidance, Zheng Qing effortlessly located his seat in the 5th row on the aisle side. The surrounding passengers were already settled, with only the window seat beside him remaining vacant. He silently hoped it would belong to a beautiful girl. Placing Poseidon on his lap, Zheng Qing surveyed the passengers around him. Directly across sat a short boy with a watermelon hairstyle and large black-rimmed glasses, rapidly jotting down notes in a large black hardshell notebook. Beside him sat a tall, handsome classmate with a medium-length ponytail, holding a suspicious long package, gazing silently out at the barren concrete ground. Perhaps this individual was a girl or maybe a boy. Zheng Qing deliberated as he observed the attractive classmate. uncertain of their gender. Turning his attention to the two individuals across the aisle, he noted a bald, chubby boy in gray attire, adorned with a string of deep purple Longan prayer beads, engrossed in a scroll of scripture. The passenger opposite the little monk lay sprawled over the table, sound asleep. And Zheng Qing could only guess their gender by the wine-red waves of hair peeking out. As he scanned the surroundings, not a single gaze met his. Zheng Qing felt a surge of boredom. Thus, he retrieved his spell book from the gray bag, unfolded the hidden small table beneath the armrest, and took out his brush and vermilion ink, rubbing his hands together before commencing his daily practice. The completed talismans could be torn off for immediate use, or resold to the stationery shop, where 6 intact talismans could be exchanged for a blank book, fair and square. If an entire spellbook contained no errors, Zheng Qing could procure 10 talismans, and the kind shopkeeper, Granny Kai from the 100 Herbs Hall, would smile and gift him a block of vermilion ink or a sheep hair brush. After exhaling gently on the ink, he practiced a few strokes with the brush, then focused intently before completing a tranquil talisman in a single sweep. Zheng Qing looked at the finished piece with satisfaction, feeling that nothing was more relaxing than crafting a talisman. If there was, it would surely be crafting too. He lifted the brush again, only to be interrupted by a voice. "Hello," a timid voice spoke beside him. Zheng Qing looked up to see a girl around 10 years old, anxiously standing before him, dragging a pink-wheeled suitcase. The girl had 2 little pigtails, wore a pink dress, and white round-toed shoes, clutching a crumpled registration card tightly in her hand. A little girl. Zheng Qing's heart raced. He caught a glimpse of the watermelon-haired boy across from him, pausing his writing to glance over. "I think my seat is inside," the little girl said shyly. "Oh, I'm sorry. Please, go ahead." Zheng Qing quickly stood up, striving to present a friendly smile. "Where are your parents? Aren't they with you?" As he spoke, he assisted the girl in placing her pink suitcase into the overhead compartment. Zheng Qing had already stowed his own heavy luggage in the gray bag, not expecting a wizard to be dragging such cumbersome baggage. The notice from First University didn't mention anything about parents accompanying students, the little girl exclaimed in surprise from behind him. Zheng Qing barely managed to prevent the pink suitcase from tumbling onto his head as he secured it in the compartment, giving it a firm pat. Then he lowered his gaze to the little girl before him. "Is this girl really my classmate?" Chapter 38. The Fox, the Dove, and the tortoise. A dove cooed softly, its vigilant gaze fixed upon the fluffy little fox before it. The dove was resplendent in pure white, devoid of any blemish. Its eyes sparkled with a lively darkness, and its delicate, yellow claws appeared remarkably clean. The little fox opposite, too, boasted a coat of pristine white, albeit adorned with subtle blue patterns. At that moment, the fox playfully rubbed its paws together, wagging its bushy tail, and boldly reached out to touch the dove's head. The dove belonged to a young girl clad in pink. After the girl settled down, the dove had seemingly flown in from nowhere, alighting upon her shoulder and cooing incessantly. The fox was named Poseidon. Though initially weary from its travels, Poseidon felt a sudden surge of energy upon encountering the new white bird. The dove slightly spread its wings, lifted its head high, and fixed an intense stare upon the restless little fox, emitting a series of rapid, threatening coos. This dove had not undergone a beak trimming, and its sharp bill, with a translucent keratin layer shimmering orange in the sunlight, was quite striking. Zheng Qing offered an awkward smile, still reeling from the shock of what he had just witnessed. Turning his head, he scrutinized the little girl and could no longer contain his curiosity. "Are you truly attending First University as a freshman?" "My apologies, I was merely startled," he confessed, feeling somewhat intrusive. He retrieved a box of snacks from his gray bag, opened it, and presented it to the girl. "Would you care for a treat?" Now it was the little girl's turn to feel embarrassed. "I am Li Meng, and I have been accepted into the 9th College of First University. Here is my admission notice." The girl produced a hard-shell notification letter from her small backpack, allowing Zheng Qing a brief glance. The letter bore the emblem of a triangular pyramid encircled, the official symbol of First University. "I am also from the 9th College, Class Astronomy 08-1. Zheng Qing replied with a cheerful smile, handing the snack box to Li Meng. "How impressive. I thought the school only admitted students over 18. I truly did not expect this." "I am also in Astronomy 08-1, Li Meng exclaimed, popping a pecan into her mouth. "I fell asleep during evening study hours and was brought into the examination hall of First University. My interviewer said I am essentially the youngest candidate in nearly a century." The little girl beamed with pride as she looked at Zheng Qing, her expression pleading for praise. "Truly remarkable." Zheng Qing responded with admiration, yet couldn't help but inquire, Why do you say essentially the youngest candidate in nearly a century? Is there someone younger than you? Li Ming pouted and shook her head, indicating uncertainty. This year. There is also a 12-year-old freshman. He is the youngest entrant to First University in nearly a century. A boy with a watermelon haircut joined their conversation. 12 years old. Zheng Qing was utterly astonished. Which college does he belong to? Does the school permit students of such a young age to enroll? I am also 12. Li Ming protested beside him. Why does he get to be considered the youngest? The round-faced boy with the watermelon haircut glanced at the box of nuts in Li Ming's arms. Meanwhile, the dove and Poseidon had already tumbled together, nestled in Li Ming's embrace, patiently awaiting her selection of delectable nuts. Li Ming, with a smile, affectionately stroked Poseidon's fluffy fur, occasionally scratching its large ears. Zheng Qing cast a sidelong glance at the comfortable little rascal and scoffed. This year, First University has two exceptionally young entrants, both 12 years old. One is a girl. This little lady beside us, while the other boy, named Lingua, has enrolled in Alpha College. Xiao Xiao adjusted his black-framed glasses as he observed Li Ming. As for why he ranks ahead of you, it is due to his exemption from entrance exams. In fact, he was eligible for admission at the age of 10, but the school postponed his enrollment due to his age. Don't call me a little girl, call me a university student, Li Ming declared defiantly. Zheng Qing noticed a palm-sized, yellowish-brown tortoise emerging from beneath Xiao Xiao's seat, tugging at his pant leg with its beak, stretching its neck in earnest. With a sigh, Xiao Xiao picked up the tortoise and placed it on his lap, asking Zheng Qing for some pine nuts. The tortoise appeared quite elderly, its eyes clouded and bearing white cataracts at the corners. Its rough skin was marked by numerous tiny wrinkles, and its weathered yellow shell bore the scars of past encounters. Crisscrossed with cracks, Poseidon seemed to have discovered a new toy, wriggling free from Li Ming's arms to leap into Xiao Xiao's lap, pressing down with its front paws on the old tortoise. The ancient creature leisurely munched on the pine nuts, utterly indifferent to the playful antics of its young companion. Only when Poseidon attempted to nip at its head did the tortoise flick its head in mild annoyance. Poseidon whimpered, its tail swishing about in defiance, refusing to cooperate. Poseidon. What a powerful name, Li Ming mused, grooming her dove's feathers, her eyes sparkling with envy as she looked up. Unlike my little white dove. Naming it was far too simple. Now I find it difficult to change. Zheng Qing's lips twitched as he gazed at the proud dove, which held its head high, clearly satisfied with its name. Chapter 39. The Blue Sparrow. Good morning, esteemed classmates. Welcome aboard the first university direct flight of the Moonlit Airlines of the Witch Alliance. I am your chief flight attendant, Su Qijuan, and it is my utmost pleasure to serve you. This journey is expected to last approximately 5 hours and 35 minutes. We have prepared a delightful lunch for you. Those in need may proceed to the buffet after takeoff. Should you require any further assistance, please press the red button above your head, and our cabin crew will be at your service. As we prepare for takeoff, our flight attendants will conduct a routine safety check. Kindly take your seats, stow away your tray tables, fasten your seatbelts, and hold your pets in your arms. Thank you for your cooperation, and I wish you a pleasant journey. Su Qijuan. Li Ming exclaimed. What is her relationship with Su Qijuan? Should I ask her for an autograph and a photo? Being part of the younger generation of the Qingqiu Su clan, their names alone suggested a connection. Xiao Xiao closed her notebook and cradled her old tortoise, sitting up straight. But she is not Su Qijuan. What would be the point of a photo with her? Who is Su Qijuan? Zheng Qing inquired while tidying his tray table, unable to contain his curiosity. The goddess, Zheng Qing mused, stroking his pet Poseidon while peeking down the aisle. A flight attendant, impeccably dressed in her uniform, was bending slightly, smiling as she spoke softly to a classmate in the front row. The taut fabric of her uniform accentuated her graceful figure, and her long legs further enhanced the visual impact. Do not gaze, do not gaze, do not gaze, he silently chanted 3 times. Yet the enchanting curves remained vividly etched in his mind. Youthful fervor surged within him. He reassured himself and shifted his position, extracting an almond from the box to munch on. Excuse me, sir, the plane is about to take off. For your safety and that of others, please stow your tray table. The melodious voice rang out nearby, prompting Zheng Qing to turn his head. The attendant was gently calling to a classmate with a voluminous wine-red hairstyle who was dozing off across the aisle, sitting 2 seats apart. A small monk clad in gray had already closed his scripture, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, the wine-red-haired passenger had been asleep since Zheng Qing boarded. After repeated calls from the flight attendant, the passenger finally stirred, raising her head to reveal a delicate face, free of makeup, yet strikingly beautiful. Zheng Qing marveled inwardly. In comparison to the attendant, she was equally compelling. With a languid stretch and a yawn, the wine-red-haired girl squinted, stowed her tray table, and then pulled out an eye mask from her bag, placing it over her eyes as she leaned back into her spacious seat, drifting off once more. Zheng Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. "What are you holding? Doesn't it need to be stowed?" Li Ming inquired of the passenger across from her. "What is your name? And which class are you from at Jiu Academy?" The classmate opposite Li Ming was a strikingly delicate young woman, her black hair tied back and tucked into the large hood of her white garment. A purple scarf hung casually over her shoulders, and she held a long package in her arms, gazing silently out the window. Zheng Qing rubbed his temples in exasperation. Just 5 minutes ago. The little girl had appeared timid, but now she chattered incessantly. Perhaps she should have raised a sparrow instead of a pigeon. "Your scarf is lovely. What is it made of?" Zheng Qing turned to see Li Ming leaning over to touch the purple scarf, giving it a pat. "Wow, it feels amazing," Li Ming exclaimed. Suddenly, a fluffy purple marten head emerged from the large hood behind the scarf's owner, emitting a threatening sound. The scarf twitched a few times before retracting into the hood, startling even Zheng Qing. It turned out it was not merely a scarf, but the tail of a purple marten. Li Ming paused, pouting, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her eyelids reddening. "It's a male voice," Zheng Qing confirmed at last. Li Ming, with reddened eyes, sniffled and then beamed. "I'm not crying. I'm a university student now." The little purple marten seemed quite pleased, its forepaws perched on the left shoulder of the blue sparrow, stretching languidly and yawning to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Poseidon cast a curious glance at the small marten, flicking his tail. The pigeon on Li Ming's shoulder cooed in indignation, flapping its wings and intimidating the purple marten across the aisle. "Dear classmates, please hold your pets close. Our flight is about to commence," the flight attendant's sweet voice rang out. Zheng Qing quickly turned, adopting a serious demeanor. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, accompanying the sound of clicking heels. Once again, the elegant figure appeared before Zheng Qing, now alarmingly close. The attendant leaned forward to raise the window shade and bent down to check the seatbelts of several passengers. Zheng Qing was enveloped in the intoxicating scent. He straightened rigidly, too nervous to move, while Poseidon squirmed in his grip, sticking out his little tongue and squeaking. "What an adorable little creature," the attendant smiled, playfully scratching Poseidon behind the ears. Zheng Qing could clearly see the attendant's nostrils flaring slightly as she breathed in the fragrant air. Looking up, he met a pair of deep red eyes. The clarity of her gaze resembled 2 tranquil hot springs, captivating him entirely. "How did you all receive your admission letters?" Xiao Xiao inquired, lowering her tray table once more to jot something in her black notebook. "Amit Ba," the small monk replied, while transcribing scriptures in the Sutra repository. "I found my admission letter tucked within the pages of the Diamond Sutra." He twirled his prayer beads as he spoke. "I hunted a wild demon in the Chilean mountains and extracted my admission letter from its belly," the blue sparrow said, still sparing few words. Zheng Qing clicked his tongue, suddenly feeling that his own method of obtaining the admission letter was rather simplistic. Chapter 40. The innocuous sprite. Most of my family members attended the first university, but they typically enrolled in Alpha Academy. This year, my cousin and I surprised everyone by gaining admission to Jiu Academy, leaving the older generation in utter shock. Li Ming eagerly counted on her fingers. My acceptance letter was delivered by my cousin. She is also a new student at Jiu Academy this year, so the school entrusted both of our acceptance letters to her for delivery. "Let her take care of you at school," Zheng Qing quietly scoffed to himself. Xiao Xiao glanced at Zheng Qing. "I found my acceptance letter this morning while waking up, right beside my bed. To be honest, the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar document startled me immensely. I nearly had to replace all the charms in the house." Zheng Qing recalled the morning he received his acceptance letter and couldn't help but chuckle. "And you?" Watermelon head, Li Ming unabashedly gazed at Xiao Xiao. "Me?" Xiao Xiao shot her a glance and put away the brush in her hand. "I was specially recruited, so I don't possess an acceptance letter." Zheng Qing did not immediately inquire about Xiao Xiao's special admission status. He was on high alert, nervously observing a small sprite that floated before him. This sprite was attired in a crisp uniform akin to that of an air stewardess, radiating a gentle green luminescence. Its delicate antennae quivered slightly as it stared at them with large, pitch-black eyes, chattering incessantly. "What are they up to?" he exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Just offering a beverage. Why are you so tense?" Li Ming poked her finger at her own cheek, sticking out her tongue playfully. "Shame on you. We're all university students. Why fear a sprite?" Zheng Qing's face flushed immediately. He noticed that the sprite was dragging a massive glass bottle, from which an orange beverage was bubbling and fizzing. I am not afraid. It's just that I've been attacked by these little creatures before and feel it necessary to be cautious. He lowered his hand from his head and emphasized, "Haven't you been attacked by these little things?" The remarkable experience at the Shuyuan bookshop was still vivid in his memory. Whether it was the old bookbinder's brutal blood refinement magic or the peculiar actions of those sprites tugging at his hair, all remained fresh in his mind. In the realm of magical creatures, under the classification of the alchemical beings, the sprite order belongs to the subcategory of the order of winged creatures. Specifically the family of sprites, genus of green sprites, Xiao Xiao quickly elaborated, her gaze fixated on the floating sprite. This is an exceptionally gentle magical creature, with virtually no inclination to actively attack humans. According to the Wizard Alliance Magical Creatures Compendium, it is classified as a completely harmless being, even less dangerous than a slug. Zheng Qing blinked. He could barely grasp anything except for the last statement. This sprite indeed belonged to the category of harmless beings. "Wow, a scholar," Li Ming exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Xiao Xiao, her words unexpectedly coarse for her age. "Earlier, you mentioned being specially recruited. Does that mean you're the top new student at Jiuyu Academy this year? What was your score on the Global Wizarding Higher Education Unified Examination? How old are you this year?" The little girl squirmed in her seat, attempting to capture Xiao Xiao's attention. The dove, Xiaobai, flapped its wings, cooing along with her. Poseidon, who had been napping in Zheng Qing's embrace, stirred awake, expressing its dissatisfaction with a series of squeaks. The floating sprite appeared alarmed, its beverage bottle swaying precariously, as if it might tumble to the ground at any moment, causing Zheng Qing to feel a pang of fear. Xiao Xiao remained silent, merely adjusting her large black-framed glasses and casting a glance at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing was still reeling from the implications of harmless creatures, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of what transgressions he might have committed against these little beings. Seeing Xiao Xiao's gaze, he immediately protested, "I truly did not provoke them. They attacked me first." Magical creatures indeed possess some inherent instability, yet any outburst of instability has its triggers. Xiao Xiao retrieved a transparent glass cup from the nearby cart and placed it on the small table. The sprite tugged at the enormous beverage bottle, chattering away, and filled his cup with the orange liquid. "Would you like some?" He raised the cup towards Zheng Qing and Li Ming. "This is sugar-free orange juice. It's quite beneficial for the body. I want green bean drink." Li Ming eagerly raised her hand, calling out, "Minors cannot consume alcoholic beverages." Xiao Xiao shook her head and handed her a cup of orange juice. Li Ming pouted, grumbling as she accepted it. "I only want plain water," Zheng Qing sighed, gazing at Xiao Xiao. "Are you 12 this year?" Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zheng Qing, feeling dejected, went to fetch his own cup. Each time he thought of his acceptance letter, he felt an urge to express his grievances. "Don't you think the method of delivering acceptance letters is somewhat, well, a tad impolite?" "Impolite." Xiao Xiao set down her drink and curiously opened her black notebook. "It's merely a lack of consideration for others' privacy. The school could have easily mailed this to us," Zheng Qing complained, "or at least made a phone call to inform us. It would prevent giving someone a heart attack. For wizards, only the soul is universally recognized as private." Xiao Xiao appeared unconvinced, her pen swiftly writing in her notebook. "As for the method of delivering acceptance letters, I happen to know a bit. This delivery method, much like the school's student selection process, belongs to certain ancient formations of the First University, which are not controlled by the school's wizards. Hence, it might appear abrupt and careless." Zheng Qing recalled Thomas's words and began to understand Xiao Xiao's point. "Nevertheless, I still believe this habit is detrimental." Zheng Qing reiterated his stance. "The power of habit is necessary and deeply rooted in any place or power structure. Or rather, habits forge traditions, and traditions sustain society. The First University is no exception. It, too, is a society constructed from various habits and traditions." Xiao Xiao delved into a deeper layer of discussion. "Indeed, that holds merit." Zheng Qing found their conversation somewhat convoluted. While it is not unreasonable to regard tradition as tradition, it is also essential to implement necessary developments and improvements during the inheritance process. Thus, I still believe the method of delivering acceptance letters warrants refinement. Tradition is not immutable. A hint of seriousness appeared on Xiao Xiao's face. Yet, regardless of circumstances, the current traditions continue to persist, and we can only accept them. Bluebird tilted its head, silently exchanging glances with its little ferret. Shi Yuan quietly counted her prayer beads. Li Ming blinked, gazing in confusion at the two engaged in dialogue. A sense of solemnity arose within Zheng Qing. Chapter 41. The Buffet on the Airplane. Good afternoon, dear students. The buffet has prepared a delectable array of dishes for your selection. Should you wish to partake, please proceed down the corridor to room 3 for your meal. When departing from your seat, kindly return it to its original position. You are welcome to bring your pets into the dining area. For the convenience of yourself and others, please collect your food in an orderly fashion and dine with civility. Students accompanied by pets are urged to keep a watchful eye on their companions, as pets are strictly prohibited from wandering about. Before serving yourself, you may request utensils from the little sprites. After your meal, please return the utensils to the sprites. Thank you for your cooperation. As the gentle announcement from the flight attendants resonated through the cabin, Zheng Qing eagerly stowed away his tray table and rubbed his stomach. Indeed, he was quite hungry. Although he had maintained a facade of calmness at home, only he knew the tension and unease that churned within him. For his final meal before departure, he had consumed merely 3 or 5 dumplings, accompanied by a small bowl of millet porridge, before setting down his chopsticks. Under the stern gaze of Professor Zheng, he reluctantly managed to swallow a boiled egg. By now, that meager meal had long since been digested. Let us go together. Let us go eat. Li Ming exclaimed joyfully, waving her little fist. I've been eager to try the buffet on this private plane. My cousin said the food is simply delightful. What about your cousin? Aren't you inviting her along? Zheng Qing rose and cast a glance around. She lives in Beta Town. Li Ming's mood seemed to dip slightly as she continued. This year, the Academy only admitted 2 scholarship students, and my cousin ranked 3rd, missing out on the scholarship. So, she spent the entire summer locked away in her tower conducting experiments. So, this year only the top 2 students from the entrance examination received scholarships? Zheng Qing's heart began to soar with joy. He had unexpectedly become one of the legendary top students. He grinned, contemplating sharing his achievement with his new friends. My sister said that once school starts, she'll challenge the 2 students ranked above her, Li Ming declared. Her small fists clenched as she glared at the 2 beside her. You both must join me in cheering her on and crush those 2 arrogant boys. Zheng Qing let out an awkward chuckle, abandoning the thought of boasting about his grades, and held his plush Poseidon a little tighter. Of course, if you're the top student, I could perhaps speak favorably on your behalf to my sister and spare you. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, pouting as she turned to Xiao Xiao. I would be most grateful. Xiao Xiao responded nonchalantly, shoving the old tortoise in his pocket. Zheng Qing contemplated whether he should reveal that he was the 2nd-ranked scholarship student. As they walked down the aisle, a group of young wizards clad in immaculate robes passed by. A wave of delightful aromas wafted into Zheng Qing's nostrils. He could not resist sneezing several times, causing all the carefully prepared compliments for Li Ming to dissipate from his mind. What is that smell? It reminds me of my neighbor's French poodle. Li Ming wrinkled her nose and sneezed as well. Is there something you do not know? Zheng Qing gazed in awe at the boy with the watermelon head. Continuing down the corridor, Zheng Qing entered a spacious room. This was the very essence of what a wizard's dining area should embody, he silently marveled. It was evident to him that some spells had been employed to expand the space. To the left of the dining area was a row of serving stations, each adorned with an exquisite array of mouth-watering delicacies. Closest to the entrance were fruit platters, followed by barbecued dishes, stir-fries, stews, seafood, and an array of vegetarian options. At the far end were soups, pastries, and beverages. Young wizards stood in line, eagerly filling their plates with the sumptuous offerings. On the right side of the room was a U-shaped mahogany bar. Behind it stood an immense liquor cabinet, filled with bottles of various colorful beverages, shimmering under the lights. Scattered around the bar were several high chairs, one of which bore a drowsy cobra coiled atop it. A beautiful melody floated through the air, enveloping the entire dining area in a joyful and relaxed atmosphere. Zheng Qing looked up to see hundreds of tiny sprites supporting brass trays adorned with silver filigree, glowing softly with a pale green light, flitting about like a multitude of giant fireflies throughout the dining space. Are all sprites green? Zheng Qing inquired as he accepted a tray from one of the sprites, following Xiao Xiao and adding a slice of watermelon to his plate. Such a question lacks professionalism, Xiao Xiao replied, shaking the tongs in her hand as she selected a few grapes for her own plate. Sprites belong to a significant classification, which is further divided into 3 categories: the plant, egg, and life categories, also referred to as the sowing, hatching, and regeneration categories. Each type corresponds to distinctly different sprites. The sprites that emerge from sowing are all green. Those that hatch are typically white, with occasional golden ones. As for the regeneration sprites, they are all blue, rather rare. and are often called blue sprites. After adding a few slices of apple to his plate, Zheng Qing handed the tongs back to the sprite. Watching as they twirled joyfully in the air, dancing gracefully to the cheerful music that filled the restaurant, Li Ming chattered excitedly beside them, continuously stuffing her plate with food. You mentioned sowing earlier. Does that mean these green little creatures are grown from seeds? Zheng Qing envisioned burying a deceased sprite in the ground, from which a gnarled, skeletal sprite tree would sprout, with little sprites dangling from its branches, radiating a vibrant green glow. He shivered at the thought, shaking his head. Here, this is it, Li Ming said, handing her plate to a nearby fluttering sprite while she retrieved a small wooden box from her pocket. Opening the lid, she revealed a handful of pale green seeds resembling peas, resting upon soft red velvet. She 11. A swarm of sprites gathered, twitching their antennae, cautiously eyeing the seeds within the box. Protectively cradling the box with one hand, Li Ming quickly extracted a single seed and offered it to Zheng Qing. This is a standard model of sprite seed, highly adaptable to various environments. Generally, potions with 3 or more properties can induce germination. The sprites gazed longingly at Li Ming as she tucked the box away, their eyes filled with anticipation. The seeds felt smooth as jade in Zheng Qing's hands, surprisingly heavier than they appeared. He admired the seed for a moment before returning it to Li Ming. Consider it a gift, the little girl declared generously, waving her hand as she turned to direct several sprites to carry her plate to a nearby table. Chapter 42. Gossip. The sprites are hailed as one of the greatest creations in the wizarding world over the past 5 centuries. They liberate wizards' hands, serving as their assistants. Wizards can engage their minds and hands in more meaningful endeavors rather than cautiously watching flames or unsteadily holding glass vessels. According to Xiao Zhao's explanation, sprites are magical, alchemical beings produced in groups, with no 2 groups being identical. For instance, the seedling sprites require their cultivators to concoct suitable potions based on their intentions and desires while they are still seeds, until they sprout and mature. These sprites can only survive on these potions. Their lives are intricately tied to those of their wizards. If the cultivating wizard dies, the sprites deprived of their potion supply will perish as well. Zheng Qing finds this profoundly unjust. They are sentient beings. Does this arrangement not contravene ethical principles? Zheng Qing racked his brain, striving to articulate appropriate terminology. What constitutes wisdom? What defines life? Are they sentient beings? Whose ethics apply? Xiao Xiao posed a series of rhetorical questions, each time helping himself to a roasted scallop from his plate. Zheng Qing was rendered speechless, silently picking up some calamari rings on his tray. This was indeed a profound philosophical quandary, difficult to elucidate in mere words. Finally, Xiao Xiao took a sip of juice and summarized. However, according to the general consensus in the wizarding community, sprites are considered alchemical products existing between wisdom and chaos. They cannot be regarded as sentient beings, nor do they adhere to the ethics of wizards. Zheng Qing sulkily served himself a bowl of corn chowder. He gazed at the sprites fluttering around, feeling that Xiao Zhao's assertion was fundamentally flawed. Over here, not far away, Li Ming waved her small hand, claiming a large table and beckoning them over. The young monk Shi Yuan sat silently beside her, with only a bowl of plain rice and a dish of boiled bok choy before him. The dining table was situated not far from a massive floor-to-ceiling window. And seated there, Zheng Qing could distinctly observe the rolling sea of clouds and the dazzling sunlight outside. Setting down his tray, Zheng Qing languidly reclined on the soft leather sofa. A strong, alluring fragrance wafted toward him from behind. What is that scent? He sniffed, feeling a sense of déjà vu. It's the scent of a poodle, Xiao Xiao explained, his expression impassive. Li Ming burst into laughter, spraying juice onto the floor. Doubled over as she gasped for breath. A few sprites rushed over in alarm, bringing her a stack of wet wipes while swiftly cleaning the mess from the floor. After finishing his rice, Shi Yuan murmured a quiet "Amitba." Zheng Qing glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. Behind him sat a tall, slender boy, the very one Xiao Xiao had previously criticized for misusing perfume, described by Li Ming as smelling like a poodle. Though there was a small chunk of potato left unmashed in the mashed potatoes, the sauce for the calamari was slightly spicy, and the quail eggs had a rather strong flavor. One could not deny the remarkable quality of the ingredients at this buffet. Zheng Qing gulped down a large mouthful of corn chowder, sticking out his tongue in response to its richness. He lifted his gaze, observing Li Ming's cheeks stuffed with food, resembling the family hamster. Xiao Xiao chewed his roasted scallop slowly, his eyes fixated on the shell's patterns, as if they revealed a new world. from behind. The poodle-scented boy spoke with an air of superiority. Zheng Qing raised an eyebrow, straightening slightly. His experiences at Daming Square could be deemed the most thrilling of his 18 years. Whether it was the lightning spell unleashed by Thomas or the pig demon transformed by the chubby boy, they had haunted his dreams more than once. As a witness, he was intrigued by how other wizards perceived these events. The conversation from behind was clearly audible. I know. The newspapers have been in an uproar. It said that the 9 markets under the jurisdiction of the Four Seasons Square were attacked by unidentified wild demons. And the leaders of the management committee received warnings from the Wizarding Council. Apparently, many lives were lost. The speaker's voice was hurried and somewhat breathy, likely due to having a mouthful of food. The Beta Town Gazette reported 8 fatalities and 21 severe injuries. A sharp voice scoffed, as if anyone hasn't noticed their wordplay. Is there really a chance of survival after being attacked by wild demons? The report from gentlemen and ladies was much more accurate. They counted 29 dead. Another voice, seemingly lacking conviction, weakly added, the newspapers say the Wizarding Alliance has dispatched 9 investigation teams to examine the security measures and procedures at Four Seasons Square, with related reports to be submitted by the end of October. I'm curious as well. It said that the troublemakers in those markets are all wild demons, and their numbers are very few. Most markets only had 1 wild demon. The last voice spoke slowly, filled with uncertainty. According to regulations, there should be a Wizarding Alliance security team stationed in the markets. The security personnel shouldn't be unable to subdue even a single wild demon. The security team was reassigned. The voice filled with food resumed. My uncle is the captain of the security team in Jinling Square. They were reassigned to support the New World a month ago. The order came very suddenly. He only sent home a message. My aunt has been worried about something happening and has been crying to my mom lately. Could it be that the natives in the New World have launched a large-scale counterattack? The slow voice inquired with interest. Logically, the situation there should be quite stable, and manpower shortages shouldn't arise. As the topic drifted further, the poodle-scented boy cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention. Did you all know that among the attack markets, there was 1 market without any wizard casualties? He elongated the last syllable, evoking a sense of anticipation. Isn't it Daming Square? The sharp voice dripped with sarcasm. Just days ago, the management committee of Daming Square was awarded a collective honor by the Wizarding Council for this very incident. Shameless. Someone immediately retorted. The tri-pronged sword apprehended the wild demons. It said that the management committee never even stepped forward. How could they dare accept such an honor? The tri-pronged sword merely took away the wild demons. It was said that the one who subdued the wild demon in Daming Square was a freshman from the first university this year. Another added, I heard that the child of my neighbor works in the tri-pronged sword's office, and that freshman is a government-funded student from Jiuyo Academy. I've heard that too, apparently. That government-funded student cast a lightning spell. His incantation directly obliterated half a street. And there were talismans. It said that the freshman also employed a powerful suppression talisman. The wild demon in Daming Square was knocked unconscious. Government-funded students are truly remarkable. People around expressed their admiration. Zheng Qing bowed his head, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Chapter 43. The threat from Sequence 7 of the Star Coin. The sensation of receiving accolades and commendations is undeniably delightful. However, the experience of being misrepresented evokes a disquieting apprehension. Zheng Qing refrained from casting a lightning spell. It was the interviewer Thomas who unleashed the incantation. The spell did not devastate an entire street, but merely produced a slight commotion. Primarily, the so-called powerful suppression talisman was nothing more than an ordinary calming charm, under which the pig demon fell into a slumber. Zheng Qing raised his head, his face flushed crimson. He could not discern whether the redness was due to a fit of coughing or the disquieting flattery he had received. With a heavy exhalation, he resolved to turn and engage in earnest conversation with the individuals at the nearby dining table about the occurrences in Daming Fang to prevent the spread of rumors. Across from him, Xiao Xiao was sipping juice delicately, her eyes narrowed in concentration, attentively listening to the discourse at the adjacent table. As the topic veered off course once more, the curly-haired dog became anxious. He cleared his throat loudly, interrupting the discussion about public-funded students, and, adopting a grave tone, inquired, "Do you know who that wild demon in Daming Fang is?" An immediate silence enveloped the neighboring table. Zheng Qing abandoned his intention to explain promptly and, intrigued, perked up his ears. He was aware that the pig demon was originally a rotund individual with 3 chins, as he had encountered both the pig demon and the hefty fellow previously. What did these unfamiliar wizards know? Who could it be? The individuals at the neighboring table could no longer contain their eagerness and began to urge him on. I want to reveal the name. Let us have you guess first. The curly-haired dog teased mysteriously. He is a public-funded student at Alpha, belonging to Sequence 7 of the Star Coin. He is the vice president of the Alpha Student Council and heads a club. His hunting team ranks 17th across the entire university. A collective intake of breath followed, clearly indicating that his companions had deduced the identity of this young man. Zheng Qing, however, remained bewildered. The riddle he posed did not seem to pertain to the hefty demon, but rather to its brother. He recalled that the rotund individual had boasted to him that his brother was also a public-funded student at the foremost university and was even a senior. Yet, he had never disclosed his brother's name. Impossible. A voice from the table behind him suddenly escalated in pitch. I saw him in Jinlingfang just yesterday morning. How could he have transformed into a wild demon a month ago? How absurd. How could someone of Sequence 7 become merely a wild demon? Another voice chimed in with dissent. I did not say he was the wild demon of Damingfang. I haven't finished speaking, the curly-haired dog finally divulged, lowering his voice. The wild demon in Damingfang is his brother, a full-blooded sibling, sharing both parents. A wave of realization swept over the table. Subsequently, an array of sympathetic sighs and expressions of regret began to pour forth from their lips. Zheng Qing stirred his bowl of corn soup with fervor, as if churning his own thoughts. This is an instance of information asymmetry. He fumed inwardly, reflecting that had he possessed greater knowledge of the school, he would have certainly recognized who that individual was. As they stood up, the conversation continued. I heard he intends to seek justice for his brother. Who will he turn to? Who else? A voice scoffed. This matter is beyond the jurisdiction of the Sijifang Management Committee, although the Trident Sword did capture the wild demon. Their involvement was purely official, and he likely lacks the courage or power to provoke the Trident Sword. Thus, he can only seek that freshman. Another voice interjected with a hint of schadenfreude, a freshman from Juyo, so eager to make a name for himself, utterly oblivious to the art of discretion. He will surely be used as a vent for frustration. After all, we are from the same academy. We might not be able to remain uninvolved when the time comes. Someone added, Indeed, if those from Alpha come to Juyo to cause a ruckus, the seniors will definitely erupt in fury. The curly-haired dog and his companions leisurely chatted about the gossip as they exited the dining hall. Behind them, Zheng Qing stared despondently at the mashed potatoes on his plate. Li Meng's cousin, the brother of the hefty fellow. Even before stepping into the school, he was confronted with two very tangible threats and had to devise a means to earn a living. Why must attending school be so arduous? Turning his head, he just happened to catch sight of the young monk Xuan setting down his chopsticks. The white rice and a small plate of vegetables had been consumed entirely. Have you taken your vows? Observing the austere young monk, Zheng Qing felt a sudden realization that he ought not to harbor such burdensome worries. No. The little monk is dizzy from the plane. The young monk shook his head, his face contorted in pain. Li Meng chuckled from across the table. Zheng Qing pretended not to notice and nudged Xiao Xiao beside him. Earlier, I could comprehend most of the vocabulary they used in conversation, but the term star coin sequence completely eluded me. Could you elucidate it? To explain the star coin sequence, one must delve a bit deeper. Xiao Xiao tapped her empty cup, glancing around. Where have those little sprites gone? Zheng Qing also looked up and searched, and indeed, the small sprites that had previously flitted about the dining hall were nowhere to be seen. They need to eat and rest too. Zheng Qing, in annoyance, snatched his cup and asked, Is it still orange juice? Xiao Xiao modestly nodded. I want green bee. Li Meng piped up from the side. Minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol, Zheng Qing decisively retorted. A century ago, the president of the student council at the foremost university, Mark Wood, established the Wand of the First University, a comprehensive rating organization. Each year on January 1st, during New Year's Day, the Wand publishes a rating report titled Arcana. This report includes 22 individuals who have made significant impacts on the First University throughout the year, known as the Major Arcana, and 56 individuals who have unique influence on the four colleges, referred to as the Minor Arcana. These individuals encompass professors, lecturers, school staff, and students. How does the Wand compile this report? Zheng Qing could not help but inquire, is there any authority to a report issued by such a student organization? Zheng Qing nodded noncommittally, still perplexed by Li Meng's words. Students who make it onto this list receive corresponding academic credit, Xiao Xiao added. Zheng Qing immediately gained a more intuitive understanding of the report's authority. Chapter 44. The injured sprite, each major arcana possesses its own title. For instance, the foremost major arcana is known as the Fool, the second as the Magician, and the third as the High Priestess. Each of the 22 major arcana has its unique title. In contrast, the minor arcana is divided into 4 distinct sequences according to different academies. The Academy of 9 belongs to the Wand sequence. Alpha Academy belongs to the Coins sequence. Atlas Academy belongs to the Cups sequence, and Starlight Academy belongs to the Swords sequence. Each sequence, aside from the rankings from 1 to 10, also includes 4 special ranks: King, Queen, Knight, and Page. Although the rankings fluctuate annually, certain positions remain relatively stable. Xiao Xiao remarked while drawing several horizontal lines in her notebook and pushing it toward Zheng Qing. For instance, the top 3 positions within the major arcana are held by our esteemed principal and 2 vice principals. The king in the minor arcana undoubtedly corresponds to the president of the student council from the respective academy. These positions align closely with their corresponding identities and seldom change, forming a customary norm. They had just mentioned that the brother of the wild sprite from Daming Fang is ranked 7 in the Coin sequence. This means that he is a minor arcana and has been selected as a person of special influence to Alpha, ranking 7th. Is that correct? Zheng Qing summarized. Li Ming nodded in agreement, displaying an expression of eager understanding. Strangely, I distinctly remember that the chubby one claimed his brother was a public-funded student from Atlas. Zheng Qing stared at Xiao Xiao's notebook, mumbling softly and scratching his head, feeling as if his mind was a muddled mess. Across the table, Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow, lifting her glass of orange juice. The silver-white curtains were drawn high. Outside the window lay an endless sea of rolling clouds. The faint golden sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm orange glaze upon the restaurant floor. A small green sprite scampered anxiously across this glazed surface, emitting faint chirps. Her transparent wings appeared crumpled, as if they had been roughly handled. A curious little fox nuzzled her face with its pink nose, inspecting her with interest. The sprite hesitated, extending her delicate hand to scratch the fox's ear. The fox squinted its eyes in delight. The sprite then leaped onto the fox's back, burying herself in its soft fur. Lunch hour had nearly passed. Adhering to the principle of eating at a buffet while supporting themselves against the wall, Zheng Qing and the others remained seated at the table, allowing their food to digest slightly. On the table, a snow-white pigeon cooed, pecking at fragrant grains from its young master's palm. An old turtle hid within its shell, refusing to poke its head out despite Xiao Xiao's persistent teasing. Their owners were determined to ensure their pets consumed ample food. Zheng Qing lounged lazily on the sofa, rubbing his belly. Eating too much had its downsides, particularly the discomfort in moving. He felt as if he might lean against the sofa until the plane landed. "Where's your fox?" Li Ming kicked him from across the table. "There are still a few pieces of steak left. Hurry and feed them to it." Zheng Qing wiped his greasy mouth with a napkin, popping his fingers into his mouth and letting out a loud whistle. A greasy belch followed the whistle, and he quickly closed his mouth. Where did that little rascal run off to? Zheng Qing grabbed the fox by its scruff and pulled it into his embrace. It was then that he noticed the trembling little sprite nestled on the fox's back. "There's an injured sprite here," he shouted to Xiao Xiao. Li Ming dropped the white pigeon she was feeding and jumped off the sofa, eager to come closer. Let me see. I know healing magic. Let me try?" The pigeon cooed indignantly behind her. Despite their lack of respect for alchemical beings, obstinate wizards would not engage in such trivial matters. Xiao Xiao parted the fox's fur, scrutinizing the injured sprite with a serious expression. The sprite's wing injury was evidently inflicted by human hands. The little sprite appeared to have been greatly startled, clutching the fox's long fur around its neck, burying its head within, trembling violently, and refusing to let go. Li Ming rummaged through her small handbag, retrieving a pure white feather and gently caressing the little creature. The white pigeon perched atop the fox's head, expressing its displeasure with soft coos. The young monk, Shi Yuan, silently twisted his prayer beads, sitting cross-legged in front of the fox, offering blessings for the sprite. It shouldn't be any dangerous entity. Zheng Qing, sensing the somber atmosphere, reassured, could it be the prank of some child? This sprite has merely suffered a wing injury. But the question remains, where are the other sprites? Xiao Xiao raised her head, carefully scanning the entire restaurant. Zheng Qing opened his mouth in disbelief, suddenly realizing that he had seen a flock of sprites fluttering around the restaurant for quite some time. He glanced at the nearby serving counter, where numerous empty dishes still lay unattended, the surrounding tables cluttered with used utensils and leftover food, creating a chaotic scene. Your question gives me an ominous feeling. Zheng Qing frowned, pulling out a small gray cloth pouch from his pocket. He vividly remembered that when Li Ming merely sneezed, a few sprites had rushed over in a panic to clean up the spilled juice. The fragrance on the sprite is so familiar. Li Ming, who had been comforting the injured sprite with her head buried in the fox's back, suddenly raised her head and looked at the others. Can you smell that? It seems so familiar. It's not from the curly-haired dog, she added. Zheng Qing forced a smile, leaning closer to sniff. He stood up and inhaled deeply. Indeed, a familiar scent lingered on the broken tips of the sprite's wings. It's that flight attendant. He looked at Li Ming with certainty, stating, when she conducted our safety check earlier, I was quite close. The scent is identical. Li Ming coughed ambiguously, glancing at him with a teasing look. There might be some misunderstanding here. Zheng Qing pretended not to notice Li Ming's amused expression and turned to his other companions. Should we go ask? He pointed toward the flight attendant's lounge not far away. Chapter 45, The Quivering of the Heart. Ultimately, only Zheng Qing ventured alone to consult in the crew's lounge. Li Ming was preoccupied with tending to 3 pets and a trembling, injured sprite, frantically pulling the nearby monk, Xiwan, to assist her. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was rapidly flipping through his large black notebook, his brow furrowed in concentration. Thus, Zheng Qing shrugged and resolved to go by himself. The crew lounge was situated at the entrance of the self-service restaurant, the door slightly ajar. Through the glass window, he could see a crew member draped in her uniform, resting her head on the table. Zheng Qing hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open and greeted softly, "Hello, excuse me." The crew member remained still, seemingly murmuring something inaudible. Zheng Qing stepped closer, and an exquisite fragrance, reminiscent of the sprite's delicate wings, wafted into his nostrils. "Hello," he called again. Still, she did not stir, but Zheng Qing could now clearly see her shoulders quivering. "Hello, do you need any assistance?" he asked again, a hint of concern in his voice. As an odd emotion enveloped him, this phrase was typically one the crew member would utter to him. "I'm hungry," the crew member whimpered, resting her head on her arms. "Hungry?" Zheng Qing raised his head and glanced outside at the self-service restaurant, perplexed. "There's plenty of food out there. What would you like to eat?" "Is it okay to eat anything?" The crew member ceased her trembling and slowly lifted her head. Her long, dark hair fell in disarray over her face, accentuating her fair complexion, which was strikingly radiant. Yet, what captivated Zheng Qing most were her eyes, crimson, shimmering with a frenzied light, beautiful yet unnerving. Just moments before, he had encountered those very eyes on the face of a ferocious pig demon. Now, they appeared on the visage of a stunning flight attendant, rendering Zheng Qing dazed. As if he were dreaming. From the corner of his eye, he perceived a glimmer of green light. He stiffly turned his neck to look deeper into the room. A circle of vanished sprites had gathered, emanating a faint green glow. In their midst lay the body of a woman, slumped in the corner. Her hair hung low, obscuring her features, and her chest had been torn open, revealing an empty cavity. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the floor a vivid red. The sprites desperately scooped up the blood, attempting to feed it to the woman's pale, slightly parted lips. The blood slid down her esophagus into the hollow chest, only to spill out again through the horrific gash. She was the sprite's master, and now their master was dead. They were also nearing death. They did not wish to perish. For reasons unknown, Zheng Qing could acutely sense the sprite's desperate refusal to give up. The crew member stood up. She slowly approached Zheng Qing, lowered her head, and leaned close to his neck, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled deeply. "You smell divine," she murmured, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a touch of regret. "Why do you smell so good?" It was akin to a lovesick girl complaining to her boyfriend. Zheng Qing felt a chill run down his spine. It was the first time he experienced the sensation of every hair on his body standing on end. Sweat erupted from his pores, taking with it the warmth of his body. A chill began at his neck, spreading rapidly down his back and throughout his being. "Are you a demon?" he asked, his throat dry, his voice hoarse and strained. "Indeed," the demoness replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she extended her pink tongue to lick her crimson lips. "May I ask, can I eat you?" In the face of Zheng Qing's terror, the demoness smiled gracefully. She was none other than Nikita, who had infiltrated the first University S-plane. As part of the missed ship captain's grand scheme, she needed to embed herself within the first university. However, she had not anticipated being discovered so soon. According to the captain's agreement, only by successfully infiltrating the university and causing a significant stir to draw the attention of the higher-ups could she retreat victoriously and be officially registered as a member of the missed ship. Now, having been prematurely exposed, not only was her status as a missed member in jeopardy, but she also risked facing the wrath of an enraged captain. Yet, she couldn't deny how intoxicating he smelled. Nikita inhaled deeply, the alluring aroma filling her chest, igniting a frenzy within every cell of her body. The last time she felt such hunger was in the Sahara when she encountered Professor Ulrich. At that time, she had gone half a year without blood. Even spicy insects had tasted like delicacies. But now, she was certain that she was not truly hungry. Rather, it was the enticing scent emanating from this boy that was irresistible. This peculiar fragrance stirred memories buried deep within her blood, originally hiding quietly in the lounge. She could no longer resist the urge to attack the attending crew member. Nikita opened a nearby drawer, which was empty save for a round, white porcelain plate containing a dark red heart. The heart appeared to be alive, occasionally twitching, oozing drops of thick blood that added color to the dull plate. The demoness reached out with her delicate hand to lift the heart. The sprites surrounding her sprang to life, shrieking in fury as they charged toward the heart. She. Bored, the demoness casually waved her arm, swatting one sprite to the ground as if it were a mere mosquito. They no longer rushed forward recklessly but instead watched from a distance, fixated on the heart in her grasp. Nikita produced a spice bottle from her bag, sprinkling a bit of glittering seasoning onto the heart's tip. Some demons preferred to start eating from the arteries, believing the muscle there had the best texture. The demoness smiled sweetly at Zheng Qing, patiently explaining, "But I always prefer to begin at the heart's tip." Inside, there is a rush of warm blood with each bite. The warm plasma swirls in my mouth, paired with the tender texture of the heart. It is truly a great delight. As she spoke, she lost herself in ecstasy, biting into the heart's tip. She. The sprite's piercing cries jolted Zheng Qing back to reality. He clumsily took a step back. But the demoness did not impede him. His heart raced wildly, his arms stiffened, and his fingers spasmed from the tension, rendering him unable to open the gray cloth bag he clutched. The demoness posed no threat to him, yet provided no comfort either. The dark red heart she held, and the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth proclaimed his impending fate. Zheng Qing staggered, retreating into the restaurant. The demoness discarded the bitten heart onto the floor. She took out a pristine white handkerchief, wiping the blood from her lips, and followed Zheng Qing's retreating figure with graceful, feline strides as she exited the lounge. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her heels striking the floor echoed sharply. Crash. In his frantic retreat, Zheng Qing collided with a dining table, sending utensils clattering to the orange floor. The once boisterous restaurant fell into a sudden hush. Curious gazes turned towards Zheng Qing. Then, they beheld the crew member emerging slowly from the lounge, and the sight of those crimson eyes. The air seemed to solidify. Demon, a voice rang out, breaking the silence. A wave of terror erupted from the demoness, spreading throughout the entire restaurant. The plane shook violently. Chaos erupted in the dining area as panic ensued. Chapter 46. The brash and the coward. Dark, gray clouds loomed like mountains, winding endlessly. Silver lightning surged through them, resembling rivers racing down the mountainsides. At this moment, the university's private jet was navigating through a tempest. Through the towering floor-to-ceiling windows, the restaurant appeared chaotic, as if recently ravaged by a thunderstorm. Tables and chairs lay overturned. Shattered crockery scattered everywhere, and the silver curtains had been torn from the windows, now a disheveled heap on the floor. The ornate chandelier hanging in the center of the room looked as if it had been violently yanked, its gilded frame twisted, and the crystal shades marred with cracks. The restaurant's entrance was tightly shut. By the bar, a once sleeping cobra coiled on a high stool was now held by a pair of slender hands, tied into various knots. The cobra, with bulging eyes and flicking tongue, emitted a mournful hiss, yet the femme fatale remained unfazed. Deep down, she felt 100 times more wretched than the old serpent. The jet's security must have already been alerted to the incident in the restaurant. It was only a matter of time before they stormed in. As for how the wizard would deal with a self-entrapment lich, even a preschool child could offer 18 different theories. The cobra in her grasp was now tied into a tight knot. The femme fatale released the serpent and crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks as she watched the throng of panicking freshmen, overwhelmed by their own dread. What a bunch of cowards, Nikita muttered. In truth, she had merely snapped her fingers upon entering the restaurant, sending the obstructive tables and chairs skittering aside, and yanked down the curtains to create a clean, well-lit space to work. She had not even touched those delicate little beings. Not far away, a pleasantly fragrant young man leaned against an overturned sofa, clutching a handful of yellow talismans, his expression resolute as he gazed at her. Though he trembled, He was far superior to those who brandished black hooves or gleaming silver crosses, yelling in panic. Truly, he was a man of admirable scent, Nikita thought, a charming smile gracing her features. Perhaps she would take him along when she left, to present to the captain, which might explain her exposure. If the captain were reluctant to devour this little fellow, she could endure the effort of taking a bite herself. If Zheng Qing knew of Nikita's intentions, he would surely spit blood in shock. His expression was not one of determination, but rather a mask of tension that had seized his features. The terror of this demon far surpassed his imagination. With a mere snap of her fingers, she had nearly obliterated a restaurant. What if that snap had been aimed at his face? Zheng Qing leaned against the sofa, anxiously glancing at the femme fatale nearby, his mind swirling with countless dreadful possibilities. Xiao Xiao stood behind him, whispering hurriedly, but her words were too soft and frantic for Zheng Qing to decipher. Li Ming, cradling a fox and a dove, hid behind the sofa, her eyes the only visible part of her, filled not with fear, but with excitement and exhilaration. If not for the little monk Xuan holding her back, she would have likely charged towards the femme fatale with a scream. Not far behind them, the owner of the cobra, a girl with pale skin and a sharp chin, was quietly sobbing. Aside from the freshmen and their pets, the only other occupant in the restaurant was a wounded little sprite. The situation plunged these young individuals into despair. Had they known, they would have insisted on bringing Bluebird along to the restaurant. He's quite formidable, it seems, Li Ming complained softly from behind the sofa. Before arriving at the restaurant, they had invited Bluebird to join them for lunch, but the aloof young man had simply shaken his head, clutching his sword and continuing to meditate in silence. Keep quiet and stay back. Zheng Qing gritted his teeth. His breath quickened. His mind felt as though it were starved of oxygen, and golden stars danced before his eyes. A bunch of weaklings. The femme fatale scoffed, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her gaze. She pulled out a feather quill from her bag and opened the grimoire in her hands. This was not her own tome, but that of a flight attendant in the lounge. The fluctuations of every fallen wizard's grimoire were recorded by the authorities. Carrying one's own grimoire on the university's private jet was an imprudent action. Thus, while borrowing the flight attendant's heart, the femme fatale also appropriated her grimoire. It was a Bologna-bound grimoire, likely standardized for these flight attendants. The pale blue cover was unmarred, the 5 golden lines on the spine bright and clean, and the edge still bore the tale of Poseidon and the 4 little angels. Nikita vaguely remembered that during her university days, she could only afford the standard grimoires awarded by the institution. Those thick, soft-covered tomes were as glaring as a pimple on the face of a girl in her beauty-obsessed years. At that time, the Bologna-bound grimoire displayed in the bookstore window of Beta Town had been akin to Cinderella's glass slipper, yearned for yet unattainable. But now, Nikita found little interest in this pristine grimoire. Whether it was the prayer to Athena on the title page or the hattie flax paper used within, it all seemed so mundane and laughable. Why did I ever find such a decorative grimoire appealing? She pondered silently. Perhaps it was merely a desire to appear more confident in his presence. Speaking of confidence, a few fools not far off also aspired to possess such a quality. However, vanity without strength was akin to suicide. The femme fatale raised her head, glancing towards an overturned table before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind the table, several tall male wizards seemed to be stirring with restless energy. Zheng Qing heard the unusual commotion as well. A gruff voice was quietly rallying his classmates nearby, urging them to pull out their talismans and magical artifacts to show that demon a thing or two. Don't be afraid. She is but a femme fatale. The voice sounded fervent. 1 explosive talisman each can knock her out. If we can break down the restaurant's entrance and hold out, the registered wizards on the plane will arrive in no time. Others appeared somewhat tempted. He's just complaining, but Xiao Xiao truly stepped forward. Don't do anything foolish. He turned to face the group of boys, scolding them, utterly indifferent to becoming the most conspicuous target in the restaurant. She is a fallen wizard, Xiao Xiao declared, casting a glance at Nikita, and has undergone the complete ritual of corruption. A demon like her, capable of retaining her human form and consciousness, is beyond the capability of us freshmen who have yet to even enter the university gates. If she wishes, she could drain all our blood and seize our souls without alarming anyone. In truth, they were already half dead. The restaurant fell into an awkward silence. Cowards, since we have already stepped 1 foot into the gates of the underworld, we should fight with all our might. The boy who had been stirring up the crowd stood up, unafraid, proclaiming loudly, if we have already given up on living, what difference does it make if we die? He was a burly lad with a buzz cut, his face flushed red, whether from excitement or by nature, one could not tell. Such a demeanor was typical of a madman from Starry Sky Academy. Someone nearby seemed to be murmuring softly. Chapter 47. The Witch's Magic Circle. Nikita's quill danced swiftly across the pages of the grimoire, inscribing a series of rules and formulas with fluid grace. She cast only a fleeting glance at the raucous commotion erupting in the dining hall, utterly indifferent. For her, nothing held greater significance than the incantations she was meticulously crafting. Of course, if these youthful revelers grew too unruly, she would not hesitate to indulge in a bit of sport. "We have not lost hope," Xiao Xiao spoke again, his tone now calm. "The fact that she did not annihilate us at first glance indicates that we are not her primary target. This is indeed promising news. Compared to our offensive capabilities, the protective charms we bear as newcomers are more abundant, which is another positive sign. Considering these two favorable tidings, I believe yielding to this lady's discretion may ensure our survival more effectively than resorting to brutish conflict." In the dining hall, murmurs of agreement rose among the newcomers. "Be careful," cautioned a rosy-cheeked boy, not disputing but rather loudly alerting the others. A very prudent assessment. Nikita suddenly appeared beside Zheng Qing, clapping softly behind Xiao Xiao. The Bologna-bound grimoire fluttered beside her, crimson tendrils of light spilling from its pages, cascading like a waterfall to form a blood-red hexagram upon the ground. Zheng Qing nearly lost consciousness from fright, having not perceived how the witch had materialized beside him. The tome loomed before him, nearly touching his nose, and he could distinctly see arcane formulas akin to tadpole script oozing forth the sanguine light. Stumbling back, he sought distance from the witch. Behind the sofa, Xiao Xiao turned sharply, his expression unchanged, though Zheng Qing noticed his oversized black glasses had skewed slightly. "The little monk, Shi Yuan." Presley Ming's head down behind the sofa, oblivious to Poseidon's tiny head peeking out from his armpit. The witch smiled at Xiao Xiao. "Now, why, sir? Kindly fetch some olive oil from the counter for your sister. As for the rest of you." She glanced at the rosy-cheeked boy, her eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. In an instant, the entire dining hall seemed to sink into a heavy mire, every movement appearing slow and vividly clear in Zheng Qing's gaze. Xiao Xiao began to stride toward the counter, one foot raised, yet to alight. Behind the sofa, Poseidon poked his head out, mouth agape, revealing sharp little teeth. Zheng Qing observed the fluff of the little creature's fur bristling with alarm. Nearby, several girls exhibited expressions of sheer terror, mouths slightly agape, arms raised as if to shield themselves from an unseen force. Yet time appeared to have frozen around them, their uplifted arms woefully inadequate to conceal their fear-stricken faces. Only the rosy-cheeked boy remained, struggling to raise his fist. A solitary life still stirred within Zheng Qing's sight. "Ah!" A chorus of sharp, piercing screams erupted from behind him, shattering the stasis of time. It was the owner of the cobra, Zheng Qing's last thought before losing consciousness. A familiar yet foreign wave of searing pain surged into his head, and he screamed, clutching his skull as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Xiao Xiao erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of dragons and tortoises, the sound of crackling explosions echoing. Simultaneously, the protective talismans of the other newcomers activated, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, casting intricate shadows throughout the hall. Nikita scoffed lightly, the crimson tint in her eyes receding slightly. "You cannot withstand even a modicum of my pressure," she taunted, observing the rosy-cheeked boy gasping for breath. Kneeling defiantly on the ground, Xiao Xiao calmly tucked away his black leather notebook and circumvented the toppled sofa, making his way directly to the counter. Zheng Qing remained on the floor, clutching his head and writhing in agony. Li Ming, pinned behind the sofa by the little monk, stamped her feet anxiously, while he, unfazed, hoisted his robe and stuffed the little fox back behind the sofa. "Stay calm, everyone. Let us remain composed and find a way to bolster our protective charms," Xiao Xiao instructed, his back turned to the others. "Nikita only requires pure olive oil," she warned as she set aside the completed grimoire and resumed wielding her quill. Eyeing the diminutive boy approaching the counter with a stern admonition, "If the oil is not pure, I shall make use of your precious blood instead." The atmosphere in the dining hall grew increasingly oppressive, punctuated only by the soft weeping of a few girls and the dull thumping of Zheng Qing's head against the floor. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed just beyond the window, followed by the distant rumble of thunder drawing near, shaking the heavens above. The sanguine hexagram on the dining hall floor flickered erratically under the thunder's influence. The witch furrowed her brow, glancing at the coiled, motionless cobra nearby. "Come forth," she commanded sharply. The previously feigned death of the cobra instantly dissipated as it opened its eyes and hurriedly coiled to her feet. "Do you possess the snake stone?" she inquired, lifting its tail and pinching its belly. The cobra, in terror, raised its head, shaking it vigorously, its crimson tongue flicking about like a rubber band. "Shut your mouth. Swallow your tongue," she scolded with disdain. "Keep your head still." Nikita produced a small silver knife and made 2 swift incisions on either side of the cobra's jaw. A viscous, clear liquid began to ooze from the wounds, pooling into the sanguine sigil on the floor. Nikita frowned, noting the sluggish flow of the venom. Before she could raise her hand, the cobra puffed out its cheeks, holding its breath, and swiftly expelled the venom from its sac. The influx of venom stabilized the previously flickering array. At that moment, Xiao Xiao approached the sigil with a bowl of olive oil, withdrawing a large brush to anoint the hexagram, smoothing it across the floor. The oil-coated sigil concealed the sanguine essence, appearing more rounded and natural. "Get away," she exclaimed, kicking the trembling cobra aside. "My array requires no offerings from you crawling pests." The snake darted into the small garden at the center of the dining hall, scattering into a single line and vanishing behind the stone landscaping. "Crafty little creature," the witch muttered, raising her gaze to the trembling newcomers nearby. Once exposed, fleeing was their only option. However, this choice must be understood by the captain. Nikita's attention shifted to Zheng Qing, who lay on the ground, clutching his head and convulsing. Chapter 48. The late arrivals of the Guardian. Before infiltrating the private jet of the First University, Nikita had envisioned numerous scenarios in which she might be discovered. For each of these imaginings, she had prepared several different contingency plans. The only outcome she had not anticipated was that her flawless concealment would be compromised by a mere freshman. She narrowed her eyes, gazing at Zheng Qing. Perhaps this aura that stirred her demonic bloodline could somewhat mitigate the captain's inquiries and lessen the repercussions of her failure. A faint smile crept upon the lips of the demoness. She raised a finger, summoning 4 or 5 ropes out of thin air, which lunged toward Zheng Qing, who lay unconscious on the floor. "Stop her!" came a thunderous shout as a red-faced young man charged forward, crashing into the space before Zheng Qing like a cannonball. The heavy thud reverberated through the private jet. 2 ropes lunged directly toward him. The red-faced boy raised his fist and struck the ropes with a resounding clang, causing them to hiss in agony as they fell helplessly to the ground. Xiao Xiao stood beside Zheng Qing, quietly retrieving an ancient tortoise shell and murmuring an incantation. Runes danced upon the shell, and a faint golden light enveloped the 2 of them. The incoming ropes struck this radiant barrier, producing an ear-piercing drilling sound. In the dining hall, other freshmen covered their ears, bewildered by the rapidly escalating scene. Unsure why the 2 who had been at odds just moments before were now uniting against the demoness. Zheng Qing, clutching his forehead, awoke to the cacophony of drilling noise. His eyes, glazed and unfocused, fixated on the distorted golden chandelier above. Private jet, sprites, stewardesses, demoness. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and struggled to rise. "Awake?" Xiao Xiao stood before him, his voice fatigued. "Is everyone all right?" Zheng Qing's voice was hoarse and low as he pulled a stack of yellow talismans from his gray bag. "No one is injured except for you." Xiao Xiao's hands trembled as he held the tortoise shell, yet his voice remained remarkably steady. "However, we have a significant problem." With that, he relaxed his grip and sank to the ground. The ancient tortoise shell slowly spun in the air before falling. The 3 ropes, having momentarily paused, lunged ferociously at the 2 once more. Zheng Qing understood. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiao Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the stack of yellow talismans fluttered into the air, forming an expansive net that enveloped the 3 advancing ropes. Without a sound, the ropes became ensnared in the talismans and crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. The smile faded from Nikita's lips. The crimson glow in her eyes intensified. "I fear I may have been too lenient. Perhaps you should witness how a true lich handles fresh ingredients." The demoness' voice remained sweet and playful, yet her words sent chills down the spines of all the freshmen. Her raven hair billowed as the crimson light in her eyes flared. A heavy pressure descended upon the dining hall once more. The utensils clattered in response to this oppressive aura, and the furniture creaked in protest. Pets cowered in their owner's arms, trembling, while the protective talismans adorning the freshmen erupted in vibrant light. Xiao Xiao, seated on the floor, once again lifted the ancient tortoise shell. A soft golden barrier flickered into existence, warding off the demoness' terrifying presence. Zheng Qing reached out, pulling the red-faced boy into the protective glow. The boy plopped down beside him, turning to glare at Xiao Xiao in anger. "Why didn't you act sooner?" Zheng Qing recognized he was referring to the earlier moment when Xiao Xiao had vehemently discouraged everyone from retaliating, because she did not strike first. Xiao Xiao leaned back against the sofa, his voice weak and distorted under the weight of the pressure. Then why act now? Because they have arrived. Xiao Xiao tilted his head toward the entrance of the dining hall, seemingly relieved. Zheng Qing and the red-faced boy turned simultaneously to the door, which remained firmly shut. However, a vague silhouette emerged from the shadows near the bar on the left. I was just curious who the esteemed figure was that showed such disregard. A languid voice emerged from behind the U-shaped bar as a young man, his skin adorned with copper studs and iron rings, sauntered into view. The heavy pressure in the dining hall dissipated silently as he approached the bar, scooping ice from a bucket and tossing it into his glass. Sensing the joyful gazes around him, he raised his glass, glancing at the demoness nearby. I never expected it would be just a little sprite causing a ruckus. Indeed, the world is filled with tedium. The demoness tilted her head, eyeing the unexpectedly appearing young man with surprise. The young man, shaking his glass, seemed more interested in the swirling liquid than the chaos around him. He muttered, "Did your elders send you to declare war?" "That seems unlikely." A gentle voice interjected beside Zheng Qing. "Such matters are beyond a fledgling lich yet to enter the wanted list. By the way, I would like a margarita. With extra lemon, please. Don't you want to order something, Victor?" Zheng Qing twisted his head sharply, nearly straining his neck. It was a youthful voice, albeit accompanied by prematurely graying hair. Unlike the punk-styled young man, this figure was cloaked in a voluminous robe that extended from his feet upward, the high collar obscuring his nose. Zheng Qing could only make out his smooth forehead and the hint of graying hair. "Vodka, thank you." A deep voice resonated from another direction. Zheng Qing turned to locate the source. In the space near the floor-to-ceiling windows sat a tall man clad in revealing armor, propped up on his head while observing the demoness. Beside him stood a statuesque woman with purple hair. "Respect your opponent." The purple-haired woman's voice was melodic yet cold. "Even if the adversary is merely a demoness who frightens children. Furthermore, no drinking during missions, Hilda." The shackles of the mundane, the languid voice from behind the bar muttered. "I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm savoring the atmosphere." Chapter 49, Classmates. The Wanted List, issued by the Wizard Alliance, is a comprehensive capture list targeting demons and monsters. Each creature with a notorious history within the wizarding community is included in this registry. The Alliance encourages both organized and independent hunting parties to actively pursue the beings listed. The bounties offered are substantial, starting from 100 jade coins, with no upper limit. The implication of no upper limit means that the rewards are boundless. It is rumored that the bounties for long-standing demons on the wanted list are calculated based on wishes. For instance, the bounty for the Sea Demon King is equivalent to 3 wishes. In other words, if one can capture the Sea Demon King, the Wizard Alliance will grant 3 wishes. Furthermore, hunters targeting the entities on the wanted list are entitled to various additional benefits. For example, hunters may prioritize the use of powerful spells or unregistered experimental incantations when confronting the wanted monsters, without concern for the potential damage these spells may cause to the world. This presents a significant temptation for wizards who delight in experimenting with novel spells. Nikita, a fledgling lich with less than 10 years of transformation, does not yet qualify to be on the wanted list. This is also the source of frustration for the few elite guards who abruptly appeared in the restaurant. The embarrassment of having their specialized aircraft invaded by a demon of little renown is far greater than the invasion itself. However, in stark contrast to the guards' irate expressions, Nikita seemed to have discovered a new world, her spirit soaring with enthusiasm. "I initially intended to take a few children along," the enchantress said, her voice lightening as she gazed alluringly at the guards. "But upon seeing you little ones, I realize I can easily make my escape alone. Escaping solo is certainly safer than carrying dead weight." With a delicate hand, she struck the floating tome, and beneath her feet, a blood-red hexagram erupted with brilliant light, scattering countless rays. The tome blazed fiercely, turning to dust in an instant, scattering into the air. The enchantress's silhouette, like a phantom, vanished amidst the twisted beams of light. "Trying to escape?" The violet-haired woman scoffed, tapping her tome, which transformed into a wisp of light and vanished from sight. "I'll assist her." The vodka man sprang up, his arms straining as he tore through the fabric of reality, plunging into the shadowy abyss beyond. The aircraft jolted violently. Zheng Qing swallowed hard. "Should I follow, Captain?" Behind the bar, Hilda, adorned with thumbtacks on her face, tossed a pale blue cocktail to the silver-haired young man beside Zheng Qing. I can also bring Victor the vodka, he ordered. The slender glass traced an elegant arc through the air, landing in the young man's grasp. The 3 lemon slices perched on the rim swayed slightly, tilting to one side. Victor and his companion chasing a little lich is quite sufficient. We should remain calm and guard the aircraft to avoid further mishaps. The silver-haired captain shook his head, adjusting the lemon slices and mumbling through the straw. Let's break the door down. Those outside must be growing impatient. Hilda dexterously vaulted over the bar. Frowning, she began to chant incantations, stepping through the air rhythmically. Then, much to Zheng Qing's dismay, she plucked a few shiny thumbtacks from her ears and wedged them into the door's crack. Pfft. A sound akin to air escaping echoed as the tightly locked door flickered with red light several times. Hilda swiftly leaped backward. The door crashed down with a thunderous roar. Figures in black robes, tall flight attendants in navy uniforms, and vibrant little fairies surged through the fallen entrance. The fairies quickly dispersed throughout the restaurant, reinstating tables and chairs, retrieving fallen trays, and rehanging the silvery curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, dismantling the broken chandelier. In an instant, the once dreary restaurant regained its lively hubbub. The silver-haired captain led several attendants toward the lounge. A newly arrived blonde wizard, clutching an enormous guestbook, bellowed, "No chaos, everyone line up and sign." Yet his voice was drowned in a cacophony of noise. The newcomers seemed to have just realized their safety, as the clamor of voices, shouts, cries, cheers, roars, and boasts merged into a tumult that nearly threatened to lift the roof off. The little monk Xiyuan rushed toward a group with Li Ming. Li Ming cradled Zheng Qing's Poseidon in her arms, held Xiao Zhao's ancient turtle in her hands, and had her pigeon, Little White, perched on her shoulder, resembling a living menagerie. Poseidon wriggled free from Li Ming's embrace, squeaking loudly, and leaped into Zheng Qing's arms. Zheng Qing laughed heartily, ruffling the little creature's fluffy fur. The blonde wizard opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak. Hilda, beside him, restrained him with a shake of her head. Let them vent for now. He lifted his gaze to the window. The specialized aircraft had traversed the storm zone, soaring once more under the radiant sky. Thank you for your assistance earlier. A stout boy with a flushed face approached Zheng Qing, extending his right hand. I should be the one thanking you, Zheng Qing replied hurriedly, wiping his hands on his clothing before shaking the boy's hand with a smile. I heard from Xiao Xiao that you were the first to step up and shield me from that monster's attack. Don't mention it. We are classmates. It is expected. The boy with the flushed face vigorously shook Zheng Qing's arm, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Xiao, elongating his tone as he added, I simply couldn't bear to see wizards cower before demons. Xiao Xiao looked up, her expression impassive, casting a glance at him. The boy, strong as he was, caused Zheng Qing to grimace as he replied, My name is Zheng Qing, from the Astronomical Department, Class 08-1 at the First University. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are from the Astronomical Department? Li Ming exclaimed in surprise. Everyone thought you were a freshman from the Starry Sky Academy. Did you take this year's wizarding entrance examination? What was your score? What rank did you achieve? You look quite formidable. Why didn't you go to the Starry Sky Academy? Zhang Jisen appeared somewhat flustered by the young girl's barrage of questions, glancing up at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing remained silent. My exam results were poor. Zhang Jisen stammered after a lengthy pause. I simply couldn't stand the audacity of the demons. I don't particularly enjoy fighting. I am also from the Astronomical Department, Class 08-1. Zhang Jisen added, breaking the awkward silence. Li Ming, holding her pigeon, comfortingly patted Zhang Jisen's arm. My cousin is in our class. She ranked third among the new students at 9U this year. I believe if you went to the Starry Sky Academy, you would certainly achieve a good ranking. Zhang Jisen's previously flushed face turned even redder. I am also from the Astronomical Department, Class 08-1. A timid voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. The group turned in surprise. Chapter 50. The recurrence of a headache. Zheng Qing had always felt that he was born under a peculiar flag, if he believed that something was unlikely to occur. It was highly probable that it would indeed happen. Over time, he came to understand that this flag was aptly termed Murphy's Law. On today's journey, the effects of this law were manifestly evident. On what he deemed a perfectly secure school aircraft, a female demon with eyes as red as blood suddenly appeared. Amidst a sea of strangers, one classmate after another emerged before him. Zheng Qing squeezed his eyes shut, rubbing his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain that pulsed at the crown of his head. The aftermath of his headache had yet to fully dissipate, though the discomfort was within manageable limits. An old ailment, dormant for over a decade, had unexpectedly resurfaced, casting a shadow over his already gloomy mood. He retrieved 2 yellow paper talismans from a gray bag, pressing them against his temples. The talismans began to emit a slow, curling smoke, the cool sensation emanating from his temples soothing his beleaguered mind. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a girl holding a cobra, her pointed chin accentuating her nervous demeanor. She had interrupted what had been an awkward atmosphere. "I apologize for intruding." The girl bowed deeply, her face flushed. "I inadvertently overheard your conversation and couldn't resist the urge to greet you. I am also a freshman from Class 08-1 of the Astronomical Department at Geo Academy. I look forward to your guidance." With that, she bowed once more. The cobra in her arms hung its head, draping half its length over her neck, languidly flicking its tongue. "Snake!" Li Ming shrieked, leaping back swiftly to hide behind several boys. The pigeon, Xiao Bai, cooed in alarm, flapping its wings erratically, causing Zheng Qing's Poseidon, nestled in his arms, to become restless as well. "How old is she?" Zhang Jisen leaned toward Zheng Qing, discreetly gesturing toward Li Ming and whispering. 12, Zheng Qing replied in a lowered voice. "Do not mention her age in front of her. She prefers to be addressed as a university student." The blushing boy nodded knowingly, his expression indicating understanding. "Little Long is very docile and does not bite," the girl with the pointed chin insisted, repeatedly waving her hands as she presented the sizable cobra to the group. The small wound on the snake's cheek was no longer visible. Sensing its owner's intent to introduce it, the cobra raised its head, flicking its vibrant tongue and hissing at the onlookers with its dark, beady eyes. This time, even Zheng Qing could not help but take a small step back. The cobra's neck seemed to suddenly lose its rigidity, flopping back into Lu Feifei's embrace, its tongue dangling motionless outside its lips. "This cunning reptile is becoming just like a little fox," Zheng Qing thought to himself, unable to suppress a smirk. "Why do you keep a snake?" Li Ming's head peeked out from behind Zheng Qing, her voice tinged with anxiety. "For most witches, this is not a particularly friendly companion. When I received it, it was still an egg. My great-grandmother told me it was a dragon egg," Lu Feifei explained, her expression one of mild disappointment. "But when it hatched, it turned out to be a little snake. By the time I wanted to change it, the little snake had already bonded with me. My great-grandmother said that this is fate, and I should take good care of it." "All is fate," Zheng Qing mused silently, glancing around. As time passed, the atmosphere in the dining hall gradually stabilized. A cheerful flight attendant stood beside the attendance list, presenting each newly signed student with a small red gift box. "What is inside?" Zheng Qing inquired, his curiosity piqued as he peered into the box. A piece of mint candy, a square of dark chocolate, and a calming talisman. Xiao Xiao picked up the yellow paper talisman with her fingertips, examining its patterns closely. "These are merely tokens of consolation, likely hastily prepared," she remarked, shaking her head. "The cinnabar on the calming talisman hasn't even dried yet. I want to drink a green hornet," Li Ming declared, striding away. "No alcoholic beverages," Zhang Jisen hastily added from behind her. Dejected, Li Ming turned toward the entrance to sign her name. Zheng Qing could not help but chuckle. This classmate. Open flames and talisman papers are prohibited on the aircraft. If you have special needs, please inform our flight attendants. A flight attendant in a Navy uniform approached Zheng Qing, offering gentle counsel. Embarrassed, Zheng Qing smiled awkwardly, removing the smoking talisman from his temple, crumpling it into a ball, and discarding it into the trash bag held by the attendant. The refreshing sensation faded, and a sharp headache surged anew. He could not help but frown, gripping his scalp tightly, rubbing vigorously in an attempt to alleviate the waves of sudden pain. "Have you been affected by the demon's aura?" the attendant asked anxiously. "We are not equipped with a professional physician on board. We will need to arrange for medical attention upon landing. We only have some motion sickness medications." No. It's not necessary. Just a mild headache. Nothing to do with that demon," Zheng Qing replied, pressing his temples and gently massaging, striving to maintain a natural expression. "Do you have anything that is more refreshing, something to clear my mind?" The attendant scurried to the lounge and eventually returned with a small box of cooling ointment. Zheng Qing accepted the small red circular container with a wry smile. Zhang Jisen observed as he applied the ointment to his temples, astonished. "Have you truly been affected by the demon's aura? Are you all right?" Nowadays, very few witches possess such a sensitive constitution. Zheng Qing's right hand stiffened, gritting his teeth as he retorted fiercely, "This is an old ailment, not caused by that demon." "It's all right," Xiao Xiao reassured gently. "It is quite common for a layperson to faint upon being struck by a demon's aura. We are not much stronger than laypeople." especially since you were so close to that demon. Some after effects are inevitable. Zheng Qing rolled his eyes in response, opting not to engage further as he expanded the area of his massage to encompass his entire cheek. Chapter 51. Rumors and Nightmares. Attention, fellow students. The melodious voice of the chief attendant resonated throughout the cabin once more. I am Su Qijuan, the chief attendant for this flight. During our journey, we were attacked by unidentified perilous creatures. It has been confirmed that, aside from a few students who were startled, no injuries have occurred. On behalf of the entire crew in the Moonlit Aviation Company, I extend our sincerest apologies. The journey will continue as scheduled. Should any students feel unwell or notice any irregularities, please contact our cabin crew promptly. We greatly appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. As the echoes of the cabin announcement lingered, Zheng Qing signed his name on the roster, then was assisted by Xiao Xiao and Shi Yuan toward the passenger cabin. The aircraft was small, and news of the demon's appearance on board had spread rapidly, albeit in a myriad of versions, some true and others false. The chief attendant's vague announcement only fueled the speculation surrounding the rumors. Some vividly recounted how the little sprites in the dining area had revolted, detailing a lead sprite with a fearsome visage, towering stature, and a gaping maw that devoured pets. In these accounts, the typically gentle creatures rebelled against the wizard's oppression, shattering dishes and appending tables, like heroes from an epic tale rising against the tyranny of malevolent wizards. Curiously, many young wizards listened with rapt attention, their blood surging with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the logical fallacies within the narrative. Others earnestly analyzed the chief attendant's announcement, positing that the dangerous creature referred to the demon. The unidentified perilous creature implied an unregistered demon, and those who were frightened must have included someone who fainted or even experienced a magical surge. The absence of student injuries was interpreted to mean that non-students might have been harmed. These analysts even meticulously scrutinized Su Qijuan's pauses, emphases, and any peculiar word choices in her announcement. It must be said, compared to the sprite's revolt, the conclusions drawn by these analysts appeared somewhat more credible. Such interpretations added a layer of scrutiny to the curious gazes at the entrance. Zhang Jisen and Lu Feifei were situated in different cabins, due to the probing stares. The group refrained from continuing together, parting ways at the dining area, agreeing to reconvene after reaching school. Li Ming, cradling 3 small pets, walked ahead with confidence, her small shoes clicking rhythmically. However, she was incensed that not a single freshman inquired about the incident in the dining area. Most of the curious glances were directed at the supported Zheng Qing. These bored newcomers whispered amongst themselves, cautiously probing whether Zheng Qing had sustained injuries in his battle against the demon. Zheng Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. He loathed being the center of attention, akin to a spectacle for onlookers. He even wished for a more intense headache, one that would render him unconscious, allowing him to escape their impudent stares. In stark contrast, some freshmen relished the attention, viewing it as an opportunity for ostentation. I always thought that red-eyed attendant was suspicious, exclaimed a boy excitedly to his companion in the corridor. If I weren't worried about being accused of discrimination, I would definitely throw my donkey hoof at her. As he spoke, he brandished a small, dark, shriveled trinket hanging from his chest, earnestly demonstrating to his peers how to subdue a demon with a black donkey hoof. The surrounding freshmen listened with rapt fascination. Zheng Qing rolled his eyes, striving to block out the painfully absurd scene, feeling embarrassed for the boy. Only those who have truly faced a demon can grasp the essence of courage. Are you really all right? The little muck asked with concern as he settled Zheng Qing into a seat. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Zheng Qing mumbled through the throbbing pain in his head, reclining the seat back slightly. Opposite him, a stunning woman with flowing burgundy waves continued to slumber soundly, her eye mask firmly in place. Zheng Qing felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Perhaps the recent excitement had triggered some symptoms. By his account, it was an old ailment, better to heed his advice in such instances. Nearby, Xiao Xiao quietly explained the dining incident to Lan Ke, while Li Ming leaned in, eager to add her commentary and engage in a debate. Zheng Qing could neither hear nor wish to listen. He curled up in the spacious seat, enveloped in a drowsy haze, and soon drifted into slumber. His body swayed rhythmically, the shifting scenery inducing a sensation of weightlessness. Stretching his neck, he craned his head to discern the cause of his swaying. A pair of vacant wooden eyes came into view, followed by a rigid neck and stiff legs, atop 2 creaking rockers. Suddenly enlightened, he realized he was atop a wooden horse. The distant sound of barking drew nearer. He could not afford to be bitten by a dog. With determination, he kicked the horse's belly. "Run faster!" he shouted. The barking receded into the distance. The sunset painted the sky with fiery clouds that spread like an ocean. The colors deepened, transforming into a blood-red hue. From behind the clouds, the mournful howl of a wild dog echoed. The blood-red clouds surged over the wooden horse, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore, engulfing everything. Suddenly, Zheng Qing jolted forward in his sleep, startling her. "What are you doing?" The girl glared at him, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Zheng Qing mumbled a response before turning over to continue his slumber. Li Ming looked bewilderedly at Xiao Xiao. "Nightmare?" Xiao Xiao shook her head, picking up her pen to jot down notes in her seemingly endless notebook. Chapter 52. Salvation. Good afternoon, dear students. The aircraft has successfully reached its destination, First University. The plane has come to a complete stop. Kindly organize your personal belongings and hold your pets tightly. Please exercise caution when retrieving items from the overhead compartments. If you have checked luggage, proceed to the designated baggage claim area for First University to collect your packages. The temperature outside the cabin ranges from -10 degrees Celsius to +20 degrees Celsius. Gusts of wind at high altitudes reach around level 18. While gentle breezes at lower altitudes vary from 2 to 3. Please take the necessary precautions. The cabin doors are now open, for your safety and that of others. Please disembark in an orderly manner. We appreciate your choice of the Moonlit Alliance Airlines for your journey. We look forward to seeing you again on your next trip. An elegant voice accompanied by soothing music echoed throughout the cabin. Zheng Qing, still in a daze, blinked his eyes open, feeling a slight itch in his nose. Achoo! He sneezed forcefully. The melodious laughter of Li Ming reached his ears. Perched on Zheng Qing's chest like a proud victor, Poseidon wagged its tail at the girl. "You are a fox, not a dog," Zheng Qing mumbled, ruffling the little creature's head. However, he furrowed his brow, as the word dog struck him with an intense sense of déjà vu. "You're finally awake. We were contemplating whether to hand you over to the teacher," Li Ming said, leaning closer, her fragrance enveloping him. "Is your head all right?" Quite well, Zheng Qing replied, awkwardly turning his head away. In the aisle across from him, a young monk named Shi Yuan was meticulously organizing his scriptures, while a stunning girl with flowing wine-red waves was retrieving her plain red robe from her bag. Looking up, Zheng Qing noticed that the cabin was bustling with new students donning their robes over their jackets. "Quickly change into your long robes." Xiao Xiao's head peeked over, assessing his complexion. Satisfied, she nodded. "You look fine, so hurry up. The school gates won't remain open for long." The little fox danced on Zheng Qing's stomach, calling out loudly in his ear. He glanced down, spotting a pair of black pearl-like eyes on the little creature's back. It was the injured green sprite. "Why is she still on Poseidon?" Zheng Qing exclaimed in surprise. "Where do you want her to go?" Xiao Xiao sighed. "That flight attendant is her master, as you know." Lowering his voice, he glanced around. Zheng Qing understood the implication. The occurrence of a heinous murder aboard the private jet was a closely guarded secret. To maintain a peaceful journey, the staff had repeatedly advised these new students to remain silent about the matter. Such circumstances were easily understandable. So, she is now homeless? Zheng Qing found it hard to believe. Aren't they employees of the plane? The airline should be responsible. Xiao Xiao let out a short, sharp laugh. In the wizarding world, sprites do not qualify as sentient beings. Li Ming explained earnestly. They are the personal property of the wizard. Personal property? Though the phrase was convoluted. Zheng Qing grasped that these sprites were bound by contract solely to that flight attendant. The airline bore no responsibility for them. A heavy feeling settled in his heart, leaving him uneasy. Li Ming nodded vigorously beside him, gazing at Xiao Xiao with admiration. "You mentioned that sprites are social creatures." After a brief silence, Zheng Qing slowly inquired, "What about her little companions?" He recalled that Xiao Xiao had previously mentioned that these small beings lived in groups, their lives intricately tied to the wizards who nurtured them. Each wizard possessed a unique potion for cultivating sprites, and these little beings relied on that potion from the moment they sprouted until they vanished from this world. Now, with the sprite's master, the flight attendant, having perished at the hands of a monster, what would become of these little creatures without their potion? A sudden wave of panic washed over Zheng Qing. On Poseidon's back, the little sprite emitted a soft, trembling call. Her transparent wings had been carefully smoothed and coated with ointment, hanging clumsily at her sides. She clutched the long fur on Poseidon's neck, burying herself in the white hair. Still in that lounge, Li Ming whispered with that flight attendant. Zheng Qing shot a glance at Xiao Xiao. That is not a good idea. It seemed as if Xiao Xiao could read his thoughts. He lowered his head and muttered, "You cannot save them. Even the airline cannot help." Without their potion, their lives are reduced to less than a month. Is there truly no way? Zheng Qing murmured. There is. Xiao Xiao lifted his head, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The philosopher's stone, the fountain of youth, the peaches of immortality, Huang Zhongli. The 9-turn golden elixir. Any of these would suffice. Li Ming kicked him sharply with her little shoes. Xiao Xiao regarded Zheng Qing with a stoic expression, not even brushing off the tiny footprints on his new red robe. Zheng Qing's heart sank further. Though his knowledge of the wizarding world was scant, he understood the significance of the terms Xiao Xiao had mentioned. Those legendary treasures, even if acquired by a wizard, would be cherished and seldom used, let alone on these sprites, who lacked any formal rights in the wizarding codex. Zheng Qing fell silent, squeezing through the crowd toward the lounge. The dining hall was deserted. A group of new sprites busily tidied the tables and chairs. Their green glow remained gentle and soft, their singing still melodious and pleasing to the ear. The door to the lounge stood ajar, unguarded. Summoning his courage, Zheng Qing pushed it open. In the corner, the group of sprites hovered around the flight attendant's lifeless body. Their green luminescence dimmed. They were repeatedly collecting the dark, cold blood pooling on the ground and attempting to feed it to the deceased attendant. Their once clear wings were now stained thickly with blood, and their delicate antennae were matted with clotted remnants. A few brave sprites even used their bodies to block the gaping hole in the attendant's chest, desperately attempting to massage her frozen heart while calling to their companions. They were trying to save a life that had already slipped away. The female corpse leaned against the wall, utterly still, her head tilted back, her lips slightly parted, and a few murky tears clung to the corners of her closed eyes. Zheng Qing felt a sting in his nose, his eyelids growing warm. She is already dead, he said, standing at the doorway, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. The sprites all turned their heads in unison, gazing at him with bewilderment, as that seemed abandoned by the world. Unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down Zheng Qing's face. Come with me, he declared loudly. Never had he felt so certain of his choice. I will find a way to let you live. Not a single sprite stirred. I believe you possess wisdom, just as I believe in the sanctity of innocent lives. He continued, if you wish to survive, follow me. We will strive together to live on. If you refuse to come, I will knock you unconscious and carry you away in a sack. Zheng Qing shouted, trembling with emotion. The sound of clattering utensils echoed through the dining hall. He wiped his face and raised his arms. The sprites hesitated, one by one landing on his outstretched arms. Zheng Qing turned around. Several companions he had only recently met stood there. Li Ming's eyes were red, yet her face beamed with a radiant smile. Xiao Xiao silently jotted down notes in her notebook. Lan Ke held his sword, intently observing the sprites. The young monk, with a serene smile, joined his hands in prayer and softly intoned, Namo Amma Buddha. Well done. Well done. We have been searching for you. It is time to disembark. Hurry and change your clothes, Li Ming called out loudly, sniffling. In the dining hall, the newly arrived sprites formed an orderly line, alighting one after another upon Zheng Qing's forehead, gently brushing against him with their delicate antennae. At the entrance of the dining hall, several flight attendants stifled their laughter, their eyes glistening with mirth, giving him a thumbs up. The captain of the security team, his hair streaked with gray, patted Zheng Qing on the shoulder and handed him a piece of parchment, saying, please sign this. Chapter 53, A Dreadful Scream. So, the airline compelled you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, stipulating that these little sprites be bestowed upon you? Li Ming, cradling a small fox and balancing her own suitcase, expressed her indignation in a hushed tone to Zheng Qing, declaring, this is unjust. The sprites were never theirs to begin with. Zheng Qing, holding a large box, remained silent. Among all the freshmen, he possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the incident. Whether regarding the deceased flight attendants or the cryptic remarks made by the female spirit, the airline harbored numerous sensitive matters they wished to keep from the public eye. It was, in essence, reasonable. These sprites were inherently part of the material evidence. Xiao Xiao patiently explained as she dragged Li Ming's pink suitcase alongside her. You cannot breach certain rules without consequence. Zheng Qing nodded. He was indifferent to the non-disclosure agreement, having no desire to become embroiled in complications. His sole concern was for the sprites, uncertain how long they could survive without their potions. The large cardboard box in his arms was a gift from several flight attendants, who had lined it with wood shavings, cushioned it with velvet, and even secured it with seat belts, ensuring the weary sprites were comfortably settled inside. The bloodstains on the sprites had been meticulously cleaned, and they were now fastened in place, huddled together in peaceful slumber. A faint green glow flickered with their gentle breathing. illuminating the interior walls adorned with several partially activated talismans. These little beings desperately needed rest. Initially, the flight attendants intended to administer sedatives, but Zheng Qing had politely declined. All medications bear side effects. As Xiao Xiao had remarked, one cannot breach rules without incurring costs. In comparison to those medications, Zheng Qing had greater faith in his talismans. There was only one exit from the cabin, and the throng of freshmen and seniors jostled together, moving at an exasperatingly slow pace. Poseidon wriggled free from Li Meng's embrace, perched upon her shoulder, and peered into the large box Zheng Qing was holding, tongue lolling out. This choice was not a matter of kindness. It stemmed from the belief that they, like us, are equal lives. Zheng Qing scratched Poseidon's chin, nudging its head away from the box, fearful that it might inadvertently harm a sprite. Every life deserves respect. Li Meng nodded approvingly from the side. Equality supersedes all. A quintessential 9U mindset. Xiao Xiao scoffed. Consider the long term. Do not be so impulsive. Zheng Qing could not help but chuckle. Listening to their banter, his mood improved slightly. Must we wear these robes every day? He shook the wide sleeves of his crimson academy robe, shifting the topic. All around, he was surrounded by these flowing garments, whether freshmen or seniors. However, the senior sleeves and collars bore black trimmings. It was unclear at other times, but it was mandatory today, Xiao Xiao stated, waving her hand as she pulled the pink suitcase through a carved door. The door bore the inscription exit. Flanking the small door stood a pair of flight attendants, smiling as they maintained order. In the queue opposite, an upperclassman followed closely behind Xiao Xiao as she stepped through. Then it was Zheng Qing's turn. Hold the box tightly. One flight attendant advised with a smile. Another attendant coughed heavily in unison with several seniors. Zheng Qing, perplexed, stepped out of the cabin. Before him opened a vast expanse. A world of white enveloped him. Thick mist surrounded him on all sides, the black ground beneath his feet dampened by dew, emitting squeaky sounds reminiscent of Poseidon's calls. He reached out, touching the dense fog, a cool sensation sliding across his palm, invigorating his spirit and lifting his previously heavy mood. This weather allowed for a safe landing. Zheng Qing could not help but take a deep breath. The icy air coursed through his nostrils into his warm lungs, prompting an involuntary shiver. Hurry up. Don't fall behind. Xiao Xiao's figure vanished into the mist, leaving Zheng Qing to see only the senior's silhouette fading into the shrouded world. He exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on the box, and jogged to catch up. Within the fog, did he hear a scream? A sense of schadenfreude washed over him. Before he could process this, one foot stepped into the void. Losing his balance, Zheng Qing plunged into the mist. He opened his mouth to scream, but the rushing air forcefully filled his throat, nearly choking him. His eyes stung from the wind. He closed his mouth but dared not shut his eyes. The frigid airflow enveloped his rapidly descending body, the wide academy robe billowing wildly, and he vaguely heard Li Meng scream. One hand clutched the box tightly while the other fumbled in his pocket for a few talismans. A sudden gust swept past, instantly blowing the talismans from his grasp, leaving him uncertain of their destination. Deceived. The airplane had not landed. It was still aloft. This was the sensation of falling from the sky. Countless thoughts raced through Zheng Qing's mind, intertwining chaotically until they merged into confusion. His mind became a blank slate. Many are not afraid of death. However, all fear emptiness and helplessness. Struggling limbs found no solid anchor. The whistling wind filled his ears, and his sharp thoughts seemed to halt in that moment, leaving him powerless. It was so vivid and terrifying, so utterly despairing. As he passed through the mist, he beheld a deep blue ocean beneath him. An oval-shaped island, lush and vibrant, resembled an emerald set against the azure expanse. Lifting his gaze, fluffy white clouds drifted lazily overhead, shifting shapes. Seagulls and geese cawed jovially as they glided past him. A gentle force emerged beneath Zheng Qing, gradually reducing his plummeting speed. This soft power enveloped him like a great mass of cotton, warm and comforting. Zheng Qing glanced down to find a broad white ribbon tied around his waist. The ribbon guided him, gently lowering him onto the island. Only when his feet touched solid ground did Zheng Qing's mind remain in a state of bewilderment, blank and unable to recall anything. The box in his arms was somewhat squished, but the sprites within continued to slumber peacefully, secured by their seatbelts. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Tears, conjured by the fierce wind, filled his eyes, rendering the world before him a blur. He lifted his sleeve, wiping his face haphazardly. The world sharpened considerably. Blue skies, white clouds, and the ocean, and the collapsed freshman sprawled on the beach. Zheng Qing spotted the disheveled hair of a blue jay and Xiao Zhao's crooked black-framed glasses. unable to suppress his laughter. In that moment, he felt the tremors coursing through his entire body. Chapter 54. The sensation of treading on solid ground, a tumultuous churn within his stomach abruptly silenced Zheng Qing's laughter. Not far away, Li Ming sat on the ground, her face as pale as a ghost, tears cascading down her cheeks, her trembling lips seemingly struggling to articulate something. The dove, Xiaobai, cooed incessantly, circling around her. Poseidon's head emerged from her robe, stumbling onto the ground, still dazed, swaying as it took a few steps before collapsing onto the earth, refusing to move any further. Lan Ke clutched her sword, striving to maintain her posture as she sat cross-legged. Xiao Xiao swiftly opened her notebook and began to jot down notes with trembling hands. The little monk and the beautiful woman with wine-red hair were nowhere to be seen. The disheveled new students either crouched on the ground gasping for breath, half-squatted retching, or stood aside adjusting their garments. Groups of 3 or 5 scattered chaotically across the area. Zheng Qing's fingers brushed against the smooth sand beneath him, a smile that he could not contain gracing his face. Though he remained silent, an indescribable dizziness lingered over him, yet a sense of security, unlike anything he had ever known, gently surged from beneath him, providing solace. After the void, to feel the solid earth was truly magnificent. After feeling powerless, to sense the strength in his breath was indeed a blessing. They had just experienced the despair that these little spirits had endured. Tears continued to overflow from his eyes, and Zheng Qing wiped his face haphazardly, smiling as he looked at everyone. I believe they have the right to feel the sensation of standing upon the earth as we do now. Li Ming gazed at him in confusion, nodding repeatedly. Lan Ke, still holding her sword, nodded slowly. Xiao Xiao glanced at him before redirecting her attention back to her notebook. Not far from the beach was a square paved with white marble. The pristine stones shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. At the center of the square stood a grand stone gate. The gate was set upon a stone platform, with the emblem of the first university hanging at its apex, a circular wooden base adorned with a black triangular prism. On either side of the gate's pillars were the words of Confucius. Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous. The frame of the gate was embellished with exquisite relief sculptures, from which a spectrum of light emanated, enveloping the stone gate in a resplendent cloak. A serene elderly man, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders, a western visage, and a tall stature, stood silently at the entrance of the square, his black robe draping gracefully around him. The chattering new students involuntarily hushed, obediently remaining in place. The old man gently caressed a hefty tome of law, occasionally flipping its pages, from which streams of silver light erupted, soaring into the cloud-laden sky, whisking the bewildered and frightened newcomers to the beach at the square's forefront. Nearby, upperclassmen chatted merrily in clusters, seemingly gliding down from the heavens like skiers. They scrutinized the disheveled newcomers with narrowed eyes, wearing expressions of satisfaction. Upon landing, the upperclassmen respectfully bowed to the elderly man at the entrance, forming an orderly line as they traversed the marble-paved square and glided through the small doors flanking the stone gate. Do you understand why the school employs such a terrifying method of disembarkation? Zheng Qing inquired, glancing at Xiao Xiao. In other words, you knew we would fall from the sky. Zheng Qing squinted at him, his fingers cracking audibly as he clenched them. Xiao Xiao hastily lifted her notebook, opening it to present it before Zheng Qing. Article 1. Clause 5 of the school regulation states that fighting in front of the school gate will result in a warning and a deduction of 5 credits. Zheng Qing's outstretched arm froze at his side. He certainly did not wish to start his academic journey with a warning. A mischievous smile crept across Xiao Xiao's face, followed by a sudden scream. Li Ming, standing behind him, delivered a fierce kick, indignantly exclaiming, "That's what you get for speaking out." Poseidon and Xiaobai, following the little girl, charged forward with determined ferocity. Fortunately, the surrounding newcomers bore similarly bewildered expressions. The elderly man offered no explanation, merely flipping open the black tome in his hands. As the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze began to blow, wrapping around the newcomers, sweeping away the moisture and fatigue that clung to them. This was the power of the wizard. Zheng Qing felt invigorated by the warm wind, recalling the thunderous spell released by Thomas in Daming Fang, his heart yearning for such wondrous power. Now, form a queue and follow your seniors. Prepare to enter the hallowed halls of the university and embark on your new journey of exploration. The old man closed the tome and turned towards the towering ornate gate. The newcomers remained silent for a few moments before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. How do we form a line? Zheng Qing surveyed the square, overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope of robes. Look at the robes. Robes? Zheng Qing nodded repeatedly, now able to discern the general identity of the wizards around him. Those in red robes clustered together, while wizards in other colors formed their own groups, interspersed with a few black-robed professors and gray-robed staff. Gradually, the other newcomers began to grasp the situation, and the distinct lines of colored robes began to take shape. The black-robed and gray-robed wizards standing in the line of newcomers wore satisfied smiles. Zheng Qing and his companions found themselves in the center of the queue. A thin boy beside them gazed enviously at the pets they held. I have always been curious why life cannot be contained in storage devices, the thin boy mused, fiddling with his wheeled suitcase. I wanted to bring my green-haired zombie from home. I heard the school's environment is beneficial for it, but my interviewer wouldn't allow it. Perhaps it is because the materials used by wizards contain substances not found in other forms of life, Zheng Qing interjected. Quite plausible. The thin boy nodded repeatedly while looking at Poseidon. Fool. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, casting a sidelong glance at the muttering group, growling, the alchemist principle. One of the 13 basic axioms of the grand axiom, the constants of life differ across varying dimensions of space. Did none of you graduate from high school? Zheng Qing stared blankly at Xiao Xiao's thick-rimmed glasses, suppressing the impulse to devour his brain. Chapter 55. The 4 academies do not reveal your ignorance at this moment. Observing Zheng Qing's bewildered expression, Xiao Xiao lowered her eyelids and shifted her gaze back to her notebook. To know what you know and to know what you do not know, that is true knowledge, Zheng Qing swiftly retorted. However, in front of other academies, one must learn to uphold the honor of their institution. A stern voice came from beside him as a slender senior clad in a red robe approached. His cuffs and collar bore a black trim, signifying his status as a second-year student. In the first university, students gain an additional black trim with each advancing year, indicating their closer proximity to the black robe of a registered wizard. The surrounding freshmen looked upon this upperclassman with reverence. Do not be overly restrained, yet be mindful of your image and formation, the senior advised gravely. In front of other academies, you represent the image of Jiu. Each of you embodies Jiu Academy. We may reveal our ignorance in front of our peers, but do not flaunt your humility before those fellows. Zheng Qing tightly closed his mouth, suppressing the urge to argue back. Silence is golden, silence is golden. He turned his gaze elsewhere. In the square, the 4 groups of freshmen were distinctly divided. The red robes of Jiu Academy and the blue robes of Xingkong Academy stood on the left side of the stone gate. The white robes of Alpha and the yellow robes of Atlas congregated on the right. The square was devoid of trees, and the clouds dissipated after the students had landed. The scorching sun poured down mercilessly on the white marble ground, gradually dampening the already dry collars of the newcomers with sweat. The upperclassmen had not yet fully entered the stone gate, forcing the freshmen to wait patiently under the blazing sun. This struck Zheng Qing as somewhat strange. He had expected that, following the shocking incident on the special aircraft, the school would enhance its efforts to comfort the newcomers. At the very least, one would think they should allow them to rest sooner. Yet, it seemed no one mentioned this at all. The line entering the gate continued to advance at an imperceptibly slow pace. Li Ming propped her chin on her hands, sitting lazily atop her suitcase, playfully teasing Poseidon. The little fox lay sprawled in the shadows cast by several freshmen, squinting, indifferent to the dogtail grass in Li Ming's hand, only occasionally wagging its tail to indicate it was still alive. Zheng Qing cast a glance at the white-robed group on the right side of the gate. At least on the surface, these alpha students appeared quite exceptional, their look striking among the students of the various academies. Each was a handsome or beautiful figure, exuding elegance and poise, maintaining an air of refinement even under the scorching sun. In contrast, the yellow-robed students of Atlas were markedly different from the white-robed students of Alpha. If Alpha emphasized the purity of bloodlines, then Atlas advocated for the purity of spirit. Students from this academy were fervent adherents of various religions, be it Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Christianity, Orthodoxy, or shamanism. They were a group of zealots. This characterization was somewhat harsh, and Zheng Qing stifled a chuckle, recalling the words of his teacher, who had advised him to never engage in discussions of right and wrong with religious fanatics. He nodded in agreement. Not far away, a few students from Atlas stood in solemn groups, their expressions grave and demeanor dignified, neither whispering amongst themselves nor engaging in casual camaraderie, quietly standing under the sun, contrasting sharply with the aristocratic air of the Alpha students, making the newcomers from Jiu and Xingkong appear as a disordered mass. The blue-robed Zheng Qing Academy, however, belied the elegance and tranquility associated with its color. This academy was filled with combat enthusiasts. Frequent brawls and wild skirmishes were the norm. If there was ever a day when the infirmary of Zheng Qing Academy did not receive any injured students, it would surely be because everyone had already been admitted to the hospital. Xiao Zhao's evaluations of the other academies seemed rather sharp. Yet, one could not deny that these assessments bore a certain piercing clarity. Zheng Qing recalled his interviewer, Thomas, brazenly casting lightning spells on the streets of Damingfang, and could not help but sigh. He noticed several agitated freshmen in the blue-robed group lifting their robes, preparing to engage in a tussle. I have always thought that our academy's red robes should be exchanged for Zheng Qing's blue ones. Don't you think the explosive nature of red robes suits those muscle-headed brutes better? Li Ming dropped the dogtail grass from her hands, idly kicking her suitcase while muttering nearby. The blue robes are so beautiful, unlike these red ones that look foolish. She shook her somewhat oversized red robe, appearing rather discontent. The corners of her robe fluttered, stirring a small breeze that Poseidon happily darted into, only to roll out covered in dust at Li Ming's startled shriek. Zheng Qing pretended not to recognize the little creature. He turned to Xiao Xiao and changed the subject. I remember the interviewer mentioning something quite different. I recall him saying that Alpha values talent, while Atlas prioritizes faith and such. It is precisely because of the differing methods of student selection that disparities arise among students. Xiao Xiao replied with utmost seriousness as she tapped her notebook. Alpha selects talented students, but the majority of talent is cultivated over time. This results in many gifted students coming from wizarding families, thus making Alpha synonymous with wizarding lineage. Similarly, Atlas values faith, who possesses the most steadfast and pure faith. Only the devout religious believers qualify. The class divisions at Atlas differ from ours. They categorize students by their faith. For instance, there are classes for Mahayana Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and so forth. Atlas has the highest number of classes among all academies. And what about us? What distinguishes our academy? I recall that our academy emphasizes examinations. Zheng Qing questioned eagerly. The surrounding red-robed students chimed in, urging as well. Just a group of scholars. What distinguishing features could they possibly have? Xiao Xiao replied expressionlessly. In light of the expectations for the academy and the high hopes for himself, Zheng Qing immediately displayed his dissatisfaction with this answer. No one enjoys being belittled, unless one is a masochist. Xiao Xiao continued her critique of other academies, unapologetically commenting on Jiuyu. Those without a ticket must rely on examinations to gain entry. Those scions of noble families have their parents guiding them in, and the religious zealots have their predecessors leading the way. As for those combat fanatics, they stake their very lives to gain admission. As for us, without the examination to showcase our worth, who would care? The world is vast. Why should fate favor you? Therefore, as the heavens move vigorously, a gentleman must strive incessantly. A tall male student nearby interjected in disagreement. He extended his hand and smiled at the two. I am Tang Dun from the 08 cohort of Jiuyu Academy. Zheng Qing nodded and extended his hand amicably. He recognized the student. After the departure of the tall, silver-haired elder in the black robe, the freshman had descended into a state of chaos. This student had actively organized the newcomers to queue orderly, demonstrating considerable capability. There is no discrimination against bloodlines, yet there exist remarkable and extraordinary legacies, no rigid constraints. Yet there is spiritual freedom and independence, no violent oppression, yet the air is filled with vitality, passion, and dreams. Tang Dun pointed toward a few groups not far away, enthusiastically waving his hand. To be precise, our academy is a great institution. Xiao Xiao closed her notebook, offering no rebuttal. Well said. Zheng Qing pondered Tang Dun's words. But I feel our distinguishing features are not particularly pronounced. Those traits seem applicable to any other academy. Why not simply assign us to another academy? Because of pride. Downton's voice was deep and resonant. The pride that flows in our veins, the pride buried deep within our hearts, the pride indelibly etched in the depths of our souls. Pride? Zheng Qing once more mulled over this term, utterly perplexed. The other students surrounding him remained silent as well. Chapter 56, A Brief Welcoming Ceremony Behind the Grand Huamen. There lies an even more magnificent hall. Zheng Qing held his breath and surveyed his surroundings. This hall was immense, difficult to encapsulate in mere words. Zheng Qing could only sense its vastness. The central area was expansive and devoid of any structures. The iron-gray floor appeared robust and elegant, instilling a sense of reassurance. Intersecting silver-white lines were embedded within the floor, adorned with intricate hollow characters, forming a mysterious and grand design. This pattern resembled a magical formation, which Zheng Qing scrutinized closely. Above the hall, the ceiling was an abyssal black, reminiscent of a desolate night sky. Enormous luminous orbs drifted along enigmatic paths, casting a gentle starlight upon the entire space. Ethereal melodies, seemingly emerging from nowhere, further enhanced the otherworldly atmosphere. Hundreds of dark-hued colossal pillars stood sentinel around the hall, each adorned with a vividly lifelike, fierce beast. Between the pillars, gray stone railings connected them. Occasionally, one could see arches on the walls behind the railings, each exuding a unique character. These arches sat quietly, their weathered surfaces narrating tales of a long and rich history. On the walls between the arches, monumental murals were painted, following the flow of the crowd. Zheng Qing turned right at the entrance and strolled down the corridor, observing the interconnected murals depicting the history of wizards. The murals on this level primarily illustrated the interactions between wizards and common folk, from the primitive savages who consumed raw flesh to wizards who comprehended the cosmos and aided all living beings. As time progressed, the world of the common folk evolved, their attitudes towards wizards varying from fear and avoidance to reverence and worship, and even curiosity, engaging in dialogues with ease. As time went on, wizards became reclusive, their existence a source of nostalgia. Interspersed were depictions of great wizards casting spells, saving lives, battling ferocious beasts, and resisting the formidable forces of nature. A magnificent history that inspired awe. After circling the hall, the murals faded into the staircase leading to the second level. Zheng Qing, still yearning for more, peered into the dim staircase, a chill breeze brushing past him. The newly arrived students who had finished viewing the murals gathered in a circle within the corridor on the first level. Zheng Qing noticed that the freshmen from the 4 academies had mingled together, losing the earlier clarity of separation. Beside him, only Xiao Xiao and Li Ming remained from the red-robed group. Senior students had appeared on the 2nd, 3rd, and higher levels of the corridors at some unknown time. They stood quietly behind the railings, gazing respectfully towards the center of the hall. A booming voice echoed throughout the hall. Freshmen, gather in the center. A tall wizard with cascading silver hair stood silently at the heart of the hall, clutching his tome. Beside him, a plump black-robed wizard, sweating profusely, flipped through his own book, repeatedly calling out, "Freshmen, gather before me. No need to line up by academy. Just come forward." The freshmen hesitated as they entered the hall. The scrutinizing gazes of the senior students and the silent stare of the silver-haired wizard weighed heavily upon them, making them feel uneasy. The enormous luminous orbs above seemed to sense a mysterious summoning, converging towards the center along various paths. As the orbs clustered, the hall appeared to be engulfed in daylight. The freshmen stood trembling in this illumination. A profound silence enveloped the hall. The silver-haired elder spoke slowly. "You may address me as Professor Charles. Given the unusual circumstances today, you are permitted to forego additional ceremonies. The welcoming ceremony for freshmen will be postponed. Shortly, your supervising professors will inform you. You may take a brief tour of the campus and rest as needed." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the freshmen as if awaiting differing opinions. The hall remained silent, and Zheng Qing sensed that several individuals nearby were even holding their breath. With a kind nod, the elder continued, "Now, I have the following expectations regarding your conduct at the school. First, all forms of violence, whether physical or mental, are strictly prohibited. Therefore, it is advisable to master alternative problem-solving methods beyond violent conflict. Anyone who brandishes a tome at another risks a warning from the school and loss of credits. Secondly, your accommodations have been arranged. Other essential life skills will be guided by second-year students. Shortly, they will assist you in better understanding the school." Professor Charles pointed with his index finger towards the upper-level senior students. "Lastly, you must understand that the commencement of your university journey signifies the beginning of your independent existence. I hope each of you will take responsibility for your actions and uphold the honor of the school, the academy, and yourselves. The school is already aware of the events on the special flight today, and I personally commend the exemplary conduct displayed by several freshmen in the dining hall." With this, Professor Charles's gaze skimmed over the freshmen, deliberately pausing at intervals. Zheng Qing observed Xiao Xiao beside him attempting to straighten her posture, her expression earnest. Yet her petite stature somewhat undermined her effort, causing him to stifle a laugh. Professor Charles nodded slightly and continued to speak slowly. "The school has designated areas for your animal companions. I do not wish to hear complaints from professors or staff regarding them entering classrooms, dormitories, or laboratories without permission. Your essential supplies will be addressed by senior students. I similarly do not want to encounter freshmen uncertain about using their identity cards after the term commences. The pursuit of knowledge is an endless journey. From this moment, embark on your independent, glorious, and arduous university life. Having succinctly outlined his points, Professor Charles gracefully departed, leaving the plump black-robed wizard to accompany the bewildered freshman. This Professor Charles seems quite formidable, Zheng Qing whispered to Xiao Xiao, the vice chairman of the First University Professors' Council and the vice dean of Alpha Academy. The Grand Wizard Charles, Xiao Xiao mused, furrowing her brow. But typically, one of the two vice presidents should preside over the welcoming ceremony. Didn't that curly-haired dog on the plane mention some significant event happening at First University recently? Li Ming waved dismissively. Perhaps those important figures are preoccupied with their grand affairs. Xiao Xiao appeared contemplative. Zheng Qing lifted his head, observing the senior students around the hall's periphery departing as Professor Charles exited. They engaged in hushed yet fervent discussions, slipping into the arches of the corridor. Vanishing from sight, some senior students from the second level descended the staircase, joining the group of freshmen. Zheng Qing understood they were the freshman guides Professor Charles had just mentioned. The freshmen soon fell into a buzz of chatter once more. The plump black-robed wizard was flipping through a roster, loudly assigning tasks. Zheng Qing and Xiao Xiao were paired with a senior student sporting a ponytail, while Li Ming was escorted away by a tall girl. Before departing, she lovingly patted Poseidon for a while, adorning it with a light blue vest that made the normally adorable fox appear rather foolish. Zheng Qing resolved that once the girl disappeared from sight, he would promptly remove the vest from Poseidon. Chapter 57. The dubious guide Nicholas was lean and had a slightly sallow complexion, his dark brown hair neatly tied back with a copper clasp. His deep-set eyes, brown in hue, trembled involuntarily as he spoke, as if evading something or perhaps weaving a falsehood. Just moments ago, a freshman had inquired about the scar on his forehead. He hastily explained that it was the remnant of a dreadful laboratory accident. When pressed for specifics, he merely pursed his thin lips, offering an enigmatic smile, and fell silent. Observing the quivering of his eyes, the freshman felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Zheng Qing, too, was enveloped in uncertainty, yet he did not question Nicholas's tale. In truth, he found it hard to believe. He harbored suspicions about Nicholas's true identity, feeling he had encountered the name before. According to the rotund professor, freshmen were grouped by their respective colleges, with each group of 4 to 5 students assigned a senior guide. Senior guide. Zheng Qing's gaze fell upon Nicholas's somewhat worn deep red robe. The robe bore remnants of indistinguishable black stains, and its collar and cuffs were frayed and shiny. Most notably, it lacked the black trim typically associated with such garments. Zheng Qing turned his attention to Xiao Xiao, a short boy with a watermelon hairstyle, who was distractedly clutching his notebook and trailing behind the group. Nicholas, oblivious to the scrutiny from the freshmen, continued to impart his wisdom. First and foremost, remember not to purchase anything, especially items that seem useful. He placed particular emphasis on the word useful. Flicking his ponytail, he reminisced, I recall a classmate who, upon seeing some inexpensive experimental materials and various potion formulas, became ecstatic and spent an entire month's living expenses on them. And what happened next? A curious voice piped up. Why? Because they were of no use. Nicholas shrugged. All materials for experiments conducted in class are provided, and any materials for experiments permitted outside of class are also complimentary. Professors welcome your inquiries and challenges, and numerous seniors in the clubs are eager to share their insights on cultivation. Unless you have some peculiar plans, resources for learning are plentiful. However, he continued, utilizing the school's facilities requires your identity card. He waved a silver-gray card in his hand. This card is essential for meals, bathing, entering dormitories, studying, attending classes, and conducting experiments. Seemingly pleased with his somewhat clumsy rhyme, Nicholas repeated it several times before summarizing, in brief, with the card. You can navigate the school. Without it, you're at a standstill. High scores attract companionship, while low scores make it hard to find friends. Of course, once you step off campus, like in Beta Town, if you gather with friends or purchase small gifts, you'll need to spend some money. Prices on the island are quite reasonable. A meal costs just a few silver coins. As he spoke, each student received their student card. Zheng Qing carefully examined the card in his hands. The credit card was approximately 3 inches long, entirely silver, made of a material that felt like a warm metal. The upper left corner bore the holder's photograph. The right side displayed the college, major, student number, name, and, most importantly, the credit value. At that moment, his credit value stood at a glaring red 0. The bank is located in the university's front courtyard, easily identifiable by the golden and silver trees, the money maple, and the magnolia. I'll point it out to you shortly. The freshmen cautiously scrutinized their identity cards, whispering amongst themselves. Nicholas clapped his hands, redirecting their attention. Before we embark on the tour, allow me to provide a brief introduction. After disembarking from the plane, though for freshmen, the notion of falling from the sky is more palatable. Nicholas rolled his eyes, attempting a playful expression. Unfortunately, his comment reminded the freshmen of their earlier harrowing experience, rendering the atmosphere rather subdued. This caused the guide to feel a touch of unease. He cleared his throat and continued. The small square you landed in is called First Square, and the grand gate you passed through is First Gate. The grand hall you are now in is known as First Hall. Easy to remember. Isn't it? Zheng Qing couldn't help but chuckle, having completely lost faith in the naming abilities of wizards. However, his smile served as a considerable encouragement to Nicholas, whose tone lightened. First Hall is the hub for accessing every college, hunting ground, and research institute in the university. Without passing through here, reaching your desired college would be quite challenging. As first-year students, you can comfortably remain in the observation corridor on the first floor of the hall for your daily gatherings. The upper floors are reserved for seniors, and you need not concern yourselves with them. As he spoke, he gazed upward at the higher corridors, pausing for a moment in silence. For safety reasons, the hall is closed off from the outside. Those moving, luminous objects in the dome can be regarded as stars. Just refrain from attacking them. As for the enchanting music that perpetually drifts here, to be honest, I have no idea of its origin. Previous seniors boasted that the melodies were sung by sprites living among those little stars, but that is utter nonsense. I attempted to capture them once, saw nothing, and ended up losing a point. Nicholas pouted slightly, somewhat disgruntled. Among the freshmen, a short girl suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "What's wrong? It has been calm since earlier. Is something amiss here?" Zheng Qing noticed the girl was holding a calico cat by the scruff, desperately attempting to soothe her little companion, which was squirming and meowing incessantly. "Do not worry, just let it go," Nicholas said kindly. As Professor Charles mentioned earlier, these little creatures know where they are headed. Here at the First University, you need not fear for their safety. The girl hesitantly released her grip, and the calico cat elegantly landed on the ground, shaking off its fur before stretching lazily. Its amber eyes glanced at the short girl with an air of haughtiness, surveying the crowd before strutting into the corridor and vanishing behind an archway. Zheng Qing looked around and realized that Poseidon had also disappeared without a trace. Xiao Xiao's old tortoise had emerged at some point and was now laboriously making its way toward the same archway. "Oh no, I forgot to remove the fox's vest," Zheng Qing lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Inside the box, several little sprites stirred restlessly. Startled, Zheng Qing immediately loosened his grip, unsure of how to face the awakened sprites. "What are you holding?" the short girl asked, pointing at Zheng Qing's cardboard box with curiosity. "Fate," Xiao Xiao suddenly replied. Zheng Qing sighed and clutched the box tighter. The little sprites within continued to slumber undisturbed, oblivious to the clamor of the hall and Zheng Qing's fidgeting. Chapter 58. Nicholas the Senior. As a cacophony of chatter filled the air, Nicholas stood patiently to the side, awaiting his moment. Contrary to Zheng Qing's assumptions, he was not a senior student at the First University. Yet, it was undeniable that he was a senior at the 9U Academy. Nicholas Green Oswald, a first-year student at 9U Academy, was now embarking on his third year. He had previously failed the final examinations required for promotion from his first year on 2 occasions. In late July, Dean Yao of 9U Academy had engaged him in a candid conversation. If by the end of your third year you have not progressed further, the Academy may need to reassess your admission status. This would not only jeopardize his future as a wizard, but also affect his sister Liz's subsequent application. The memory of that conversation remained vivid. Nicholas could easily recall how many times Professor Yao had puffed on his pipe that day. Consequently, he was filled with trepidation about the impending academic year. His concern did not stem from fears of failing to become a legitimate wizard, but rather from worries about his sister, Liz. Nicholas hailed from the northern district of Beta Town, a haven for conjurers. According to the Wizards Code, conjurers were classified as wizards of limited capacity. This classification implied that while wizards acknowledged the conjurer's status, they were skeptical of their magical abilities due to their inherent weakness. Most conjurers could merely pull a small white rabbit from an empty hat or construct a castle from a deck of cards. The most skilled among them could only transform a bouquet of roses into a flock of doves. To wizards, such abilities were akin to those of preschool children. Their feeble powers rendered them incapable of fulfilling the role of an apprentice wizard. Conjurer spirits were easily shattered in wizard laboratories, and their bodies could not withstand the rigors of alchemical workshops. In essence, conjurers found it nearly impossible to secure suitable employment in the wizarding world. The absence of appropriate jobs led to a lack of stable income, resulting in a life of hardship. Many conjurers had sought to escape this existence, yet the very qualities they yearned to be recognized for became shackles that bound them. The Wizarding Alliance enforced the Wizard Conduct Management Regulations, imposing stringent restrictions on the secular lives of wizards. It explicitly forbade wizards from lingering in the realms of common folk without permission and prohibited them from engaging in mundane occupations or establishing deeper economic ties with the non-magical community. Thus, these unfortunate souls could only scrape by in the reservations allocated to them by the Alliance. The young and vigorous would grit their teeth and venture into the dark forest, undertaking menial tasks that ordinary wizards scorned, even serving as bait for unscrupulous hunting parties. The elderly and frail would huddle in street corners, performing trivial tricks in hopes that a kind soul might toss them a few coins. To wizards, they were as repugnant as cockroaches. Stubborn wizards believed that the existence of conjurers diminished the mystique surrounding their kind, rendering the chasm between wizards and the mundane less daunting, thus constituting a desecration of magic. Radical wizards viewed conjurers as failed evolutionaries, even contesting the code's recognition of conjurers as wizards. As a result, referring to any orthodox wizard as a conjurer was akin to calling a normal person an idiot or simpleton, a grave affront indeed. Nicholas's mother, Mary Green, was a conjurer, a beautiful conjurer, at that. Throughout both the mundane and magical realms, beauty has always been an exceptional gift, exemplified by her children. Nicholas and Liz were both identified as having conjurer potential shortly after their births, a verdict that condemned them to a life of toil. Mary, a courageous woman, wished to spare her children from the tragic existence of conjurers. Thus, she boldly intruded upon a werewolf's feast. She succeeded. Liz and Nicholas were endowed with gifts by the inebriated Oswald King. Yet, she also failed. The frenzied werewolves viciously harmed her during the revelry. "Survive well, and take care of your sister," were her last words to Nicholas. Throughout her life, this woman could only transform a thorn bush into a bouquet of lilies. Yet this brave woman, with her very life, performed a monumental act of magic, allowing two children destined to be conjurers to re-enter the wizarding society. Nicholas felt a pang of emotion, his eyes growing misty as he gazed at the fresh faces before him. Once, he too had stood here, listening to the tales of this grand hall and university recounted by his predecessors. Now, those storytellers had graduated, and his friends, who had entered alongside him, were already immersed in their studies within laboratories. Only he remained, lingering in the corridors of the first hall, bearing the malice of this world, shamelessly beseeching his former classmates for the reward of a single credit. Liz deserved a brighter future. She must gain admission to the first university, for the sake of their mother. Nicholas murmured, his resolve rekindled. "Let us carry on." He clapped his hands, interrupting the fervent discussions of the newcomers. The murals adorning the walls at the back of the corridor depicted the history of wizards. Those grand and majestic scenes were testaments to the existence of wizards in this world. Zheng Qing was captivated, gazing intently at one particular painting. It portrayed a wizard brandishing a wand, confronting a fearsome beast. Behind them, the void was engulfed in darkness, crackling with thunder and lightning. Molten lava churned beneath their feet, and the surrounding space distorted within their sight. The overwhelming aura seemed poised to shatter the very wall of the painting. Nicholas stepped before him, blocking his view. "You must remember, do not become overly enraptured by history. No matter how magnificent the past may be, it is merely a passage of time that has long since faded. The future lies beneath your feet." Losing oneself in history often leads to disorientation. The newcomers reluctantly averted their gazes from the murals. Nicholas nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to introduce the first hall to the freshers. Surrounding the first layer of this hall are 9 grand doors. 1, the one behind us, leads to the outside world, while the remaining 8 include 4 leading to the 4 academies and 4 leading to the 4 research institutes. The 4 academies are 9U Academy, Alpha Academy, Atlas Academy, and Starry Sky Academy, which you should already be familiar with. The 4 research institutes are the Alchemy Institute, Astronomy Institute, Potion Institute, and Divination Institute. Of course, there are also renowned research institutions such as the Astrological Tower and the Rune Institute. though these places are not accessible to lower-year students. However, beyond many of those doors lies merely a classroom. Each door bears its unique emblem, mark, or maxim. As long as you pay attention, you will not stray. For instance, the door of 9U Academy bears the inscription Tian Xing Jian, Di Shi Koan. Only by understanding the meaning encapsulated within these 6 characters can you cross the threshold and truly enter the academy. Chapter 59, The Shadow Wall in the Academy. What are the characteristics of this gate? Nicholas, accompanied by a group of newcomers, approached a grand archway in the side hall and confidently patted the head of a stone lion perched at the entrance. The stone lion tilted its head slightly, preventing Nicholas from disarranging its mane. Then it raised its massive paw and swatted the unruly fellow away. The newcomers gasped in shock, while older students in the hall chuckled at the scene, whispering amongst themselves. Nonchalantly rising and brushing off non-existent dust, Nicholas flashed a charming smile at the lion, saying, "Just educating these delicate newcomers. No need for adults to take offense." The stone lion, with a solemn expression, sat silently, its paws resting on a stone ball, as if the earlier incident had nothing to do with it. Nicholas shrugged in disinterest and turned back to his newcomers. What are the characteristics of this grand gate? Zheng Qing ventured quietly. There are 2 guardians at the entrance, he added. There are 9 ancient symbols on the lintel, along with the circular emblem of the academy. Others chimed in excitedly. Very good, that should suffice. Nicholas sighed, casting a glance at the stone lion guarding the gate, grimacing as he declared, "Now, let us enter." The newcomers cautiously passed by the stone lion, casting furtive glances at these sentinels with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The lion remained silent, as if the earlier swat had been an illusion. Walking through the archway felt quite ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. Zheng Qing suddenly found himself enveloped in a lush environment. Before him stood a colossal dark green wall, while behind him loomed an ancient, hefty door, flanked by towering walls entwined with dense vines. The newcomers had just emerged from a low side door adjacent to the main entrance. A muffled grunt echoed from behind. In front is the shadow wall. You should find your names displayed upon it, Nicholas called out, sitting on the ground with a toothy grin. Remember, never provoke any entity within the school, especially those seemingly rigid stone statues. I must remind you, the intelligence of the first university is remarkably high, or to put it more plainly, the level of magic is substantial. Many objects or entities you often encounter exist in ways you cannot comprehend. Sensing his explanation might not have been entirely effective. Nicholas added gravely, "You will understand this better in time. I urge you not to insult or behave similarly towards these entities. They possess a more fragile psyche compared to you, and they deserve compassion. Just like I experienced a moment ago, you would be punished for such actions." He winced as he patted his backside with a spell book, though it seemed of little help. Ultimately, he hobbled onward, continuing to lead the way. Has anyone found their name on the shadow wall? The wall stood approximately 4 to 5 meters tall and 8 to 9 meters long. Its base was crafted from white marble, adorned with intricately carved mythical beasts. The wall itself, a deep green-black, gleamed smoothly yet did not dazzle, instead exuding an aura of ancient elegance. The eaves at the top were adorned with azure and white glazed tiles, each tile displaying intricate symbols. Focus on the shadow wall and silently recite your name, Nicholas instructed beside them. Zheng Qing blinked nervously, fixing his gaze on the center of the wall, quietly repeating his name in his mind. Zheng Qing, Zheng Qing, Zheng Qing. Gradually, a few lines of text began to materialize on the wall. At first, the characters were faint, but as he continued to recite, they grew larger and clearer. Zheng Qing, male, born in 1990. Origin from the Huaxia district. Class, Astronomy 08-1. Juyo Academy. Primary school grades, none. Intermediate school grades, none. Unified Wizard Examination score, 480. Zheng Qing exhaled deeply, feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. He turned to Xiao Xiao, who was frowning and deep in thought before the shadow wall. An idea struck him, and he refocused on the wall. Xiao 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 Xiao, he silently chanted. The dark green stone wall remained quiet and reserved under the late summer sun, silently rejecting Zheng Qing's fresh request. What are we having for lunch? Xiao Xiao suddenly interjected. Oh, I haven't thought about that yet, Zheng Qing stammered, diverting his gaze to the surroundings. His face flushed, akin to a thief caught in the act. Xiao Xiao regarded him with suspicion. Before the shadow wall stood a grand door, tightly shut, flanked by massive stone-like turtle creatures. The towering violet-black walls extended from the gate into the distance. A gentle breeze rustled the vines clinging to the walls, enhancing the serene atmosphere. On either side of the main entrance were two side doors, and Zheng Qing, glancing at the left door, knew it led to the first hall. They had just exited through that very door. Looking up, he noticed towering trees outside the walls, standing still in the gentle breeze. The rustling leaves casting a spell of distraction over Zheng Qing. Had he not just come through that side door, he could scarcely imagine the world behind it. Each opening of a door represented an adventure, each portal concealing a wondrous realm. Xiao flipped through his notebook, muttering something incomprehensible behind him. Zheng Qing, now feeling considerably calmer, curiously gestured towards the shadow wall. Is the back of the doors at other academies similar to this? I just mentioned that every door conceals a magical world. Other academies surely differ. Xiao replied, waving his black notebook with a hint of exasperation. Each door showcases the character and style of its respective academy. For instance, at Alpha Academy, you won't find a shadow wall upon entry. Instead, they have a self-service inquiry machine behind the door, storing relevant information about the students. As far as I know, what we see now belongs to Jiuyou Academy, which should be part of the academy. Academy, Zheng Qing whispered softly. Jiuyou Academy, Alpha Castle, Atlas Palace. Starry Sky Academy. Xiao closed his notebook, his tone brimming with longing. Everyone, gather around to observe this wall. Indeed, it is the shadow wall. Nicholas cheerfully beckoned from a distance. He was pointing his finger at his spell book, which spun rapidly. The book crackled with tiny sparks of electricity, mesmerizing the newcomers. This shadow wall, also known as the reflection wall, is the hallmark structure of Jiuyou Academy. It contains information about all professors, students, staff, and even spiritual beasts within the academy. Malicious intruders will find no refuge beneath this wall, as any unauthorized breach will provoke a counteraction from the shadow wall. Do not underestimate its retaliation. This wall is a crucial hub of the entire academy's protective array. Even registered wizards cannot resist its binding. Remember the shadow wall. It will witness your journey towards knowledge and truth. Zheng Qing raised his hand. Nicholas nodded graciously. I was just curious to see the information of other students. Zheng Qing said, sensing Xiao's gaze, his throat suddenly dry. But the shadow wall does not display it. Nicholas's face broke into a satisfied smile. A remarkably astute observation. Truly perceptive. He exclaimed in admiration, gently applauding Zheng Qing. Chapter 60. Nicholas's ambition. As evening approached, the sun slowly descended behind the lofty walls of the academy. Now, only a small portion of its golden-red silhouette remained visible. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy beyond the walls, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the shadows to dance whimsically, resembling a throng of inebriated phantoms. Zheng Qing, though not intoxicated, stood there with a flushed face in the tipsy glow of the setting sun. Nicholas's exuberant exclamations caught him off guard, and the curious gazes of the other freshmen left him feeling uneasy. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, redirecting his gaze to the shadow wall nearby. He despised being stared at, and thus felt a twinge of regret for raising his hand. Nicholas, with his finger poised on his spellbook, spun it rapidly. Occasionally, vibrant orange sparks erupted from the pages, emitting crackling sounds akin to popping beans. With a tone imbued with eager excitement, he elucidated, the shadow wall encapsulates the history of the 9U Academy. Therefore, what you can observe is the history you are familiar with. The reason you can see your own name is due to your profound understanding of yourself. You cannot perceive others because, on one hand, they have yet to leave their mark on this wall. On the other hand, not everyone can behold the true history. Gradually, densely packed, tiny characters emerged on the dark green stone wall. July 21st, 1945. The Grand Wizard Assembly of the Wizard Alliance. The 536th meeting. The Wizard Conduct Management Measures was approved. The honorary chair of the Grand Wizard Assembly, Monsieur Hui, vice president of the First University, delivered a significant speech during the meeting. Much of the content had been documented in modern history of the world. Zheng Qing greedily absorbed the knowledge inscribed on the stone wall, while behind him, Nicholas's voice rose with enthusiasm. This wall embodies the dreams of all students of 9U Academy. If there is anything in this world that ignites desire in everyone, it is undoubtedly acceptance. Acceptance of your virtues, acceptance of your flaws, acceptance of your triumphs and failures, acceptance of your glory and wealth, acceptance of your helplessness as you stumble away, acceptance of your gradual aging. We are all solitary travelers in the passage of time. Each person yearns to be accepted by others. Zheng Qing turned his head, staring blankly at Nicholas, who had suddenly become animated. The dusky hue of his skin reddened in the sunlight, and the brown irises trembled with his fervent voice. Xiao Xiao unfolded his notebook, swiftly capturing the moment with his brush, a small blot of ink smudging the corner of his mouth from where he had licked the brush. If I have a wish for this world, it is to have my name accepted by this stone wall. I hope everyone can see my name on the shadow wall. Zheng Qing quietly swallowed hard. What a magnificent aspiration. So bold. Not everyone dares to proclaim their dreams before an audience. Xiao Xiao snapped his notebook shut and clapped his hands vigorously. Others followed suit, gradually joining in the applause. Nicholas wiped his nose, and the worn fabric of his robe shimmered with renewed colors in the sunlight, the polished cuffs and collar glistening with a golden-red hue. He gazed gratefully at the freshman. A light giggle erupted from behind. Zheng Qing, somewhat annoyed, turned around to find several upper-class women, their mouths covered, passing by. Their deep crimson robes were adorned with 2 black trims, signifying their status as third-year students. All right, let us continue our tour of the school. Nicholas called out to the freshman in a slightly flustered manner. The gentle breeze carried the whispers of those upper-class women. He said it again, dreaming in front of the shadow wall. How embarrassing. Soft laughter resonated from a distance. Nicholas's face flushed red as he roughly pulled Xiao Xiao, who was pondering the shadow wall, away. Zheng Qing could still hear snippets of the girls' conversation. Isn't this the kind of task that should be assigned to second or third-year students? How did he end up with it? I think it was Leisha who suggested it to Professor Yao. Did you hear what he just said? He wants his name on the shadow wall. I think he's already achieved it. At the very least, he's now part of the history of the first university. The girls' figures vanished around the nearby corner. The journey continued, but Nicholas's spirit clearly dampened. Zheng Qing finally recalled that Thomas had once mentioned a well-known senior who had spent 2 years in the first year. Named Nicholas. He discreetly glanced at the slender figure ahead. In the setting sun, amidst the evening breeze, Nicholas's silhouette appeared desolate and solitary. Perhaps this was the reason behind his longing for acceptance. Such mocking voices were despicable. There is nothing worse than shattering another's dreams. Zheng Qing felt an overwhelming urge to rush over, pat Nicholas on the shoulder, and tell him, "You were truly courageous." He seriously doubted whether he would possess the audacity to repeat a year. He had no doubt that he could never stand before others and boldly proclaim his dreams. After rounding the shadow wall and taking a few steps, they were greeted by a sudden expanse. A verdant square unfolded before them. This was a green plaza, where tender green grass filled every vacant spot, creating a lush panorama. Some upperclassmen lounged leisurely on the lawn, perusing their textbooks, while various small animals frolicked joyfully around them. The golden-red sunlight enveloped this beautiful world in a warm haze. All the freshmen were entranced by the enchanting scenery. "I want to lie on this grass and read in the future," one freshman murmured. "You'll prefer lying in bed with a book," Nicholas replied, his tone somewhat dismal as he gazed at him, "provided you still wish to read in the future." At the center of the square stood a foam mountain fountain, and beyond it, at the plaza's end, 3 grand buildings could be seen, arranged in a horizontal and vertical pattern. Those 3 buildings in the distance. Nicholas gestured as he introduced them to the freshmen. The horizontal one is the main teaching building, where most of your classes will be held. To the east of the main teaching building is the office building, designated for professors and lecturers. To the west lies the laboratory building, which houses the majority of 9U Academy's laboratories. All 3 buildings are painted in alternating red and white colors, standing solemnly at the end of the square. The main teaching building hosts most of the courses, but I've never counted how many floors it has. The number of floors changes daily with the courses. The first university is in a constant state of flux. I often wonder if this school is a living entity. Of course, some iconic structures like the first gate and the first hall remain relatively stable and do not wander. The office building is rather dull, and most people prefer not to visit it. The laboratory building is more intricate, featuring various testing laboratories, the underground fire potion room, and the observatory on the top floor. Among others, practical courses and activity rooms for student organizations are predominantly located here. Nicholas raised a finger in warning, unless you are required to or receive an invitation. I do not recommend entering this building. It may be one of the few high-risk areas permitted to exist normally within this university. Nicholas pretended not to hear Zheng Qing's remark and led the group onward. Chapter 61. The cabin by Linzhong Lake. As they traversed the square and passed the main teaching building, a shimmering expanse of a large lake unfolded before the fresher's eyes. The surface of the lake was tranquil, its waters a deep azure, while the delicate, dense water weeds languidly floated above, casting shadows that danced upon the surface. A few vibrant red birds drifted lazily on the water, their heads tucked beneath their wings, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Zheng Qing cautiously stepped onto the slick stone embankment by the lake, craning his neck to scrutinize the waters below. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped past beneath his gaze, startling him, causing him to tumble from the embankment. "Be careful. We shall discuss the matters of the lake later," Nicholas chided, patting his shoulder as he continued to introduce the academy to the newcomers. "The entire institution is meticulously planned. If the square we just passed through is considered the forecourt, then this expanse of lake is the courtyard. This lake is named Linzhong Lake. Do not inquire about the ominous nature of its name, for I am equally in the dark." Nicholas waved his hand to silence a few eager freshers. "What you must remember is that the buildings surrounding Linzhong Lake will be the places you frequent throughout the academic year." Zheng Qing surveyed his surroundings. Numerous edifices bordered the lake. Nicholas proceeded to introduce each one. "That pristine white tower is the school infirmary. Do not gaze at it too often. It may bring about misfortune. The square, black box-like structure is the branch of the Wizarding Union Bank on Jiuyou Island. In a few days, you may attempt to deposit your funds into your student cards. The building resembling a large cauldron is the school cafeteria. The cuisine is average, but the portions are generous, and the variety is extensive. Be it vampires, werewolves, ghosts, or even multi-spirits, any student belonging to Jiuyou Academy will find a fitting dish within the cafeteria." Across the lake, a hill-like structure stood, which Nicholas proclaimed as one of Jiuyou Academy's most magnificent edifices, the Jiuyou Library. "Time is of the essence. We shall not enter today." Nicholas patiently elaborated on the buildings flanking Linzhong Lake. Zheng Qing squinted, straining to glimpse the library across the water. Under the setting sun, a gentle mist enveloped the lake's surface, obscuring his view to mere shadowy outlines. After concluding the introduction of the buildings, Nicholas led the freshers along a path by the lakeshore. At the end of the path stood a quaint wooden dock, its entrance blocked by a small cabin. Outside the cabin, an old dog with sagging skin lay tethered. Upon hearing unfamiliar footsteps, it merely shifted its head slightly, the creases of its eyelids trembling. Yet it did not bark. Nevertheless, the freshers cautiously navigated around it. Nicholas rapped on the cabin's glass window. "Uncle Vern, I bring the newcomers across the lake." The old dog, sprawled in its grassy nest, let out a few disgruntled grumbles, clearly disturbed by Nicholas's intrusion upon its slumber. Nicholas chuckled softly, producing a biscuit from his pocket and tossing it to the dog. The old canine sniffed the air but did not open its eyes. Instead, it extended a paw to swiftly gather the biscuit beneath its belly. Zheng Qing had not noticed when the wooden sign tumbled down. "Who is inside?" he whispered to Nicholas. "That dog looks ancient." Someone nearby remarked. "Its name is May, and it is more than twice your age. A longtime companion of Uncle Vern. When you encounter it on campus, ensure to show it respect." The freshers nodded in agreement. On either side of the dock were numerous small boats, painted a vivid red, each capable of accommodating 6 or 7 passengers. At the bow of each boat stood a bamboo pole, adorned with a small brass bell. These boats, known as shimming, serve as the primary means of transportation across Linzhong Lake. Nicholas beckoned the freshers to board one of the boats, cautioning them. "Unless you have raised a few hippos or water buffalo in the lake, you must sit obediently in the boat while crossing Linzhong Lake." Even after my prolonged stay at the first university, I remain uncertain of the terrors lurking beneath the surface. "Are there water ghosts?" a young girl asked, her voice trembling. "Water ghosts?" Nicholas scoffed. "Such pests cannot endure even a single night in this lake. The merfolk relish using water ghosts as sacrifices." "Merfolk?" a boy shrieked, hastily explaining to his companion. "My grandmother said merfolk feast on human flesh, and the Wizarding Union imposes strict regulations on their habitats. This place is one of the legally sanctioned habitats for merfolk by the Wizarding Union." A dark smile crept across Nicholas's face. "So, listen closely, young lads and lasses. Keep your eyes peeled and grip the boat's edges tightly. If you fall into the lake, you won't even have time to surface before the merfolk drag you into the depths." Xiao Xiao yawned in boredom, observing Nicholas as he theatrically intimidated the newcomers. Zheng Qing fixated on the water's surface, not daring to overlook even the slightest ripple. "Hold steady," Nicholas bellowed, grasping the bamboo pole at the bow and shaking it vigorously. Ding, ding, ding. The brass bell on the pole chimed, resonating with a clear, vibrant sound. The jimming trembled slightly, inciting a chorus of frightened gasps from the freshers. "We're setting sail," Nicholas shouted exuberantly, stamping his foot. The little boat rocked violently, eliciting a flurry of terrified cries. Zheng Qing noticed a dark rope at the bow tightening gradually, tracing a series of varying ripples across the surface. "What is that ahead?" he shouted. Yet, the other freshers were lost in their own screams, drowning out his voice. "There is something beneath the boat." Zheng Qing clutched the cardboard box in one arm, while gripping the boat's edge with the other, turning to Xiao Xiao in alarm. Nicholas, standing at the bow, observed the panicking freshers with a grin. "It's just the ferryman." Xiao Xiao leaned closer to Zheng Qing, whispering, "The creatures in the water are the school-hired ferrymen. These boats rely on them for propulsion." "Ferrymen?" Zheng Qing echoed in surprise. "Perhaps it's the merfolk, or the kappa, or even the water python. There are so many sentient beings in the water, all hoping to earn some wizarding coins." Xiao Xiao gripped the boat's edges tightly, his face paling. "Please don't talk to me. I get seasick." His oversized glasses slid down his nose, but he held firmly on to the boat's edge, paralyzed with fear. Zheng Qing stifled a chuckle, glancing down at the cardboard box in his arms. The little fairies remained peacefully asleep, seemingly oblivious to the tumult of the boat. In the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a pristine white stone tower. The tower was 7 stories high, adorned with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, and from a distance, one could faintly see the copper bells and silk ribbons dangling from the eaves. Under the ferryman's guidance, the boat swiftly glided past the island. "What lies upon that island?" Zheng Qing pointed at the tower, glancing at Nicholas. "A forbidden area," Nicholas warned the freshers. "Though your mentors will explain this in due time, I believe it prudent to inform you early. The small island at the center of the lake is one of the school's forbidden zones, protected by powerful enchantments. No one, not even the professors, may set foot on that island without permission." The freshers gazed in awe as the island gradually faded from view, none daring to inquire about the consequences of trespassing. "Must we always take this boat to cross the lake?" Zheng Qing questioned, eyeing the taut rope at the bow, a sense of unease gnawing at him. "Certainly not," Nicholas replied, visibly irritated. "Did I not mention in the hall that the school has many doors, through which one can reach various destinations? The Academy is replete with corridors, some of which connect to other colleges." Zheng Qing nodded fervently. Chapter 62, The Tug-of-War with the Fishman. It was not until he reached the shore and rested for a few moments that the pallor gradually faded from Xiao Xiao's face. "You might want to try sitting on a boat a few more times. Perhaps you will develop some resistance to seasickness," Nicholas remarked, concern evident in his gaze. At First University, an aversion to boats was indeed a grave flaw. Xiao Xiao merely grunted in response, his silence speaking volumes. "Monster!" a voice cried out in terror from not far away. Zheng Qing turned to look, and a monstrous figure was slowly revealing its grotesque visage just a few meters away on the surface of Linzhong Lake. This creature possessed the head of a fish and the body of a man, its chest and abdomen adorned with dark, scaly armor, and sharp fins protruding between its head and spine. Its limbs, though short, appeared robust and powerful, each hand and foot bearing 3 toes connected by a thin membrane. At that moment, it glared with pale, lifeless eyes, scanning the students on the shore with a fierce intensity. Its fish-like mouth opened slightly, revealing jagged teeth that glistened ominously in the dimming light. "Fishman!" a boy in front of Nicholas shrieked, his voice tinged with distortion. Zheng Qing's mind raced. This was indeed a fishman. Thomas had once assisted him in borrowing a tome from the school's library titled The Great Encyclopedia of the Wizarding World. Zheng Qing recalled that the book contained a clear and comprehensive classification of intelligent beings within the magical realm. Fishmen, merfolk, and sirens were the 3 most socially developed races among aquatic intelligent beings. The sirens, known for their enchanting voices, were adept in illusion magic. Their forms were a mystery to many wizards, but it was certain they possessed beautiful wings. Merfolk, commonly referred to as sirens, were undeniably stunning creatures, adorned in gossamer and possessing a fish's tail and a human's face, delighting in playful frolics in clear waters. In stark contrast, fishmen, also known as nagas, were grotesque in appearance and savage in temperament. Lacking in intelligence and magical prowess, they were immensely strong. These beings resided in murky, stagnant waters, raising water ghosts as livestock and feasting upon human flesh. Throughout the wars between wizards and demons, fishmen often served as vassals to the demons, clashing with the wizarding armies. Consequently, during the Second Lich War over a century ago, this race was nearly driven to extinction. Presently, only a few hundred feeble fishmen remained in designated sanctuaries established by the Wizarding Alliance. The fishman before Zheng Qing was a member of the sanctuary residing in Linzhong Lake. This was Zheng Qing's first encounter with a living fishman. He clutched his gray cloth bag, his eyes gleaming with excitement, breath quickening. He longed to observe it up close. "Stay back," Nicholas shouted, raising his grimoire, instinctively shielding the new students behind him. The book trembled slightly in his grasp, sparks leaping from the pages with a crackling sound. Xiao Xiao pulled Zheng Qing aside, seeking refuge beneath a nearby sycamore tree. Zheng Qing cast a puzzled glance at him. "I do not wish to endure the fishman's blows. Yet I also do not wish to be obliterated by an uncontrolled grimoire," Xiao Xiao whispered softly in his ear. Zheng Qing's heart raced as he watched Nicholas's grimoire. A burnt odor wafted through the air. "What are they doing?" A short girl behind Nicholas exclaimed dramatically. The fishman was gripping a fabric strap, forcefully dragging something underwater. At the other end of the strap was a girl's backpack. "Hiss. Hiss," the fishman screeched in broken language. The girl appeared paralyzed with fear, clinging desperately to her backpack as the fishman slowly pulled her toward the water. A cobra coiled around her neck, raising its head and flicking its tongue, hissing in response to the fishman. "Hiss, fall into, hiss, the lake, hiss. Mine." The fishman glared menacingly at the girl, its muscular arms bulging as it effortlessly coiled the strap around its limb. The cobra, unable to speak, hissed incessantly. The girl, now limp and powerless, could only be dragged forward by the fishman. "Hiss." Zheng Qing gasped in horror. He turned to Xiao Xiao, uncertainly inquiring, "That girl?" "Lu Feifei, a freshman from the Astronomy class 08-1, and that cobra is named Xiaolong," Xiao Xiao sighed. "Quick help," Zheng Qing shouted, pulling Xiao Xiao as they rushed forward. A group of students surged forward, grasping the girl who was sliding toward the lake, while shouting and attempting to intimidate the fearsome fishman. The fishman, still holding the strap, stared blankly, unfazed as it slowly backed into the lake. The group of freshmen tethered to the strap was dragged awkwardly, resembling a deflated ball. Slippery path. Nicholas finally opened his grimoire, bellowing. The spark ceased to erupt from its pages as 4 magical symbols shot forth, swiftly descending upon the water's surface. Zheng Qing stood in astonishment, nearly stumbling as he recognized the symbols. He could surmise the spell's intended effect, likely to cause the dewy surface to become slick. Nicholas perhaps wished to make the robust fishman slip. While undeniably creative, Zheng Qing could not fathom why he did not simply devise a way to sever the strap. A small knife would be far more effective than this ostentatious incantation. Zheng Qing internally raged. As the spell fell into the lake, the water erupted violently, swirling and generating thick mist. The 4 symbols, accompanied by the fog, surged toward the embankment, quickly enveloping the fishman up to its waist. The fishman's vacant eyes flickered, and it grinned widely. As an aquatic intelligent being, it despised the terrestrial environment. Merely a few minutes on land had left its throat parched, each breath feeling like fire. The mist was a timely relief. It paused, bending low, burying its head in the dense fog, inhaling deeply. A refreshing sensation spread through its being, reinvigorating its strength. It flexed its muscles, rising to its full height, exposing its sharp teeth to the oblivious newcomers. The mist billowed and rapidly condensed, settling into droplets that splattered onto the ground. The area around the lakeshore was paved with large stone slabs. The droplets soaked into the surface, rendering it slippery. The fishman, accustomed to such slick conditions, shuffled its sturdy legs, its massive feet slapping against the stone with a resounding thud. The tiny barbs on its feet anchored it securely to the wet ground, allowing it to advance effortlessly toward the lake. The students, however, were ill-prepared for this sudden change. Zheng Qing, still clad in the athletic shoes he had brought from home, found the rubber soles screeching against the slick stone with a grating sound. Even more frustrating was the fact that the new students struggled to maintain their footing on the slippery surface. The surrounding girls screamed in panic. Nicholas appeared to be frantically trying to extinguish his flaming grimoire not far away. Zheng Qing managed a bittersweet smile. His wish from a minute ago was about to come true. He would soon have the opportunity to observe the fishmen up close. No one let go of their grip. The strap slowly stretched forward, closing the distance between them and the fishmen. Chapter 63. The chill of the north wind. The fishman possessed remarkably large eyes, veiled by transparent eyelids that lent them a misty, drowsy appearance. Its scales were strikingly beautiful. From a distance, they appeared to be a muted slate gray. Yet upon closer inspection, the vibrant iridescence of the scales dazzled the beholder. The fishman exhibited extraordinary strength, its bulging biceps and well-defined deltoids evoking envy in every fitness enthusiast. However, If you were to inquire with Zheng Qing about his most profound impression of the fishman, he would only utter one word: foul. As the newcomers were dragged closer by the fishman, they could scarcely grasp the power of its blows before succumbing to its passive chemical assault. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses upon proximity, causing several pampered newcomers to retch violently. Zheng Qing stifled his nausea, refraining from vomiting. Yet he was overwhelmed by the malodorous onslaught, leaving him lightheaded and weakened. With tear-filled, blurred vision, he retrieved a handful of calming talismans from his gray cloth bag and pressed them onto a nearby classmate. Under the dim light, the talismans shimmered with a golden-red glow. A flurry of rapid gasps echoed by the lakeside. "Great thanks are not necessary," exclaimed a nearby boy, his eyes reddened and voice choked with emotion. Others echoed their praise for Zheng Qing's talismans. Xiao Xiao coughed forcefully, adjusting his glasses. "Let us put forth more effort and hoist this oversized fish onto the tree." Zheng Qing blushed with determination, gripping the cloth strap tightly, nearly lying flat on the ground. The boys responded with a resounding cheer. At that moment, a tall young man came sprinting down from the distant hill of books. "What are you all doing?" he shouted. The fishman paused momentarily, glancing at the approaching figure. Hissing twice, its muscular limbs tensing as it pulled even harder. An overwhelming force surged forth. The newly invigorated students were tossed about under the strain of the strap. "The fishman is stealing our belongings." Several girls cried in alarm. The tug-of-war contest was nearing its conclusion, with the newcomers utterly defeated. The fishman grinned, tugging at the strap, ready to claim its spoils. "The chill of the north wind," the young man shouted, raising his spellbook towards the fishman. The creature shuddered, loosening its grip and swiftly sliding into the nearby waters. Those students engaged in the tug-of-war toppled in disarray. "What are you doing?" The young man, who had driven off the fishman, sternly reproached the newcomers. Zheng Qing noticed the 3 black trims on his robe. He was a third-year student. "That monster was trying to steal our backpacks," a boy mustered the courage to explain. "My backpack fell into the lake," Lu Feifei added weakly. "Newcomers?" The upperclassman furrowed his brow. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. "Where are the freshman guides?" he demanded sternly. Nicholas and another student in red robes stepped forward, revealing another upperclassman by the lakeside. "How could you allow the newcomers to confront the fishman? Are you unaware of the circumstances at Lingzhong Lake?" The third year reprimanded the 2 guides. Zheng Qing rubbed his sore palms, casting a curious glance at them. Xiao Xiao fervently flipped through his notebook, muttering, "Next time something like this happens, just charge in yourself. Don't drag me into it. I detest such trouble." Zheng Qing paid no heed to his complaints and quietly inquired, "Who is that third-year student? He looks quite fierce." A finger poked him from behind, interrupting his curiosity. "Your little sprite." A petite girl returned the cardboard box to Zheng Qing. "They sleep so soundly." Zheng Qing accepted the box, expressing his gratitude profusely. Lu Feifei, clutching her backpack, stood by the tree, eyes reddened, silently sobbing. Several girls encircled her, offering soft words of comfort. Xiao Xiao glared at him, incredulous. "Did you see the spell manifest?" That upperclassman merely shouted to intimidate the fishman. "Intimidate?" Zheng Qing exclaimed, astonished. "The spell The Chill of the North Wind is profoundly damaging to the fishman. It is an advanced incantation not easily conjured." It seemed that the fishmen lurking in Lingzhong Lake had become adept at recognizing beneficial and harmful spells. Understanding which incantations could inflict injury upon them, Xiao Xiao explained. "Are you suggesting that the fishman was frightened and jumped into the water of its own accord?" Zheng Qing marveled. "That makes the upperclassmen seem even more formidable." Xiao Xiao sighed and fell silent. Before long, the third-year student hurried away. The 2 guides regrouped the scattered members by the lakeside. Nicholas wore a frown as he gazed at the charred spell book in his hands, remaining silent. Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat relieved. Zheng Qing secretly chuckled, grateful that he no longer had to worry about Nicholas's spellbook exploding nearby. The other guide, however, was furiously reprimanding Lu Feifei. "Why didn't you let go when I told you to? Are you reckless? Is your backpack more important than your life? How could you be so foolish?" The upperclassman waved his spellbook frantically. "When I say let go, you let go. Can't you understand a single word?" "I don't know," she murmured, looking bewildered at the agitated instructor before her. "How can you be so foolish?" The upperclassman slammed the spellbook against his own face in frustration. Zheng Qing listened to the tirade, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Why must she let go? He glanced at Xiao Xiao. That backpack clearly belongs to Lu Feifei. Because the strap fell into the lake, Xiao Xiao adjusted his glasses. For the fishman, the waters of the lake encompass its territory. Any items that fall into the lake automatically belong to the fishman. That is utterly unreasonable. Zheng Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Do you think you can reason with a fishman? Xiao Xiao scoffed. As a creature that resolves conflicts with brute force, its world is devoid of reason. You cannot impose the ethics and logic of wizards upon fishmen. Moreover, if a shower of gold coins fell in your yard, would you return them to the heavens? Zheng Qing shook his head, gaining a newfound clarity. Under such reasoning, it was indeed necessary to concede that Lu Feifei's actions were somewhat reckless. Chapter 64. The singing frog. The sun's presence had vanished behind the lofty walls of the academy, leaving only a faint glow in the twilight. The night breeze caressed the surface of the lake, causing the water to ripple lazily. The vibrant redbirds, which had been resting on the water, began to stir. They withdrew their necks from beneath their wings, shook their heads, and slowly unfurled their enormous wings. A gentle breeze swept through the treetops, dislodging a few remaining leaves. The air by the lakeside was somewhat chilly. Zheng Qing, still clad in a short-sleeved summer garment beneath his robe, shivered slightly. He pulled out a towel from his gray bag and draped it over the cardboard box cradled in his arms. The two groups of freshmen had yet to depart from the lakeside. Nicholas was meticulously inspecting several new students. In his view, any freshman who ventured too close to the fishmen would be subjected to their malevolent radiation. This terrifying radiation could disrupt their magical powers, adversely affecting their initial placement exams. Nicholas earnestly warned them, then handed each inspected freshman a peppermint candy, claiming it would effectively dispel the fishman's evil influence. Though Zheng Qing harbored doubts, he dutifully accepted the inspection, for the ever-pedantic Xiao Xiao had not opposed Nicholas's thorough examination. Not far away, another upperclassman was incessantly berating Lu Feifei for her clumsiness. The girl, clutching a cobra, stood there with a pitiful expression, her eyes red and swollen. She was not foolish. She simply lacked understanding of the situation. Nicholas approached her, offering reassurance. Freshmen are often unfamiliar with such matters. A clear explanation suffices. The surrounding freshmen, who already felt the upperclassman was overreacting, nodded in agreement. Lu Feifei blinked, tears streaming down her cheeks. Several girls rushed to her side, producing tissues and handkerchiefs, offering words of comfort. An irate upperclassman shot Nicholas a look, then raised an eyebrow, his face twisting into a peculiar smile. Ah, it's Senior Nicholas. His tone elongated the word senior, laced with mockery. It seems you have quite the experience with this. With that, he touched the black trim on his robe, held his head high, snorted disdainfully, and turned away, ignoring his own freshmen. A hush fell over the new students as they cautiously regarded Nicholas. He spat angrily into the lake, rubbed his palms together, and remained silent. A few croaks echoed from the water's surface. Zheng Qing turned towards the sound, spotting a frog leaping from the lake onto a large stone at the water's edge. It opened its mouth and croaked twice before launching into a peculiar tune. Croak, croak. A mouse stealthily climbs ashore, three old men blissfully unaware. Croak, croak. Three old men blissfully unaware. Croak. A shadow suddenly sprang forth, interrupting the frog's serenade and swallowing the noisy amphibian whole. It was Lu Feifei's cobra. Lu Feifei blinked her reddened eyes and used her already damp handkerchief to wipe the mysterious dark liquid from the cobra's mouth. Why isn't your snake gone where it should? Zheng Qing finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity about the serpent's presence deep within the campus. Including the little fox Poseidon and Xiao Xiao's ancient tortoise, the pets of the new students had all departed the first hall, making Lu Feifei the first freshman he had seen with a pet. The cobra, having just consumed a frog, nuzzled its head against the warm palm of the girl. Zheng Qing sighed and clutched the cardboard box in his arms more tightly. Not far off, several freshmen crouched near the remnants of the frog, fervently discussing. That frog was singing. Did you understand its song? Isn't it more intriguing why we can comprehend a frog's song? This is a magical university. If the frogs here cannot even sing, it would be quite disappointing. As dusk deepened, Nicholas decisively announced that all freshmen from both groups should follow him to complete their subsequent tour tasks. No one opposed this singular course of action. Nicholas ceased his lengthy recounting of every stone's history within the academy but could not resist boasting about the legends he had heard from obscure corners. The Book Mountain Pavilion is an excellent place for self-study. It is quite convenient for both studying and research. Though it has only 5 stories, it is vast, with interconnected rooms that form a great labyrinth. So be well prepared before entering. The freshmen gasped in astonishment. They could not fathom how a library could become a massive maze. Nor could they imagine how a student trapped there for 80 days had survived. The stone path leading from the Book Mountain Pavilion curved near the lake, extending straight into the depths of the academy. Towering sycamores lined the road, their broad leaves densely overlapping to create a serene shaded walkway. Several pairs of emerald eyes peered through the gaps in the foliage, quietly observing the newcomers passing beneath the trees. Nicholas led the freshmen along at a brisk pace, ensuring not to disturb the residents of the trees. As they traversed the shaded path, a rolling expanse of hills unfolded before them. The light was dimming, and Zheng Qing could only vaguely discern some peculiar peaks and dark, dense woodlands in the distance. The shadow wall belongs to the entrance, the cathedral to the forecourt, and the bell lake to the inner courtyard, Nicholas explained, gesturing grandly to encompass the garden behind them. This area is designated as the Academy's rear garden. The East Peach Orchard, West Flower Garden, and Yunfang Garden are all contained within this rear garden. Your dormitory is situated within the West Flower Garden. Between each garden, there are cultivation plots, ensuring that rare herbs and your little companions can safely reside. He added, you will gradually learn more detailed information throughout your studies. As the hour grew late, and everyone had endured a tiring day, Nicholas paused to regard the freshmen. Zheng Qing nodded in agreement, still somewhat dazed. The names of the Huizi collection and the Sanyu bookhouse resurfaced in his mind, feeling as though they belonged to a distant past. Chapter 65. The War of Sucrose and Maltose. From boarding the private plane, facing the siren, to visiting the academy and engaging in tug-of-war with the merfolk. The experiences of a single day left him utterly dazzled. Because your tour is not yet complete, Nicholas explained. And I believe it has been quite some time since you last satisfied your hunger. Zheng Qing's stomach gave a conspicuous growl, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the other newcomers, much to his embarrassment. Nicholas added with a chuckle, I must remind you once more, remember. Do not venture into the professor's East Peach Garden without an invitation, do not enter the girls' Yunfang Garden without permission, and do not approach the experimental fields without protection. Most importantly, do not go beyond the walls of the academy. Although the walls are adorned with numerous wards and protective spells, they are primarily effective against external threats. Each year, reckless youths scale the walls, believing the outside world is filled with excitement. In reality, it is much like the other campuses of the first university. The surrounding area is merely a silent forest. If I were you, I would certainly avoid wandering into such places alone until after graduation. If you seek a more lively atmosphere, I recommend visiting Beta Town. As he spoke, Nicholas led everyone to the base of a gazebo. There, on one wall, a shadow distinctively contrasted with the surrounding colors, suggesting it was once a doorway that had been sealed with cement. Nicholas picked up a cloth from the grass beside the gazebo and vigorously scrubbed the wall's stain. The wall responded with a booming laughter, and the shadow folded away to reveal a narrow doorway. Nicholas turned around, seeing the astonished expressions of the newcomers, and smiled with pride. This shortcut can only be accessed by upperclassmen. First-year students must take the ferry across Linzhong Lake to reach Beta Town. Of course, the Academy does not encourage first-year students to take the ferry. If you require stationery or other academic materials, you may submit a request to the Academy, which will provide these at a very low cost. Now, let us experience the liveliest part of the first university, the pedestrian street of Beta Town. Stepping through the diminutive doorway, a narrow street unfolded before them, bustling with vibrant voices. Zheng Qing's breath caught in his throat. The stark contrast between the tranquil academy and the clamor of the street overwhelmed all the newcomers. This narrow street, barely 10 meters wide, twisted and turned, seeming to stretch indefinitely. The throngs of people, clad in robes of various colors, included students and even teachers from the 4 academies, all meandering about. Countless shops lined the street, offering snacks, delicacies, and various experimental materials, creating an irresistible allure. The peculiar sounds filled the air, inducing a state of daze. A sweet aroma wafted into Zheng Qing's nostrils. Following the scent, he spotted a candy shop not far away. Hurrying a few steps, he arrived at the storefront. Through the clean glass display, 2 groups of differently colored sugar figurines were locked in a tense standoff. On the left, the sugar figures were a rich brownish yellow, clad in fish-scale armor, wielding ice sugar sabers, and carrying longbows, mounting sturdy Mongolian horses with an intimidating presence. On the right, the sugar figures glimmered in vibrant green, adorned in shining armor, brandishing almond-shaped shields, handling crossbows, and riding large Arabian horses, equally fierce. Above the display, a plump hamster lifted a heavy hazelnut and brought it crashing down. With a resounding smash, one of the green sugar figures and its horse were obliterated. The sucrose figure's conspiracy. A green sugar figure cried out in desperation. They have deployed a catapult. A knight is injured. A knight is injured. The green cavalry began to assemble in an orderly fashion. Counterattack! 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 They shouted, raising their bamboo spears high. The brownish-yellow sugar figures quickly noticed the movements of their green counterparts. The Maltose figures have broken the truce. A brownish-yellow sugar figure bellowed. Their knights are mounting. Their spears are raised. They seek war. The brown knights clamored, jostling together. War! War! Let the war come with greater ferocity. They shouted in a chaotic chorus. The two factions of sugar figures, each of a different hue, simultaneously turned their steeds and retreated, only to regroup at the ends of the display stands. Atop the display, the plump hamsters scampered down the beam, perched at the edge, eagerly anticipating the imminent battle. For the purity and glory of sucrose, the brownish-yellow sugar figures brandished their long spears, their expressions wild with fervor. May all honor be bestowed upon Maltose. The green sugar figures raised their spears solemnly in prayer. Charge! Kill! In mere moments, the short display vanished beneath the sound of thundering hooves. The sucrose cavalry collided fiercely with the Maltose cavalry. Toothpicks splintered, almonds shattered, and the tiny eyes of sesame seeds scattered across the ground. Fragments of broken sugar figures fluttered down, spilling beyond the display. The plump hamster squinted, a radiant smile spreading across its face as it swept the sweet debris into its cheek pouches. But those sugar figures have been shattered, Zheng Qing lamented, feeling a sense of loss. It's all that hamster's fault. Why is no one concerned about the mouse in the candy shop? That fat ball should be thrown out. You must quickly adapt to university life. Nicholas shook his head. As you noted, that is a hamster, a friend of the shopkeeper. It has every right to remain in the display. Furthermore, the sugar figures are merely broken. Nicholas pointed to a corner of the display. Look closely. On either side of the display, there are two gleaming barrels. Steam bubbles up from within. In mere moments, new sugar figures, glistening with syrup, emerged from the barrels, retrieving their bamboo spears and almond shields once more, howling as they charged into battle. Only those sweet little beings who are bitten and consumed by the wizard will truly find silence, Nicholas mused. Chapter 66. Even Copper Can Be Generous. Beta Town is a small settlement situated outside Alpha Academy. The affluent and magnanimous senior wizards from the foremost university are regarded as the most esteemed clientele by all merchants within the wizarding realm. Meanwhile, the young and inexperienced students of the academy represent an ideal opportunity to cultivate a loyal customer base. However, the heavily fortified Alpha Academy is not an ideal place for commerce. Stringent security protocols severely restrict the logistics of merchants, while exorbitant rents on campus devour their profits. Yet, capital is fleeing from war and turmoil, revealing its inherently timid nature. In the wizarding world, far from Alpha Academy, peace appears exceedingly fragile. Any astute demon would not hesitate to expend some expendable minions to breach the flimsy defenses of the small markets and seize the substantial spoils within. Consequently, the merchants of the wizarding realm, facing the dual threats of demons and dwindling profits, opted for a compromise. They established markets beyond the protective perimeter of the 4 colleges at Alpha Academy. This indeed proved to be a commendable strategy. Capable demons disdain the risk of antagonizing Alpha Academy for the sake of plundering a few shops. Those lacking ability would not squander their lives in a futile attempt to test the boundaries of the Academy's defenses for a mere handful of gold. As for Alpha Academy, it remains indifferent to a few merchants seeking refuge under its protection. In fact, many of the Academy's elder professors hope to use the institution's strength to shelter more vulnerable wizards. As time passed, 3 out of the 4 markets established outside the colleges dwindled. The imposing walls of the Juyo College restricted student access, while the rich diversity of resources within the academy rendered the merchants' offerings inferior. The desolation of the marketplace led the merchants to gradually abandon this unprofitable venture. The Atlas students, accustomed to a life of simplicity, regarded the colorful wares at the market as mere trials from heaven. When merchants discovered they could not sell a single copper coin's worth of goods, and instead found themselves financially burdened by the occasional donation-seeking monks, they promptly withdrew from the failing market. The market outside the Stargazing Academy met a similar fate, repeatedly destroyed by the reckless brawls of students, leading even the most temperate and visionary merchants to refuse to invest a single copper coin in that land. Thus, that marketplace fell into bankruptcy. Only Alpha Academy, adhering to the principle of freedom, allowed the market to gradually flourish outside the castle's moat. As time slowly elapsed, This small town grew and became the only commercial town affiliated with the foremost university. Following Nicholas, the newcomers listened attentively as the senior student briefly recounted the history of Beta Town, experiencing the vibrancy of the settlement and expressing their admiration. So, who governs this town now? Zheng Qing could not help but inquire. Do the merchants here still need to pay taxes? Are there any requirements to open a shop in the town? The town belongs to the Academy and is governed by the school's labor committee, which oversees taxation. Although the Academy does not concern itself with the tax revenue, rules are rules. Every merchant operating a shop in the town is required to pay 1 jade coin to the Academy annually. As he spoke, Nicholas paused before a street magician who was performing with playing cards. Zheng Qing, contemplatively lowering his head, also came to a stop. The scholarship for public students was quite limited. According to Thomas, those funds were merely sufficient for Zheng Qing to complete his compulsory courses at the Academy. Should he wish to take additional elective courses, he would need to find a way to gather funds for textbooks and experimental materials. Not to mention the costs associated with retaking compulsory courses should he fail. Preparedness had always been Zheng Qing's motto. He would not leave matters to the last moment. The prospect of earning money, a distant concern compared to his fellow students, began to weigh heavily on his mind. Listening to Nicholas's introduction, Zheng Qing felt a flicker of ambition. Perhaps opening a small shop in the town could fundamentally resolve his troubles. Young individuals are often filled with ambition and impulsiveness. He did not contemplate costs, benefits, or the nature of the business he might pursue to earn a profit. He did not even reflect on whether he possessed adequate capital or time to manage the shop. He simply believed that opening a small store would alleviate his worries. Thus, he made the decision with a sense of joy. The sound of copper coins clinking interrupted his thoughts and reveries. Zheng Qing lifted his head. Nicholas was tossing a handful of copper coins into the magician's rusty iron box, which sat in a dimly lit corner of the street. The magician, clad in an old brown robe adorned with thick patches and a pointed hat, stood with his long beard and disheveled hair obscuring his face, revealing only his focused yet murky eyes. He was engrossed in his card tricks. The cards danced nimbly between his fingers, creating layers of overlapping shadows. His fingertips moved swiftly, producing a series of crisp snaps. With each snap, a pile of cards vanished. With each snap, another stack of cards sprang forth from thin air. The clear sound of coins striking the iron box roused the magician from his reverie. He lifted his murky gaze to the tall figure before him and gathered all the playing cards. "May Merlin bless you, kind sir," he stammered. His voice tinged with excitement and anxiety as he clumsily performed a wizard-esque greeting. Then, with a heavy clap of his hands, countless cards erupted from all directions, forming a magnificent castle before Nicholas. "This is the appearance of Alpha Castle," exclaimed an excited newcomer. The crisp snaps continued in a relentless rhythm. The cards elegantly collapsed and quickly reassembled into another structure. That's Jiuyou Academy, the Bishop's Tower, the Library of Books, the shadow wall of the courtyard, and surrounding walls. The Jiuyou newcomers were enthralled, pointing at the buildings that just lingered in their memories. "If you find his craft satisfactory, you ought to exhibit corresponding generosity," Nicholas reminded them, somewhat glumly from behind. The newcomers, jolted from their reverie, promptly began to contribute. In no time, the magician's hat was filled with gleaming copper coins, visibly startling the old man. The crisp snaps abruptly ceased, and Jiuyou Academy crumbled dramatically. The other newcomers appeared somewhat perplexed. Some clumsily bowed to the old man, while others hastily pursued Nicholas, eager to catch up. Zheng Qing offered the old man a friendly nod before swiftly departing. Behind him, the old magician covered his face, silently weeping. Not far away, the urgent and excited voice of the newcomer guide resonated. "The school did not require me to lead you on a tour of this street. However, I believe it is necessary for you to remember something before your studies commence. You are all ignorant newcomers, and thus should retain respect for this artisan. I hope you remember this respect. More so, I hope you do not forget this respect due to the gazes of others. The world of wizards is not solely composed of the profound experiments and powerful professors found within Alpha Academy. It is also home to many weaker wizards and simple tricks. For them, even copper can be exceedingly generous." Chapter 67. The boy selling old books as twilight descended. The small street resembled a colossal dragon awakening from its slumber on a golden mountain, languidly stretching its limbs. Colorful gems cascaded from its form, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Zheng Qing delicately sipped his milk tea from a paper cup, meticulously avoiding each pearl, for he found their slippery texture distasteful. The other freshmen languished against the bar, awaiting the return of their orientation leader. Nicholas was in the nearby restaurant, queuing to collect their dining numbers. It was said that this establishment offered the most cost-effective buffet in all of Beta Town, and seating was perpetually scarce. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the restaurant manager and will ensure everything is arranged for you. Before departing with unwavering confidence, the upperclassmen treated each freshman to a cup of milk tea. Clink, clank, tap, tap, tap. Zheng Qing lifted his gaze. A large black ram with curled horns ambled leisurely down the street, pulling a small wooden cart. Seated atop was a boy sporting a mushroom-shaped haircut. Upon turning the corner, they arrived at a small clearing. The boy clapped his hands, prompting the black ram to halt, casting a glance at him. The boy leaped from the cart and gently stroked the ram's back. "That little rascal is back to mooch my milk tea again," chuckled the uncle at the tea shop, as he retrieved a large paper cup and began preparing the drink. "Who is he?" Zheng Qing inquired with keen interest. "Lingua, the youngest entrant to the first university in nearly a century," the tea shop uncle declared proudly, a source of pride for all of Beta Town. Nearby, Xiao Xiao, who had been resting his head on his notebook, suddenly sat upright, turning his head with urgency. Zheng Qing cast a worried glance at his neck, where the deep crimson imprint from the notebook's edge was starkly visible. "Is that Lingua?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed, flipping open his notebook with haste. "You don't recognize him?" Zheng Qing replied, somewhat perplexed, recalling how Xiao Xiao had introduced the youngest student during their flight. "I only know of him," Xiao Xiao said, rubbing his face as the red marks quickly faded. At the street corner, the boy removed the saddle from the black ram, raising the canopy of the cart. A 5-tiered makeshift bookshelf emerged amidst the chilly winds of Beta Town. He extracted a brown leather-footed stool from the cart and placed it before the bookshelf, then sat down, maintaining an upright posture. "What is he doing?" Zheng Qing wondered curiously. Clearly setting up a stall, Xiao Xiao scoffed dismissively. "Has he been doing this for long?" Zheng Qing asked the tea shop owner, ignoring Xiao Xiao's derision. "On and off for several years," the owner replied. "Such a long time. How old is he?" 10. 11 at most? Zheng Qing queried. The owner nodded affirmatively. Zheng Qing looked skeptically at Xiao Xiao, recalling that this watermelon-headed boy had mentioned 2 12-year-olds enrolling this year, one being Li Ming and the other Lingua. Different calendars yield different ages, 11 years old in actual years, 12 in traditional counting, Xiao Xiao analyzed seriously. What of his family? The tea shop owner paused, exhaling deeply. His family once ran a shop in Beta Town, selling alchemical goods. It had been established for many years. 3 years ago, a fire demon rampaged through Beta Town, destroying over 10 shops, including his family's. Decades of legacy reduced to mere ruins in an instant. His family perished in the flames. The following morning, after a night of toil, the weary wizards discovered Ling was singing amidst the fog-shrouded ruins. Singing? A nearby freshman exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, he was singing the Happy Little Frog, which was quite popular at the time, the tea shop owner recounted. Observing the small boy in the distance, his gaze filled with confusion. He sat there, pristine, ringing the bells on his cart and singing the song repeatedly. The exhausted wizards nearly mistook him for a malevolent spirit. Zheng Qing silently regarded the diminutive figure, jingling the bells, quietly seated on the street. Reflecting on that sorrowful morning 3 years ago, the haunting melody piercing through the mist stirred a poignant ache within him. Where does he reside now? He wondered. The school has arranged a dormitory for him. Do not underestimate him. He is the youngest student in 3 centuries at the first university, possessing remarkable talent in alchemy, a true genius. His name appeared on the roster 2 years ago, but the principal deemed him too young, delaying his admission for 2 years. During this time, the school has provided for his needs, aiding him in various foundational subjects. It seems he will officially enroll this year. 2 years ago, Zheng Qing felt a more profound sorrow wash over him. A freshman barely 10 years old, yet sharing the same academic cohort? It was a bleak reality, surpassing despair itself. What does he typically sell? Another freshman inquired. Old textbooks and exercise manuals discarded by upperclassmen, remnants of potions crafted by students, various talismans, papers, brushes, vermilion, and herbs. Whispers of school gossip, personal commissions by students, promises of recruitment from the staff, and more. His little cart is quite renowned at the first university, especially among the girls who willingly entrust him with their items, the tea shop owner remarked with a smile, glancing at the freshman. He is quite popular with the ladies. What a diverse array, exclaimed the newcomers, laughing and admiring the boy in the distance. "Please, could you hand that milk tea to the little one?" The tea shop uncle patted Zheng Qing's shoulder, pushing a fragrant cup of drink towards him while gesturing to the boy at the stall. The paper cup felt warm in his hands as he dashed to the boy's cart. The boy sat upright, a hefty tome laid across his lap. Zheng Qing glimpsed the tiny print at the top of the page. Principles of Alchemy, Third Year University. His hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the cup. The boy looked up at Zheng Qing, his eyebrows faint, his eyes dark and clear. "Hello, this is for you from the tea shop uncle," Zheng Qing said, extending the cup. "Be careful, it's hot." The boy closed the large book on his lap, placing it on the stool, then stood and bowed slightly before taking the milk tea, setting it on the shelf beside the bookshelf. "Could you please watch my stall for a moment? I need to thank the tea shop uncle," he explained shyly, pursing his lips. "No trouble at all," Zheng Qing replied, waving his hands in reassurance. Lingua meticulously adjusted his clothing, pulling on the straps of his blue backpack, and walked towards the tea shop. Zheng Qing noticed a Mickey Mouse design on the backpack, the character straining to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the tea shop. "This isn't for you," Zheng Qing chuckled, playfully moving the milk tea further away. The Mickey Mouse illustration appeared furious, bouncing around on the backpack, baring its teeth. Zheng Qing couldn't help but laugh aloud. The black ram pulling the cart shifted its jaw, casting Zheng Qing a disdainful glance. Chapter 68. The Yoda Buffet Restaurant. The Yoda Buffet Restaurant stands as the largest dining establishment in Beta Town. Due to its reasonable prices and enchanting ambience, it enjoys immense popularity among students, resulting in a persistent demand for seating. After Nicholas handed the dining number to Xiao Xiao, he vanished once again into the bustling street. It was said he had pressing matters to attend to, leaving the newcomers to dine independently. This was indeed not a daunting task, as the restaurant was merely a few dozen meters from the milk tea shop. The decor of the establishment exuded a refreshing style, with verdant vines gracefully spiraling around the columns flanking the entrance, twisting into several peculiar characters. Upon crossing the vine-entwined doorway, the cacophony of the street faded into silence, replaced by an atmosphere of tranquility. The restaurant was illuminated by soft, gentle lighting, with a pale glow seemingly emanating from nowhere, reminiscent of the soothing light of dawn. The waitstaff consisted of petite green-winged fairies, fluttering their agile wings to guide the newcomers to their seats. Zheng Qing spotted a familiar face next to his table, the little monk Shi Yuan from the plain, cloaked in a yellow robe, reminiscent of Atlas. The little monk was leisurely nibbling on a steamed bun amidst an array of dishes. This sight filled him with delight. The long queues at the square and the grouping in the first hall had dispersed the friends he had just made in the cabin. Apart from Xiao Xiao, he had yet to meet any other freshmen. "Where are your orientation leaders? Did he bring you all here to dine?" Zheng Qing eagerly inquired as he set down the cardboard box he was carrying. The little fairies curiously examined the contents of the box, which housed several diminutive beings resembling themselves. Indeed, there were no other Atlas freshmen in the vicinity of Shi Yuan. "Where's the menu?" Zheng Qing turned to Xiao Xiao. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" A delicate voice chimed in beside him. Startled, Zheng Qing turned sharply to find a tiny fairy, adorned with two pairs of translucent wings and dressed in green, hovering beside him. Appearing somewhat taken aback by his reaction, the fairy floated back a few meters, retrieving a card from an unknown source, peeking out timidly from behind it, her head trembling as she gazed at him. "She can talk!" Zheng Qing exclaimed in astonishment, then glanced down at the little beings nestled in his box. "How else would the serving fairies attend to the guests if they do not speak?" Xiao Xiao retorted. "Are they not the same?" Zheng Qing pointed at the sleeping fairy in the box, bewildered. The serving fairies belong to the magical biological realm, specifically within the classification of alchemical creatures, fairy order, and winged species. They were created by wizards to cater to dining needs. Although they are generally more approachable than their counterparts, they remain timid creatures, easily frightened. Xiao Xiao sipped her water lazily while flipping through her notebook. This was the original intent of the wizards who created them. Dining should be a serene experience. Otherwise, if you scare away the fairies, prepare to go hungry. The little fairy seemed to have regained her composure, floating back to Zheng Qing, her hands gesturing in the air as she conjured a clear menu, trembling as she asked, "What would you like?" Her voice was somewhat high-pitched yet melodious. "The menu is quite abundant," Zheng Qing remarked with a shy smile, noting the extensive variety of offerings, ranging from fruits, cold dishes, and salads to soups of varying richness, alongside an array of hot dishes, desserts, and beverages. The menu is well organized and clear. "I'll start with some refreshing fruits. I particularly enjoy apples," grapes, and watermelon, Zheng Qing decided, opting for a fruit platter. For a drink, I'll have a serving of millet pumpkin porridge. Since this is a buffet, I want to hold back. I'll take a small grilled steak, handheld lamb, some braised meat, and scallops. Zheng Qing gazed at the vivid images, swallowing in anticipation. Oh, but it seems a bit greasy. Let's add some lettuce and shredded radish. I'll take my time eating. And please remember to bring me 3 cream puffs later. Estimating his appetite, he reluctantly set the menu aside. As for utensils, I'm accustomed to using chopsticks. At this point, Zheng Qing spotted the massive steak and blinked. But do reserve a knife and fork as well. With each dish he mentioned, the fairy swiftly noted it down, conjuring corresponding 3-dimensional images for Zheng Qing's confirmation. Once confirmed, the fairy would chant a beautiful incantation, presenting the dishes before him. Once the dishes were all served, the fairy performed 2 spells, and Zheng Qing immediately felt refreshed, as if his hands and face had been cleansed. He surmised these must be cleaning spells. You sing beautifully, Zheng Qing remarked, recalling the fright he had caused the little creature, seeking to make amends. Do you accept gifts? He generously held up a silver coin. Thank you very much for your generosity. The fairy floated closer, joyfully kissing the tip of his nose. Ah, no need to rush. Zheng Qing stammered, awkwardly glancing away. Internally conflicted, he pondered whether this constituted the loss of his first kiss. No one noticed this little interlude. As the newcomers eagerly began to feast, Zheng Qing pressed his fork into the steak, cutting it while curiously glancing at the little monk beside him. Are there any girls in your class? Do you find it difficult to communicate with them? Difficult? Yes, there are certain precepts to consider, Shi Yuan replied. Amitba, you are overthinking it. Both men and women are merely vessels in this worldly existence. If my mind is clear and my heart at peace, what does it matter? Shi Yuan's succinct words nearly left Zheng Qing speechless. You practice Buddhism, while others may worship elsewhere. Does it not matter if there are no temples or churches? As he placed a piece of braised meat into a bun, savoring the flavors, he mumbled, I seem to have not seen such places on campus. It is entirely inconsequential. Where the heart resides, there lies faith. We carry our beliefs within us, and the sky and earth encompass all. The presence or absence of a place of worship matters little, Shi Yuan observed, gazing at Zheng Qing's contented expression while fiddling with his vegetables and tofu. Would you like some? Zheng Qing winked, pointing to his mouth. Did not the Buddha say, meat and wine pass through the intestines, but the Buddha resides in the heart? That is the Buddha, not me, Shi Yuan sighed. Excuses can always be found. Yet, in this world, one must bear some responsibility. Those who cannot uphold their beliefs are merely shells of existence. Zheng Qing took a large sip of the porridge, tears welling in his eyes from the heat. Shi Yuan. Misunderstanding, exclaimed joyfully. So it appears you possess great wisdom as well. Zheng Qing nodded silently, offering no explanation. Chapter 69. The overbearing Alpha as Nicholas prepared to depart. He arranged to meet the newcomers at the archway at the end of the pedestrian street. After their meal, Zheng Qing and Xiao Xiao decided to set off ahead, eager to explore the street a little longer. The evening crowd surged around them. A few figures clad in white robes, the Alpha Academy students, drifted past, forcing the two to step aside. Was it truly necessary to be so domineering in such a wide space? Zheng Qing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the Alpha Academy students before pursing his lips in silence. The black-trimmed collars of their white robes revealed their status as second-year students. Xiao Xiao, with her head bowed, hid her watermelon-shaped hairstyle in the shadow of her black notebook, remaining equally silent. However, it wasn't long before an even more unsettling incident unfolded. The Alpha student who had just bumped into them was now blocking the entrance to Lingua's small bookstore. Lingua, clutching his backpack, leaned nervously against a horned black goat, casting anxious glances at the towering upperclassman. The Mickey Mouse design on his backpack appeared to be angrily bouncing about, reflecting his agitation. Several white-robed Alpha students encircled him, subtly trapping him in the center. A slender Alpha senior approached Lingua, presenting him with an envelope. The white envelope bore a dark wax seal, devoid of any writing. Lingua bit his lip, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly, refusing to accept the envelope. Among the white-robed students, a handsome boy with golden hair smiled and spoke. This is the membership document for AAA. I heard you unearthed a copy of Goebel's Guide to Metal Transmutation from the old book pile at 9U Academy. It could serve as a gift for the gentleman. Lingua took a step back, remaining silent. Passers-by began to halt, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding drama. The milk tea shop owner and a few locals peeked out from their shops, casting uneasy glances at Lingua. What is the AAA membership document? Zheng Qing whispered to Xiao Xiao. Alpha Appreciation is a student organization at Alpha Academy that fervently advocates for the doctrine of talent. Its name, featuring 3 A's, has led to it being colloquially referred to as the AAA Society. It is one of the major organizations within the school, Xiao Xiao explained rapidly. It seems this society intends to act preemptively and recruit Lingua. It's merely an invitation. Zheng Qing exhaled in relief. Having feared that someone was causing trouble for Lingua, Xiao Xiao let out a derisive laugh. With Lingua's talent, any top society at the first university would extend an invitation to him. The AAA Society is just greedy for that Gobel book. Is that book really so valuable? Zheng Qing inquired. Gobel, a renowned sorcerer from the 13th century, was an expert in alchemy, and his work, Guide to Metal Transmutation, had seen only a single printing. For alchemists, this book was beyond merely expensive, it was priceless. Zheng Qing felt a sense of nausea rise within him. It was the first time he had witnessed such brazen robbery articulated so elegantly. The young boy in front of the black goat lifted his head and glanced at the handsome boy, then quickly lowered it again, shouting sharply, "I don't want to deal with you." The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. The smile vanished from the golden-haired boy's face. He exchanged a glance with a companion. Is this really necessary? A burly alpha senior, growing impatient, tugged at the boy's backpack, threatening, "Sign the document, and the book is yours." Does he have any objections? The handsome golden-haired boy, seemingly unperturbed, held a glass of red wine in one hand, gently swaying it in the light, engrossed in his tasting, oblivious to his companion's aggressive actions. Lingua stubbornly clutched his backpack, fixated on the frantically bouncing Mickey Mouse, remaining silent. Why is no one intervening? Zheng Qing frowned, glancing at the bystanders on either side of the street. Many passers-by stood by, coldly observing. The milk tea shop owner and a few locals watched from a distance, their faces revealing discomfort, yet none stepped forward. Merchants in Beta Town dared not provoke the students of Alpha Academy. Xiao Xiao spoke in a calm tone. Students from other academies are reluctant to meddle in Alpha Academy's internal disputes. Zheng Qing understood. Beta Town had gradually developed as a result of its association with Alpha Academy, and thus, Alpha students wielded greater influence in this small town. Whether it was Lingua or the other white-robed students, it was indeed an internal matter of Alpha Academy, making it difficult for outsiders to interfere. Zheng Qing hesitated, letting out a sigh. It was true. It wasn't as if students from 9U Academy were being bullied, and he felt no psychological burden in walking away. He reassured himself, especially since the Alpha students surrounding him appeared imposing and fierce, and he had only a casual acquaintance with Lingua. Even the milk tea shop owner refrained from intervening. He too could quietly withdraw. Surely, in broad daylight, these individuals would not resort to extreme measures. Crack! The sharp sound of a slap shattered Zheng Qing's self-comfort. "You little rat, dare to bite me." The petite alpha boy yanked Lingua's hair, viciously tugging at his backpack. The Mickey Mouse on the boy's shoulder bag had just peeked out, only to bite him fiercely. The golden-haired boy frowned slightly. No need for violence. "Yes, my sincerest apologies." The small boy retorted, stepping back and bowing deeply to the golden-haired boy in apology. Zheng Qing squinted, his impression of the alpha seniors plummeting. He then raised an eyebrow as a familiar figure emerged into view. It was Lon Ke, the silent and handsome boy from the plain. He appeared to be slightly dazed, his gaze unfocused, and with an unsteady gait, his blue academy robe billowing as he moved straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the cluster of Alpha Academy students nearby. Back turned to Lon Ke, a tall alpha senior stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance as he collided with the unexpected figure. The reactions from the other white-robed students were immediate and intense. The tallest and most muscular among them bellowed, his muscles rippling as he suddenly expanded in size. With a stomp, he shook the onlookers, sending them reeling. The slender boy who had handed Lingua the envelope vanished in a plume of dust amidst the commotion. The golden-haired boy, arms crossed, held his wine glass steadily, observing the scene with a hint of curiosity and confusion, seemingly questioning the identity of the intruding stranger. Noticing the bare collar and cuffs of Lon Ke's robe, he displayed a smirk of derision. Lon Ke remained oblivious. He approached Lingua, his sword now resting in his hand. The burly alpha senior behind him cracked his knuckles, while the slender white-robed figure flickered in and out of sight like a phantom in the night. Lon Ke tilted his head, entirely unfazed by the threats looming nearby. "Lon Ke," he called casually, extending his hand toward Lingua. Zheng Qing smiled, exhaling in relief. This fellow, Lon Quebec. I'm Lingua, a freshman this year. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lingua gasped, his eyes slightly red as he sniffed. Speaking with a congested voice while firmly grasping Lon K's hand and shaking it vigorously. Where's the adult? Lon K frowned slightly. He's gone, Lingua replied softly. Then raised his voice, stating boldly, I am the adult. Lon K ruffled Lingua's mushroom-like hair, offering a rare compliment. You are the same age as my younger brother, yet far more capable. Lingua hugged his backpack, letting out a silly chuckle. Chapter 70. A sudden dispute over a torn book, perhaps due to their shared experience of an endlessly unwritten manuscript. Zheng Qing and Xiao Xiao felt a profound understanding between them during their interactions. Just like now, both sensed the creeping unease permeating the air. Xiao Xiao quietly shifted a few steps away, cradling his black-bound notebook. He detested complications. Conversely, Zheng Qing plunged his hand into his gray cloth bag. He was unafraid of trouble. His sole concern was the scarcity of talismans within his bag that could aid him in a confrontation. Throughout his lengthy calligraphy practice, Zheng Qing dedicated most of his time to revising talismanic characters. The complete spells imparted by his teacher were few and far between, primarily consisting of tranquil and restorative symbols. The only one that might be somewhat effective against these upperclassmen was likely the calming talisman. Zheng Qing extracted a talisman book and began tearing out the meticulously drawn pages. One by one, this book contained calming talismans and served as his practice workbook. The talismans were all meticulously crafted and could be activated at any moment. For him, the talisman paper represented the large characters he practiced daily. As long as he tore from the book, he would always have something. In the center of the venue, a golden-haired senior in a white robe squinted, raising his goblet in a toast to Lon Quebec. He then turned to Lingua, speaking with an air of haughty restraint. By accepting this invitation, you shall gain the friendship of Sir Friedman. Friedman? Some students in attendance seemed to recognize the name. Whispering amongst themselves, was this individual a celebrity? Zheng Qing, while tearing pages, glanced at Xiao Xiao, who buried his head in his notebook, remaining silent. I refuse, Lingua shouted defiantly once more. The golden-haired senior's smile faded, and he regarded the boy with an impassive expression. The atmosphere grew tense. Lon K patted Lingua's shoulder and earnestly said, You are quite brave. I commend you. Lingua looked at Lon K, his eyes sparkling, nodding emphatically. Remember, not everyone can earn my approval. Lon K, leaning on his sword, proudly lifted his chin. The golden-haired senior's countenance darkened, and with a sharp crack, he crushed the goblet in his hand. Shards of glass tumbled from his fingers, glinting ominously under the dim streetlights. Other Alpha students leisurely approached Lon K, casting him malevolent glances. The situation was on the verge of eruption. The spectators instinctively took a few steps back. Hey, Lon K, have you seen where Shi Yuan is? Zheng Qing called out loudly, his hands tucked into his robe, fingers gripping the torn talismans, casually walking towards the tall senior in the white robe, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Lingua beamed at Zheng Qing. Lon K shot a glance at Zheng Qing, his lips moving slightly, ultimately managing a faint smile. Zheng Qing maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he was frantically criticizing himself, imagining how bruised he might look shortly. Oh, I see him. A medium-built boy with a sturdy physique, flushed complexion, and slightly tanned skin, sporting a buzz cut, pushed through the crowd, casually waving at Zheng Qing while revealing the black boxing gloves in his hand. The little monk seems to have gone to eat vegetarian food. It was Zhang Jisen. Zheng Qing beamed brightly. What a coincidence. What bad luck. Zhang Jisen tightened his gloves, looking troubled, muttering, Why is it that every time I run into you, things go awry? What? Zheng Qing did not catch that. I mean, if we get involved in this, and my older brother finds out, I'll have my legs broken. Zhang Jisen glared at him fiercely. The crowd of students continued to gather, curiously observing the unfolding drama. Freshmen in red, blue, and white robes challenging the upperclassmen in white. It seemed rather intriguing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't see you there. A slightly flustered female voice chimed in. I'm really sorry. I apologize. Zheng Qing turned, blinking and unable to suppress a chuckle. The petite girl in a white robe had vanished into thin air, now crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, a tall girl in a red skirt and black knee-high boots, with flowing burgundy waves and large black eyes, was frantically apologizing. I'm really sorry. I was playing cards and didn't see anyone in front of me. She looked genuinely remorseful, yet the light blue cards in her hands continued to flutter, showing no sign of stopping. And no, it's fine. The small boy in black, gritting his teeth and gasping, turned his head weakly to fixate on the glimmering blue cards. "Ah, you rogue," the card-playing girl exclaimed, one hand shielding her skirt while the other clutched her cards. She kicked out fiercely, landing a solid blow. The small alpha boy clutched himself, wide-eyed and gasping in silence. The onlookers collectively shivered. Zheng Qing swallowed hard as the tuft of hair atop his head drooped. It was merely a case of his eyes wandering. The girl pouted, still apologetic, though the blue cards continued to whirl in her grasp, much like a windmill. "Is this student all right?" A somewhat muted voice inquired. "Could someone lend a hand? He seems to have fallen quite hard." Zheng Qing turned towards the voice, noting a tall boy in a blue robe assisting the previously struck thin boy, dragging him to the side while continuously urging him to go to the school hospital. Though his gaze remained fixated on the central scene, several blue-robed students rallied around, encircling the frail boy. Zheng Qing, grinning foolishly, surveyed the surroundings. His mind blank, yet a peculiar impulse churned within him, roaring. Lingua cried uncontrollably. Lan Ke gently patted his head. The golden-haired Alpha Senior sneered, slowly shaking his finger, stating, "While I admire your actions, this is an internal matter of Alpha. Are you alumni not overstepping your bounds?" He emphasized the term alumni. "Get lost, you brat. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get out." Zhang Jisen's face flushed, growing increasingly vibrant as he shouted impatiently. Zheng Qing felt a surge of exhilaration. The golden-haired senior's expression stiffened, then darkened. Although his long-standing restraint prevented him from uttering a curse, the shadowy countenance clearly revealed his stance. After a moment of silence, he slowly and resolutely inquired, "So, are you all determined to tarnish Sir Friedman's honor?" "Who is Friedman?" Zhang Jisen impatiently retorted. "Stop invoking Friedman as if he is your father." The surrounding students erupted in laughter. A few blue-robed students, eager for chaos, cheered them on from the sidelines. The golden-haired Alpha, taken aback by such verbal humiliation, reddened furiously, trembling with rage. Crack! The streetlights within a radius of several dozen meters shattered explosively. Darkness fell anew. The spectators gasped in shock. The golden-haired senior's clear and deep voice echoed through the street. "I, Arthur Ness, representing Sir Friedman, express my regret regarding your unfriendly behavior." The bulliest of the white-robed seniors moved, his eyes burning red, as he roared, marching forward and swinging his fist at Zhang Jisen. "All right." Zhang Jisen laughed defiantly, raising his fists to meet the challenge. In an instant, Zheng Qing's taut nerve snapped, and he recklessly scattered talismans towards the center of the arena, aiming at the nearby Arthur Ness. Another tall and slender alpha student spread his arms wide and levitated effortlessly, murmuring incantations under his breath. Gradually, two fierce flames began to materialize between his hands. Lan Ke furrowed his brow, hesitated momentarily while caressing his sword, and ultimately chose not to draw it, instead raising the blade and pointing it forward. Beside him, Xiao Xiao, who had been buried in his notebook, finally lifted his head, sighed, and adjusted his glasses. "Don't pull out the spellbook. Solve the problem with your fists," shouted Watermelon Head, brandishing his black hardcover notebook as he charged ahead. Chapter 71, Level 3 Warning and Unknown Punishment. When the patrol team arrived, several freshmen from Jiuyo Academy were brushing off the dust from their clothes, while a few battered upperclassmen from Alpha lay sprawled on the ground in various positions, immobilized by a pile of yellow talismans. After a brief investigation, the captain of the patrol team, maintaining a stoic expression, summoned the on-duty professors from each academy to take charge of their students. "Will there be trouble?" Zheng Qing anxiously glanced at Xiao Xiao. "Now you're concerned?" Xiao Xiao scoffed, adjusting his black-framed glasses, the cracks on the lenses distinctly visible. Zheng Qing shifted his gaze to the others. Lingua was hiding behind his black goat, completely unscathed, although he had ignited the conflict. No second-year student in a white robe had dared to lay a hand on him. Lan Ke sported a dark bruise under his eye, with a slight cut on his lip. Yet, these minor injuries lent his handsome face an oddly captivating allure. The girls watching from the street were fixated on him, whispering excitedly among themselves, their eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, the boys directed their attention to a striking young woman in a short skirt with flowing burgundy waves. Zheng Qing was no exception. He recognized her from the plane, where she had sat across from the little monk Shi Yuan, sleeping throughout the journey. He had regretted not speaking to her then. Perhaps now was a good opportunity to introduce himself? Zheng Qing licked his lips, hesitating. "The girl who captivates your attention is a gypsy witch, an exchange student from Europe," Xiao Xiao remarked, removing his glasses and scrutinizing the cracks, his tone devoid of emotion. "No wonder her talisman skills are so dazzling," Zheng Qing mumbled, diverting his gaze. The gypsy witch belonged to a very ancient lineage of European witches, adept in divination and herbalism. They are elusive, maintaining a narrow social circle while wandering between various European nations, communicating only with a select few wizard towers. Their presence is seldom seen in the Wizard Council. In fact, I am quite curious about the inclusion of a gypsy witch among this year's freshmen at the First University. Freshman. Zheng Qing's attention was once again drawn to the graceful figure, nearly mistaking her for a teaching assistant. Unfortunately, she was only here for a year as an exchange student at the First University. If you have any thoughts, I personally suggest exercising caution. Oh, I see. Zheng Qing sighed. The burgundy-haired beauty produced an identification card, and after the patrol team verified it, she was allowed to leave. Perhaps this was the privilege of an international student. Professors from Zheng Qing Academy and Alpha Academy hurriedly arrived to escort their respective students away. The onlookers had long since dispersed, leaving only 3 freshmen from Jiuyou Academy in the chilly breeze. After more than half an hour, a chubby male professor finally rushed over. Zheng Qing recognized him. He had assigned groups to the freshmen in the first hall. He recalled that this professor's surname was In. "I apologize for the delay. Today is the freshman orientation, and there are many matters to attend to. Thank you for your patience." Professor In shook the patrol captain's hand vigorously. "Not a problem. Safety is paramount." The patrol captain replied. After some brief pleasantries, he requested Professor In to sign the incident report. Before leaving, the usually stern patrol captain solemnly warned the newcomers, perhaps the atmosphere outside is rather avant-garde. However, I must emphasize that the First University, especially Jiuyou Academy, is a traditional institution. If you wish to duel, submit a request to the student council, and only then may you draw your spellbooks under the watchful eyes of the teaching assistants. Otherwise, keep your hands in your pockets, understood? The freshman nodded in silent acknowledgement. Once they were alone, Professor In, who had maintained a warm smile, suddenly changed his demeanor. "I have never seen such audacity. To engage in a brawl with upperclassmen before even entering the classroom. If you were to study here for a year or more, what would become of you? Jiuyou Academy has never had such reckless students. You should consider transferring to Zheng Qing Academy instead." Zheng Qing cautiously pressed his hand against his stomach, taking deep breaths. He felt as if his ribs had been fractured. He had just been struck by a tall alpha student, though he had raised his arm in defense. The wild force still sent him tumbling several times. Noticing this, Professor In frowned and approached, gently probing and pressing on Zheng Qing's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. "It's just a minor issue. It's only a hairline fracture, not broken. No need for such a grimace," he chastised, pulling out his spellbook and striking Zheng Qing's stomach a few times. "Next time, if you're incapable, don't be so reckless. If something occurs, won't you seek the patrol team? Who do you think you are?" Fortunately, they were merely a few second-generation alphas. If it had been those rascals from Zheng Qing Academy, you would be lying in the infirmary by now. A cool stream of energy flowed through Zheng Qing as the spellbook struck him, swiftly alleviating the pain. Taking a few deep breaths, he expanded his chest and looked up at Professor In with admiration. "There is much for you to learn, young ones. Do not be so impulsive. Everything can be negotiated." Professor In's tone softened, clearly pleased with the glances of admiration. The mischief makers wisely remained silent, nodding in agreement. "You fortunate novices, you did not rashly draw your spellbooks. Otherwise, the patrol team would have torn them to shreds, ruining your future college experience," Professor In continued, his tone growing more lenient. "It wasn't that they didn't want to draw their spellbooks. They simply hadn't yet learned how to use them," Zheng Qing silently grumbled. Had he recorded a few spells in his book, he wouldn't have needed to resort to talismans or fists. However, from another perspective, fists can sometimes be more satisfying. Nonetheless, you have still violated the school's regulations. The school will notify your advisors, and specific disciplinary actions will be communicated during the first weekend's class meeting. What usually happens? Zhang Jisun, who had previously exuded wild confidence, now appeared honest and earnest, nervously glancing at Professor In. "Now you are afraid?" Professor In glared at him menacingly. Zhang Jigu wore an apologetic smile, looking sheepish as he scratched his head. "What are the consequences of a level 3 warning?" Zhang Jisun asked quietly. "Most directly, your sophomore promotion credits will need to exceed the normal requirements by about 10, Professor In replied, casting a fierce glance at them. "If the promotion rate for the academy this year is affected because of you rascals, humph. I have also heard about it," Zheng Qing muttered. Professor In nodded. Appearing somewhat reassured, his expression softening. It was indeed those unruly alpha boys who acted carelessly, and you all held your own well in the fight, managing not to lose. Although somewhat unexpected, you ultimately emerged victorious. A few freshmen from Juyo subdued the second-year alphas. There will certainly be some commotion at school in a few days. Seemingly struck by a thought, Professor N's round face displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Zheng Qing nodded enthusiastically, and beside him, Zhang Jisun broke into a wide grin. Xiao Xiao remained silent, but lifted his head from his notebook, eagerly looking at Professor N. I have not finished speaking, regretting his earlier leniency. Professor N's ire flared as he raised his spellbook, delivering a sharp rap on each of their heads. Although you will not lose any credits, indeed, you have no credits to lose. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Any punishment is possible, especially for you inexperienced novices who have already caused such trouble. And what about those alphas? Each student can and must only be dealt with by their respective college. Alpha is notoriously protective of its own. Therefore, do not harbor excessively high expectations. Chapter 72. The Dormitory Guardian. Lord and I, the jade plate hung at the treetop, casting a silvery frost under the cool moonlight. Today marks the first day of the 8th month. Ordinarily, the moon would not grace the sky. Zheng Qing remained transfixed by the round, silvery celestial body, disregarding Nicholas's incessant chatter before him. After hastily handing over the 3 troublemaking freshmen to the new mentor, Professor N departed in a rush. In an instant, Nicholas, who had just been fuming, softened his tone. This situation is not as dire as it seems. The worst that can happen is that you'll spend an extra year in your freshman year. It's not the end of the world. Zheng Qing cleared his throat twice, casting his gaze down at the slumbering little sprite nestled in the cardboard box, his spirits still somewhat dampened. For a third-year student repeating the freshman year, spending 2 years as a first year is hardly a grave matter. However, for a freshman who believes they are upholding justice, such a punishment weighs heavily on the heart. Nicholas offered words of comfort. A century ago, Alpha was no longer the true Alpha, clinging to absurd pride and engaging in ludicrous tales. You are the future of Jiuyo Academy. What you need now is a warm dormitory and a comfortable bed. Do not dwell on anything else. Zheng Qing, clutching the cardboard box, stifled a large yawn. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I yawn too deeply. He rubbed his eyes, reflecting on the long day that seemed to finally be reaching its conclusion. Just as Nicholas had mentioned, he now yearned for a cozy bed. At the end of the pedestrian street stood a grand iron gate adorned with intricate patterns. This gate appeared quite ancient. A thick layer of moss blanketed the stones at its base, while the wall surrounding the frame was peeling and mottled, resembling the skin of a vitiligo patient. Each student passing through would elicit an unsettling sigh from the archway, accompanied by a waft of cool, indifferent air. Zheng Qing peered through the gate, and the campus bathed in moonlight appeared serene. Green grass and azure lakes, willows swaying gently, and clusters of students leisurely strolled, savoring the tranquility beneath the moonlight. In the spirit beast garden, restless little creatures chased each other across the grass, occasionally erupting into animated squabbles, reminiscent of a vast park. Here, present your identity cards. Nicholas beckoned, gesturing toward a side iron door beside the archway. Beyond this door lies the corridor of the dormitory. After swiping your cards, you will directly enter your respective dorms. The dormitory assignments for freshmen were random, as the school claimed this fostered a sense of unity among students. Zheng Qing hurriedly rummaged through his robe, searching for the silvery card. Of course, this was not the only entrance to the dormitory, as the book suggested. Attending university here requires keen observational skills. Zheng Qing leaned closer, curiously examining the inconspicuous side door. The iron door, a pale gray, blended seamlessly with the mottled wall. Easily overlooked. In the center of the door, a palm-sized, turquoise creature with squinted eyes rested. This peculiar beast appeared as if cast from bronze. Its body marred with verdigris scars. Resembling a lion, it bore horns atop its head and was encased in scaled armor. At this moment, it rested its head on its forepaws, emitting a soft rumble from its throat. The dormitory guardian of the first university, Lord and I, Nicholas announced, pointing at the turquoise creature. Greet Lord and I for the first time. The creature lazily lifted its eyelids, glancing at the newcomers without uttering a word. Nicholas produced a ochre-colored pill from his pocket, smiling as he offered it. Upon seeing the pill, the beast's eyes widened, a flicker of crimson delight passing through them as it stood up, extending its long tongue to roll the pill into its mouth. It then shook its body vigorously, releasing plumes of thick smoke from its nostrils, eyes, and ears. The smoke was dense yet devoid of any unpleasant odor. The turquoise creature opened its mouth wide, swallowing the rising smoke with a satisfied expression as it smacked its lips. Appearing quite content, Nicholas hastily presented his identity card, the beast's eyes flickering red once more as it nodded casually, then gave a hefty paw a pat on the spherical object beneath it. The iron door emitted a crisp click. The ochre pill was concocted from the waste of the potion class. 1 copper coin could exchange for a whole bag. It was a simple task, serving only to produce vast amounts of smoke, which Lord and I found quite enjoyable. Nicholas stood at the entrance, urging, "Hurry. Lord Ni's patience is limited." The newcomers hurriedly squeezed through the narrow iron door. Zheng Qing, clutching the cardboard box, carefully navigated to avoid being crushed. Beyond the door lay a silver corridor, flanked by numerous black handles. Generally, one could simply wave their card in front of Lord and I to push open their dormitory door. However, when the crowd swells, as it did today, one must trouble Lord and I to open several doors. "Check your number, find your dormitory door, and simply push it open," Nicholas called out, having already opened a door and peeking out to address the bewildered newcomers. "Be quick. Although this passage can endure for a while, Lord Ni's patience is finite. Beware of being expelled again." Zheng Qing noticed the number 403 embedded in the yellow door frame and compared it against his identity card. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Before him lay a short, stark gray corridor. Just as he stood dazed, a small silver door across the hallway suddenly swung open. A familiar figure with a watermelon-shaped head peeked in. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances for a moment before Xiao Xiao nodded and stepped inside. "Xiao Xiao." Zheng Qing regarded him with disbelief, turning to peek into the adjacent silver corridor. A slender figure was just disappearing into the distance. This place must have employed a spatial expansion and resonance spell. Xiao Xiao adjusted his glasses, looking somewhat distressed as he opened his black notebook. There have been quite a few technological changes at the first university in recent years. When my father attended, entering a dormitory was never this complicated. "I'm just curious why you're in the same dormitory as me." Zheng Qing drooped his head, replying listlessly. At the end of the gray corridor, a wooden door bore the plaque inscribed with 403. As he pushed the door open, a breathless voice echoed in their ears. "Huh, are you the last 2 roommates?" Chapter 73. The Blue Giant and the Vampiric Wolf. Above, a flickering fluorescent light hangs precariously. Its silver shade long overdue for a cleaning, marred by black stains and brown rust that exude an air of antiquity. Beneath, a thick indigo carpet cushions each step, offering a delightful softness. In the 4 corners of the room, 4 expansive 6-pillar beds stand, their deep purple boards intricately carved with elaborate patterns, draped in deep crimson curtains. At the center of the dormitory lies a massive desk. The ochre square table, accompanied by 4 matching black chairs, occupies the room's heart. Its smooth surface adorned with a solitary, somewhat withered daisy, its orange petals drooping feebly over the rim of the pot. The room is spacious, yet it boasts only 1 balcony and a single window. A wooden sliding door, ajar, separates the balcony from the dormitory. Outside, a portly figure clad in a red robe struggles to perform stretching exercises. Upon hearing the door open, he laboriously straightens and peeks into the room. "Oh, you all have arrived together. I was just pondering who the remaining roommates might be. My name is Xin Banner Schmidtbayer. You may simply call me Xin." The rotund man waves enthusiastically, chattering away to the 2 newcomers. "Finally, I can breathe easy. The thought of being cooped up with Dylan for so long was quite distressing." He gestures animatedly with his robust arms, his voice resonating with exuberance. Zheng Qing gazes at this boisterous fellow. An unbidden recollection of tales from the Mingfang springs to mind. Before he can dwell on it, the crimson curtains of the 6-pillar bed beside him flutter, and a figure descends, revealing himself, Dylan O'Brien Tabbitt. This young man, with his black curls, emerald eyes, fair complexion, and well-proportioned physique, extends his hand and speaks slowly, his voice low and grave. "Student of Class 08-1, Potion Department, Starry Sky Academy." Zheng Qing notices the blue robe draping Dylan and beams with delight. "You are the second new student from Starry Sky Academy that I have encountered. I had assumed all the dormitory residents were from Jiuyo Academy." He smiles and reaches out to Dylan, indicating the portly figure who has squeezed into the room from the balcony. What did he mean just now? He's likely fretting over his own bulk. Dylan replies as he grips Zheng Qing's hand in a friendly shake, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "I am a hybrid of wolf and vampire. For many wizards, I may not be the most suitable roommate." Zheng Qing's grip on Dylan's arm stiffened slightly. I had thought you would have specialized dormitories for your kind. The imagery of werewolves under the full moon and vampires hunting in the dark flits through his mind, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily, but he quickly apologizes. I mean, no offense. My name is Zheng Qing, a pure human, student of Class 08-1, Astronomy Department, Geo Academy. He cautiously withdraws his hand, intrigued to find a faint warmth emanating from it. Vampires are the undead, while werewolves are living beings. Xiao Xiao pushes her way to the front, grinning widely as she clasps Dylan's hand, refusing to let go. It appears I have a rather fascinating roommate. Xian is a blue giant. Dylan's eyes flicker, subtly withdrawing his hand and pointing at the protruding figure of the portly man. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also possesses an extraordinary vitality. The stout man waves his hand innocently. A blue giant? Zheng Qing inquires, his interest piqued. A variant of the green giant. Quite rare. I have only heard tales of them. Xiao Xiao interjects, shifting attention. It is said that he can only transform and unleash his superhuman strength when he is truly calm. Indeed. I cannot elaborate further, Xian puffs, squeezing into the dormitory with a labored smile. I am also a student of Geo Academy, Class 08-1 in Astronomy. Classmates, then, how delightful. It truly is a small world. Zheng Qing chuckles, unable to suppress a quip. I feel as though I have already met the majority of my classmates, even before classes have commenced. Actually, you have only met 6, far from the majority, Xiao Xiao corrects. What were you doing on the balcony just now? Exercising? Zheng Qing disregards Xiao Xiao's remark, curiously observing Xian, who sits heavily on the edge of a bed, panting. Just a bit of movement, heh. Xian clearly does not wish to linger on this topic. Gesturing towards the balcony, you all must not have seen it yet. The view is quite splendid. The balcony? Dylan nods in agreement. The scenery is rather lovely. A heavy wooden sliding door separates the balcony from the dormitory, which is not large, only a few square meters, surrounded by tall glass windows that allow ample light to flood in. The moonlight is bright and clear, casting a soft glow upon the world outside, resembling the gentle light of dawn. Standing there, Zheng Qing begins to grasp the sentiments expressed by Dylan and Xian. The verdant lawn, bathed in moonlight, radiates a gentle aura, stretching softly into the distance. In the far background, a sparse collection of aged trees extends their gnarled branches, their leaves, a riot of colors, green, black, white, yellow, and red, flourishing against the pale green backdrop. Further still, a silvery lake lies quietly at the edge of the grass, its shimmering surface reflecting a full moon, while serene creatures can be glimpsed moving along the water's edge. In the farthest reaches, the light green lawn fades into deeper hues, where a tall, bare, conical black peak rises silently from the shadows. Truly beautiful, Zheng Qing exclaims, turning to Xian. From here, one can see Linzhong Lake. Does that imply the dormitory is not too distant from the lecture halls? Xian shakes his head, remaining silent. Do not be deceived by the mountains. Your eyes may mislead you, Xiao Xiao explains, gesturing toward the scattered students strolling on the lawn below, then glancing around before nodding. Each dormitory is unique, and each balcony offers its own distinctive view. When you stand on the balcony admiring the scenery, those viewing the scenery are also observing you. For some reason, a vague poetic phrase surfaces in Zheng Qing's mind, prompting him to recite it softly. Xiao Xiao raises an eyebrow. No, Xian exclaims, somewhat strained, raising his hands towards the two. What is there to admire in the scenery? I am referring to that little creature. With some effort, he squeezes onto the balcony. A thick, sweaty aroma wafting towards Zheng Qing, who suddenly feels a sense of breathlessness. Look over there, following Xian's furry arm. His stubby finger points toward a yellow and white fur ball that comes into view. It is a cat. The fluffy ball rests comfortably on a short ledge extending from the balcony. Motionless as it savors the gentle touch of the moonlight, its pointed ears twitching occasionally, the soothing purr resonating from afar, seemingly felt by all present. Goodness. Xiao Xiao expresses a rare interest in the mundane. It appears quite safe, Zheng Qing muses, gazing at the soft, round creature, a sense of warmth blossoming within him. Chapter 74. Fat Cat Tuan 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 is a male cat, specifically, a plump feline adorned with yellow and white stripes and a pair of cerulean blue eyes. More importantly, Tuan Tuan is a spirit cat. While there is no fundamental difference between spirit cats and demon cats, spirit cats exhibit a more amiable disposition towards wizards. The daily life of Tuan Tuan is simple yet delightful. Its greatest pleasure lies in lazily sprawling on a windowsill, dozing contentedly after devouring a succulent, golden brown roasted chicken leg. Occasionally, if the mood strikes, it does not mind parading its ample form, taking small, dainty steps along the rooftop, engaging in amiable exchanges with its less enlightened female counterparts. As a cat with diverse interests, it shows no aversion to the enticing scents wafting from the blossoming young women in the academy. However, as a distinguished spirit cat, it cannot tolerate the antics of inexperienced newcomers who dare to misbehave in the presence of a true four-legged feline. Currently, it finds itself confronted with such a challenge. A group of newcomers has arrived on the balcony, but these newcomers are decidedly different. Do they perceive me as one of those uncultured wildcats? Tuan, irked, groomed its whiskers and squinted its blue eyes. Before it, a paper talisman fashioned into a small fish flitted about, seemingly swimming in the air. How absurd to create a false fish. Squinting at the little creature, Tuan felt a pang of frustration. What should I do? This is hardly a trick worth falling for. On the balcony, the newcomers were grappling with a similar conundrum. What if we try a chicken leg? Xi and Pizzi seemed to have an epiphany, albeit reluctantly pulling out a flash drive. He plugged it into a bulky wristwatch and pressed a few buttons, causing a virtual screen to materialize before the group. What is this? Zheng Qing inquired, curiosity piqued. This is the storage space of the Qiankuan 503 series. Xiao explained, assuming the role of a guide. It utilizes the latest 5th-generation storage technology, employing advanced magic such as virtual manifestation and multidimensional layering, combined with traditional alchemical techniques to create this. It's user-friendly, portable, and has become quite popular in recent years, aligning well with the advancements of the mundane world. Xi and Pizzi nodded, poking at the screen. The virtual display presented 5 folders labeled clothing, food, housing, transportation, and utilities. He clicked on the food folder, navigated to the favorite sections, and ultimately found an entry titled chicken leg among a lengthy list. Upon clicking, 5 images of chicken legs hovered gracefully in the air. Oh, just the right amount, Dylan chimed in, ensuring Xi and Pizzi could hear him. Casting a fierce glare at the bloodsucker, Xi and Pizzi gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of regret, and selected all the images to materialize. Meanwhile, the silently observant Xiao promptly retrieved a large plate and positioned it beneath the floating chicken leg images. A pale blue light shimmered above the plate, quickly outlining the forms of 5 chicken legs. With a few flickers, the steaming, aromatic chicken legs appeared on the plate in Xi and Pizzi's hands, their rich sauce glistening as if freshly pulled from the pot. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Incredible! Zheng Qing marveled, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Humph. This is merely the beginning, Xi and Pizzi boasted, his pride mingling with his reluctance to part with the food as he held up the plate. Zheng Qing politely selected the smallest chicken leg, examining it closely without daring to take a bite. This is a specialty from our region, Xi and Pizzi remarked, licking his lips as he handed a chicken leg to Xiao. Too generous of me. Dylan frowned, contemplating the 3 remaining chicken legs on the plate. You don't enjoy chicken legs, do you? Xi and Pizzi, eager and suddenly enlightened, burst into laughter. I forgot. Vampires can't eat these. Yet. Were there not werewolves who had no such qualms? Dylan swiftly snatched a chicken leg and devoured it in an instant, discarding the smooth bone with a pop sound. The glistening bone clattered onto the plate, eliciting a tinkling noise. With remnants of sauce on his lips, Dylan grinned mischievously. I was merely deliberating whether to choose the meatiest or the most sinewy. With a scowl, Xi and Pizzi fell silent and retreated to the balcony. The rotund calico cat, no longer in its previous languid state, darted into the balcony, seizing one of the chicken legs with its paws. Xi and Pizzi, momentarily forgetting the plate, lunged to grab the last chicken leg, shoving it into his mouth in a flash. A cat and a man, both with round faces, chewed furiously, panting as they glared at one another. One round face, 2 dead fish eyes. Xi and Pizzi spat out the clean chicken bone, angrily rubbing the calico's chubby face. Not adorable in the slightest. The fat cat emitted a couple of discontented grunts, its cheeks still laboriously masticating. How do you know it likes chicken legs? Zheng Qing tossed aside his chicken bone, licking the flavor from his lips, observing the standoff between the glaring man and cat on the table with curiosity. Who cares what it likes? Xi and Pizzi fumed, his heart heavy with discontent. Would anyone dislike my favorite? I don't like them, Dylan replied slowly. You are not human. Xi and Pizzi waved his chubby finger dismissively. Besides, the one who eats the fastest has no right to speak. But it's a cat, isn't it? Zheng Qing corrected. Do you honestly believe a cat would prefer chicken legs? Xi and Pizzi argued resolutely. Zheng Qing nodded, then shook his head, feeling an unsettling sense of dissonance. The plump cat shook its ears, lazily stretching its body and raising its tail like a flag-bearing lord, surveying the dormitory before finally choosing a comfortable nook on the windowsill to settle into. It sensed an unusual aroma in the dormitory, neither pleasant nor unpleasant, merely peculiar. How odd! It groomed its sleek whiskers, shaking its head in resistance to the immense curiosity rising within. TSK, curiosity kills the cat. However, considering the delectable newcomers, it found no reason to leave just yet. Licking its plump paw, Tuan contentedly purred, having discovered a perfectly valid excuse to linger. Are we sleeping on the boards? Zheng Qing inquired hesitantly, steadying himself against the cool wooden slab. Did you not bring your own bedding? Xiao adjusted his glasses, bewildered. Of course I did, Zheng Qing replied, his cheeks flushed as he hurriedly pulled out his gray backpack. The school provides some essentials, but it is certainly not as comfortable as home, Dylan remarked, suddenly crouching on his bed, beaming at the others. With a flourish, he pulled aside the crimson curtain draped over his bed, revealing an ancient, heavy coffin resting securely on his mattress. Xiao's complexion paled slightly. I added a few personal touches. The school merely supplies a mattress, Exine Pizzi announced proudly, patting his own plump bed and dramatically flopping onto it, causing the wooden frame to creak under the weight. Zheng Qing cast a melancholic glance at the trembling bed. Sighing deeply, the plump cat on the windowsill, squinting its eyes, lazily groomed its whiskers, mockingly observing the cluttered dormitory. Having tidied up the bed, it was already quite late. Zheng Qing laid out the coarse linen sheet he had brought from home upon the thick mattress and collapsed onto it. He pulled over the cotton quilt he had carried with him, taking a deep breath as the rich scent of cotton filled his nostrils, reminiscent of the warmth of his grandfather's Kong bed. Reflecting on the myriad events of the day and eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 75. The Bounty on the Siren Bounty Notice, Class C. Nikita, August 31st, 2012, 1:35 p.m. An incident involving a demon invasion occurred aboard the first university's charter vessel. The implicated demon, Nikita, a female newly emerged lich of a century, was a distinguished graduate candidate from the Alpha Academy of the first university. Standing at 170 centimeters and weighing 56 kilograms, she possesses black hair. At the time of her transformation, she had reached the standards of a registered wizard, excelling in 5 specialized subjects. She is currently suspected of being a disciple of the malevolent lord, the Archlich Ulrich. Class C and above hunting teams are advised to prioritize her as a target for elimination. The First University's Demon Hunter Fund will reward 100 jade coins for the successful extermination of this demon. The Trident Sword Bounty Fund will also provide 100 jade coins. The Moonlight Council offers an additional 100 jade coins, and registered hunting teams of the Wizard Alliance will receive an increase of 100 points in their score. Appendix 1. Recent photograph of Nikita. Appendix 2. Recent activity areas of Nikita, accessible only to the captains of Class C and above hunting teams. In other words, this newly boarded little demon has already become a prominent figure on the bounty notice, while we, the old-timers who have been on this ship for over a decade, remain completely unacknowledged by the wizards. Ryan tugged at his collar, roaring on the deck while pacing restlessly. In his hand, he waved a pristine bounty notice. On it, Nikita stands sideways before a disheveled bar, slightly raising her chin with a beguiling yet haughty gaze. Beneath her, a bloodied serpent lies limp, surrounded by a group of trembling figures. Moreover, what was she doing to that adorable little creature? This is vengeance. Unrestrained revenge. Ryan stomped heavily at the bow of the ship. On the angled mast, the coiled serpents flicked their tongues, pitifully rubbing against Ryan's heels. On the wooden platform above the cabin, Harry remained draped in his pink polo shirt and white-green floral beach shorts, languidly sprawled on a lounge chair in silence. He could empathize with Ryan's agitation, as a simmering rage also brewed within his chest. Surely, there must be some basic principles regarding the beauties on bounty notices. Harry mused indignantly. There is an old adage in the world of commoners: if there is anyone who knows you best, it is your enemy. This saying holds especially true between wizards and demons. As adversaries entwined for millennia, wizards possess a profound and comprehensive understanding of demons, a clarity reflected in the bounties issued by the Wizard Alliance. At the beginning of each month, the Wizard Alliance announces the latest bounties worldwide. Many previously hunted demons are removed, while numerous new demonic bounties enter the public eye. Although every demon is a target for wizard hunters, not every demon qualifies for a place on the wizard's bounty notice. Inclusion on the notice signifies that the demon is prioritized for hunting, indicating that it poses a significant threat to the wizards. Just like the Sea Demon King, just like the 4 great sea demons, just like the combat captains aboard the Mist. Each demon featured on the bounty notice possesses a notorious reputation among their kind, to the extent that demons regard the notice as a coveted list of recognition. Many demons resort to heinous acts against commoners to increase their notoriety and gain a place on this coveted list. Even so, most demons can only achieve D-class or lower bounty status, with a reward of 300 jade coins and 100 hunting team points, and yet still remain classified as Class C. Harry grumbled, smacking the Ms. Duo against his face, his voice tinged with despair. Perhaps Nikita will become this year's Rookie King. The term Rookie King is a colloquialism among young demons, referring to the demon that first appears on the newly issued bounty notice each year, boasting the highest reward amount and classification. Historically, many Rookie Kings have risen to become formidable demons. This implies that some high-ranking demons have begun to cast their gaze upon the siren. Ryan, in his agitation, paused, tugged at his golden hair. Gazing skyward with a heavy sigh, the deck fell into an uncomfortable silence. In the azure sky, a large black bird circled cautiously, spreading its wings. In stark contrast to the recent silence on the deck, the interior of the Mist remained remarkably quiet. The cold winds of the North Sea curled through the narrow windows, lingering hesitantly, unwilling to intrude. The sunlight was particularly muted, casting a faint white shadow upon the wooden table by the window. The dim captain's quarters were devoid of any lights, save for the many glowing insects that now inhabited the room. They scuttled about, emanating a shimmering green luminescence. Perhaps these are the captain's new pets? Nikita knelt before the wooden table, fixated on a small green glowing insect perched on a nearby barrel, lost in thought. The captain of the Mist lay languidly upon the table, resting his chin on one hand, gazing dreamily at the horizon where sea met sky. He had maintained this position for quite some time. The siren, kneeling before the table, shifted uneasily. She cautiously lifted her eyelids for a fleeting glance. She recalled encountering this scroll during her last visit to the captain's quarters. Curiosity? The captain tossed the scroll before the siren, his voice exceedingly gentle. Then let us take a look. Nikita closed her eyes, trembling in terror as she pressed herself to the ground, paralyzed with fear. If she wasn't foolish, why had she exposed herself? The captain pointed to the ceiling, his tone slightly frosty. And yet you keep bringing your tail back aboard? Nikita's body began to tremble violently. I do not know. The siren whimpered against the ground. Do not know? The captain raised an eyebrow in surprise, his dark pupils flickering slightly. This answer was somewhat unexpected. Had the siren found a suitable excuse, he might have granted her a merciful end, perhaps merely extracting her brain. But the words I do not know were disappointingly shocking, bordering on irresponsibility. The captain licked his dark lips. It had been a long time since he had feasted on a siren's heart. Nikita could distinctly feel a terrifying aura enveloping her, suffocating. You may examine my memories. The siren screamed. You will find a satisfactory answer. The memories of death will be incomplete. The captain fell silent for a moment, extending his hand to rest atop Nikita's head. Intense pain radiated from her crown. The siren bit her arm, collapsing onto the floor. Silent river. Quiet forest. The parents of the trickster. A small piece of black bread. The acceptance letter from the first university. A pair of warm, green eyes. The captain of the Mist smiled faintly, his fingers twitching slightly. The unconscious siren let out a muffled groan. The charter vessel of the first university. The insatiable hunger and demonic blood surging within the siren. The hostage situation and standoff in the dining hall. The hurried arrival of the charter's guards. Ah, so that is it, the captain murmured, withdrawing his hand from Nikita's head. The sweat from the siren's brow dampened his palm, and he pulled out a pristine white handkerchief, wiping his hands clean before tossing it atop her head. Rise, he commanded. The siren shuddered, slowly opening her eyes. Trembling, she knelt upright. Now that you have completed your task, remain comfortably aboard. The captain of the Mist smiled kindly. Do not worry. The brains of demons become tiresome to me. I do not relish those spicy memories. In comparison, the mellow memories of wizards suit my palate far better. Moreover, the memories you just brought were quite delightful. Nikita quivered, her lips trembling as she forced a dry laugh. The captain's right hand glided along her cheek, cascading onto her pristine shoulder, marveling at the exquisite sensation of youth. Then, extending his right index finger with its sharp nail, he inscribed an ornate mew upon her shoulder. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, swiftly darkening, leaving behind a profound mark. Nikita bent down, prostrating herself at his feet. and gently kissed the hem of his robe. From now on, you shall address me as captain, just as they do. Chapter 76. Two Conversations. The room is exceedingly minimalist, dominated by shades of red. A deep crimson carpet stretches from the entrance to the windowsill, upon which rests a solitary bookcase, a desk, and 3 soft leather chairs. A grand mahogany bookcase occupies an entire wall, its transparent glass windows neatly displaying a collection of hefty tomes, arranged like soldiers awaiting inspection. A figure with slick-back hair sits behind the deep red desk, rhythmically puffing on a pipe. Pale blue smoke rises from the pipe, coalescing into dense clouds upon the ceiling. Scattered papers lie atop the desk, and the room's owner squints, frowning as he noisily flips through the sheets. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The owner removes the pipe from his mouth, taps it against the edge of the desk, and rasps, "You're late." The door creaks open silently, revealing a tall figure clad in a flowing black robe, the high collar starkly obscuring half of his face. His gray hair contrasts sharply with his smooth forehead. The guest glances at the smoke-laden ceiling, frowning as he opens a tome. The winds of crime are swirling. A gentle voice emerges as a soft breeze materializes from the void, whisking the smoke away from the room. Professor Emma has repeatedly advised you to smoke less. You've kept me waiting here for an extra half hour. There are numerous matters awaiting attention at the school. The guest with gray hair speaks softly. There has been a new development. Things have always been developing, haven't they? What in this world ever truly stagnates? The owner replies dryly. Nikita and Thomas are lovers. This is no secret. Thomas discovered a flaw in the private aircraft long ago. He only informed Nikita. A long silence ensues. This is a grave accusation. The owner inhales heavily from the pipe, the red tobacco glimmering amid the white mist. We do not intend to make accusations. The gray-haired guest remains calm. In fact, this information was relayed to us by Thomas. And where is he? North Sea. For some reason, Thomas has been able to track Nikita's whereabouts. He has discovered that she has boarded the Mist on 2 occasions. So, only after realizing that things had spiraled out of control did you report this. The owner bellows, rudely interrupting the guest's explanation. Who gave you the audacity? How dare you? Is this your first day dealing with demons? Have you no idea what Nikita's situation is? That little creature that escaped the silent forest was taken by Nikita, do you understand? The moment that creature boarded the Mist, the beacon was extinguished. Do you comprehend? Do you think such protection will save anyone? Nikita? Or Jojo? This is dereliction of duty. This is murder. I am deeply disappointed in you. The gray-haired guest remains silent. Only the owner's heavy breathing fills the room. After a long pause, the smoke slowly rises from the pipe once more, beginning to accumulate beneath the ceiling. The guest stands silently in the haze, refraining from casting any spells to dispel the choking fumes. After a considerable time, the owner speaks again, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yet his tone has calmed. What do you think those little demons know? The guest silently nods. And Hui? Vice Principal Sure is the acting warden of the Abyss this month, the guest cautiously reminds him. Last week, you signed off on the faculty meeting's duty schedule for this academic year. The young guest with gray hair shrinks deeper into his collar, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He fervently wishes to vanish from this office. After all, he is not the esteemed head of GOU Academy. Meanwhile, a small female demon in the North Sea strives to diminish her presence. She fervently hopes that the 4 terrifying sea demons before her can completely overlook her existence. Yet, her wish is destined to be in vain. In the late summer and early autumn of the North Sea, the cold wind is not yet overwhelming. The deep blue sea resembles a vast sheet of frosted glass, murky, tranquil, devoid of ripples. The 4 sea demons sit across from one another, not far behind them. For legendary warships anchor silently in the northern winds. This marks the Sea Demons' second meeting within a short span. Were the Wizard Alliance to learn of this, they would likely enter a state of full combat readiness in sheer terror. Nikita maliciously speculates on the wizard's reactions, attempting to divert her attention. She no longer feels the exhilaration she experienced upon first encountering the 4 sea demons. Only a lingering sense of dread remains. 3 heavy gazes descend upon her head. The female demon is certain that had it not been for the presence of the Mist's captain, she would be utterly torn apart by those 3 stares. A fish leaps from the sea, crashing heavily onto the placid surface, disintegrating into a mist of spray. The captain of the iceberg glances at the fish before returning his gaze to the captain of the Mist, emitting a low growl. We have all heard about the mishap involving the first university aircraft. The captain of the Vortex speaks sharply, his tone cutting. Entrusting such a perilous task to a youngling is absurd. Mist, you have yet to mature. Now that things have gone awry, drawing the wizard's scrutiny, Someone must take responsibility. Nikita hides behind the captain, her body trembling slightly. She shuts her eyes in fear, dreading the utterance of something dreadful. The captain of the Mist has lost the jovial demeanor he bore in the cabin. He regards his colleagues with indifference, yet his voice remains gentle. Though my crew did not enter the first university, they have achieved their exploratory objectives. The other captains display curiosity. According to custom, new flights require 3 to 5 full professors to supervise randomly. However, based on actual observations, there were only a few insignificant teaching assistants aboard. The captain of the Mist smirks slightly, appearing quite pleased. From a certain perspective, this indicates that the first university is severely understaffed. But that does not imply that the old codger has departed from the school. The captain of the Vortex shrieks. Thus, we must continue our probing. The captain of the Mist gently addresses the others. The question now is, who will take the second action? The captain of the Iceberg lazily shakes off some of his excess weight, raising a claw to scratch his chin. The captain of the Vortex combs through the seaweed draped over him, removes his shoes, and extracts a shell from within. The captain of the Sea God sits cross-legged, holding a massive wine gourd, noisily drinking. Upon hearing the captain of the Mist's suggestion, he sets down the gourd, wipes the wine from his beard, and laughs heartily. My probing has already commenced. The captain of the Mist raises an eyebrow. Thanks to your little lich causing a ruckus on the aircraft, my crew has successfully infiltrated the university. Chapter 77, still beginning with morning exercises September 1st, the second day of the 8th lunar month. Auspicious for sacrifices and prayers, but unfavorable for consecration. Zheng Qing lay in bed, yawning, lazily counting on his fingers. It was hardly an ideal day for the commencement of the school year. Squinting, he took a deep breath. Today was Monday, a day filled with anticipation. Perhaps the excitement from yesterday had yet to dissipate. Zheng Qing had slept restlessly, jolted awake by nightmares in the middle of the night, but he had quickly succumbed back to slumber. Exhaling a long breath, he opened his eyes. The dormitory was exceedingly quiet. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and through the balcony glass, the faint sounds of birds chirping reached his ears. Zheng Qing quietly climbed out of bed. On the large desk in the center of the dormitory, a box containing the little sprites remained. He cautiously lifted the soft fleece blanket covering the box. Inside, the small creatures were still soundly asleep. Zheng Qing frowned, sensing the situation had become rather complicated. Perhaps he should consult a professor after class to inquire about how to rescue the injured sprites. At present, he felt utterly powerless. With a sigh, he replaced the blanket over the box. The plump cat nestled on the windowsill shook its ears, yawned widely, and then buried its head deeper into its front paws. Dylan's bed was unusually quiet. It was hard to tell if it was the coffin-like barrier that muffled his snoring or if he simply did not snore at all. Zheng Qing's gaze quickly darted past the heavy curtains. He did not wish to be tainted by misfortune so early in the day. After washing up, Zheng Qing stepped onto the balcony, intending to practice his morning exercises. Habitually, he reached into a gray bag and pulled out a handful of hamster food, ready to sprinkle it on the balcony railing. Then he froze, a bitter smile forming. He had grown so accustomed to sharing his morning routine with that fat hamster. He wondered if anyone had fed it since he left home. Closing his eyes in nostalgia, he moved his limbs slightly, only to find himself frowning. The balcony was rather cramped, making it difficult to stretch. If he wished to practice, he should go downstairs. Xiao Xiao's low voice drifted over. The dormitory is not a suitable place. Turning around, Zheng Qing saw Xiao Xiao dressed in a deep red training outfit, tightening his belt. Hesitating before leaving, he pointed silently at the still slumbering Exine and the quietly resting Dylan, silently asking, "What about them?" Without a word, Xiao Xiao pulled him out of the dormitory. "Do you think werewolves prefer the day, or do vampires?" Zheng Qing pondered the moonlit werewolves and the dark-dwelling vampires, shaking his head. Thus, do not observe the nocturnal beings with the perspective of the diurnal. Xiao Xiao adjusted his oversized glasses, contemplating whether to tuck them into his backpack. "But how will they attend class?" he asked. Their aversion to daylight does not mean they cannot wander in broad daylight, especially here at the First University. The campus has numerous gates and long corridors. I see. But what about Xian? That plump fellow hardly seems like the type to practice in the morning. Eventually donning his glasses, Xiao Xiao clutched his black notebook to his chest and sighed. Moreover, beings like the Blue Giant are not of scholarly descent like us. We can only draw strength from books, while they merely need to harness their innate gifts and develop their bloodline abilities. Reflecting on the snoring Xin nestled under the covers, Zheng Qing felt a pang of life's unfairness. The campus in the early morning was not bustling with students. Observing the playground, Zheng Qing noted that the majority of students had yellow faces. Few were of white or black descent, and their robust physiques easily indicated their disciplines. They were all warriors. It seemed, watching a tall, dark-skinned man practice boxing while shackled in heavy chains. Zheng Qing shook his head repeatedly. Suddenly, a white figure darted out from somewhere and circled excitedly around Zheng Qing. Poseidon? Zheng Qing exclaimed joyfully, grabbing the little fox by its tuft and pulling it into his embrace, giving it a hearty rub. Hey, you rascal, the sun is about to rise. Are you here to walk the dog? Xiao Xiao remarked with a sideways glance, his tone laced with envy. He wondered where his old tortoise had scuttled off to. This is a fox, Zheng Qing corrected, smoothing Poseidon's bushy tail. He then set the rolling-eyed little fox back on the ground, gazing at the pale light of dawn, turning to the side to begin his exercises. In this world, there are myriad foundational methods. Zheng Qing's foundational practice was the guiding technique imparted by his teacher in his youth. This set of movements resembled boxing, yet lacked fluidity. Each posture, while unrestrained, did not evoke a sense of grace or finesse. Zheng Qing had once asked his mentor the name of this guiding technique. What does it mean to be unboxing? Is it that the boxing method is not ancient enough? Or perhaps it lacks grandeur? Or is it simply not boxing at all? Zheng Qing had never fully comprehended. Sensing that this set of movements was as profound and inscrutable as his teacher himself. After a series of movements, Zheng Qing gradually felt the dormant power within him awaken, vibrant and coursing through his meridians. In no time, he was enveloped in a warm, soothing energy. Immersed in this sensation, he became oblivious to thoughts and distractions, flowing naturally into the rhythm of his practice. Not far away, Poseidon mimicked him, standing on two legs, arching its back, stretching its claws and tail, scratching and twisting into various nonsensical poses. Its pink nose occasionally wrinkled in the cool morning air, embodying a serious demeanor. Xiao Xiao sat quietly on a stone beneath the tree, breathing in sync with the rising sun. The old tortoise with its ochre shell had somehow made its way to his side, peering curiously with half-open eyes, motionless like the rock beneath him. Further afield, on the expansive lawn beneath a sturdy tree, clusters of students had gathered, quietly and fervently engaging in their morning exercises, taking advantage of the fresh energy of the dawn. Gradually, the sky brightened. The crimson sun strained to rise above the horizon, almost breaking free from its constraints. Zheng Qing sensed this, turning to face the sun. Centering his spirit, and with a slight closing of his fists, released a long breath of stale air, articulating a clear sound, letting out a prolonged hua. Simultaneously, beneath the tree, Xiao Xiao opened his eyes wide, filling his chest, and let out a clear shout. All around, the other students practicing their morning routine began to exhale and vocalize in response. In that moment, the harmonious sounds of clarity, resonance, and various exhalations echoed throughout the campus, resonating with the heavens, dispersing the surrounding clouds. The rising steam swirled, exuberantly showcasing its vigor and vitality. In the distance, atop a mountain, beneath a tower, several professors clad in black robes gathered to converse. Hearing the reverberating calls surrounding them, they could not help but burst into laughter. Morning drinks of the sunrise and evening feasts beneath the moonlight, remarked a lean, spry old professor, stroking his snowy beard, smiling as he pointed out. Their hard work is not in vain. It reflects our own labor. Youthful energy indeed, mused another stout elder, shaking his head in reflection. Yet, who knows if it is the vitality that shapes the youth or the youth that cultivates the vitality? The final tall elder, seemingly inspired, let out a deep sigh. Chapter 78. Jiangyu on the verdant campus. Beneath the shade of a tree, Zheng Qing exhaled a long, languorous breath, clasping his fist in a gesture of unification. At that moment, the rising sun seemed to sense his presence, leaping above the horizon and ascending into the sky. Zheng Qing timed his breath, taking a deep inhale as the first rays of sunlight enveloped him in a cascade of colorful radiance, which vanished into his being. Morning light, evening mist. At the stroke of midnight, inhaling the moonlight, Xiao Xiao mused, swaying thoughtfully. What? He inquired, curiosity piqued. I merely failed to absorb the morning light, Xiao Xiao replied, seemingly reflecting on the topic as he sat atop a large stone. Every day we engage in practice, yet not every session bears fruit. We all partake in the morning exercises, but how many truly manage to advance? Zheng Qing pondered, half understanding, yet indifferent to grasping the full meaning. Meanwhile, Poseidon was playfully leaping about, tormenting him, and he gritted his teeth, contemplating how to subdue the little creature. In the distance, Xi and Fatty stood outside the playground, brandishing a large bag of breakfast and calling out to them. Zheng Qing rubbed his stomach, casting a grateful glance at the sizable paper bundle. The classroom for the spellcasting course was located in room 601 of the East Teaching Building. The students within were few, congregating in small clusters. Some donned cumbersome magnifying glasses, carefully rotating glass spheres in their hands to scrutinize the distorted light within. Others leaned against desks, lazily flipping through their tomes, allowing beams of light to emanate and weave a vibrant tapestry around them. And still others, oblivious to their surroundings, sat in meditation, white wisps of breath rising from their noses. Each individual appeared engrossed in their own pursuits. Zheng Qing paused briefly at the entrance. The classroom resembled a grand library. The ceiling was absent, replaced by an expansive, starry sky. Several excised orbs of white light swayed gently in the confined celestial space, casting a soft and warm glow. At the front of the room stood a dark green blackboard, where rudimentary figures drawn in colorful chalk joyfully tumbled about, their chalk dust cascading down to form a whimsical welcome in cursive. A row of small sprites clad in gray overalls sat neatly along the edge of the blackboard, grinning as they observed the chaotic environment. In front of the blackboard was a podium, about half a foot high, adorned with a chestnut-red lectern, neatly arranged with a box of chalk and several notebooks. Opposite the blackboard, a massive beige bookshelf occupied an entire wall, crammed with a plethora of books of varying sizes and thicknesses. In a corner of the bookshelf, numerous globe models of different dimensions were displayed. To the left, a row of pristine laboratory tables gleamed with silver surfaces, dazzling to the eye. Adjacent to the wall were neatly arranged test tubes and other experimental apparatus. To the right, two grand floor-to-ceiling windows framed the view of the shimmering Linzhong Lake beyond. The overall ambience of the classroom was soft and harmonious, devoid of disorder. "Welcome, welcome, warmly welcomed." A feeble voice emerged from behind Zheng Qing, startling him. Turning around, he discovered that the speaker was a simple drawing, which had likely hung behind the door for quite some time, its white paper now slightly yellowed, and the tack securing it in place rusted. The paper was largely empty, save for a pencil-drawn figure, a small person with an oval head, incompletely outlined, with a stray line extending as a single hair. Several sparse strands dangled nearby, as if a gentle breeze could easily shave it bald. Perhaps the artist's patience had waned after sketching the head. The figure's body was depicted in an exceedingly simplistic manner. An oval no larger than the head serving as the torso, with 4 slender lines representing limbs. The artist had even been too lazy to add details to the limbs. In the bottom right corner of the paper, the signature Mei was inscribed. Perhaps Mei? Zheng Qing could not ascertain, yet he sensed that the figure appeared rather discontent. "Excuse me, could someone add a hat for me? Winter is approaching, and it's quite chilly without one." Xiao Xiao restrained Zheng Qing's urge to draw. "Decide in a month whether you wish to adorn him with a hat," the petite boy said with an air of seriousness. "Consider your actions carefully." At the back of the classroom, Zheng Qing recognized 2 familiar faces. Li Ming, with her downcast expression, sat at the center of the front row, flanked by Lu Feifei, who cared for a large snake, and a girl with long black hair. Lu Feifei was squinting intently as she perused a hefty tome, while the girl with black hair spoke sternly to Li Ming. The sound of the classroom door opening captured the little girl's attention. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes instantly brightened. "Sister, this small boy is the top newcomer I told you about," Li Ming exclaimed, tugging at the arm of the black-haired girl. "It's the little watermelon-headed one." The classroom fell silent, all eyes turning towards the door. Zheng Qing stifled a laugh, cautiously stepping aside to reveal the petite figure behind him. Xiao Zhao's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The girl with black hair frowned, pinching Li Ming's ear with 2 fingers. "Politeness," she admonished, her gaze severe. Li Ming pouted, her face flushed, tears welling in her eyes, yet she remained silent. Zheng Qing stepped forward, drawing closer to the girl. "Oh, is a college student crying?" he teased, smiling at Li Ming. "You're the one crying," she retorted, her brow furrowing. "It's just the wind outside." Zheng Qing glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling windows on the right side of the classroom, noting that they were securely closed. "And who might this be?" He indicated the black-haired girl beside Li Ming. "My cousin. She's the 3rd top newcomer this year." Li Ming's attention was evidently diverted. Her head held high with pride as she regarded the boys. The cousin's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully squeezed Li Ming's ear. "I'm Zhang Yu," she said, her bright eyes blinking as she tossed her hair back, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. "Ming Ming mentioned how you all took care of her on the private plane." I truly appreciate it. Li Ming pouted, saying nothing. Chapter 79. The special enrollment student is not a publicly funded one, it's him. That chubby fellow holding the newspaper? No, the shorter one next to him. The boy with the black notebook and a watermelon-shaped haircut. Is he truly the top newcomer at Jiuyou Academy this year? He appears rather unremarkable. I heard that the top newcomer at Zheng Qing Academy is a remarkably handsome young man. Do not underestimate him. It is said that he achieved a perfect score on the Global Wizard examination, outpacing the second-place candidate by a full 20 points. Wow, that is truly impressive. Is this the epitome of concentrated excellence? Whispers of curiosity emerged from all directions. Every newcomer unabashedly expressed their intrigue, especially the adult female students, who scrutinized Xiao Xiao, eagerly critiquing him as if they longed for him to lash out at them in anger. Even students from adjacent classrooms flocked to the doorway, eager to behold the legendary newcomer who had achieved a perfect score. Xiao Xiao lowered his head, leisurely flipping through his notebook, seemingly indifferent to the commotion surrounding him. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the chubby fellow hastily rolled up his newspaper and retreated to the back of the classroom. Only Zheng Qing remained by Xiao Xiao's side, enduring the ambiguous pressure from those around them. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful that the school had not disclosed the entrance examination results. However, he was also filled with anxiety, uncertain how long he could conceal his identity as the second-place student. Li Ming had mentioned more than once that her cousin intended to challenge 2 first-year publicly funded students at Jiuyou Academy. The curly-haired dog on the private jet also hinted that a formidable senior from Alpha Academy would seek trouble with a first-year publicly funded student at Jiuyou. Not to mention the unsettling remarks echoing around them. Nothing was straightforward. Yet, compared to these vexations, the scene unfolding before him was even more disconcerting. I'm so sorry for the trouble caused by Mei Ming, Zhang Yu said to the two, offering an apologetic smile. The news has spread that this year's top newcomer at Jiuyou Academy scored a perfect score on the college entrance examination. This is the most outstanding entrance score in nearly a century. Once Ming Ming heard you were a special enrollment student, she assumed you were the top newcomer. If she has said anything inappropriate, I apologize on her behalf. Zheng Qing inwardly screamed, please don't apologize. Just don't let there be a fight. But on the surface, he maintained a foolish grin. No. University student Li is very brave. Xiao Xiao quietly continued flipping through his notebook, as though he were in an entirely different world. Was his examination score truly perfect? Jiang Yu smiled and chatted with Zheng Qing, her expression devoid of any displeasure. He genuinely did not know. Xiao Xiao seemed never to have mentioned his examination results. He is indeed the first. Li Ming exclaimed with indignation beside Jiang Yu. You don't know? He was reciting the Encyclopedia of Wizards on the plane, flawlessly reciting the entry on fairies. Zheng Qing felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. You were the first, right? After the little girl voiced her complaint, she turned with an expectant look towards Xiao Xiao. What? Zheng Qing did not comprehend. It is the most outstanding entrance score in 89 years, Xiao Xiao sighed and reiterated. In other words, you truly are the top newcomer at Jiuyou. Li Ming gleefully clutched Jiang Yu's arm, brimming with excitement. Who said that? Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat perplexed. I merely corrected her statement. I am not the first newcomer this year at Jiuyou. You're not. The impact of this information seemed beyond imagination as Li Ming climbed onto the desk, proclaiming from her elevated position, but you on the private jet. I am a special enrollment student. Xiao Xiao raised his eyelids, casting a calm glance at the girl, repeating his statement. Li Ming was left speechless. Indeed, Xiao Xiao had never claimed to be the top newcomer. He had merely mentioned his special enrollment status once on the private jet, only for Li Ming to forcibly declare him the first and spread the word widely. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of astonishment before dispersing, some clearly losing interest. Li Ming was also pulled down from the desk by Jiang Yu. Pouting, she muttered softly. It must be him. My grandmother predicted that I would definitely meet a publicly funded student on the private jet. Zheng Qing, who had initially intended to comfort her, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He forcibly turned his gaze to Xiao Xiao and chuckled nervously. You are a special enrollment student. Haha. I always thought special enrollment students were publicly funded. I am not a publicly funded student. Xiao Xiao shook his head, producing a slip of paper for everyone to see. Publicly funded students do not pay tuition. The school even provides subsidies. This is my tuition payment receipt. Zheng Qing felt more cold sweat trickling down. He had never known that wizard universities issued receipts for tuition payments. Sensing his confusion, after bidding farewell to Jiang Yu and her companion, Xiao Xiao simply laid open his notebook and elaborated on the so-called publicly funded student system to Zheng Qing. This was an ancient scholarship system at the first university. Its origins lost to time. All that is known is that prior to the start of each new academic year, the faculty council of the first university would determine a list of names, and those on the list would be the publicly funded students for that year. From a certain perspective, this signifies the rarity of publicly funded student spots. For students, this rarity is even more apparent, even outside of the first university, such as in Sijifang or Beta Town. Being a publicly funded student grants various discounts and benefits during shopping, let alone on campus. The most fundamental aspect is that those fortunate enough to receive this designation will automatically be selected for the Academy's annual Little Arcana. It is essential to note that this means a few additional credits will be added to their final transcript. With nearly 10,000 students at the first university, only just under 60 can secure a place on that prestigious list. Excluding the leaders of major clubs, heads of hunting teams, and vital student council officials, the remaining spots are few and far between. Furthermore, these spots are automatically allocated to publicly funded students from several colleges each year, according to Xiao Xiao's explanation. Since the report on the creation of the magic wand for the Arcana was initiated, no publicly funded students have been excluded from this list. In addition to the Arcana positions, publicly funded students also represent their peers in various activities hosted by the school or college, sitting alongside the student council president and the heads of club federations, even beside the deans of their colleges and the president of the first university. For many students, this designation represents not just 10 jade coins, but also unparalleled honor and countless invisible riches. As they spoke, the two settled into the last row of the classroom. The chubby fellow had already saved them seats. Beside them sat a familiar face. Xinggu. Zheng Qing excitedly approached the rosy-cheeked boy, giving him a playful punch. I didn't see you earlier. What are you blind? Zhang Jisen rolled his eyes, retorting. Nearby, the chubby fellow, flipping through his newspaper, suddenly let out a loud exclamation. Holy cow, big news. Chapter 80. Breaking news. With just over 10 minutes remaining before class, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter and bustling activity. Zheng Qing extracted a spellbook and standard spells, freshman year, from a gray bag, preparing his notebook and brush, awaiting the arrival of the instructor. Xiao Xiao, seated by the window, rested her head on her hand as she gazed toward Lingzhong Lake, her fingertips gently tapping on the black notebook on the desk. Meanwhile, Zhang Jisen buried his face in his arms, motionless on the table. Did you not get enough rest last night? You look rather unwell, Zheng Qing remarked, poking the rosy-cheeked boy with the pen. After effects from the flight, Zhang Jisen mumbled, still hidden in his arms. I had a nightmare all night. My roommate said I was grinding my teeth, which frightened them quite a bit. Zheng Qing nodded in empathy. He too had endured a nightmare, and since morning, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly. I find the method of disembarking from the private plane rather inappropriate. Yet we have no alternative. Why not use a boat? I mean, since we are on an island, it should be more convenient, right? A few girls in the front row couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating Xiao Xiao's dry humor. The clock passage requires exceptionally advanced magical construction techniques, representing a high-end mode of travel. Furthermore, with so many students and limited passages, accidents are prone to occur. Before Xiao Xiao could finish her explanation, a sudden exclamation from the other side of Zheng Qing interrupted. Holy cow! Big news! The hefty boy banged on the table, standing up with an excited expression, startling the surrounding students. What a nuisance! What a lunatic! The girls in the front row complained, clutching their chests and shooting him a glare. Zheng Qing, intrigued, took the stack of newspapers from the boy's hands. On the back of the newspaper was an advertisement. Beta Town Post. Give us 24 minutes, and we will provide you with 24 hours of the world. Flipping to the front page, bold black letters caught his eye. Monsters appear on the first university charter flight. Zheng Qing's heart raced as he read further. A monster had appeared on the charter flight to the first university, resulting in one crew member's death but no student casualties reported. The flight had departed from Chang'an Airport to the first university on Bujadeo, carrying approximately 1,000 students, including about 300 freshmen and around 20 crew members. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monster appeared in the flight's dining area, leading to the unfortunate demise of a crew member. The flight security quickly intervened, driving the monster away. The charter flight was developed by the Martin Thor Alchemy Company and operated by the Wuming Moonlight Airlines, having been in service since 1990, replacing the long-standing Lian Yunzu system that operated for 180 years without systemic failures. Currently, The responsible parties are undergoing a joint investigation by the First University and the Trident Sword on Bujadeo. The Grand Wizard Council is conducting further risk assessments regarding the incident. As of 9 o'clock on the second day of the 8th month, the First University's hunting team was still pursuing the perpetrator in the relevant waters of the North Sea. With no major demon claiming responsibility for the incident, it is believed that the monster aboard the flight was a young lich named Nikita, who had been a dropout from the First University's Alpha Academy. She had gone missing 10 years ago during a practical activity in the Silent Forest, reappearing near a pyramid in Upper Egypt, where she clashed with a hunter, resulting in the hunter's sacrifice. Reports suggested that the wicked lich Sir Ulrich had been sighted in the area. Nikita hailed from the northern district of Beta Town, orphaned at a young age and raised by a local magician. The article, penned by reporter Lu Wei Pulitzer, was rather mundane, lacking even a photograph of the female demon. If there was any merit to it, it was that the report accurately recounted the general circumstances of the event. The only detail that left Zheng Qing feeling uneasy was the final sentence. Flipping through the earlier pages, most discussed the incident, featuring various commentators' profound insights and sharp analyses from experts. Even the Beta Town Post had dedicated a section to readers' opinions regarding the event. Is this even news? Didn't we already discuss this in detail? Zheng Qing read through the report. Aside from the demoness name, he found no other valuable information. He shook his head and returned the newspaper to Zhang Jisen. Not that one. This one, Zhang Jisen exclaimed, snatching the newspaper back with disdain and flipping to the entertainment section. The left side of the page displayed a full-body image of a stunning woman. With distorted bold letters emblazoned around her waist, Su Shijun gives birth out of wedlock. Father's identity remains a mystery. The actress, draped in a black cloak, faced away from the reader, revealing only her graceful silhouette and melancholic gaze. Below her, a chaotic scattering of red rose petals covered the ground. Su Shijun has a child. Zhang Jisen shouted excitedly. The once lively classroom fell into a sudden silence. Then, freshmen crowded around. What did you say? Let me see. Impossible. It must be a rumor. Spreading rumors is exhilarating. Zheng Qing stared in disbelief at the throng of students, feeling somewhat at a loss. He vaguely recalled the name Su Shijun. Xiao Xiao had mentioned that she was the heiress of the Qingqiu Su clan, reputedly the most beautiful witch in the realm. The flight attendant aboard the charter was said to be a member of the Su family. Zheng Qing lowered his head and stole another glance at the enormous photograph. The woman in the newspaper cast a furious glance at the chaotic classroom before lifting the hood of her cloak, shrouding her entire face in shadow. The entire page was engulfed by darkness. Zheng Qing shrugged and handed the newspaper back to Zhang Jisen. With the assistance of a few adept freshmen, Zhang Jisen projected the article into the air. Ms. Su Shijun, currently 25 years old, is the contemporary legitimate daughter of the Qingqiu Su clan, the youngest member of the Moonlight Council. According to earlier disclosures by the Grand Wizard Council's spokesperson, the review panel has received Ms. Su Shijun's application for related assessments. Duke Milton, a member of the Bloodline Council, head of the Karen family, is also one of the 5 upper council members of the Moonlight Council. Rumors suggest the Duke has long been enamored with the Su clan, leading to several disputes with the werewolf Prince William Tapwort. The spokesperson for the Qingqiu Su clan declined to comment on the councilor's situation. It is reported that Su Shijun will arrive at the First University in early October to attend the annual opening ceremony of the school's hunting competition. Yet everyone read and reread the article, desperately seeking any comforting words amidst the phrasing. However, the truth remained cruel. A heavy silence enveloped the classroom. The boys appeared ashen-faced, as if mourning a great loss. Zheng Qing could comprehend this reaction. After all, the unexpected news of their beloved goddess having a child was a tremendous blow to any boy harboring dreams. Yet, what was with the gloomy demeanor of the girls? Li Meng even collapsed into her cousin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Zheng Qing felt a twinge of discomfort. Though he held a keen interest in the legendary goddess of the wizarding world, he had never truly grasped the concept. The emotional detachment stemming from distance had been profoundly experienced in his childhood. While his peers chased after stars, he preferred to remain in his study, practicing his calligraphy. Moreover, he could not fathom why the seemingly serious newspaper devoted such extensive coverage to this tabloid news. The teacher has arrived. A shrill voice echoed from behind a rudimentary pencil sketch at the classroom door. Sit down quickly. Chapter 81. The Professor's Introduction at the First University. Courses are categorized into large and small classes based on enrollment numbers. They are further divided into general courses and specialized courses according to their professional relevance. and they are classified as either compulsory or elective based on their significance. Zheng Qing's class, Astronomy 08-1, has the Magical Arts course as their mandatory specialty subject. The History course, stemming from Magical Studies, is considered an elective for their major, signifying that each freshman in Astronomy 08-1 possesses a slightly different reading list. For instance, the upcoming spellcasting class is a compulsory general course that every student at the first university must take to earn sufficient credits. Upon receiving the alert from the pencil drawing on the wall, the previously chaotic atmosphere in the classroom began to settle. Zheng Qing curiously scrutinized the drawing. Perplexed, how does it know the professor has arrived? It has been on the wall longer than many professors, so it is not surprising that it recognizes the professor's appearance. Xiao tucked away her notebook and straightened up slightly, adding, "And do you think that drawing is only this one vantage point?" Zheng Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. "Let us be grateful for our omnipotent seniors," Zhang Jisen remarked, shaking his head and patting Zheng Qing's shoulder. With a sigh, Zheng Qing redirected his attention to the open textbook in front of him. He attempted to review the incomprehensible characters, striving to grasp something before the teacher entered to avoid embarrassing himself in class. Yet, understanding remained elusive. His gaze skimmed the pages without retaining any insight. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang. A tall, slender figure strode confidently to the podium. Zheng Qing lifted his head, nervously assessing the imposing man. The professor donned a flowing black robe that billowed dramatically, imparting a peculiar sensation. His complexion was sallow, his eyes small yet dark and bright. His face bore numerous wrinkles of varying depths, and though his hair was somewhat sparse, it appeared slicked back with some styling product, giving it a glossy sheen. Despite a slight stoop, the professor's tall stature masked this flaw, imparting an impression of reliability. He could be anywhere from 40 to 60 years old, or perhaps only the heavens know his true age. "I am Yao Xiaomi, your counselor and the professor of your spellcasting course, as well as the instructor of magical philosophy for 3 classes, including yours," the bespectacled wizard announced, his slick-back hair framing his face. With a casual wave of his right hand, the name Yao Xiaomi materialized clearly on the blackboard. Without pause, he continued in a warm yet emphatic tone. "You may call me Old Yao. In fact, I delight in being addressed in such a relaxed manner. However, I firmly oppose any students referring to me as Xiaomi, or any derivative terms such as Gao Liang or Old Me. Such designations are profoundly disrespectful to a professor and bear a detrimental impact." As he spoke, his right hand gestured emphatically, reminiscent of politicians on television. Zheng Qing could not suppress a smile, feeling a sudden lightness within as he observed Old Yao's antics. Yet, many freshmen remained enveloped in the melancholy brought on by recent news. The atmosphere in the classroom grew somewhat somber. Professor Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How peculiar. You are the first cohort of freshmen to hear my self-introduction without laughter. Is there something I am unaware of? Do not let me become Epimetheus." The classroom remained silent, save for the faint sound of Li Ming's sobs. Zheng Qing glanced at Xiao, his complexion pale, as he realized that he barely comprehended the professor's last statement. Was that a spell he just recited? He whispered to Xiao. Xiao, her head drooping, pushed her notebook towards Zheng Qing. "Epimetheus is the most foolish of gods, representing the one who comes after in Greek mythology. Melpomene is the muse of tragedy, whose size signifies what a tragedy. These are common expressions in the wizarding world, not spells." Zheng Qing had long feared his inability to grasp the lessons taught by the school faculty. Having a living dictionary beside him felt quite reassuring. At the podium, Professor Yao placed the spellbook down and strolled leisurely to Li Ming's desk. "What has happened?" he gently inquired, patting the little girl's head. Zheng Qing buried his face in his desk, striving to avoid the gaze of others. He wished to block out the sound around him. Li Ming's words induced an acute sense of embarrassment within him. He could not fathom the little girl's idolization, nor could he comprehend their intertwined fantasies and realities. Professor Yao nodded thoughtfully. "Do not be anxious or distressed about the matter concerning Counselor Su. As of now, there exists only one vague piece of information regarding the situation, with no clear statements made. Counselor Su has been invited as a guest for the university's October event. I will ensure she addresses you all in person." With that, the professor dramatically waved his arm. "Will she come?" a freshman asked softly. This was an ungracious retort, yet the question churned in the minds of every newcomer. The gloom in the classroom gradually dissipated. The prospect of meeting the goddess in October banished the nightmares of her predicament. "Can I ask the goddess to sign my clothing? Can I gift her a scarf? Can I shake her hand? What should I wear to meet the goddess?" Almost everyone began animatedly discussing the hypothetical event a month hence. Zheng Qing's classmate, Fatty Xin, even contemplated shedding dozens of pounds to avoid leaving a poor impression on the goddess. Old Yu smiled benignly at the bustling classroom, showing no inclination to quell the excitement. After a while, he cleared his throat softly. The room fell silent instantly, every student fixated on the professor, eager to decipher his intentions. This month, I will impart 2 spells to you. Only those who master these spells in their entirety will receive tickets to the meet and greet. As the classroom threatened to erupt into chaos once more, Professor Yao raised his index finger and gently shook it. Do not panic, he cautioned with a mischievous smile. You must demonstrate your worth this month. For instance, maintaining excellent classroom discipline and producing outstanding assignments. This is the prerequisite for attending the meet and greet. The classroom was enveloped in silence. Zheng Qing noted that several boys nearby even straightened up, attempting to sit more upright. He swallowed hard, admiring the professor's straightforward tactic. Old Yu surveyed the rejuvenated classroom atmosphere with satisfaction and resumed his lecture. Excellent. I hope you maintain this momentum. Now, let us proceed. Please put away your spellbooks. During this initial month, your primary focus will be on acclimatization. There may be some experimental teaching, but overall, it will not be overly challenging. Therefore, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Zheng Qing let out a heavy sigh of relief, swiftly stowing away his textbook, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. You do not need to dive into learning immediately. Rather, you must acclimate to this environment, familiarize yourselves with your classmates, understand why you are here, and comprehend what you can gain from this experience. Chapter 82. The 2 scholarship students. The First University is a magnificent institution. Its greatness is reflected in its long and storied history, its illustrious roster of alumni, which boasts hundreds of esteemed wizards, and in the standards and norms it has established within the wizarding community. Furthermore, its unwavering pursuit of truth exemplifies its excellence. Most importantly, its greatness shines through in the vibrant and spirited individuals who walk its halls. It is not merely a university, it is the very heart of the wizarding world. Here, you must learn to be cautious and cultivate humility. Every staff member is not merely there to serve you. Each upperclassman has something valuable for you to learn. And every professor is a treasured asset to the entire wizarding realm. The extent of your learning will depend on your own thirst for the unknown. Who are you? Why have you come to this university? These are the fundamental questions you must reflect upon. During your first semester, you should establish your beliefs and construct your worldview, laying a solid foundation for your thoughts so that you do not lose your way in the journey of learning ahead. In the not-so-distant future, you will come to realize that losing your way in life is a far more despairing horror than death itself. Here, you will acquire a multitude of skills: how to cast spells with greater speed and power, brew potions imbued with magical properties, draw intricate sigils, and even penetrate the mists of time to touch upon the unknown realms. If fortune smiles upon you, you may even communicate with the river of fate and glimpse the truths within your reach. The classroom was enveloped in silence, with no trace of noise. Everyone, with expressions of awe, savored Professor Yao's recent impassioned address. At the podium, Professor Yao surveyed the seated freshmen with satisfaction. He pulled out a folder from his bag. Now, I will take attendance to familiarize myself with your delightful faces. Then, you will introduce yourselves in order. It is essential for you to quickly become acquainted with your classmates and companions. After a brief pause, he cast a commanding glance around the room, opened the roll call, and adjusted his gentlemanly black-framed glasses. Li Feifei, he called out with authority after glancing at the list. A girl with a pointed chin in the front row stood up cautiously. Come forward, Professor Yao said with a welcoming smile, stepping aside from the podium. Do not be nervous. Just say a few words. Li Feifei clutched the desk, looking as if she might topple over at any moment. Standing behind the podium, her face flushed crimson. Hello, everyone. She bowed deeply, only to misjudge the height of the podium, bumping her head against its edge upon rising. A soft chuckle rippled through the classroom. My name is Li Feifei, and I hail from Qizhou, Huaxia. I enjoy reading, and I have a pet snake that is very gentle. I hope you all will like it. At this point, she glanced hesitantly at Professor Yu before attempting to step down from the podium. Is that all? Professor Yao appeared genuinely surprised. Think again. Is there anything else you would like to share? Li Feifei suddenly realized and bowed again, exclaiming, I really want to make friends with all of you. So please take care of me in the future. After saying that, she straightened up and earnestly gazed at everyone. Gradually, the classroom erupted into applause. Professor Yao cleared his throat twice and waved his hand, signaling for the applause to cease. Is there anything else you would like to share? He prompted, for instance. your exam scores, subjects of expertise, and so on. Li Feifei's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed once more, resembling a boiled shrimp. I'm sorry, she said, bowing again and mumbling, I like reading history books, and I often help my grandmother brew potions. I don't have any particular areas of expertise. What about your exam score? Professor Yao reiterated. Score? Li Feifei looked blankly at the professor. I don't know. A wave of laughter erupted in the classroom. I really don't know, Li Feifei said, glancing anxiously between her peers and Professor Yao. Didn't your interviewer mention it to you? The professor inquired, his brow furrowing as he scanned the classroom with a stern gaze. The room fell into an abrupt silence. When the interviewer came, I was in the mountains helping my grandmother gather herbs. My grandmother handed me the acceptance letter. I see. Professor Yao flipped through his roster, shaking his head. Your exam score is 500, a perfect score. Quite memorable. That score is something to be proud of. I hope you continue to strive. A series of gasps echoed through the classroom. Everyone stared incredulously at the slender girl with the pointed chin at the podium. A buzz of discussion erupted almost instantaneously. And even Professor Yao's stern gaze could not quell it. She is the scholarship student who ranked first? I thought it was a boy. Where did the misunderstanding arise? She looked so unassuming. I knew it. Grandma didn't miscalculate. Li Ming exclaimed excitedly from the front row, waving at Li Feifei. She told me she would run into the scholarship student on the private jet. Zheng Qing was equally astonished. So much so that he did not hear Professor Yao call his name twice. Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing. Professor Yao called again, and Zhang Jisun nudged him sharply. Zheng Qing stumbled onto the podium, feeling dizzy as he looked out at the sea of heads before him. Hello everyone. My name is Zheng Qing. And I come from Ping'an, Huaxia. I enjoy practicing calligraphy, sleeping, and I have a pet fox. At this moment, he cast a furtive glance at Li Ming's seat, where she was animatedly chatting with Li Feifei. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu squinted at Zheng Qing from the side, wearing an inscrutable smile. My exam score is 480. Zheng Qing's voice trailed off barely above a whisper. What? Xi and Pongzi shouted from the back row. The classroom quieted slightly, and curious gazes turned toward him. Zheng Qing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and declared loudly, 480. Fraud. Li Ming's furious voice rang out from behind him. A wave of astonished expressions met him. In the last row, he was greeted by a host of mockingly amused faces. You're hiding your talents well, you great scholar. Xi and Pongzi said, unabashedly displaying his envy as he slapped Zheng Qing's shoulder. You didn't even ask, Zheng Qing mumbled, rubbing his shoulder. I'll take the heat for you. Xiao Xiao said, closing her notebook with a thud. It was Li Ming who set you up, Zheng Qing whispered. You owe me a treat. Zhang Jisun nodded solemnly from the side. But I'm really very poor, Zheng Qing protested weakly. No one paid any heed to his complaints. Silence. Professor Yao snapped his fingers beside the window. A series of sharp cracks echoed in everyone's ears. Any questions can be discussed after class. Let us continue. With that, he gestured for Jiang Yu, who had just stepped onto the podium, to continue with his introduction. He is absolutely doing this on purpose, Zheng Qing thought, his head drooping onto the desk, feeling utterly drained. He needed to rest for a while. Perhaps after class, he would face an unavoidable duel. Sighing, he gazed at the poised third student at the podium, feeling utterly devoid of hope. Chapter 83. Wizard Levels. The midday sun was somewhat dazzling. The warm rays filtered through the tall glass windows, casting a soft, diffused white patch in the classroom. These patches trembled gently with the breeze that swept through the window, resembling translucent jelly, evoking a sense of longing. Old Yao, clutching a dark, grimy pipe, leaned against the window. A pale blue smoke twisted and coiled in the sunlight, while his slick back hair glistened, partially obscured by the curling mist. He sat at a slight angle to the podium, his eyelids drooping, his already small eyes nearly squinting into mere slits, giving the impression that he was dozing off. Of course, this was merely an illusion. After each new student introduced themselves, Old Yao would tap his pipe and leaf through the attendance roster, calling out the name of the next person to take the stage. He followed the order of their college entrance examination scores. This was quite easy to discern. Under the guidance of the initial few students, the newcomers would add their exam scores to the end of their introductions, as if these results were colorful business cards, received and tucked away into the various compartments of wallets by scrutinizing eyes. Zheng Qing propped his head on his hand, gazing blankly at the podium, his fingers nervously fiddling with the edge of his gray cloth bag. Would Jiang Yu throw a dual application at him after class? Should he flee as soon as the bell rang? His mind was bubbling with anxiety. Fighting a girl would make him the laughingstock. Winning wouldn't be anything to boast about, and he might even be looked down upon. Losing, however, would surely lead to many offering him a piece of advice that he would rather not hear. Perhaps he would be pointed at and whispered about wherever he went. Look, that boy is fighting with a girl. Zheng Qing rubbed his face and sighed deeply. Such a venture, where either outcome would lead to a loss, was a fool's errand. He turned his gaze to the tall figure in the front row, pondering whether there was a more graceful way to forfeit. She was indeed quite striking. Why did she have such a fiery temper? Zheng Qing stared at her silhouette. Her exam score was 475, just 5 points lower than his. As the third-ranked newcomer, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Laughter erupted in the classroom, jolting the daydreaming observer back to reality. He hastily lifted his head. It turned out that one of the new students, overwhelmed with nerves, had stumbled while making their way to the podium, eliciting a wave of laughter from the class. Not far away, Xiao Xiao cast a curious glance at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing swallowed hard, blinking, and quietly asked, "Why haven't you been called yet?" Xiao Xiao pointed to her ear, indicating that she hadn't caught it. Sitting at the far side of the row, Zheng Qing was separated from her by 4 or 5 empty seats. Ahem. Old Yao's soft cough resonated from the podium. Zheng Qing quickly straightened himself. Old Yao's face was obscured by the swirling pale blue smoke, making it difficult to discern his expression. He could only vaguely see a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by the slight tremor of his pipe as he moved his head. A rustling sound reached his ears. Over a dozen new students had already introduced themselves, but Old Yao had yet to call Xiao Xiao's name. Based on Zheng Qing's speculation about this living encyclopedia, her wizard examination score should not be so low, until Xiao Xiao denied it. Zheng Qing had always believed she was the legendary top student on a scholarship. A small object nudged his arm, interrupting his thoughts. Zheng Qing raised an eyebrow. It was a paper turtle. The turtle's back still bore the deep gray lines and annotations of notebook paper. It stretched its neck and slowly flipped over, revealing a smooth belly marked with a large question mark drawn in ink. Zheng Qing stifled a laugh and glanced at Xiao Xiao. The boy with the watermelon head adjusted his glasses, sitting up straight, his expression earnest as he focused on the podium. "What was your exam score?" Zheng Qing dismantled the paper turtle, inscribing his question upon it, hesitating for a moment. He couldn't fold a paper turtle, but he could manage a frog. Seconds later, a paper frog wobbled its way across the desk towards Xiao Xiao, its movements mirroring those of the previous paper turtle. Zheng Qing widened his eyes, hesitating for several minutes as he licked the brush and made the frog carry a string of question marks towards Xiao Xiao. "I am a special admission student and did not participate in the wizard examination, so I do not have a score." The paper turtle in Zheng Qing's hands was crumpled, unfolded, and neatly squared. He then opened the sheet again, spread it out, and refolded. He had numerous questions he wished to ask Xiao Xiao, but was unsure where to begin. In the front row, the chubby Xian pushed aside the narrow desk, standing up and wiggling his ample backside as he walked toward the podium. By the window, Old Yo gave a slight nod, signaling that Xian could begin. "My name is Xian Banner Schmidt-Bayer, hailing from Worms in the Rhine region. You can just call me Xian. I do not keep pets, but I have a fondness for gourmet food and excel at discovering the most distinctive culinary delights in every new place." The chubby boy scratched his short hair, causing a flurry of dust to dance in the sunlight, strikingly noticeable. A few girls in the front row waved their hands in disgust. Zheng Qing covered his face, unable to bear looking at it. Unperturbed, Xian energetically waved his fist and proclaimed loudly, "My dream is to become a great wizard. Therefore, I hope to obtain my registered wizard certificate 4 years from now. Everyone here is my supervisor. This is my promise." With that, he strode down from the podium, exuding an air of flamboyance as he returned to his seat. A hesitant, sparse applause echoed in the classroom, which soon faded. He awkwardly added, "My exam score was 410. Oh, by the way, I am a blue giant. I hope to become good friends with everyone. Thank you." Zheng Qing paid no heed to Xian's final performance. He had just realized a new question and sent another crawling frog towards Xiao Xiao. Are wizards also ranked? It wasn't until another new student descended from the podium that the paper turtle finally crawled back into Zheng Qing's hands. Of course, there are distinctions in wizard levels. Wherever consciousness exists, such distinctions must follow. Across the globe, wizards hold various professions or identities, such as monks, priests, ninjas, and dark knights, each with their unique hierarchy. However, within the Wizard Alliance, wizards are generally classified into 3 tiers: Wizard, Registered Wizard, and Great Wizard. Chapter 84. The ugly duckling among the geese. Throughout the lengthy course of development, The classification and nomenclature of wizards have undergone numerous transformations, with the philosophical school of dimensionalism emerging as a prominent discipline in the modern wizarding community. The Grand Wizarding Conference of 1945 legally established the contemporary hierarchy and nomenclature of wizards, promoting its usage within the Alliance. Any wizard who has completed secondary education within the Alliance is granted formal certification as a wizard. This certification is recorded within the Alliance, but does not come with a physical certificate. As the foundational strength of the Alliance, the number of wizards is the most substantial. While they may only be capable of casting a dazzling flash spell or concocting potions for flirtation, it is undeniable that these ordinary wizards sustain the normal functioning of the entire wizarding world. However, due to the somewhat crude classification, the wizarding community is rife with a mix of abilities. According to Alliance law, those who can perform simple tricks are also referred to as wizards, just as those capable of demolishing buildings with explosive fireballs share the same title. A wizard who has not passed the relevant examinations must perpetually live under the same identity as a trickster. This is one of the reasons why tricksters are deeply resented within the wizarding world. No one desires to be regarded as equal to a fool. From a legal perspective, a fool is no different from an ordinary person. Upon graduating from university and passing the requisite examinations, a wizard becomes a CPW, or Certified Practicing Wizard. Sometimes, they are colloquially referred to as certified wizards or official wizards. In contrast to the various frailties and immaturities of wizards, the Alliance has set forth clear and explicit standards for registered wizards. CPWs typically master over 300 magical scripts, adeptly brew 143 commonly used potions, excel in general divination techniques, and are proficient in the 365 spells and 81 talismans essential for registered wizards. Furthermore, they can delineate 72 standard magical formations within the permitted time frame. Most importantly, they fully harness the power within their own bloodlines. Unlike ordinary wizards who merely passively endure and utilize powers that do not belong to them. In the modern theoretical framework of wizardry, the capabilities of every sentient being are vast and immeasurable. The distinction between wizards and laymen lies in the extent of their development and mastery of these abilities. Most laymen, throughout their lives, only tap into a fraction of their physical potential, utilizing a limited number of brain cells to perform mundane and repetitive tasks. They are physically rigid, mentally clouded, and often incapable of discerning the difference between life and death. Conversely, a certified wizard possesses a certain degree of mastery over their own body. Their physical forms are robust and vibrant, their minds agile, and their thoughts sharp. The Wizard Alliance has developed a series of standardized tests over time to evaluate the proficiency of wizards. This framework was initially crafted by the first university and has been in use since its promotion during upgrade examinations. According to the assessments of seasoned evaluators within the Alliance, every normal fourth-year student at the first university possesses the level of a registered wizard. Registered wizards constitute the backbone of the wizarding community. Among the population of over 1 million wizards, the number of registered wizards consistently hovers around 10,000, a ratio of nearly 1 in 100. Even excluding the occurrences of monster attacks and experimental mishaps, there is little room for improvement in this ratio. In the eyes of wizards, being a registered wizard signifies a higher social status, more substantial income, and a longer lifespan. Many advanced positions within the wizarding community are exclusively available to registered wizards, such as senior investigators for the Trifork Sword, teaching assistants, or lecturers at the first university. Only by obtaining such positions can registered wizards aspire to ascend to the ranks of grand wizards. Although the potential of the human body is boundless, it inevitably reaches a limit. When a registered wizard fully masters their body and soul, they touch upon the threshold of becoming a grand wizard. At this juncture, given their current physical condition, a registered wizard finds themselves unable to progress further. Thus, they must seek opportunities to transcend their limitations, perhaps through a new spell, a novel potion formula, a theoretical breakthrough, perhaps through a sojourn in the river of time, or perhaps through an epiphany amidst the dance between life and death. When a registered wizard breaks through these shackles, they will be on the cusp of a whole new world. Grand wizards, the esteemed professors, deans, and even vice-chancellors of the first university, members of the upper house of the Moonlit Council, and senior committee members of the Wizard Council, among others. These illustrious titles serve as the finest testament to the Grand Wizard's accomplishments. For ordinary wizards, Grand Wizards seem ever-present, yet infinitely distant. Each grand wizard is a treasured asset to the wizarding community and a guiding light for ordinary wizards. Every breakthrough they achieve marks a monumental advancement within the realm of wizardry. At the conclusion of the letter, a heavy ink blot is left by a brush. It seems that Xiao Xiao, upon reaching this point, has let out a sigh of relief. Zheng Qing carefully folded the crumpled paper and tucked it into the gray cloth bag nestled in his bosom. He felt that this summary of knowledge was indeed worthy of revisiting several times. A burst of enthusiastic applause jolted the distracted scholarship students back to attention. Zheng Qing lifted his head, noticing the last new student stammering as they descended from the podium. Thud, thud, thud. The new students shook off their lethargy. Professor Yao had returned to the lectern. The swirling green smoke that surrounded him had dissipated unnoticed, revealing his small, squinting eyes once more glinting with sharp black pupils. Zheng Qing perked up his ears, but Professor Yao did not continue speaking. For in the front row, a short arm was raised straight into the air, interrupting his flow. It belonged to Li Meng. Is there a question? Professor Yao regarded the young girl with utmost gentleness. Hello, teacher. Li Meng stood up properly, resembling a well-mannered young lady. There is still one person in our class who hasn't introduced themselves. It's the one sitting in the last row by the window, short, with a watermelon head and black glasses, Xiao Xiao. Oh, there is another new classmate. Professor Yao exclaimed in realization, turning his smile toward Xiao Xiao. Would that new classmate like to say a few words? Xiao Xiao, with a sullen expression, squeezed past a few boys who were chuckling foolishly and approached the podium. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Xiao, Xiao as in the sound of sadness, and Xiao as in joy. I come from Huaxia. I enjoy wandering around. And I absolutely despise taking notes. My pet is an old turtle. I have no particular talents. I am a specially admitted student at the First University and have not participated in the Wizarding Higher Education examination. One could say my exam score is 0. Nodding slightly, Xiao Xiao stepped down from the podium, completely unfazed by the peculiar stares directed her way. Sparse applause echoed through the classroom. Zheng Qing cast a worried glance at Xiao Xiao. After all, amidst a group of students who had all taken the entrance exam, the presence of someone who had not felt akin to an ugly duckling among a flock of geese, unwelcome and out of place. Chapter 85. A few words of advice from the professor to the freshman. Old Yao seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere lingering in the classroom. He retrieved a timer from his pocket, glanced at the time, cleared his throat, and approached the podium once more. Self-introduction, he began, is the first challenge you will encounter in university. Humans are inherently social beings. As you arrive on this isolated island known as the First University, your foremost task is to integrate yourself into this unfamiliar society. He paused, casting a penetrating gaze around the room. Your performance thus far has been disappointing. I am somewhat disheartened. The freshmen straightened in their seats, uneasily glancing at the professor at the podium. Old Yao, with his pipe in hand, paced slowly across the stage, deliberately lowering his tone. Confronted with an unfamiliar environment, it is natural to feel uncertain about how to present oneself and highlight one's unique traits. These are lessons you will need to learn in due course. If time permitted, I would encourage you to try your self-introduction again. However, our time is constrained, so we shall conclude here. I sincerely hope you will exhibit greater excellence in the classes of other professors. He continued, emphasizing a few perennial points that warranted reiteration. The professor halted at the center of the podium, snapping his fingers against the blackboard. 3 prominent characters gradually emerged in the center: symbols, change, and literature. What does this phrase signify? It implores you to confront the vast expanse of knowledge and embark on an unceasing journey of exploration. Relentless, boundless exploration. Yet, exploration necessitates a solid foundation of theory and practice. This foundation is represented by symbols, change, and literature. Symbols pertain to your studies in sigilry. Change refers to your divination practices. Literature encompasses your studies in astronomy. Master these 3 subjects, and my course on spells will pose no challenge. Fail to grasp symbols, change, and literature, and you may struggle to comprehend the formulas presented by your potions professor. Therefore, these 3 subjects must be diligently and consciously mastered. They are the bedrock upon which your aspirations of becoming a registered sorcerer rest. Should you wish to advance further along the path of sorcery, you must solidify this foundation. As he spoke, Old Yao cast an encouraging glance at the plump student, Xian. The student endeavored to sit up straighter, attempting to respond to the professor's gaze, though his round figure somewhat undermined his effort. Zheng Qing shifted nervously in his seat, adjusting his posture. His superficial understanding of the courses mentioned by the professor instilled a deep sense of apprehension about the future. Furthermore, he continued as your advisor. I must stress two crucial terms. Credits. Identification card. Etch these 5 words firmly into your minds. Credits are the essence of your life in university. Your credits are contained within your identification card. Old Yao leisurely descended from the podium, seizing the identification card from Lu Feifei's desk in the front row, and spoke with a rhythmic cadence. Do you wish to enter the library? Present your identification card. Do you wish to access the laboratory? Present your identification card. Do you wish to attend a lecture by a renowned professor? Present your identification card. Whether borrowing books, utilizing laboratory equipment, or even engaging in meals, rest, or bathing, accessing any school facility requires your identification card. The criterion for determining your eligibility to use these facilities is your credits. To earn credits, each professor's assignments must be completed punctually and with quality. Every school-organized activity must be participated in with fervor. Seize every opportunity to earn extra credits with fervent enthusiasm. Ample credits will enable you to acquire sufficient resources from the school to experiment with your sorcery and hone your abilities. They will allow you to upgrade your equipment and enhance your physical condition. They are your sole key to entering the upperclassman's realm. At this juncture, Old Yao paused. Taking a brief respite, several small sprites fluttered in, carrying a white mug that emitted wisps of pearlescent steam. The professor smiled, accepted the cup, cleared his throat, and continued his admonition. You have, to varying degrees, glimpsed the allure of magic. Ample credits will allow you to fully embrace this allure and experience that mysterious, dreamlike world. Thus, remember these 5 words well. A knowing smile graced the professor's lips. Trust me, at the first university, credits are a more solid currency than jade coins. Zheng Qing licked his lips, feeling a slight dryness mingled with an elusive sweetness. The freshmen in the classroom stirred with excitement, inspired by Old Yao's words. Additionally, I have a few announcements to make. Old Yao gestured for silence, and the classroom quieted once more. The first matter concerns the trials. Some of you may have heard that, at the beginning of your first year, there will be a month-long trial at the first university. The school will place you tender newcomers into the hunting grounds to toughen you up and cultivate resilience. A ripple of laughter echoed in the classroom at the professor's jest. Zheng Qing chuckled as well, only to notice the furrowed brow of Xiao Xiao, the grim expression of Zhang Jisun, and Xin's attempt to shrink beneath the desk. He promptly silenced himself. Old Yao seemed oblivious to the freshman's anxious expressions and continued. However, the school has found it challenging to manage the risks associated with the freshman trials. Therefore, for safety reasons, starting this year, the freshman trials will be uniformly scheduled for 1 month before the commencement of the sophomore year. You now have an entire academic year, plus half a summer, to prepare. A buzzing discussion arose in the classroom. Zheng Qing turned to Xiao Xiao. Is this freshman trial really that difficult? Difficult? Xin turned around. His chubby face contorted in exaggerated panic. It's not merely difficult. It's a nightmare. It's hell. It's the freshman-esque grave. Every year, freshmen perish during the trials. Xiao Xiao chimed in lightly. Zheng Qing's mouth fell open in horror. Will people really die? He exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Old Yu tapped the blackboard again, restoring silence to the classroom. No one will die, he corrected with a smile, looking at Zheng Qing. With the new regulations in place, there will be no more unfortunate incidents involving freshmen. This is a guarantee from the professor's council. He waved his hand, bypassing the topic, and continued. The second matter concerns the invitation letters. I hope that each student can secure at least 1 invitation letter. According to the customs of the first university, each legitimate invitation letter can be exchanged for 0.1 credits with your advisor. This will be your first earnings in university, so do not treat it lightly. As for those who fail to obtain a single invitation letter, traditionally, their end-of-term advisor evaluations will fall within the bottom 30%. The professor gestured with his thumb, tapping his chest. As long as you apply yourself, you will always find an organization that suits you. Chapter 86. The Chief, the Class Monitor. And the punishment notice a small sprite clad in a gray uniform quietly floated onto the lectern, dragging a vacant white mug out of the classroom. Old Yao retrieved his pipe from his pocket, tapping it against the blackboard. A piece of chalk swiftly leapt from the floor, beginning its diligent work. The professor raised his right hand, indicating 3 fingers, regarding the chief and the class monitor. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Old Yao, grasping his pipe, continued to pace slowly at the podium. He did not fill the pipe with tobacco, as if merely holding it made him feel more at ease. At Jiuyu Academy, the chief is the student with the highest academic performance. We are not concerned with alpha status, nor do we regard interpersonal relationships, lineage, or ancestry. You need not provide a genealogical proof tracing back 500 years. We solely consider your achievements. Therefore, the chief for the first semester is assigned to Lu Feifei. Do any of you have objections? No one spoke. Old Yo nodded with satisfaction and continued. As for the class monitor, they serve as a vital link between the students and the academy, requiring a strong sense of responsibility. Professor E. Jiazi has recommended 2 students to temporarily undertake the responsibilities of the class monitor this semester. Fatty Xin could not resist raising his hand. You are Xin, correct? Old Yao squinted, flipping through the roster, and smiled, nodding. Do you have a question? Isn't the class monitor supposed to be elected? Fatty Xin asked loudly. A murmur of agreement rippled through the classroom. Any other questions? Please voice them all, Old Yao responded, still wearing a smile. Why are there 2 class monitors? What are the qualifications for the position? Can we self-nominate? Who is Professor Ijiazi? The newcomers were encouraged, speaking up with a flurry of inquiries. Old Yo nodded repeatedly. After a while, as the classroom quieted down, the professor tapped his pipe against the lectern. Are there any further questions? The students shook their heads. Then I shall address each of your concerns. A low chuckle spread throughout the room. Old Yo narrowed his eyes and elaborated. The class monitor must possess a strong sense of responsibility, as I mentioned earlier. You have just entered the first university, and there is still a lack of familiarity among you. In this context, voting would be akin to random selection, devoid of any significance. Hence, I believe it is a commendable choice for the professor of the divination class to present you with potential candidates for the class monitor. Zheng Qing nodded in agreement. It indeed sounded like a good idea. Tang Dun will serve as the class monitor for the Astronomy 08-1 class, overseeing matters concerning the male students. Jiang Yu will act as the deputy monitor, responsible for the female students. Any issues can be directed to them for assistance. Zheng Qing recalled the name Tang Dun, not from the earlier introductions, but from a brief exchange they had while waiting to enter the first square after landing the previous day. He remembered how this boy stepped up amidst the chaos of new students, organizing them into an orderly queue, earning praise from some senior students. In this light, he certainly possessed the potential to be an excellent class monitor. As for Jiang Yu, Zheng Qing observed the tall girl who stood and nodded gracefully to those around her, unable to suppress the urge to rest his head on the desk. What would happen after class? After the 2 new class monitors had greeted their peers, Old Yao resumed. There are no academic credits awarded for serving as class monitor or chief. However, should you excel in your roles, I will commend you during the year-end evaluations. Both the chief and the monitor represent honors. They signify the school's recognition of your efforts, just as any form of punishment serves as a testament to your growth within the institution. Saying this, he smiled at the back row of the classroom, raising several sheets of paper in his hand, such as this. The papers fluttered lightly into the air. 3 sprites swiftly descended from the resting area atop the blackboard, each grabbing a sheet of paper and, with wings aglow, gracefully flew towards the back of the classroom. The students turned in a flurry of whispers toward the last few rows. Fatty Xin looked utterly bewildered. Zhang Jisen's face flushed red. Xiao Xiao lowered her head, fiddling with her notebook. Zheng Qing felt a chill as the sprites approached, an ominous premonition growing stronger. My dearest students, on the very first week of school, you present me with a delightful surprise. Old Yao grasped his pipe, folding his arms, and exclaimed, a school punishment notice. In all my years as a professor, this is the first time I have received a punishment notice from a new student. Quite an unexpected delight. Zheng Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. A sprite hovered before him, holding up the notice. He swallowed hard, squinting in the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window as he began to read aloud. Punishment notice. In accordance with the provisions of the management measures for enrolled students at the First University and the Beta Town Public Security Administrative Punishment Regulations, the following penalties are hereby imposed. First, the involved new student is required to submit a written self-reflection to the Student Union Office within 1 week. Second, the relevant class advisor will issue a formal reprimand during the class meeting. Third, the involved new student must report to the schoolwork committee within the first week of classes to receive subsequent punitive tasks. The First University is committed to providing a safe and conducive learning environment for all students and will not tolerate any unreported conflict. We hope that all new students take this as a warning. First University Student Union Office, First University Campus Management Committee. Signed, September 1st, 2008, the 63rd year of Wu Yuan Wei. The notice was a pale pink, modest in size, merely 24K in dimensions. The paper was soft to the touch, akin to a refreshing piece of cotton cloth. Yet, in Zheng Qing's hands, it felt like a scorching iron, leaving him restless. The other students in the class curiously observed the three boys in the corner and the notice they held, whispering among themselves, each wondering what had transpired. Zheng Qing overheard Zhang Jisun let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought I would receive a severe warning or be placed on probation. If my dad found out I was put on probation on my first day of school, he would surely storm into the dormitory and thrash me into 18 pieces." Zheng Qing tugged at the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether to put on a smile. He did not possess the carefree demeanor of the red-faced boy. In his limited 18 years of life, this was the first time he had received such a formal punishment notice. Anxiety and unease were the only sentiments swirling within him. Chapter 87. After class, a few intrepid young men engaged in a brawl with students from a brother academy on the pedestrian street of Beta Town before classes commenced, only to be apprehended by the patrolling team on the spot. What an honor! No freshman has ever experienced such treatment. "You should write home and tell them of your exploits," Old Yao exclaimed, gesturing animatedly at the podium. Zhang Jisun lowered his head, emitting a peculiar whimper. Nearby, Xiao Xiao whispered in relief. "Fortunately, we were not warned." Zheng Qing's face turned pale as he reread the notification. On the pedestrian street of Beta Town, the portly professor and had assured a few freshmen that they would receive a level 3 warning from the school, which entailed a heavier academic burden. However, this formal notification did not mention anything about a level 3 warning. A hint of color returned to Zheng Qing's ashen face. These 3 freshmen from Jiuyou Academy, one from Alpha Academy and another from Shinkong Academy, 5 novices who had yet to step foot into a classroom, dared to throw punches at 4 seasoned Alpha seniors. Old Yao, clutching his pipe, raised his voice. "You are simply reckless. Do you realize how fortunate you are?" "There are others," Zhang Jisun muttered softly. "What did you say?" Professor Yao sharply detected the hint of discontent, pointing at the flushed young man. Zheng Qing tugged at Zhang Jisun's sleeve, hoping to calm him down. Yet, the hot-headed lad rose without hesitation. "I mean, we weren't the only 5 newcomers present." Zhang Jisun shrugged off Zheng Qing's hold, proclaiming loudly. "There was also an exchange student and several seniors from Shinkong Academy. There were others lurking by the roadside. We didn't see who they were." "Is that your justification for such a violent altercation?" Old Yao arched an eyebrow in response. "No." Zhang Jisun's head drooped once more as he mumbled. "It's not." "What about you two? Do you wish to voice any opinions?" Old Yao's gaze fell upon Zheng Qing and Xiao Xiao. Cold sweat trickled down Zheng Qing's back as he opened his mouth but found his tongue paralyzed. Beside him, Xiao Xiao silently stood, head bowed, fixated on her notebook, remaining mute. "Professor, this. I can explain." Zheng Qing hastily stood, nearly toppling his chair. No, I do not require an explanation." Old Yao shook his pipe, leaning down to scrutinize the youths. "You do not need to explain either. I merely need to see your performance before the patrol team." Professor mentioned to me this morning that Jiuyou Academy hasn't had any students break the rules in quite some time. Since you have dared to challenge certain injustices, then demonstrate some genuine results to convince others. Zheng Qing's face was a flurry of confusion as he complied with Old Yao's gesture and sat down in a daze. "You must heed the arrangements of the school's work committee and complete the tasks they assign. At the end of the semester, the committee will evaluate everyone. I must see the excellent evaluations they signed for you. Otherwise, I shall forget my previous remarks." As Old Yao spoke, he rifled through his lecture notes. "After class this Friday, you will report to the office of the work committee for instructions. Remember, do not be late." Zheng Qing nodded in acknowledgement, exhaling heavily as the burden in his heart began to lift. This was the first time they had sat together since the semester began, and there would be more such opportunities in the future. As per tradition, I announced that every weekend at 7 in the evening is our class meeting time. Attendance is mandatory, without exception. Old Yao pulled out a pouch of tobacco, stuffing it into his pipe as he continued. "The first week is relatively busy, but I will be waiting for your weekly reports at 7 this weekend." A lamenting silence fell over the classroom. "Oh, and one last thing. Due to well-known reasons, the opening ceremony has been postponed. It is tentatively scheduled for the end of this month or the beginning of next month. The exact timing is yet to be determined, but it will certainly occur before the school's hunting competition. This matter does not greatly concern you, just be aware." With that, Professor Yao opened the classroom door and vanished into the quiet corridor. The classroom fell silent for a few moments before erupting into a cacophony, transforming into a bustling marketplace of chatter. Everyone was animatedly discussing various topics: the conflict on the pedestrian street, the candidates for class leader, the public-funded students, the incident on the special flight, and even the disheartening gossip surrounding Su Shijun. This matter seemed to weigh heavily on the heart of the plump Xian, who could only truly express his feelings after class. The goddess must have been coerced, Xian exclaimed, shaking the flesh on his cheeks, glaring with small eyes, and shouting fiercely. If I find out who that man is, what do you plan to do? Xiao Xiao interjected with a sideways glance, mocking him. Xian was immediately silenced. Indeed, the man who could captivate Su Shijun, the most beautiful witch in the realm, must be far more formidable than the werewolf Prince Tabit or the blood clan Duke Milton. With a sense of defeat, Xian lowered his raised fist. Beside him, Zheng Qing supported his fist. Help me fend off that girl. As Xian fumed over Su Shijun's news of having a child, Zheng Qing's gaze remained fixed on a few girls in the front row. After class, a group of girls quickly surrounded Lu Feifei, praising the new leader of Jiuyo Academy for bringing glory to the girls. Li Ming sat beside Lu Feifei, chattering incessantly among the girls. After a while, their conversation shifted from one public-funded student to another. The girls' curious eyes turned toward Zheng Qing, sitting in the back of the classroom. Li Ming seemed to recall something. Leaping onto a desk once more. Zheng Qing, she shouted, pointing emphatically at the boy in the back row. You wait. Beside her, Jiang Yu helplessly pulled the girl down from the desk. Zheng Qing, pale-faced, turned to Xian. Help me block that girl. I'll arrange a meeting with Su Shijun for you. His mind was in disarray, utterly unaware of what he was saying. Yet, for Xian, a public-funded student's promise held significant weight. Leave it to me. He grinned widely, turning to the girls in the front row. Just as Li Ming broke free from the girls' circle, she stormed toward the back row. Hey, cutie, let us get acquainted. I'm the blue giant Xian. You can call me Lanqing. Xian approached with a goofy grin. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Qing swiftly slipped away from the back of the classroom amidst the crowd. Chapter 88. The professors lounged seated cross-legged at the door. The gatekeeper Yulei cast a fleeting glance at the gleaming slick-back hairstyle, before redirecting his focus to the playing cards in hand. 3 kings, unplayable, one might argue. But what about 3 aces? Damn it, a double royal flush. Yulei cursed as he tossed down a pair of lowly cats. Try to draw another. The gatekeeper, with a scowl, adjusted his black cloak, rose, and shouted at old Yao. Why are you all finishing class so early today? Are you misleading the students? At his feet, the golden-eyed white tiger lifted its head lazily, yawning and revealing its sharp fangs. Yulei nudged the sprawled tiger with his foot, crouched beside the door lock, and nodded. Everyone's here. The disgruntled tiger grunted, rose, shook its snowy fur, and ambled away from the portrait. Yulei, clutching the cards, shouted excitedly. Come on, I've already played. A small 3. With the big cats gone, what was the point of continuing the game? Old Yu squinted his eyes, tapping the door knocker with his pipe, chuckling. You could just let this little fellow guard the door. There's no need for you to be so hands-on. The door knocker rolled its bronze eyes, gnashing the chipped black ring with a creaking sound. That's the rule. Yulei retorted, lifting his chin, unlocking the door, and shaking his shoulders at old Yao, grumbling. You old wizards wouldn't understand. The deep red wooden door creaked open, revealing a spacious room within. The decor was peculiarly bizarre. The floor was laid with a black wool carpet, devoid of patterns, merely large swathes of deep colors. 4 expansive tapestries adorned the walls, their base colors red, white, yellow, and blue. Intricate images and designs woven into them, creating a dizzying effect. Between the red and white tapestries stood a massive floor-to-ceiling window, partially obscured by silver-gray drapes that shielded much of the brilliant sunlight outside. This resulted in a somewhat dim interior. However, the golden-red chandelier above compensated for this deficiency, infusing the room with essential colors. At the center of the room lay a low round table, surrounded by several sets of low-backed black leather sofas. The sofas sat silently on the black carpet, possessing a peculiar ability to blend into the surroundings. Several professors in dark robes reclined on the sofas, cradling steaming cups of tea and whispering to one another. Little elves flitted quietly about the room, silently pouring tea for the professors. Upon hearing the door open, the professors looked up in unison. Old Yao stood at the entrance, handing the lecture notes to a nearby serving elf. What brings such joy today? Inquired a slender, pallid professor, eyeing old Yao. I heard you had some promising talents in your class. How do you feel about that? Surprising indeed. Old Yu exaggeratedly raised his eyebrows. Accepting the tea offered by the elf. Is it a pleasant surprise or a troublesome one? Boomed a jolly, portly professor with a pronounced red nose. Or perhaps a surprisingly mischievous bunch. The gathered professors chuckled softly, and the once dreary lounge was suddenly filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. Good news seldom travels far. Bad news spreads like wildfire. Old Yu laughed, placing his teacup on the low table, leaning back against the black leather sofa, stretching comfortably, and lamenting, the world has deteriorated. The hearts of men are no longer pure. The word has spread throughout the school, he continued. A few freshmen from Joyo Academy took the lead on Beta Town's pedestrian street, thoroughly thrashing a group of alpha seniors. A short, curvy female professor rolled her eyes, huffing. It seems those rumors suggest Joyo Academy has completely overshadowed alpha. It is not that the hearts of men have deteriorated, but rather that they are inscrutable. The slender professor interjected, shifting the conversation. How are the 2 class monitors I recommended? Quite impressive, Old Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. Professor N mentioned that boy this morning. He performed admirably in the main square. He's a fine candidate. Isn't it a bit radical to throw so many top students into one class? Asked the rosy-cheeked professor, sipping his tea. With this approach, the other classes will struggle to shine. We're all from the same academy. It's of little concern who shines more. Old Yu replied nonchalantly with a smile. The curly-haired female professor huffed in response. Speaking of shining, the Trident has been exceptionally proactive during this aircraft incident, the rosy-cheeked professor mused, shaking his head thoughtfully. They managed to insert themselves into the investigation team. Who could blame the Trident for having a strong advocate? The female professor scoffed. Did you not see how swiftly our esteemed acting principal, Miss Hui, agreed to their proposal? She enunciated acting distinctly, as if fearing others would overlook it. However, this statement seemed to create an awkward silence among the other professors. True, the new head of Trident is her disciple, but that does not imply she has ulterior motives. Old Yu smiled wryly, attempting to ease the tension. Everyone knows her envious nature. The key lies in the airline's affiliation with the Moonlit Council. Besides, Robert is now the new director of Trident. We shouldn't always refer to him as the Noodle. It casts an unfavorable light. The female professor maintained a stern expression, huffing in silence. Has Principal Sure been absent from the office lately? Is she in black prison? The rosy-cheeked professor queried loudly. Silence. Several other teachers chimed in. The portly professor bellowed with laughter. Why the tension? It's not a problem. Is anyone likely to eavesdrop on us? Ha. No worries. Old Yu chuckled. Indeed. There's no need for excessive concern. I simply haven't seen her lately. I'm not clear on the specifics. It's all rather troublesome. She has been reallocating too many personnel, the slender professor said, shaking his head anxiously. Like during this aircraft incident. If those kids hadn't fought so hard, the consequences would have been dire. It is already dire, the portly female professor fumed, irate. How could the guards make such a grave error? Letting a little sprite sneak into the cabin. Could it be related to the aircraft? A nearby professor speculated. When we used the Lianyun boat back in the day, such incidents never occurred. The magical inscriptions on the Lianyun boat were inscribed with a full 81 layers. It was the interference that allowed them to exploit the vulnerabilities. Old Yu's smile remained, though it had grown notably colder. Before long, Old Yu waved his spellbook and strode out of the lounge, disappearing through a circular door in the wall. Soon after, the other professors followed suit, and the lounge returned to its former tranquility. After a considerable pause, in a corner behind the office door, a black shadow slipped through the gap of a broom, transforming into a dark butterfly that vanished into the shadowy corridor. On the small coffee table, a pile of ash from the professor's cigarettes spiraled upward in the stillness of the dim lounge, swirling several times before dissipating into a shower of sparks, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 89. The invitation as a fundamental subject for modern wizards, the talisman class is compulsory. Held in room 101 of the Bishop's building. This expansive lecture hall is tiered, and in the back left corner, the plump Xin gestured a victorious sign to Zheng Qing, who responded with a satisfied smile. To evade the relentless pursuit of Li Ming, he had instructed Xin and the other boys to secure a seat for him in advance, intending to slip in through the back door just minutes before class commenced. This strategy was devised by Xiao Xiao, who explained that as the class monitor, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly occupy the front row, with Li Ming seated beside him. By meticulously timing his entrance and exit, it was possible that they might not cross paths for quite some time, just as it was now. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Zheng Qing quietly settled next to Zhang Jisen. Akin to a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, creating not a single ripple, he contentedly opened his textbook, surveying the surroundings. In the rear corner of the classroom, he spotted a familiar figure, Nicholas, the senior who had guided them on a campus tour the previous day. Nicholas sat alone, ensconced in the last row, his face buried in a thick notebook, with no one occupying the seat beside him. Zheng Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him, when a familiar shout erupted from the back of the classroom. "The teacher is here. Sit down quickly." After a brief flurry of activity, the room swiftly fell silent. However, Zheng Qing's thoughts were entirely consumed by the crimson card before him, paying no heed to the dignified lecturer at the podium. The red card was an invitation. Its tangerine cover bore no extravagant embellishments, only a serene talisman illustrated in the center. Beneath the talisman, the words invitation were pinned in delicate yellow brush strokes, exuding an air of solemn elegance. The interior featured a soft yellow backdrop, surrounded by peculiar ivory symbols. The text was inscribed in a graceful cursive, succinctly stating, "Dear Zheng Qing, we sincerely invite your participation." Zheng Qing pondered the words on the card, feeling somewhat perplexed. Earlier, on his way to class, a courteous sophomore had stopped him, uttering some incomprehensible congratulatory phrases before handing him this red invitation. In his haste, although Zheng Qing had accepted the card with a smile, he hadn't had the opportunity for further conversation. Thus, he found himself now staring blankly at the silent missive. "This is indeed an invitation," Zhang Jisen affirmed beside him. Nodding in recognition, Zheng Qing understood the significance of an invitation. If this card was indeed the one that Lao Yao required, then acquiring it had been remarkably effortless. "Not as simple as you might think," Xiao Xiao interjected, shaking his head in denial of Zheng Qing's assumption. "As a scholarship student, you naturally possess advantages over many newcomers. Each club prioritizes valuable students like you when recruiting new members." The surrounding boys nodded in agreement. Zheng Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. He disliked being singled out. Moreover, the incidents he encountered on the private plane and the altercation on the pedestrian street had already circulated throughout the campus. Xiao Xiao, flipping through his notebook, remarked slowly, "At this point, you are somewhat of a celebrity. It has spread." Zheng Qing's complexion paled as he glanced at his peers. Rumors were circulating about a male scholarship student at the academy this year, who supposedly brought a broom to class. Xian turned his head, chuckling quietly. "I didn't bring a broom," Zheng Qing replied, his expression one of bemusement as he looked at Xian's round face. Xian paused, muttering under his breath, before turning away, no longer engaging with Zheng Qing. Zhang Jisen clarified, "It means you're quite unfortunate." Zheng Qing rolled his eyes, fully aware of the implication, yet disliking the smug expression on Xian's face. Surely, an invitation could be exploited, Zheng Qing mused, glancing at Xiao Xiao. "What I mean is, since an invitation is worth 0.1 credit, if someone were to purchase invitations from these clubs or the student council, wouldn't that yield a significant amount of credits? Credits can be bought with jade coins, so why waste jade coins on credits?" Zhang Jisen interjected, "For those who are either wealthy or privileged wizards, credits are merely a trivial matter. Such practices do exist." Xiao Xiao shook his head, adding, "However, instances of purchasing invitations are exceedingly rare. Only newcomers with urgent credit needs and substantial backgrounds resort to such desperate measures. On one hand, the cost of buying an invitation is exorbitant. Both the student council and clubs have fixed capacities. Each year, only a few senior students vacate their positions, allowing for only a handful of newcomers. The number of invitations available is quite limited, and each individual may receive only one from each organization. In essence, even if you were to bribe all student organizations, you would only acquire a maximum of 12 credits, which is hardly worth the effort. On the other hand, if such purchasing activities are detected by the school, which is quite easy to uncover, it would result in substantial penalties. Of course, some students may genuinely struggle to obtain even a single invitation. In such cases, they might resort to less commendable means to acquire 1 or 2 invitations without facing significant reproach. "You certainly need not worry about such troubles," Zhang Jisen remarked enviously, pinching the red card. "You will only find yourself troubled by an increasing number of invitations. If you do not wish to keep it, you may pass it to me." Xian leaned in again, unabashedly. If Zheng Qing lacked resolve, this brazen fatso would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. Just before class began, Zheng Qing had merely extracted the invitation from his pocket when Xian snatched it from him. Had it not been for the vigilant gazes of the other boys nearby, the card would have surely vanished into Xian's grasp. Zheng Qing stuffed the gray cloth bag back into his pocket and turned to Xiao Xiao, intending to continue his inquiry regarding the invitation. However, this thought was abruptly interrupted. A distinct sound of gasping filled the classroom, accompanied by anguished cries from many students. At the podium, the gentle-voiced, elegant lecturer had just uttered two dreadful words. Exam. Chapter 90. Diagnostic Examination. The curriculum unveiled by the First University comprises hundreds of effective courses, each catering to diverse student demographics and varying levels of complexity. Some courses are highly specialized, such as probability theory and divination analysis and functional analysis of dimensional transition. At the First University, only researchers of wizardry level and above are afforded the opportunity to engage with these profound theories. Conversely, other courses require no foundational knowledge. Like the philosophy of magic and tome preservation studies, these subjects can be comprehended by novices, albeit with slight variations in understanding. Additionally, there are courses that necessitate a certain level of prerequisite knowledge, such as talisman studies. Talisman studies is a widely applicable foundational discipline. If astronomy serves as the language of wizards, then talismans are the formulas distilled by wizards themselves. Wizards have long recognized that certain fixed magical patterns and configurations can elicit specific magical effects. Through relentless effort and research across generations, they have optimized and codified these combinations, ultimately passing them down to form talismans. Each talisman encapsulates the wisdom of its creator. Advanced courses derived from talismans studies encompass a multitude of subjects, including astronomy, magical patterns, formations, and alchemy. They even influence various scholarly factions within wizardry, such as dimensional school and thought flow. To claim proficiency in wizardry, one must master talisman studies. Zheng Qing retrieved his scholarly essentials from a gray fabric pouch, a turtle shell inkstone, pine-scented ink, a purple brush, and yellow talisman paper. He gently swept the brush over the small snake coiled atop the inkstone, which, in impatience, opened its mouth and expelled a pool of clear water, filling the ink basin. Zheng Qing picked up the inkstone, dipped it into the snake's saliva, and methodically ground it in a clockwise direction to produce a rich ink. The ink swayed slightly as he paused, grasped the purple brush, and took a deep breath. For Zheng Qing, the concept of examination was far from foreign. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless assessments, monthly tests, annual exams, qualifying tests, high school entrance examinations, and college entrance exams, each a stepping stone in his educational journey. However, he had never truly faced an examination of wizardry. The surreal test within his dreams felt too ephemeral, leaving him with an unsettling sense of unreality. Since receiving his acceptance letter, that gnawing feeling of insecurity had persisted, lingering as he lay anxiously on the six-pillar bed in dormitory 301. Everything he saw and experienced seemed to lack essential support, akin to a mirage or a fleeting dream. It was only upon hearing the term examination moments ago that he felt a jolt of realization. His underlying unease stemmed from the unknown. Even though many had provided ample explanations, Zheng Qing remained perplexed about why he had been admitted, why the institution had chosen him, and what his future should entail. Whether it was the interviewer Thomas or the senior student Nicholas, or even Xiao Xiao and Li Ming, Zheng Qing's internal disquiet was often subdued by the novelty of his surroundings. Yet, the impending examination was set to unleash his anxiety in a raw and familiar manner. What if he failed? Was he truly capable? Was it possible that the school had made a mistake? What if, upon receiving the exam paper, he found himself unable to recognize a single character, ultimately submitting a blank sheet and facing expulsion? Would he be cast down from the heights? Chaotic thoughts whirled incessantly in his mind, akin to a revolving lantern. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, with many hastily flipping through textbooks, their lips moving in silent struggle before the papers landed in their hands. "All rests on you, please." His classmates patted Zheng Qing on the shoulder, their expressions conveying a sense of reliance upon him, as if he were the anchor in turbulent waters. Zheng Qing maintained a serious demeanor, meticulously arranging his writing materials, striving to mask his inner turmoil. "Everyone, remain composed. This is merely a diagnostic test. This assessment aims to provide a simple overview of your current understanding of talismans, allowing me to establish an appropriate syllabus and plan for subsequent courses. The diagnostic examination will not affect your final evaluations. Of course, those who excel will be rewarded with credits within my purview." With that, She tapped the stack of exam papers with the spine of her light blue tome. A gentle breeze swept through, and the papers floated gracefully like white feathers, drifting towards the students' desks. Before commencing the exam, I must reiterate, cheating is strictly prohibited. Violating examination rules will result in expulsion from the classroom. Such actions offer no benefit, so I urge everyone to comply. Zheng Qing surveyed his surroundings and inhaled deeply. In the distance, Lu Feifei, Jiang Yu, and Tang Dun had already begun to scribble fervently. In front of him, the plump Xian was scrutinizing the exam paper. His right hand raised to his ear, deftly twirling a pencil between his short fingers. At last, Xiao Xiao had closed her black notebook. Talisman studies place great emphasis on foundational knowledge. Varying levels of prior education among students lead to differing rates of progress. Thus, we need to gauge everyone's baseline understanding to design a suitable learning plan. Zheng Qing noticed the teacher's voice was remarkably pleasant. He looked up, only to have a drifting sheet of paper obscure his view. The exam paper had reached the last row. He accepted the paper, taking a deep breath. Exam results will not be disclosed, but they will influence your course arrangements, so do your best to write as much as you can. Remember, talisman studies form the bedrock of many disciplines. A solid foundation in talismans will enable you to grasp the true essence of magic more profoundly throughout your academic journey. Chapter 91. The Pinfalls for the Graduates of the First University. Remaining at the institution signifies stability and a familiar work environment, positioning them at the forefront of the latest research in the wizarding realm and allowing them to delve into deeper and more arcane magical knowledge. However, this choice also entails a life of modesty. Without extraordinary talent, it is exceedingly challenging for a registered wizard, having graduated less than a decade ago, to secure their own laboratory at the first university. Without a laboratory, one cannot undertake projects recognized by the institution. Without projects, there are no project funds, and thus, the pursuit of magical experiments becomes untenable. The acquisition of knowledge among wizards is notoriously expensive, a prevalent notion within the magical community. As for experimental apparatus and supplies, aren't they available for free usage? A dozen stable talismans with successful enchantments are offered at a friendly price of 10 jade coins. 100 grams of frog liver meticulously processed through secretive methods costs 30 jade coins. A small vial containing 10 milliliters of dragon-s saliva extract is priced at 100 jade coins. It should be noted that this refers to the extract from subdragon species, such as the Jiao Qi, for the exceptional graduates of the first university. These magical materials could potentially be crafted by them. Yet, for a wizard preparing for the advancement ritual, these materials must be purchased. Moreover, the sheer number of materials required for the complete set of rituals amounts to tens of thousands. If wizards were to gather them independently, it would consume decades of precious time. The time sensitivity of many of these materials renders self-preparation impractical. Take the stable talisman with successful enchantments as an example. In the advancement ritual, the talismans required number in the thousands. For the vast majority of wizards, purchasing is their only hope. Zhang Huaigu is no exception. To behold a broader wizarding world, she must advance. To partake in the advancement ritual, she must procure these materials. Hence, she requires funds. For a novice at a research institute, assisting the luminaries of the magical world is already a significant achievement. Many highly skilled wizards are plagued by financial woes for their experiments, let alone the notion of sponsoring a young wizard's advancement, a venture deemed devoid of merit. Yet, this time, she stands at the podium, albeit merely as a lecturer. Within the hierarchical system of the first university as faculty, a lecturer ranks just above an assistant and is the lowest tier among the teaching staff. Above the lecturer are associate professors, full professors, tenured professors, and distinguished professors, among others. This opportunity arises solely because her mentor at the institute is the deputy director. It is regrettable that during her university years, she was so engrossed in the study of talismans that she neglected to acquire other skills, rendering her unfit for fieldwork roles. However, the income from fieldwork is substantial. The image of Sima Yangyun's triumphant smile reappears in her mind. That girl managed to amass the wealth necessary for her advancement ritual after merely 2 field assignments. I can do this too. Zhang, the lecturer, furrowed her brow and endeavored to uplift her spirits. For every batch of qualified students she trains, she receives corresponding bonuses. Last night, she calculated once more that if she could successfully instruct the new students in her 3 classes, she would attain liberation. With this thought, she couldn't help but glance around the classroom. The new students were diligently scribbling, sketching the talismans from their minds, observing the furrowed brows of those youthful faces. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. A familiar atmosphere, a familiar sensation. It felt as if just yesterday, she too had been in this position, silently practicing nearly 100 talismans under the scrutiny of her teacher, who had been utterly delighted. It was from that moment onward that she could not escape the two characters that defined her life. At the back of the classroom, a new student echoed this sentiment. Perhaps for the rest of his life, he would be entwined with the concept of talismans. The familiar runes, the familiar scent of ink. It seemed that since the age of 8 or 9, he had been immersed in these intricate drawings daily. Opening the examination paper, Zheng Qing squinted, a smile appearing on his face. The paper contained only one question. Please write out the talismans you are acquainted with. Note, no enchantment required. Enchantment is the final step for each talisman, wherein magical energy is infused into the drawn talisman. The two challenges of talismans lie in the delineation of the runes and the process of enchantment. Due to variations in the quality of talisman paper and the level of magical control, each individual faces a certain probability of failure when enchanting. A failed enchantment can lead to minor damage of the talisman paper or, in severe cases, result in the talisman going awry, typically manifesting as an explosion. The fact that enchantment is not required alleviated much of Zheng Qing's internal pressure. As for the talismans he was familiar with, in a daze, Zheng Qing seemed to glimpse the worn talisman book. That book, which he had practiced from daily since he was 8. Zheng Qing vividly recalled that the entire talisman book contained 324 pages, each with 4 runes, totaling 1,296 talismans. Must he transcribe them all? Zheng Qing retrieved his silver pocket watch, estimating the time. Perhaps there would be enough time. He bit his lip, dipping his brush into the inkwell, filled with rich ink. Chapter 92. Emotion. The examination paper was formatted in a standard A4 size. If adhering to the conventional dimensions of talismans, it could accommodate a maximum of 8. Yet, there was only one designated symbol frame on the paper, allowing for the inscription of merely a single rune. Zheng Qing couldn't help but glance around. Everyone was diligently engaged with their papers, disregarding the surroundings. Zheng Qing grasped his brush, soaked it in ink, and took a moment to calm his thoughts. The first talisman from the manual naturally surfaced in his mind. With a gentle tap, he lifted the brush with fluidity and precision. In less than 10 seconds, a complex talisman lay complete within the frame. As it required no infusion of spirit, the rune was considered finished. The paper seemed to respond. Its surface subtly undulated as the inscribed talisman slowly merged into the examination sheet, vanishing from sight. Beside the symbol frame, a bright red numeral 1 appeared. Zheng Qing was taken aback. Dipping his brush in the ink pool once more, he began to sketch the second talisman. Time slipped by, minute by minute. An hour had elapsed. The once serene lecture hall now bore an undercurrent of unease. The freshmen began to exchange silent glances, seeking inspiration from the pupils of their companions. Even the serious-looking top students in the front row had not put pen to paper for nearly 10 minutes. Instructor Zhang nodded, sensing that this was likely the limit for this cohort of newcomers. Previous baseline assessments typically lasted around an hour. In the remaining 2 hours, instructors would randomly critique some of the students' talisman structures and writing errors. With this thought, she descended from the podium to conduct a pre-collection inspection. If all students ceased writing, she would conclude the examination. As expected, nearly all had set down their pens, furrowing their brows as they rummaged through their unreliable memories. The school's certification standard for proficiency in talisman studies required the ability to accurately recite 365 commonly used talismans. Even a moment's hesitation while writing indicated a lack of skill. If the first university accepted such unskilled students, the wizarding community would question the institution's professionalism. This was absolutely intolerable. Then, she noticed a newcomer, a remarkably adept one. Like all freshmen, he donned the standard red academic robe, his collar buttons and waist sash meticulously arranged according to school regulations. This student had a slightly round face, with eyebrows not particularly thick, yet paired with his bright eyes. He exuded an air of determination. At that moment, he was intently sketching a talisman, lips pressed tightly together. The crimson numeral on the paper had already climbed to 349. 349. Instructor Zhang felt a sudden constriction in her chest, nearly gasping in astonishment. This was the best score recorded in previous years. It was almost sufficient to qualify as a registered wizard. The formidable spirit of the wizard kept her demeanor composed. The talisman being drawn by the newcomer was familiar to her. It was the Wu talisman from the Zhen system under the conditions of the Yang Yao. Many senior students in their fourth year would not encounter this talisman as it was excessively profound, falling within the study range of registered wizards. Yet this newcomer flawlessly rendered it on the examination paper with remarkable skill. Indeed, it was both proficient and perfect. In under 10 seconds. The rune was sketched without a hint of error, the brushwork's transitions so natural it brought tears to one's eyes. Instructor Zheng's finely arched brows knitted together, accentuating her delicate and serene visage. With her fingers behind her back, she conjured a series of talismans into existence. This was a simple protective barrier, intended to shield the newcomer from external disturbances. As the talisman departed her hand, it transformed into a halo that enveloped him. Instructor Zhang stood quietly beside the young man, devoid of any impatience. Time continued to flow. More and more students despondently laid down their pens, staring blankly at their papers. The teacher remained silent, neither speaking nor collecting papers. Gradually, more gazes converged upon the slender figure. Whispers of curiosity spread throughout the classroom. The revelation of Zheng Qing's status as a sponsored student quickly disseminated. Among the scrutinizing stares, an understanding began to develop. Soon thereafter, an odd, envious atmosphere pervaded the room. The teachers in the back row remained mute, silently observing Zheng Qing as he focused on his rune drawing. Zheng Qing remained blissfully unaware. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As the time reached 3 hours and 9 minutes, Zheng Qing finally set down his purple brush. He had finished a minute ahead of schedule. Had he been at home, his mentor would likely have praised him. Perhaps he would even prepare a few of his signature dishes. He thought with pride, starting to count on his fingers. Stretching his shoulders and neck, performing a simple routine to loosen his limbs, a habit he practiced after every talisman session. As he laid down his brush and began to stretch, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. Finally finished, Zheng Qing mused. The other students shared the same sentiment. Instructor Zhang held the protective barrier in abeyance. Observing Zheng Qing, it was done. Zheng Qing submitted his paper, glancing around at the ambiguous expressions surrounding him, a twinge of anxiety creeping in. Am I the slowest? It was indeed a bit past time. The teacher's tone was unexpectedly gentle. How many did you recite? 1,296. He realized he was indeed the slowest. Feeling somewhat dejected as he truthfully reported, that's all I managed to learn. Then she hurriedly exited the classroom, clutching a thick stack of papers. In her haste, she stumbled down from the podium, nearly losing her balance. A flurry of freshmen rushed to the back of the classroom, surrounding Zheng Qing, startling him. 1,300. You're amazing. Xian Pongzi grimaced, adopting a deeply aggrieved expression. You still act clueless in front of me. Do you know how annoying that is? The International Wizarding Federation had disclosed that there were only 1,296 valid talismans. Where did the extra 1,003 come from? If one is foolish, it's best not to speak too much. Xiao Xiao opened his black notebook, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby student. You're not foolish. How many did you write? Xian Xie shot back at him. Xiao Xiao promptly sealed his lips. Should I borrow a pen to keep in the dormitory? Zhang Jisun shouted from the side, reaching for Zheng Qing's purple brush. You'd probably be better off chewing on his brain, Xian Pongzi remarked earnestly, ruffling Zheng Qing's hair. Through the brief explanations from others, Zheng Qing finally grasped what had transpired. Aside from him, the next highest scorer, Lu Feifei, had only recited a little over 200 runes. According to Xiao Xiao, in the long history of the first university, freshmen had never completed more than 360 talismans. This implied he had shattered the school's record. A profound sense of relief flooded his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. Truly deserving of the sponsored student status. Remarkable. Now I understand why you received that invitation. Almost every boy leaving the classroom patted him on the shoulder, expressing envy and admiration. Meanwhile, the girls regarded him with curious and bold glances, scrutinizing him up and down. Zheng Qing felt his face flush like never before. Chapter 93. Aftermath. In the blink of an eye, nearly a week has passed since the start of the semester. The tales of the town of Four Seasons suppressing a pig demon, and the specialized aircraft bravely resisting malevolent forces have spread like wildfire among the students of Jiuyo Academy. The first-year students, proficient in all fundamental talismans, have become the subjects of increasingly bizarre rumors. For instance, some say that the pig demon of Daming Fang was nearly vanquished by a thunderous spell. Others claim he defeated a female demon aboard the aircraft, rescuing a host of small sprites. And there are even whispers that his extraordinary talisman skills are inherited from the mysterious realm of Kunlun. Such rampant gossip has left Zheng Qing at a loss. Despite his repeated attempts to clarify that he does not wield thunder spells, nor did he subdue any pig demons, and that he was nearly frightened to death by a female demon on the plane, no one heeds his explanations. The exuberant university students take his numerous clarifications as mere modesty or peculiar eccentricity. The only outcome of these exaggerated tales that brings Zheng Qing a modicum of satisfaction is their impact on Li Ming. Perhaps the terrifying rumors of thunder spells and suppression talismans have led the little girl to completely refrain from mentioning her cousin's duel with Zheng Qing. In an ironic twist, Li Ming has even ceased to converse with Zheng Qing altogether. Whenever a few boys approach her, she haughtily raises her nose, stomps away in her little shoes, leaving the boys helplessly perplexed. Zheng Qing's troubles extend beyond this. Each day, he is inundated with strangers rushing to greet him en route to class. Mysterious cards imbued with a feminine fragrance often appear on his desk. A deluge of invitations has nearly burst the drawers of his dormitory. Among the myriad of invitations are those from specialized associations such as the Talisman Association and Yuan Jin Lu, as well as from unique Jiuyo Academy organizations like the Exam Takers Alliance and Wusan Simulation. Even other academies, such as the Unlimited Fighting Competition from Shinkong Academy, Glory of the Lord and Shirshian from Atlas Academy, and Advanced Club from Alpha Academy, have extended invitations to Zheng Qing. If one were to tally them up, these invitations could be exchanged for nearly 10 credits with Professor Yao. Credits should not come too easily. The pressing question is, what do these organizations want with me? Zheng Qing grimaced as he extracted the invitation to the Unlimited Fighting Competition, tossing it onto his desk. Do I appear to be someone adept at combat? If you two do not cease this ostentatious display of wealth, I shall calmly assess your combat prowess after transforming, Fatty Xine exclaimed, his face obscured by a portly cat named Tuan Tuan, roaring in agony. The threat from the blue giant was highly effective. Though Zheng Qing was curious to witness the transformation that would ensue after Fatty Xine calmed down, he nonetheless dutifully swept the letters back into the drawer. These invitations were indeed a significant source of agitation for Fatty Xine. In the entire dormitory, he received the fewest invitations. Similar to Zheng Qing, Xiao Xiao also received dozens of invitations. Even the vampire werewolf who preferred residing in a coffin received 4 or 5. In stark contrast, Fatty Xine received only one invitation from the Freaks Club, which sent him into a spiral of discontent. Why did the school's Pharmacist Association not extend an invitation to me? Despite my excellent transcript in pharmacology during high school, Fatty Xine lamented, rubbing the cat atop his face. Ordinarily, only freshmen who filled out application forms and passed qualifications would receive such invitations from student organizations. These unsolicited invitations should be aimed at star students. After all, Xiao Xiao, with an invitation from the Astrological Association in hand, frowned. The crux of the matter is that I am not a renowned figure. Why am I receiving such preferential treatment? Perhaps it is because you are a special admission student? Fatty Xine speculated maliciously, peeling Tuan Tuan from his face. Some students are aware of your family's hidden affluence. Hence the friendly investment. If not having worn a new piece of clothing for 3 years qualifies as wealthy, I might entertain your theory, Xiao Xiao replied, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her wrinkled, outdated shirt. It's also possible they misaddressed the invitations. Fatty Xine continued to speculate with the utmost malice. 1 or 2 mistakes could be comprehensible, but so many student organizations lacking common sense? That would be a grave error for the first university. Dylan's head peeked out from behind a red curtain, laughing mockingly. Unless we factor in that brawl. Zheng Qing sensed that his most troubling predicament was yet to come. Indeed, the gossip surrounding a few Jiuyo freshmen spread too rapidly within the school, as if orchestrated by a dedicated team behind the scenes. Little did he know that the rumors circulating on campus were disseminated by individuals seeking to uphold their own dignity. Arthur Ness, a second-year student at Alpha Academy, hailed from an ancient wizarding family of Europa, possessing the esteemed lineage highly regarded by the Academy. His proficiency in potion-making and ancient magical scripts garnered him favor from several large organizations within Alpha Academy. During his first year, he received nearly 10 invitations from various clubs, including the Blood Friends Society, one of the 2 largest organizations at the first university. After nearly a year of scrutiny at the end of his first year, Arthur finally gained recognition from the Blood Friends Society, transitioning from an external member to a formal officer. This was a significant encouragement for the young wizard. Throughout the summer, he remained in a state of extreme excitement and self-admiration, reaching a pinnacle when the Blood Friends Society assigned him his first task, to invite the youngest entrant to the first university in nearly a century to join their ranks. However, Arthur harbored no fondness for the child named Lingua. Lacking family support and any background, he managed to secure an invitation to the Blood Friends Society solely through an extraordinary talent. This was an immense humiliation for Mr. Ness, who had toiled to become an ordinary officer of the society. Fortunately, he had other options. Arthur Ness pondered over the 2 letters tucked in his pocket, resolute in his decision. One letter was from the Blood Friends Society, while the other was from the 3A Society. The school student union does not restrict the number of clubs a student can join, and many students participate in multiple organizations simultaneously. Although Mr. Ness was merely an ordinary officer in the Blood Friends Society, he had already attained a mid-level position in another organization, 3A, within Alpha Academy. Both the Blood Friends Society and 3A had extended olive branches to Lingua. As a messenger, Mr. Ness believed he had every right to decide which invitation to proffer to the young boy. He resolved to present the invitation from the 3A Society first. Yet, he was met with rejection. Lingua's refusal caught him off guard. While he disliked the idea of this boy entering the Blood Friends Society without hindrance, he could not accept the foolish expression on the boy's face. Did he possess the right to refuse? Mr. Ness's anger had not yet subsided when it was doused with a bucket of gasoline. Chapter 94. A reflection on eliminating losses. As the new academic term commenced, Arthur Ness, a second-year student at Alpha Academy, found himself embroiled in an altercation with several freshmen from Juyo Academy. The outcome of this confrontation was nothing short of astonishing. The proud and talented Mr. Ness was thoroughly bested by a group of first-year students who had yet to officially enroll, leaving him humbled in the dust of the pedestrian street. This incident drew the attention of hundreds of onlookers from the 4 academies, igniting a scandal that reverberated throughout the school. In an instant, Mr. Ness became a source of disgrace for Alpha Academy. His peers shunned him, various clubs issued stern warnings, and professors dissected the myriad reasons for Arthur's failure in their lectures. Most significantly, the dust that sullied his reputation also tarnished the pristine shoes of prominent figures, such as Sir Friedman, as the vice president of the Blood Brotherhood and the current president of the 3A Society. Sir Friedman wielded considerable influence among the student body of Alpha Academy. Moreover, he was rapidly ascending in authority within the Moonlit Council outside the school. In this dismal exchange, not only did Arthur invoke Sir Friedman's name, but he also became the subject of merciless ridicule. In the end, he failed to uphold the dignity of the Sir, and instead found his own honor trampled into the earth. This predicament proved to be quite troublesome. In the aftermath of the conflict, Arthur dispatched his companions to gather intelligence. The news they uncovered was far from optimistic. It was rumored that a high-level meeting within the Blood Brotherhood was deliberating Arthur's expulsion. Sir Friedman had privately lamented to his associates about Arthur's unfathomable foolishness. Disturbed and anxious, Arthur yearned to address the lingering repercussions of his clash with Zheng Qing through formal channels, such as the Student Council's Arbitration Committee. Yet, a glimmer of rationality cautioned him that such actions would only exacerbate his humiliation. What a farce! He exclaimed in the solitude of an independent lounge at Alpha Academy, pacing restlessly. To approach the arbitration committee and relay that I was subdued by the charms of freshmen? Impossible. Furthermore, those youngsters have yet to master the use of the magical tomes. Indeed, that would devolve into a mere jest. The frail boy, who had been grievously injured by Elena, curled into the oversized leather couch, muttering, "I am a formal member of the Blood Brotherhood. If I were to present myself before the arbitration committee of the First Will, I would undoubtedly suffer even greater humiliation." Arthur's voice rose in a hysterical crescendo. The thought of facing arbitration left his heart constricted, his entire being trembling. Every elder of the First University is aware of the undeniable truth that, despite the hundreds of student societies, there exist only 2 leaders among the students: Augustus, the president of the Blood Brotherhood at Alpha Academy, and Reyes, the chairman of the First Will at Juyo Academy. In truth, these names have become titles, steeped in a legacy spanning centuries at the First University. Each student inheriting the mantle of either the Blood Brotherhood or the First Will simultaneously inherits the names of Augustus and Reyes. Rooted in the beliefs of the Blood Brotherhood at Alpha Academy, the doctrines of innate talent and predestination assert that individuals are born with predetermined gifts, and by correctly guiding and unearthing the latent talents within each soul, anyone can exhibit remarkable prowess. In contrast, the First Will, established at Juyo Academy, champions the philosophy of human effort conquers nature and heaven rewards diligence, positing that with systematic and professional training, anyone can achieve genius. Notions of lineage and innate talent are mere shadows of the endeavors of predecessors. The divergence between these two societies ultimately stems from the conflicting educational philosophies of their respective academies. Jiuyo Academy assesses talent through examinations, while Alpha Academy distinguishes it based on innate abilities. Under the auspices of the First University, although these two institutions occasionally clash due to their differences, they refrain from open hostilities. The Arbitration Committee, affiliated with the Student Council of the First University, leans towards the first will, as the current chief arbitrator hails from that faction, placing immense pressure on members of the Blood Brotherhood. Arthur Ness could foresee the inevitable repercussions of appearing before the Arbitration Committee. He was not foolish enough to continue provoking the prominent figures of the Academy. This incident had transpired and would undoubtedly come to the attention of his long-standing rivals. A handsome young man with shoulder-length hair spoke softly, "Especially you, Bai Yuan. You may even be branded a lecher." The small boy, curled on the couch, shrank further into himself, feeling increasingly insignificant. Moreover, having invoked Sir Friedman's name in this farce, it was imperative to resolve the situation before the Sir expressed his opinion. So, Arthur Ness gazed at the handsome youth with pleading eyes. "Sima, do you have any suggestions?" The long-haired beauty, named Sima E, was also a second-year student at Alpha Academy, well-versed in divination and magical script, and maintained an amicable relationship with Arthur, often serving as his advisor. "When we were freshmen, causing trouble for them would have drawn disdain, even attracting the intervention of other societies or the school. However, if they prove exceptionally talented, our defeat will not appear so embarrassing." Sima E, engrossed in an ancient tome, offered a clearer suggestion. "What should we do?" Bayuan straightened, sitting upright. "Thus, we must not obstruct, but rather redirect. We should guide the students to shift their focus." "Shift the focus?" Arthur Ness seemed to grasp the concept. "Our conflict with those newcomers has attracted external intervention. I know a few second-year students from Xingkong Academy, and there were others lurking in the shadows." The others in the lounge nodded in agreement, affirming Arthur's assertion. If not for the intervention of those lurking in the shadows, the Jiuyo Academy freshmen would have had no opportunity to cast their spells. Yuan exclaimed excitedly from the couch. Sima nodded, but then shook his head, appearing somewhat disappointed. "While this indeed could redirect public attention, it does not alter the nature of your bullying towards the newcomers. Others will still perceive you as having been subdued by a group of freshmen's charms, which is, indisputably, the truth." Arthur Ness flushed crimson, remaining silent. The others, perceptively, kept their mouths shut.